touchdown. I just come from the poet's part.
It's time for a part Season 1 Retrospective.
St. Patrick, aka Ghost, opens Truth nightclub, hoping it's successful. Let him leave his life as an NYC drug kingpin, but a run-in with a past love and a drug-related attack threaten him. So, 50 Cent, obviously the creator of this show, his music is throughout this, and Ghost and his wife, Tasha St. Patrick, well, last name St. Patrick, they enter the club. It's completely filled to the brim. His partner tells him this is the best nightclub opening ever. We're 400, even though the fire marshal says we're only allowed 325. But he's loving life. He doesn't give a fuck. But apparently there's some business that he needs to handle downstairs. But before we get to that business, I understand, right? He's opened a club, but at the same time, do we really need to see like club scenes so much? We're only in the first episode, and I'd say about like 10 minutes at the first episode were literally just music in the club, right? See, anyone watching this show, you'll be of a certain age where you've been in a club, you've been in a nightclub, you've been in a bar. We know how it works. I really hope throughout these 6 seasons we don't get this like these nightclub montages, man, unless they're warranted. Honestly, because it would get old really quick. And even in this premiere, I was like, I really need to see one of these again. You're trying to watch it, man. You don't want to be getting a banging headache. Dun 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 dun. 50 Cent music in the club, everybody. You know, he heads downstairs, but apparently there's an issue. We're introduced to Thomas Egan. It is Ghost's best friend. I'm going to assume it's his best friend, and he's interrogating Miguel Alvarez about where the money is, because apparently one of their drivers got hit last night, stole a lot of money, and that is essentially what the plot line of this episode is. These two trying to figure out who stole all their money, who put it in motion. Obviously this guy did, but yeah, this guy gets threatened, but his girlfriend gets let to go. Ghost is like, oh, we can't kill her because she could have ties to the cartel and then they'll come looking for us. Yeah, but at the same time, so what about this guy? He could have ties, but they drop him. They drop Miguel, like, but the woman has to go. Yeah, it just seems a bit weird. Of course, Miguel Alvarez is played by Manny Montana, so a really good acting choice there. I actually genuinely thought, maybe this guy have a big part to play. But then he says, I ain't afraid to die, and then goes like, well, I ain't afraid to kill you, and then drops him. You know what? A pretty cool kill. But I'm surprised. I actually thought his Manny Montana's character would last a wee bit longer, but he didn't. And that's the sad reality over here. So he gets absolutely gunned down. And these two, we've got Ghost. He's going to have to do stuff. Him and his wife leave the club. He doesn't get home to a wee bit later that night. We kind of see him shut down all his like networks, so all these people get the text of 86. So we can't do it anymore. We have to get shut down for the night until we find out who it is. So yeah, the next morning his wife's like, well, I can make you feel a bit better. And I was wondering like, how explicit is this show going to be? I don't know what the Stars network is like. I've never actually heard it. This is like the only show I've ever heard that is on the Stars network. But I thought, but drug kingpins in fucking New York City, 50 Cents behind it. There's probably going to be a lot of nudity, and damn, was I right? Because Ghost and Tasha get straight down to business here. St. Patrick would be turning in his grave at the amount of freaky stuff that was going on here. But it's weird. It's like, he's doing missionary, he's doing doggy, he's doing everything, and throughout this, he's just imagining killing, well, not imagining, he's just like thinking about Miguel, how he killed him. I'm like, is this guy a bit gay, or what's going on here? I understand, he's showing remorse for kill. Yeah, hold on, no. Right, the guy's been in this, like, drug kingpin shit, he started from the bottom, now he's there for, 20 years, he kills a guy, and suddenly, oh, damn. Don't like this. Don't like the way this is going, man. Come on. Come on. Absolutely not, to be honest. But he wakes up and guess what, guys? We've got to take care of business. So we see him. He goes to Carlos Ruiz. He's like, my shipment's got to USA. And then this Ghost can speak a bit of Spanish, which I was kind of wondering about. I wonder how he can speak Spanish. But we see more pickups throughout the day. Like the Truth nightclub manager, he kind of just gets spoke down to a lot. I get it, these two are kingpins in New York with the drug stuff, but yeah, they're treating this guy like pure dirt, which is kind of funny at the same time. But as it is, we kind of get a quick introduction to Ghost's family. don't really care, if I'm being honest. And then there was like a really weird scene of like the driver who drives Ghost about. Can't actually remember his name, but he looks at Tasha's ass as she's like bending into the fridge, and I was like, is he gonna do something now? Turns out she does something a wee bit later on. But throughout this episode, they're trying to figure out like what is happening with these shipments and who stole from them, and they don't really get anywhere. If I'm being honest, like you would think surely that these two, being like top dogs, they would get somewhere. So it just constant like tripping over each other. We get to like the next night. They're at the nightclub. Ghost kind of speaks down to his wife, like, "No, you're not trying to get in for free. Wear that purple dress I bought you." It's like, this guy's telling his wife how it is, which I thought was a wee bit out of line. It was a wee bit out of line for Ghost personally, but I mean, it is what it is. He's a drug kingpin in New York City, brother. And also when they did go to the cartel guy, who I cannot actually remember his name. Felipe Lopez, is that who it is? I don't know, right? Whoever the top cartel guy is, the cartel guy makes him sound like a fucking bitch. And like even the way the guy walks about, and he's walking about with his number two, and he doesn't even take his arms out of his jacket. His number two takes it off. What the fuck? Come on. That's a wee bit bad. And this guy just does not strike me as a cartel leader. I'm sorry. People can say what they want, but he is just not a cartel leader in my personal opinion. Is what it is though. I guess we got to move on. Yeah, like I said, we get to the club that night. Ghost is running about. He's kind of like frantic, and then he spots this woman on the dance floor. This woman who kind of looks, late 30s. Nothing spectacular about her, and he goes down. His wife thinks she's coming down for him, and then he actually goes to her. It turns out they know each other, and then he's like, "Did he just call you boss?" He's like, "Yeah, I own this nightclub, baby." And then yeah, and then he's like, "Oh, I need to get your number. I need to get your number." Turns out, in a later conversation with Tommy Egan, these two were like childhood sweethearts till she left him to go pursue a lawyer job, which is fair enough. I'm kind of wondering here. We've just been introduced to this guy. Well, he's going to job out his wife, and then his wife at that night later jobs him out because when she gets picked up by the driver, she pulls down like the wee glass thing in between the back seats and the front seats, takes off her underwear, and then starts having a little freaky time with herself. And I'm like, what's this all about, man? Honestly, like, I mean, she's 3 kids to this guy, and here she is jobbing them out after no proof, right? There is no. I know. She could be like, "Oh, but you were getting her number." For fuck, you know your husband is high up, man. He could have been getting the number for any reason. But albeit we know why he's getting the number because he wants to get into Angela. But anyway, I digress. And yeah, and what happens next actually? Yeah, the cartel guy goes and meets with Carlos Ruiz, who has his own wee crew. And then we see this guy with like a teardrop tattoo, like watching this. He was watching a few things this episode. I'm kind of thinking, when is this guy going to come in to play? We then cut to an elevator scene where one of their sellers gets into the elevator. Then this couple walks in, but she spots a tattoo on this guy. And then when she tries to get out, she gets attacked by both of them. She ends up getting slashed in the face, but she ends up shooting the guy, and then the woman escapes. And then we cut to Angela, and then we're introduced to the woman's in The Sopranos. I can't remember her name. Artie's wife, Charmaine Bucco, right? So she's in this show. The actress who plays her, she is like the lead lawyer here. And then it turns out there's a task force against the cartel, but they don't know. So the lawyers are obviously going to be helping the police here. It's cartel, I mean, it's like a RICO case, whatever you want to call it, man. It's a big police case against the cartel, right? And they're like, well, he's here because someone is distributing his drugs here in NYC and they're the biggest kingpin. Are you trying to tell me that they don't know who the fuck this is? Obviously, this is setting up for a dramatic reveal, right? For Angela to find out it's Ghost. But would it not have just been better that this PowerPoint presentation here that they were doing was that it's Ghost? How would they not know? How do the police, right, and these lawyers and everyone connected to this case not know who it is? It's not even like they went through where like the most likely candidates. They did nothing, and to me that's just a bit retarded. Why wouldn't they do that? I honestly, genuinely do not get that. How they would not know. But then they're going through Ghost. They're like, well, they're like obviously they're talking about Ghost, but they don't know it's Ghost. Well, the contact his family could be in danger. We could use that to our leverage. We know that the cartel is not happy about the fact that some of their shipments have been hit. and could be likely to off Ghost. We could be viewed as an ally for whoever this drug kingpin is here in NYC. You know, the episode kind of ends with Ghost by himself looking around, and it's like, oh, are they going to get to Ghost? Obviously, right? This guy, I doubt very much that this guy is going to turn rat, but I just feel like it's ridiculous that you're led to believe here that the police do not have any inkling about who this main person is in New York City. Like, come on. Like, it's not like. I mean, I know you could argue in Breaking Bad they didn't really know it was Gus, but they knew about the Salamancas, they knew about all that, and Hank managed to figure out it was Gus. I mean, we're not talking about the guy who cooks the meth like Heisenberg. There's no real reason for them to know it's Heisenberg. But, like, surely they would have some knowledge about who is high up the food chain, man. Anyway, that is it for episode 1 of season 1 of Power. There is only 8 episodes in season 1, which is intriguing. Usually you also get like 10 or 13, sometimes 16 or something. Or if it's Prison Break, you get like 24, or Lost as well. But what am I going to give this episode out of 10? I'm going to give it a 6. I thought it was a decent premiere. It gets you intrigued. It sets up a story for the rest of the season. But like I said, I feel like there is just a few problems with it. But you know what? No, not one. I mean, maybe Tommy Egan strikes me as like the best character so far. Kick off the episode. We're in the elevator. We are in the elevator. We have got one of the dealers. She is slashed in the face, of course, for last episode. So basically, the start of this episode is them sorting that whole situation out. She gets sent to hospital while they dispose of the body. But of course, we know someone else got away. But it looks like these people are from Miami. We then get. And Tommy, damn it, Tommy, they're discussing it. Tommy kind of wants, like, you know, I like the fact there's a conflict of interest here, but they respect each other no matter how different their opinions are. I feel like it definitely shows you two best friends that have been through a lot. So I like that, but essentially here, he doesn't want to do anything too risky, but again, he doesn't want to bring the cartel into the loop, because then once the cartel are in, we're under them, essentially, is what we get here. So this is quite interesting here. I like this talk between these two. Then the driver guy, I cannot remember his name, right? But Tommy wants him with him, and then Ghost is like, no, and he's like, you know what, aye. Turns out that the driver's father is basically who brought these two into the game. And it's weird, because, like, you've got a completely... It's almost a completely black crew, and then there's Tommy. He's like the blackest white guy I've ever seen in TV history. Like, I'm not even joking, like, when I say that. He really, really is. But at the end of the day, it'll be interesting to see how this plays out. As we move on, we then see Tasha and her mother. Whoa! Jesus Christ, man, it almost fucking blew my ears off. Like, those two discussions, she's like, honey, there is always another ass, which Tasha kind of knows about, but her mother's like, how are you going to get alimony with all that money when the feds know there's no income? But the whole gimmick is, like, they're going legit here. So surely there would be a form of income, even with the alimony, man. Come on. Play the game, son. Play the game. Then we get Angie, right, with her hair tied up. And I think she's almost unrecognisable here. She's talking to, like, her mother or something, but the woman almost looks like far too old or young to be her mother. So I don't really know, but she, like, leaves a message for the FBI guy, but it's no happening. Tommy then speaks to the driver, says, we need you, big man. We need you if a war goes down, so that's why I want to train you up your dirty Tara. So a bit of history here that I liked. We then get introduced to someone from Vogue magazine, so that's what Ghost is trying to do this episode. He's trying to lock down a contact with Vogue magazine, who want to come to the nightclub, man. Truth. They want to come to Truth. This woman is, like, far too tall, in my opinion. Tommy then runs into the barmaid. He's like, here, do you want me to make it? You can be there in the VIP section, but she quite like that. So will they be able to lock folk down? Who really knows? But at this point, Ghost, like, he wants to switch up the phones because they're wondering how the hell they're tracking them, which is fair enough. We then cut to, like, another FBI lawyer sit down, they're discussing it, and the guy called Sachs jobs out Angie here, basically when it got against her back, but also her FBI boyfriend that's in this case didn't tell her key information, so she's left in the dark here and is made to look like a bit of a dickhead. Then we see the driver guy. He confronts Tasha. He says to her,
Well, you do know I saw you the other night in the back. You did want me to see you, didn't you? Right, mate. She's put down the window and stripped in front of you. I know it was half a rhetorical question from the guy, but let's not be ridiculous here, man. And then she's like, I have no idea what you're talking about, so I don't know what game she's playing. I feel like this driver guy's going to get a pretty brutal death sooner rather than later. Angie, though, is obviously not happy about what happened with her FBI boyfriend. She then heads to Ghost, and then Ghost's like, sure, we'll have a wee drink later. And then like, they kind of like joke about when they were kids. I was like, seriously, is this? I understand they're trying to form that these two had a relationship in the past, and like they're also kind of like still teasing at it. But is that all we're going to get for like? I'm not saying the whole 6 seasons, but I understand, right? These two had a relationship ages ago. But can we? I don't know. I'm intrigued about all the business, right? With the cartel, drugs, gangs, but see his wife going on like side missions to figure out if he's doing anything, or like Angie's love life. Yes, it's still connected to the like the world, I guess you could say, like the criminal world, because obviously Ghost is like top man. She's trying to figure out who top man is, etc. But I do feel like it's a wee bit filler. So I mean, we then cut to Tommy playing video games, damn it, with Ghost's son. The son then goes to do his homework, so Ghost and Tommy are sitting here on the Xbox 360, which I thought was kind of fun. I have no idea what game this is, but I probably should, but I don't. Then one of the dealers gets chased through like an apartment complex by obviously one of these Miami people, but we don't know who it is. Ghost and Tasha are then on a date, which she suggests to use the whole Demican tactics that were used back in the day, and like they're trying to speak in code here. Meanwhile, we've got Angie, whatever you want to call her. She's like getting changed throughout this, so it's like, oh, is Ghost's head really with his wife, or does he want to cheat on his wife? I don't know. I feel like for early on in the show, it's very early on, like for the main and protagonist to be like conflicted in his love. I don't know. That's just my opinion. But then her FBI boyfriend shows up, and then Tasha and Ghost come through the door, and then we have like a synchronized sex scene where we have got Tasha and Ghost, and then we've got Angie as well. But she's like demanding for it rougher, and I think she's thinking of Ghost, and then Ghost is plying Tasha while he's thinking of Angie. So who knows how this is going to go for these two. But then see later on in the club, Fogue going on. Fogue want to take a picture with Ghost. Things are going well, but then Tommy shouts like, "Why the fuck didn't you answer your phone, man? This was never us. This was never us. Damn it, never us." He's like, "What the fuck needs handled?" And Ghost's like, "Yeah, you're right, Tommy. You know what? We need to send a message." We then cut to Angie the next day. They're interrogating one of Ruiz's guys who's actually with Ruiz's 14-year-old daughter. And this was a good scene for Angie. She managed to get one up over Sax by getting the guy to sign to an agreement, because she whips out a phone and it's like, we know you're dating, or you're going with Ruiz's 14-year-old daughter, and obviously this guy is very reluctant to sign, but he has to after she shows him a picture of an underage kid naked. Like, holy moly, this show is really explicit, isn't it? If we're being honest, man, it really is. So yeah, he's kind of backed into a corner here. Like, I know you're always led to believe that everyone has a choice. I mean, you could argue with this guy. I guess he could have fucking said no, it's not her. He could have just denied it to the end, and because like Angie says, it wasn't even a picture of Reese's girl; it was someone else's. So that's quite intriguing. After this, we see basically like all these like severed body parts turn up. It's obviously all these Dominican, not Dominican like, but all the Miami contacts that were dead in this. We then see the woman who got slashed in the start of the episode last, and the end of last episode. She gets told basically you can't be delivering anymore. So she's actually been promoted, which Tommy thought she was going to get killed. He's like, how'd you do this without making any noise? So again, Tommy and Ghost are conflicted here. Tommy and Angie then meet, and they're talking about how they got on in field trips. But I don't know, man. This just feels very weird that these two are still going in this relationship. But then our boss tells us that you need to drop everything you got on the side and you need to focus. And then Tasha starts taking her clothes while getting picked up by the driver again. And then all these Miami people get texted saying, go back to Miami. The job is over for now. So obviously these severed bodies is making all the difference here. And then the episode ends with Ghost getting back to his apartment and his baby's crying with the dolphin keyring under her. So what's that? Is that Tasha's placed it there thinking like, haha, you've cheated on me, Ghost, and this is how I know. This is my proof. I'm not too sure. But you know what? It was an alright episode. But was it really better than the premiere? I'm not too sure, if I'm being honest. I don't really know what I'm even going to rate it. I gave the premiere a 6. But I honestly, was this episode better? I feel like it was a bit filler. Like, I feel like it kicked off really strong. Like, I think all the gang stuff's good, but there's too much focus on other stuff that there doesn't really need to be on. And I feel like I'm already thinking of that as the show is going on right now. So who knows, guys? But I'm going to give this episode a 5 out of 10. I've still faith that this show could be really good and I'll enjoy it, but 11 out of 20 so far isn't exactly ideal. It's called This Is Real. But is it real? Because you know what it feels like to me? It feels like a video game. It feels like GTA Ballad of Gay Tony. I've hit the nail on the head with this one. That is literally what this TV show feels like. You've got nightclubs, you've got drugs. It's in New York City. That's what Liberty City is. That's what it honestly feels like to me. And I feel like with Tommy, the fact he's like the only white guy in this like entire crew just even more points towards like the Bally guy Tony, because of course Tony was gay. So he stood out like Tommy does in this. That's my personal opinion. But what's my personal opinion of the episode? Well, we have to dive off into the start of it where we get some more nightclub stuff, right? We have Ghost and Angela texting each other. During this, though, a woman takes coke and then ODs, overdoses, but guess what? She manages to survive. But of course, this is bad publicity for the Truth nightclub, and Ghost isn't too happy about this. But I don't know, it just seems a wee bit hypocritical to me that a guy that sells drugs is like making out like, this bastard sold them bad drugs. I don't understand how like drug dealers can take the high ground. Like you see TV shows, at least if they know they're getting it. For me, they're getting a better product. See, unless you're fucking Walter White, I don't think you can actually argue that claim, right? That's my personal opinion. There we do see Agent, or what's his name? Big Agent Greg Knox, FBI Agent Greg Knox. He raps at the door of Angela, but this is what I don't get, right? So these two are essentially a couple, but then Angela wants to be with Ghost, but then Ghost is married. It's like, well, what is this? It's like fucking, it's like, wait, are we 15 here? These are people with big high-ranking jobs and also are fucking married. Anyway, I digress. We gotta move on, and they are phone called by Nomar, and this Nomar guy, I thought he just had a thing for Carlos Ruiz's daughter, who's 14, so automatically makes him a fucking nonce. It turns out this guy's got a thing for everybody who's like 13 or under, 14 or under, whatever, which automatically is fucking weird. But the thing he sent them do here is bogus. And then he's like, you're going to blow my cover here. You're the only white guy in a Spanish-speaking location of NYC, damn. Which I can kind of see Nomar's point, but at the end of the day, mate, you've agreed to cooperate, so you need to be spoken. He's almost acting here as if he's the string puller, which I don't really get. We then see Ghost and Tommy talking about what will need to be done, and the fact that things look like they're pretty much, easing out at this point. But then get Sean Stark, he's talking to Ghost. Ghost tells him, why don't you visit your dad? And I'm sitting here thinking, who's his dad? Who's actually his dad at this point? Turns out his dad is none other than 50 Cent by the name of Kanan Stark, the creator of this show. And I obviously this is only season 1, and they did mention here that the fact that He's been inside since Sean was 9. This Sean guy looks like, what, he's early 20s now. So I'm hoping that 50 Cent is getting released for jail soon and that he can lay the smack down in this show. We see more stuff with the FBI. They're kind of like on each other's heels. Like you've got Angela and Greg trying to do their own thing, then the other two are trying to do their own thing. But essentially, Charmaine, Frankie Lavaro is saying to them, well, you know what, guys, let them do their thing, let you do your own thing, and we'll try and bring these guys down together, which I get. And I don't know how many times they want to like portray this gimmick of Ghost as like he's stuck between his family life, the crime life, and then the nightclub life. Like at this point, you're about 2.5 episodes into the series, and you feel like they've played this card about 10 times. Like how many times does this guy already at this point be like, oh sorry honey, I can't get home tonight, I've got business with the club, or he's in at the club and he's like, oh alright Josh, can't do this mate, I have to go see Tommy, or then he has to blow off Tommy, or no, I've got to pick up Tasha. I mean, what is this? The guy doesn't know what to be at. He really doesn't. Tommy does voice his displeasure about the fact that they've kept the dealer that got slashed in the face alive. Tasha then finds out that Ghost has hoovered money out of their bank, which she's not happy about. Turns out the money that he hoovered out of it, right, is just so he could actually fund this whole nightclub idea that he had. And she has a fucking proper go at him. And it's like, who are you? You're a fucking nobody. This is a guy, yeah, he's a drug dealer, but I mean, he's built this empire. That would be like Skylar and Breaking Ball. Why have you took a 10 for money, Walter? Shut the fuck up, man. Alright, you've done hee-haw. Just like this stupid bastard. Didn't get this one bit. He then visits the overdose. It's like the overdose victim who fainted. They're from like Ukraine or something. This was before the Ukraine-Russia war, I guess. So, I mean, there's not like, oh, we're forcing them in there. But yeah, looks like this person's not going to press charges. So from that perspective, it looks like the nightclub ain't going to be facing anything too bad in that regard. But you're sitting here wondering at this point, right, what are Angela and Ghost going to do? Then they like kiss in public, right? And no, I don't get about this. Surely Ghost, even though like, oh, he tries to keep a low profile, that can only work to a certain degree. Surely in New York City, this guy would be known, man. This guy surely would be known. Sean then visits his dad. This is when we get the first scene of 50 Cent. And like they like trade shoes, which was just weird. So it's like, hold on here, the trade shoes. They're just going to let him trade shoes with him. I don't know. That just seems stupid. He actually turns up like and just gives his dad a pair of fucking trainers, and that's pretty much the height of the conversation. He already does tell Canan, or whatever you pronounce his name, man. Canan, that's it. That's his name, Canan. He's like, Ghost has got me being his driver. I was like, I was wondering when this day would happen. Then we see a few members of the crew get attacked by this guy, but then Tommy manages to save them. And then Tommy starts torturing them. You know what? Of like torture scenes that I've seen throughout movies and TV shows, this was actually a pretty good one. I mean, actually pouring like lighter fluid all over him, like proper oil, and then like setting each part of his like limbs on fire in order to get him to talk. Pretty smart plan. You can't dispute that really here. And eventually they get him to talk, and then he does end up revealing a name. And the name is, I can't even remember who the name is. Then the guy appears, but there's actually just so many names. But essentially, Ghost doesn't want to believe it's this guy. And the guy that he's burnt alive here, Tommy, he's like, oh, I'm sorry, Ghost, I did a medium rare. It's got a cheap pop out of me, right? I got a cheap pop out of me. But essentially, Ghost does not want anybody here to find out about this. So he said he's not going to kill anybody until he knows for sure, which is fair enough, but you've kind of blown your cover to the guy who it could potentially be. And the contact that the farm was going to be delivered to was a woman, which we see proof of. We see a woman escaping on a boat. So, you know what? That's fair enough. I'm not going to bury that too much. But again, I feel like it's weak leadership for Ghost. And I don't understand this, right? I get it that Tommy and Ghost came up alongside each other from when they were kids and they've kind of built this empire together. But surely Ghost being in this whole nightclub business and just not really picking up where it needs to be picked up and not interfering is surely undermining the entire organisation. I think if this was any bit realistic, he'd be getting called out a little bit more here for Tommy. That's my personal opinion anyway on the matter. But it looks like this is going to result in something potentially. And then as Ghost returns home, he hears his daughter choking, and it turns out she's choking on the key ring that he bought Angela. Well, they bought each other one at the end of last episode, so. But his wife doesn't notice this, but then he's figuring. But is this supposed to show him that, oh, this is risky, being with your wife than trying to be with another woman? It's like, it's just a fucking keyring. I don't know, how did the keyring even get left in his, like, 2-year-old's crib? I don't know. Then he buys his wife expensive jewellery, then he buys Angela expensive jewellery. I just feel like they're focusing way too much on, like, this guy's personal life with his wife and his high school love heart for like 18 years ago. The stuff that's actually focusing on the crew is good, and I'm not saying, of course, with Angela, she's in the FBI, she's a lawyer, and like they're doing this whole task force. She doesn't even know it's going to end up being against this guy, which is intriguing. But I feel like there's far too much emphasis on his personal life. I feel like that needs to take a step back, and it's the fact only 8 episodes in season 1. That's 3 in. Anyway, I think it was better than episode 2, so I'll give it a 6 out of 10. But I'm yet to be blown away. I am yet to be blown away, guys. We are now halfway through season 1 of Par, with episode 4 in the books, and this one is called Who Are You? So let's dive straight into it. We kick off with a wee shot of New York City with Angela trying on a necklace, and she's hinking that she is an absolute queen. So yeah, looking interesting here. We've got Tommy and Ghost discussing what needs done next. So obviously they're talking about this meet that's going to go down, and it's looking interesting about what's going to happen here. We see Ghost kind of question about the fact, should I call this thing off with Angie? Because my daughter, his daughter, of course, near died. And then we do see this episode, Tommy manages to go on a date with like the bartender at Truth. There's an awful lot here, not really. The Vogue magazine person then shows up, and they talk about here, we're going to have more meets here, and it's alright. I don't know, it's just weird to me though that this woman is like 10 foot taller. Tommy's on his date. They go into a bar. He ends up getting thrown out for battering the guy, and she's like, that was awesome. And then they go back to his apartment. We haven't seen this apartment. I like the fact we're getting a wee bit more of a development towards Tommy here. I am liking that. an awful lot. Angela and Ghost then meet up, and they start kissing. And she's like, so what, are we a thing now? And he's like, my 3-year-old daughter almost choked to death, Angie. And then he's just like, you've got a kid? And he's like, I've got 3 and I'm married. It's like, holy God, man. That must have been an absolute bombshell to her. Mustn't it? Like, absolutely brutal. She can't believe it. And then she's like, right, well, I've got a boyfriend. And then, like, Ghost is, like, equally hurt by that, I guess you could say. But then, like, I mean, maybe you could say it's... But she thought he was single. I mean, even if but he knew it didn't really matter if she was single because he's got a family. But you know what, this is a good scene. It looks like they're going to go their separate ways. They're not going to no longer remain friends. Ghost watches Angela as you say goodbye. Sort of ordeal. So yeah, looking interesting. And then we get like a mad, freaky scene. We get Tommy and the barmaid getting down and dirty in his apartment, which his apartment was like very empty. It was very, it was just like a gaming chair and like an Xbox 360 setup. So, and then just a bed in the middle of it, which is absolutely mad. So yeah, they're taking lines, they're doing gear, and they're getting stuck into each other. And Angie though, she doesn't really know what to do at this point with her necklace. We've got Sean, he's following Tasha around, and then Tasha then tells Ghost, like, you got to tell Sean to lay back off the leash, damn it. But then the FBI have a meeting again, and they're just not really buying that this meet's going down. Obviously, we've got Angela and Greg that are buying this is going down, but the rest of them aren't really too much. We then get Nomar. He manages to find out the location of the meet from the 14-year-old daughter, but obviously Angela's not happy with that. She's like, lay off Isabella. And I don't know, what sort of problems would come up about the fact that her contact is he is a paedophile, and she's exploiting a 14-year-old girl in order to get info. Surely that would not be good for her. I can't see a world where that is good for Angie like Angela. Honestly, I do not see that. So that'll be interesting to see if that ever comes out. She wants him to wear a wire, but he's not close enough to the business. We then have Tasha questioning Ghost, not Ghost, Tommy about Ghost, but he's not really buying it. Greg then comes over. He says, maybe I should start putting my clothes over here. He goes to open a drawer, and then she's like, closes it, and he's like, is there someone else? And she's like, no. But obviously that drawer has the necklace in it. So then we cut to the next day. We've got this whole FBI meeting. Ghost and Tom are on the way to. We've got the FBI there. They're watching over the Chinatown house where this meeting in the restaurant's going to take place. We then have the other two FBI guys, and it's funny. They're like, who would you rather do, Valdez or Frankie? And he's like, but Frankie don't take dick. And he's like, but if she did. He's like, I'd do Frankie. Then the other guy, Sachs, or Cox, whatever the fuck this guy's called, Sachs, Cox, man. He's like, I'd do Valdez. It would make a change to see her so full of herself, because she could be full of me. And then the other guy goes, half full. And he's like, shut the fuck up. I thought it was really funny. Then the police, NYPD, turn up at the Truth nightclub and essentially demand that Ghost turns up. And Ghost just jobs Tommy out here. You've got this big, massive meat, and he jobs him out. Like, completely jobs him out. There's no two ways about spinning this. He absolutely gets jobbed out. Then your big fat man, Anarellas, or whatever you pronounce him, comes through, and he gets his throat slit. Turns out it's by that woman who's supposed to be going back to Miami, so who knows how that's going to go. Ghost turns up. The NYPD are essentially just saying here, we're going to have to shut this down for 2 weeks. We've got one of the agents or police officers here is played by, I can't remember his name, but he played Jackie Aprile Jr. in The Sopranos. So yeah, he hasn't really aged, to be honest. I mean, he's aged a wee bit, but nothing major. And then Ghost just bribes them, like whips out a big fat stack of cash and's like, hopefully you can make this go away, sort of thing. And then Pantos is like, you do know they'll just be back for more, which is absolutely right, but let's be real, they could have absolutely just, like, when we're arresting you on bribery here, and they would have been fucked. But obviously that didn't happen. We then get Sean and Tommy. They arrive at the meet. Tommy basically tells Sean this is where you're going to earn your stripes today, son. Just look ahead, don't make eye contact with anyone, and also lay off Tasha. It's a bit, you don't need to lay it on thick. That's for Ghost to do to his wife, which I thought was quite a interesting scene. So yeah, the FBI though, we've got Angela and Greg. They're kind of distorted of it. Should we bust in because there's all these secret tunnels? But they just finally decide on busting in. But it's weird seeing this dynamic though of Tommy being like the main guy. He's talking to the two crews. Ruiz isn't very happy. Seems like they're going to turn their business otherwise. So Tommy, even though under strict orders from Ghost to not turn the whole pipeline back on, he does in order to keep the customers in. Then the FBI do the raid. Turns out it's on the wrong restaurant. As Tommy moved the meat as a precaution, Ghost then returns home. He then gets a phone call from the cartel, which informs him that you are not very good, Ghost. We thought you'd deal with this problem, and you didn't. And it turns out Ruiz is actually the guy who put all these plays in motion. Then Tommy shows up. Ghost then grabs Tommy. He's like, did you fucking kill Ruiz? And, well, not Ruiz there, the big fat guy. Which I think's incredibly unfair for, like, Tommy to be accused of this. And I don't know, I feel like we're in episode 4 here, and you almost feel like Ghost is losing complete control. I don't know. I feel like for halfway through season 1, for him to accuse his best friend, lifelong fucking business partner, or whatever, of doing this is pretty extreme, in my opinion. I don't know. We then managed to find the drug dealer at Truth. Ghost then phones Tommy, so Tommy's going to deal with that. Angela's breaking down, crying. She puts the necklace on. She then heads to Truth. She's like, Ghost, I can't do it, man. I can't do this. She's like, we can't remain friends. He's like, yeah, I know. Sean shows up at Tasha's house. She's got her ass out. It's like, well, damn. And like, yeah. The fact he's the son of Kanan, though, I just don't see anything happening to him. Unless like they do it behind his back or something, which would make for an interesting dynamic. But like I say, back to Truth. We then get Angela and Ghost getting it on. Damn it. The drug deal gets thrown a beatdown by Tommy. and then the episode kind of just ends with like a sexy montage. So yeah, who knows how this is gonna play out, guys, going into episode 5. I feel like it's probably the best episode of the season. I like the whole sit down, but I think the problem with it is like the whole bribery thing could have went anyway, and I don't like the fact that Ghost has got such a problem with Tommy. I don't know, like he just seems to be prioritizing this nightclub so much. It feels a wee bit forced to me, but it's weird. It's like forced, but it's like season 1. What are we even doing in season 1? So anytime will tell me at least the next couple of episodes should be interesting with them disposing of Ruiz and shit like that. So I'm looking forward to that. That shall be interesting, guys. But yeah, so this episode I'm going to give it a 7, which means it's the highest rating that I've gave the show. So I want you to like, comment, subscribe. I'm looking forward to seeing how they like wrap up finales and what the big deal is going to be for season 2. I don't really know what it's going to be. Obviously, at some point, Angela's going to find out about Ghost. That shall be interesting. But at the same time, it's still a good series. It's yet to hit me with a this is fucking epic sort of thing. Like it's weird. Like you get this sort of vibe that it is on like a big budget, but then at the same time, it's not. I don't know. I don't know, guys. But I'm going to get a 7 out of 10. Up next will be episode 5. Yeah, that shall be interesting too. I gotta go, player. It is episode 5 of season 1 of Par, and yeah, we're into the second half of this season. Are things going to pick up? Well, I think they did pick up certainly a wee bit in this episode, if I'm being honest. We kick off the episode with Angela. She's getting ready. She then like meets with Ghost back in Truth, and then she gets a wee lift home for Sean. But it really begs the question here: can Ghost trust Sean to such a degree where if he's sleeping around, but like it's the first time he slept around and cheated on his wife? I guess you could say, alright, that Tommy knows about when Tommy was talking to him about this, like back in episode 2, but yeah, it's not a good look here for Ghost. I feel like he could definitely do a better job of hiding his affair with Angela, is my personal opinion. But at the end of the day, if I was plotting Angela, I would probably not really remember. We then see his daughter singing, and yeah, the whole gimmick here is that she wants to get the play part at school. But that's what I didn't get about this. Is this really necessary? Do we need to see this? This is like the definition of filler. I understand we have to, bleach out this guy's family. We have to stretch it out. We have to have a little bit of a deep dive, so to speak, into Ghost's family. But I just don't really care for any of this. So it looks like Ghost and Angela are going to have a meet later on. But then have the FBI having a sit down. Frankie's basically berating everyone about the simple fact is that they've kind of all blew the mission and that they're all kind of to blame, whether it be Sax, Greg, JJ. JJ's the guy who plays in Mayans, or this guy. You've got Angela. Who's to blame? It is a bit of a blame game at this point. But then the agent spots Greg and Angela in a precarious position that he puts 2 and 2 together here, that looks like used to have been boning. Will he bring this suspicions to later? Hopefully, probably. We then get a meet between Tommy, Ghost, and Diaz. Diaz is like, right, if you guys just want to fucking accuse me of this, then come out and say it. So yeah, looks like they don't really trust Diaz here, and surely he must be like fearing for his life. I'm not really buying this. Like, if these guys are above him, surely he put like contingencies in place to make sure that like these guys couldn't kill him. But maybe they gave him his word. They gave him their word, and he thinks that's good enough. So fair enough. Sean wants to step up and kill Diaz, but Ghost shuts this down. And Tommy says, "Well, when are we ever going to let this guy hang, man? You need to get off his tits. He needs to get off your tits, damn it." But Ghost is like, "No, not yet. We need to keep him close." Angela then tries working with the NYPD. The full contact shows up and talks to Ghost, but is she just going to appear randomly every couple of fucking episodes or scenes or something, man? Not really too fussed on this character, if I'm being honest. But again, I guess we've got to have the nightclub side of things in full effect. That's what it does. Like, I mean, I know you could say it's just a nightclub, but to me, it actually does feel like Ballad of Gay Tony an awful lot. Which I'm not saying is a bad thing. I think the Ballad of Gay Tony was a very good game. Tommy then comes in, pays for the Jamaicans basically to order the hit on Ruiz, but we've seen someone watching, but it turns out the guy watching is the guy who was going to be doing the hit later on, so I don't know if he's going to like job Tommy out here, but then again, if the Jamaicans know that the hit is for reasons, then I don't really see what the problem is, to be honest. Maybe this was just a bit of foreshadowing for this guy because he'd be looking out later on, but yeah, so this hit is going to be put in motion. We then have the play where the kid is trying to sing. But you know what? The white kid sounded better than the black kid, and that may sound racist or whatever, but that is the fact. Tasha just can't fucking hold the L that her daughter's just not as good a singer as the other person. And the other mom was right. She's like, I don't want to get your kids' hopes up. and you know what? She shouldn't have got her fucking hopes up because she wasn't as good a singer as the other girl, which, you know, fair enough. We then see Ghost and Angela meeting in a restaurant and they talk about old times, and he's like how he saved every penny here to take her to this very restaurant when they were like younger. And no, it gets me, right? It seems like with these two, everything's just a nostalgia trip. Like, oh, I remember 18 years ago, which I think works, but at the end of the day, are these two going to get together and just call it a thing, or like, what's going on? It just feels like they're purposely dragging it out for the sake of, like, the big reveal, like when she finds out he's, like, the top man. It's like, oh, no, you broke my heart. You've broke my heart, Ghost. You've absolutely went and done it this time, big man. Tommy then says to Tasha that he thinks he's bringing about his new girlfriend over for dinner, so that's all set. There is Angela and Ghost get closer. They look at the wings on his back, and it's like, yeah, how great is that, man? So yeah, Nomar then gets pulled in for questioning. Angela confronts him, and she's like, you know what? I've got an idea in order to get you into Diaz's party. Then we go back to Ghost's house, where his daughter's crying because she didn't get the plot, and Ghost is like, you know what, Tasha, so what, she didn't get the part. The other kid must have been better, but she just comes across here as a spoiled, rich bitch. And you know what? My patience for Tasha is seriously wearing thin these days, and I just do not give a fuck about her, if I'm being honest, in the slightest. Then we get some scenes where Ghost is talking to Sean. He's like, you will get your time, but only when I decide you're ready, which I think is a fair enough point to make, being honest. Then we move on to the agents. They're trying to like crack down what they're going to do, but Medina is questioning Angela here, saying, are you fucking Greg? Obviously she's like, holy shit, how does he know about that? Then this old guy shows up at Truth. Cantos is trying to get a hold of Ghost, but then Tasha just blatantly removes. Oh, I get it, right? She wants Ghost to focus more on her, etc., etc. But I mean, he's a fucking important businessman. But again, see this need of him needing to be like available for every little issues down at this nightclub. I feel like it just feels a wee bit forced here. I'm not in the nightlife scene, but surely the top guy isn't fucking required. Tommy then arrives with his date. Ghost automatically from the get go here is very pissed because he knows she works at his place, and obviously that's not good because he doesn't want Tommy mixing business with pleasure, I guess you could say. But I guess you could also argue is like the fact she works at the club, she could reveal some secrets to his wife, so to speak. But then again, his wife goes to the club, so that argument is kind of out the window because I guess she could tell his wife there or whatever. But at the end of the day, what is Ghost's true like anger towards this decision for Tommy? I'm not too sure. But to be honest, they have a meal and Ghost is just very awkward. He's very pissed off. You clearly see he just wants to be in Angela's pants, which is fair enough. Then him and Tommy have an argument, they square up to each other, and then they leave. So, yeah, kind of funny. We then get Nomar meeting with Angela and Medina. Turns out they've got him a snake. Because guess what? That's exactly what Diaz likes. And if he can give Diaz the snake, he can probably get closer to his inner circle. So, yeah. But then Tommy's new girlfriend says the Tommy in the elevator about he's probably just raging because he's cheating on his wife, and then Tommy obviously raging at this fucking punches it because this is very idiotic for her though to actually like. But I understand she probably thinks she's closer to Tommy what he is, but Ghost is like the top man, right? Gossiping about who he's fucking behind his wife's back is not a good thing. to do. I mean, it's a fucking idiotic thing to do. So I can completely understand here why Tommy was completely and utterly pissed, to be honest. Greg then shows up at Angela's house. He leaves his key in, so it looks like that's not really going anywhere. After their wee talk, Tasha's then like trying to flirt with Sean, trying to get information out of him, but it's just no happening. Cantos then appears at Greg's place of work, and at this point, not Greg's place of work, Ghost's house, and Ghost ain't happy about the fact that he's turned up at his house, which I feel like is fair enough. Then we see some woman changing her shoes, and then this is when we get like the finale part of this episode. Nomar delivers the snake to Diaz, who's absolutely loving life. And you kind of get at this point, Ghost ain't happy because he finds out his daughter did get the part, but it's only because his wife went meddling with it. You know, playing the race card sort of thing. He wanted it the legit way, damn it. Tommy and then Tasha are like smoking weed in the car, fair enough. Then the stripper who we've seen with those shoes takes Diaz to the back room. This is the same woman that was from Miami. And I just knew at this point, right, well, I say it looking good for Diaz. But as this is going on, you've obviously got the Jamaicans that are arriving at the same time. But then as this is going on, you've got Ghost and Angela then making hot, sweet love, baby. In the in her room, in her hotel. No, it actually looks like a hotel room. But as that's going on, Diaz actually gets stabbed by the stripper. It looks like he's gonna die. He has like coughing up blood, and there's a lot of blood. But he might not die. I kind of get the feeling that he'll live, and then also that's going to create a bit of friction between his crew and Ghost and Tommy's crew and shit. So interesting. But Nomar's pretty stupid here. He should have seen this coming. And then we see both points of view from Ghost and Angela. Tommy phones Ghost to tell him about Diaz, and then Greg phones, I believe it was Greg, who phoned Angela to tell her about Diaz. So yeah, looking forward to episode 6. Obviously, going to be a big deal here about what's going to happen with Diaz. But again, I just feel like it's a good show. It's got my interest. I'm looking forward to how it goes on. I've seen people commenting saying it gets a lot better, but it just feels it feels like they're playing things very safe and like dragging things out, which I think's fine. Like, but I'll be interested to see where it is in like 2 or 3 seasons time if it's lived up to expectations. But you know what, it's good. It's got my interest. I'm watching episodes pretty regularly now, so yeah, looking forward to the next one. But until then, guys, I'm going to give this episode a 7 out of 10. I need to know who you with. Welcome back, guys, to Fog Entertainment. It's episode 6 of season 1 of Power, and this one is called Who You With. And things have definitely stepped up this episode as the big man, Kanan kicks off the episode. We're in prison. He's revealed that his court case could be getting thrown out and he could be getting released a lot sooner due to like a corrupt officer, essentially, which, you know, perfect timing. I'm glad that 50 Cent ain't getting wasted in prison for like 6 seasons. Spoiler alert, at least he's going to get out very soon. But I'm glad of this. This is definitely the correct decision. We then see Ghost and Tommy talking with one of the guys. To be honest, I've actually no idea what this guy's name is, but I'm well aware of who it is. It's one of like the leaders of like the crews that they sell and distribute drugs to. He plays a pretty big part in the next few episodes, so I should remember his name. But I feel like they've done a good job with Ruiz. But in terms of like this guy, I have no idea. I would be absolutely having a pure guess, man. Ghost and Tommy talk, and Tommy has to remind Ghost that it's his wife's birthday. And then he comes home and he's like, oh, I thought you forgot. He's like, nah. Tasha, I remember it's your birthday, man. Of course I didn't, man. He's too busy getting stuck in to Angela's knickers, man, to even know about this. We then see Nomar. He's getting wired up, which, of course, they're making loads of jokes about. It doesn't really look like at this point it's going to go all that good for him. He's like, I thought you were the snake, man. He's like, shut the fuck up, which I thought was funny. And at this point, Tommy and his new date are going forward. Then we see Sean. He visits his dad in jail. Kind of gives his dad the lowdown. His dad's like, here, trust me, boy. And I just cannot wait for when Kanan's out in the street. Really looking forward to it. Angela and Ghost go to a hotel room, but then she receives a devastating phone call
and she has to go. It turns out her dad's in a nursing home, and he's just fading. His dementia, or whatever, is kicking in. We see her here. She breaks down, he sees Ghost, and he's like, "Ghost, you're that criminal. You're that drug dealer. You're that thug. You bastard." And this is a joke as well at the same time because Tommy phones Ghost. He's like, "Right, we gotta go meet Ruiz," and Ghost just completely blows Tommy off here. He's like, "Nah, I want to sit with Angela," which I think Ghost's priorities need to be laid straight here. I mean, Tommy is going here into an essential death trap. If Ruiz's crew suspects him, which they kind of do, this is absolutely disastrous for him. Absolutely disastrous for him going in here. And Ghost is just willing to let him go in alone. Like, let's be real, like, Ruiz's crew could have absolutely killed Tommy. And I feel like not much gets done about how, like, little Ghost does, but how much Tommy does. I get it. He's trying to run a crew, he's trying to go legit. But what I would have liked this season is like a proper scene of Tommy confronting Ghost. I know you could say it's season one, maybe they want to save that for later down the line or something, but I feel like how Ghost has been treating this has been nothing short of a joke. So Tommy gets patted down, he goes into the apartment complex to where Ruiz is, and he pays him a wee visit. Has to give up all his guns and his knives. Meanwhile, while this is all going down, obviously Nomar is in the same building, or the same room of the flat, the apartment, whatever you want to call it. And he's wearing a wire, so they hear someone, but they obviously can't hear it quite who it is. Lamar then pulls up at the door where Ruiz and Tommy are talking, and he tells the guys guarding the door to go. I've got Ruiz's back, and then he puts the wire up to the door. They don't really hear all the conversation because it's muffled, but they obviously hear words like ghost, and it finally gets them getting that name, Ghost. But at this point, we have Tommy and Ruiz talking. Tommy's like, "You really think this was us?" And Ruiz is like, "Hell, I don't know." But they're kind of suspicious about who it could be. But once Ruiz says it was a woman, Tommy puts two and two together. Like, it was a woman that attacked their courier back at the end of episode one. So it must be the same woman. She goes by wearing these pink sneakers. Oh yeah. So you know what? This is a pretty good meet and a pretty good sit down between these two. So obviously peace has been made. It's went all right for Tommy. I guess it could have ended a lot worse. But what's Ghost doing? Ghost does not give a fuck about these guys, man. He really doesn't. And then we hear Medina. He's in the fan outside the building. He's like, "Fuck it, I want to look at Ghost if he's in the building," and he storms in. But at this point, Tommy and Ruiz make good. And as Tommy's leaving, it's quite interesting here because Medina comes up the elevator as soon as Tommy uses the stairs, and then like really suspiciously, he's like, I was looking for floor 15," and like, "No man, down one, bro," which I thought was quite a funny scene. Tommy then phones Ghost, and then Ghost like blanks him again. It's like, what in the fuck is going on here? We then see Ghost and Angela. They're having like a milkshake, and Tommy finally goes to where he's at because he finds this information out for Cantos. Obviously, it's like the first time Tommy and Angela have seen each other in like 18 years, but I thought this was actually quite a good scene. And he's like, "You know who'd like to hear all these stories that we're all telling each other here? Your wife, Ghost. Tasha." And it's like kind of like twisting the knife, then he leaves, and Angela and Ghost kind of share like a look at each other and they leave, and she's like, "What are we doing, Ghost?" And Ghost is like, "Yeah, but I love you, Angela." How's this relationship going to play out? I know it's obviously waiting on the big reveal for her finding out that he's Ghost, which I'm looking forward to. But it's going to be interesting to see if he completely cuts all ties with Tasha before she finds out. I think that is what's going to be um, completely interesting. We then get Ghost confronting Tommy, and I like this scene. We kind of see these two button heads, and then Ghost is like, "Well, you said that it couldn't have been. You said it had to be released, and now you think it's not released," which is a valid point. Everybody that seems they think it is, it turns out that it's not. But I guess you've got to trust your gut at some point or another. We then have Tasha's birthday party. Not an awful lot goes down here. Tasha spots the earrings that Tommy's girlfriend stole. She confronts her about it, and Tommy lies and says, "Yeah, I bought her them," which is a pretty extreme lie for Tommy to make. But see, to be honest, he's probably thinking, "Well, Ghost has fucking jobbed me out, so you know what? I'm going to actually back my girlfriend here," which I think is fair enough for Tommy they go down this route, if I'm being honest. Tasha then starts singing, but then Ghost receives a phone call for Angela, and he takes it, obviously pissing Tasha off as she was singing, which I think was wrong. We then see Cantos and Ghost, they meet with one of these like nightclub billionaire guys, man. Like, amount of money I've got, so look like they're going to open a chain here. Tommy then reveals to his girlfriend what he finally is. He says, I'm the biggest fucking drug dealer in NYC, which I thought was pretty funny. But again, can he really trust her? She could be a fucking. I'm not saying she is a fed, like, but she could have been. Absolutely could have been. Angela and Ghost then up in bed, and then we just end with like a montage of those two getting it on, get it on. Sean then buys Tasha like a necklace, which she's like, I can't take this. What would Ghost think? And then he's like, yeah, right. And I'm like, oh, Sean, don't let it slip that he's pumping somebody. God damn, do not let it slip. And then as the episode ends, we see Angela going through the tapes, of course, that the wire that Nomar was wearing played out, and she writes the name Ghost down. So at this point, the FBI have finally found out, like, could this guy be called Ghost? But obviously, they would think that Ghost would be Tommy. But obviously, they didn't see Tommy, so that's it. Makes it very, very intriguing, guys. But anyway, I want you to leave your thoughts down below. And until next time, that is it for this episode of Power. I'm going to get a 7. If I could give it a 7.5, I would. But the only way we do halves, guys, on this channel, if one of us gives an 8, one of us gives a 7. But guess what? I'm the only one reviewing this show. I feel like it is the best episode of the season so far. But we'll see who can surpass it. I'm not giving it an 8, but I'll give it a 7. But it's still the best episode. So anyway, guys, till next time, leave your thoughts down below, and peace. Loyalty, hustle, respect. Minus the last two, it is Par episode 7 of season 1. And we have got quite an interesting episode. We've got the penultimate episode of season 1. And we kick off the episode essentially with Tasha explaining to our stuck up mates that how her and Ghost met. Nothing really mental going on here. Just, oh, he had a gun in the glove compartment, then I put it in my handbag, but the officers didn't search me. And then after this, he bought me a diamond ring. Very good. And it's interesting to know that Tasha's only 30. And you're going to assume this happened like 10 years ago. So I'm going to assume Ghost must be like mid-30s. Or approaching 40 at this stage of the game. We then kick off with another montage with him and Angela. And I tell you what, like, these wee spicy scenes, like, I mean, they have to be. Obviously, like, some stuff they film, and obviously they don't do anything. That's most stuff. But I mean, this was like borderline. Like, here, these two must be getting it on. Like, you'd almost think that Angela and Ghost would be in a relationship in real life to like film this. But I kind of like that bit part. It is very, vulgar and straight to the point and all that good stuff, and you get to see a lot of diddies. So I'm not complaining too much, especially Big Angela, because she's a fucking broster. But I mean, I guess you could say maybe it's getting a bit repetitive, but who cares about this? Her sister, Paz, then confronts Angela, like, oh, what you doing? And she's like, oh, I've rekindled things with Ghost. And she's like, what? He's like, well, how about you bring him to dinner? So, how are we going to see that go down? Who knows? But then, we see Tommy, he goes meets with a bunch of Russians in this like sauna. And obviously a sauna is roasting, and Tommy's sitting in there with his leather jacket. I thought this was actually a really funny, sweet scene, because the sweat is absolutely dripping off him. And when I say dripping off him, I mean dripping off him. Tommy and Ghost don't really know who's the next guy to blame for all these attacks, so Tommy's like, we gotta do something. So Tommy goes to Diaz, and these two essentially come up to the conclusion that it has to be Rolla is the one that's wiped him out. What's this group called? The R2Ks? They've always had beef with my crew. So apparently Diaz has always had beef with them. Who really knows at this point? We do have Tasha and Sean getting a wee bit closer here. Who knows what this is going to do? We've got Nomar in the safe house. He's kind of doing his own thing. This episode, not an awful lot going down. He does mention the fact to Angela that those two crews were beefing, which kind of points the FBI and Angela to Rolla. We then have Tommy pulling up at some guy's house. His house is weird. Um, I didn't catch this guy's name. Splits, was it? Something like Splits. But this he plays Marlowe in The Wire. So I like the fact that this show has got like loads of actors and people that we know. I feel like that helps an awful lot. But essentially, in the conversation between Ruiz and Tommy, it's pretty much Rolla is going to get killed here. There is no two ways about it. And the FBI are also onto it. And when Tommy confronts Ghost about it, Ghost just doesn't seem that bothered. He's sitting there, he's got the gun. You think, does Ghost really have what it takes to pull? I'm not saying he doesn't have what it takes to pull the trigger, but is his head in the right place to actually do this? I wouldn't be too sure about it. He then phones Kenan, and it's like the first interaction we really see between these two, like phone call. Wise Kenan confirms that the woman in the pink shoes done it, and it had to be Rolla who ordered her to do it because he went down to Miami a few weeks ago, or was it a month ago, something like that. So this put the final nail in the coffin for Ghost. He's like, fuck it, it has to be that bastard. It has to be. We then see Paz and Angela, they're cooking, but then Ghost phones him, says that he's busy, he won't be able to attend the dinner. But he's having dinner with old rich guys instead, because of course, Truth's expansion, with these guys, I just did not care for this. This is where the episode, in my opinion, drastically like sucked. I would go as far as saying it sucked. You've got Tasha talking to two like older white women, and then you've got Ghost talking to these guys, and it's just like what? And then his wife's like, Ghost doesn't have to agree to anything, and it's like, Tasha, know your role and shut your mouth. Let your fucking husband take care of the business. And he kind of calls her out on it, which I enjoyed to a degree, but these scenes don't do it for me. I don't mind the nightclub business. I don't, but not these old bastards, man. This does nothing for me. It really, really doesn't. I do not like this whatsoever. Angela Nomar talking again, definitely pointing it towards Rolla, but obviously the FBI are yet to act on this, which will obviously be crucial. Tommy's freaking out. He doesn't think Ghost is going to do what has to be done, but then Ghost is. He takes the subway, he's walking through the snow, he goes into Rolla's house. Rolla opens the fridge, and the light of the fridge shines on Ghost, and Ghost's like, so we're going to get 10 inches tonight. And Rolla's like, is that so? He's like, I'd offer you a drink, but I know you'd say no. And then Rolla's like, so obviously you've still got your doubts, and Ghost's like, no. He's like, nah, come on, Ghost. If you didn't have your doubts, I wouldn't be sitting down having a drink with you. Which is absolutely on the money. Let's be real. Then Ghost is like kind of zoning it, man. He's like, oh, what's going on here? My name's Ghost, and I'm absolutely zoning it. And like he's just replaying the conversation over and over in his head. 10 inches. 10 inches tonight. It's like, is that what he thinks he's going to fucking deliver to Angela's front back door? Or something. He ends up killing Rolla. Then the FBI show up and they're kind of like, too late, Angela and all. The crew, Angela. What's Angela's Ned? It's not even Ned, I don't know. But then get like a bit of an end of montage. Ghost is like stripping down in this like warehouse, like storage lock. So obviously when he commits these crimes, he must store his clothes here or something. Which is quite interesting. Ghost then turns up at Tommy's door, says it's done, gives Tommy the gun. But as this is going on, Ghost is kind of skeptical about talking about this because Tommy's girlfriend's like sleeping over, and he's like, nah, she's sleeping. Turns out she's not sleeping. Will this be an absolute disaster for these guys? I would not be surprised. Then Ghost talks to Angela and says, I wanted you to be at that meeting with the nightclub people, the infestors, not my wife. Again, I'm intrigued to see how this is going to go down. How long are they going to drag out this Ghost and Angela relationship? I think I guess that she is going to figure out at the end of season 2. I've no idea how it's going to go down, but you cannot drag it out any longer, in my opinion. And then we see Kanan sitting down in prison. I like the fact that we ended the episode with this big bastard. And it turns out he is the one who's actually been calling all the shots, and he is the guy with the pink shoes. Damn it. Well, say he's the guy with the pink shoes. He's the one ordering the girl with the pink shoes to do all this stuff. So, fuck. What's this going to spell for Tommy? What's this going to spell for Ghost? Kanan making these moves. He's getting out soon. He's got his son in the play. God damn. It was an intriguing end to the episode. I'm going to give it a. I'm going to give it a 7. Could have been an 8. But I feel like the whole old guys and Ghost talking really took away for the episode for me. So anyway, guys, I'm going to get an 8 out of 10. Up next, season finale. Looking forward to it. But until then, peace. It is season finale time with Par Season 1, and we're looking at the episode Best Laid Plans, damn it. And I'm looking forward to it. I'm really looking forward to discussing this, guys, giving my thoughts, because I think it's absolutely the best episode of the series so far. And we're going to kick off with this show, damn it. We kick off with Ghost. He's going on a run. He's running. He's got his headphones on. Looks pretty cold in New York this morning. And we're seeing a montage of him shooting Rolla. We're then seeing Tommy in bed, pounding away. As the FBI are trying to figure out here, you've got Angela, of course. They're trying to what are we going to do? Is Nomar going to give us enough information? Who is Ghost? All this talk is going down in this episode. Tommy finds out here though that his girlfriend did see Ghost last night, and he's like, "Why didn't you say so?" Imagine she said something and Ghost was there. That would just have been so awkward. And then as Angela is trying to ring Ghost, they're talking. Red Shoes walks past Ghost as his driver pulls up, and it's like, damn. She was about to kill him, but then Sean saved Ghost's life. So yeah, I'm interested to see this dynamic. Really looking forward to it. We then cut to Ghost's and Tasha's children's play, their daughter. It's an alright play. It kind of reminded me of a scene in The Sopranos where they would focus heavily on shit like this. After it, one of the teachers comes up and thanks Tasha for her donation, which is obviously proof to Ghost that here, our daughter didn't earn it because she's a good singer. It's because you fucking paid them off. This sets Ghost off in a wee tyrant, and obviously he just wants to be with Angela now. It's like, if you want a job out Angela, or no job out your wife Tasha, then go ahead and. Well, I mean, I'd get stuck into Angela too, son. So, yeah. But then see Tasha talking to her mum. She's like, he's cheating on me. Obviously, we had it start of this season here. Yeah, Ghost isn't like every other two-bit gangster, man. He wouldn't do that. He wouldn't do that to Tasha. And then she's like, this money is unfiltered. You gotta do something else. We do see later on in the episode that, I mean, basically all that Tasha does in the rest of this episode it is move some of Ghost's money into an account of her own, which is smart, because at the end of the day, her doing that, since his money, a lot of it's, like, dodgy, if they do split up, will he even know about it? That's the smart thing, I guess, but yeah, I'm going to assume that's going to lead to that at some point. We then see Nomar essentially has like a final scene with Ruiz's daughter here, the kiss. Oh my gosh, it's nonsense. Tommy and Ghost then end up getting kidnapped by the cartel. Lobos, he threatens them. And then he lets them go, only if they double their stuff. Tommy agrees to it, but Ghost is like a bit reluctant, and then he's finally agreed to it. It's like, hold on here, Ghost. The cartel are literally on the verge of fucking killing you, big man, and he's still wanting to play like hard to get with him. It's like, Jesus Christ, man. Just accept where you are and know about it, big man. That's what you have to do. I don't know, this cartel guy just seems very weird. He definitely comes across as gay. He definitely, like, his mannerisms, or is he just flamboyant, guys? What's it going to be? What do you guys think? We then see Tommy and Ghost discussing shit as it's went down. Tommy then visits Ruiz. Looks like everything's going to be good. Tommy, of course, they come to the terms of well, sure, we'll do guns with you, Ruiz. We'll get you guns, and that gets Ruiz on board. Nomar is then worried. He phones Angela. She lies to him, says, here, no, it's all right. The FBI definitely aren't pulling this case, and we're going to get you a protective witness, which he buys. So, yeah, this is essentially here not good for Nomar. We see more scenes between Tommy and Ghost discussing what needs to be done, damn it. And then we cut to Kanan talking to his dad, and his dad's like, hey, Kanan, man, or Sean, when I get out, I know you're pally with your uncle Ghost, but you're with me now, man. Kanan looks like he's getting out, and spoiler alert, guys, he gets out very soon, in about 10 minutes time. Baby, he is getting out. But yeah, Greg and the big man. Greg and the big man. Greg and the big man. Greg and Angela, yeah, they're both not really happy about the fact that what's her name? I can't remember her name. Head FBI, like Frankie, is like pulling this case, even though like she could give them more time. The decision's not really coming for her, but you understand what I'm coming from there. Tommy and Tasha then smoke a joint, and he gets her the earrings that essentially that his girlfriend stole from her, which just makes it more obvious in my opinion. And he's like, you should do it now, if I just treat you, Tasha. And then they're smoking weed here like they're fucking 15, thinking they're tough, man. What's this about, man? I wasn't a fan of this scene, to be honest. But in the final, like, third of the episode is when things really heats up in a Nancy way as well. Noir is texting Maurice's daughter, and she's like, oh, can you send me something to remember you by? And then Noir foolishly, sends a picture of his dick out, and it's him, and with a picture of his face. Ruiz is in like, oh, you need to get off your phone, sweetie, and do your homework. He then looks at it, finds a picture of a dick, and then we see a text to Noir saying, here, can you meet me at the park? I want to see you one last time. And of course Noir foolishly agrees to this. Of course he does. Stupid. Also, it looks like Ghost and Angela are going to head down to Miami for the whole club thing. Like, it's going to be their wee retreat. They're going to go down there a couple of times a week. What happened to shagging in New York, damn it? Is that illegal? Can we not shag in New York anymore? Ruiz then phones Tommy. He's like, Tommy, I've got one more job for you to do, and if you do this, we're fucking golden, man. We are golden. He's like, one of my soldiers. He's fucking my little girl. So I want you to kill him. Tommy agrees to it. Ghost and Tasha share like one goodbye here. You can clearly see that their relationship is pretty much, I'd almost say it's unmendable at this point, to be honest. And then we get the scene where Noir is waiting at the park for Ruiz's daughter, but of course we see Tommy in the distance stalking him. Noir thinks, fuck, she's not coming. He thinks he's getting chased, so he decides to phone Angela and say that he's going to his aunt's house in Queens. Tommy here is wearing like a hat that like covers his ears. He looks like a proper badass. I'm going to stick him on the thumbnail because he just does. Like, there's no two ways about it. He looks like a badass. And then we get this like really tense scene where Tommy is chasing Ruiz through like the subway tunnel. There is a scene though where like Ruiz obviously uses, not Ruiz, Tommy's chasing Noir through the subway tunnels, and they obviously have to like scan to like get through the tunnel, through the payments bit. And then like someone opens the emergency exit, and obviously it's just for Tommy to get through. But to me, that seems a bit forced. I understand, like, there's no other really way through, but why would some woman just open the emergency exit, which automatically is going to sound the alarm? Anyway, that aside, he chases him on the subway train, and Nomar's freaking out. Angela ain't picking up because she is currently getting boned by the big man. She is getting boned by Ghost, who then has to go and attend the opening of his another night at his club. Of course, big day, man. We're gonna open one in Miami, probably, baby. Got a problem with that, man? You got a problem with that, homie? Lamar finally makes it to his aunt's house in Queens, and Tommy follows him. And he's like, "Hey!" Lamar turns around. He's like, "Who do you like to fuck little girls?" It's like, holy shit, that literally came out of nowhere. Tommy then like stabs him quite a good few times here. And as that's happening, we cut back to Ghost's nightclub where he confronts Tommy's girlfriend. She's like, "Oh, I've got you, Ghost." Like, basically kind of like a wee bit of a threat to him. But you need to stay away, sort of thing. And he says that to her. And then out of nowhere, the one with the pink shoes whips out her gun and tries to shoot Ghost, but he tries to pull Tommy's girlfriend, like say something, and she ends up taking the bullet, and everyone's running out, panicking. Ghost tries to chase her. But as this is going on, the police, we've got Angela and Greg showing up to the house in Queens. Tommy manages to escape at the back as Ruiz, Nomar's dying. Nomar did utter the words ghost, though, to Tommy. He's like, how the fuck do you know that? And then, like, Tommy manages to escape. It's like, this is really good, because we got to see, like, Tommy in action. You know what? He's a proper fucking badass. He stabs this guy. And, like, he did it with so much, like, charisma as well. I was like, hey, how you like to fuck little girls? And then he jumps over the fence and he hid. Proper Metal Gear Solid stealth here. Ghost is freaking out, trying to figure out like where the fuck this woman's went. He can't find her. He then goes outside. Bam, nowhere to be seen. And as all this is going down, if this isn't enough, Kanan gets picked up by Sean outside the prison. So Kanan is officially out of jail. Nomar is dead. Tommy's escaped. Ghost is then confronted by the two FBI agents he paid off a while ago, and they're like, "Yeah, Ghost, we're gonna have to close this place for at least down for a month. Murder's bad, homie." And that was it. That's how we end it. So you know what? Really looking forward to season 2. Ghost, obviously, things aren't looking good for him. Tommy's just killed Nomar, so him and Ruiz are going to be tight. Kanan's out of jail is probably the thing I'm looking forward to most. And also the fact Tommy's girlfriend's been shot, so what's his reaction going to be? All in all, guys, a very good season finale. Really saved by the final third. I feel like the first half wasn't really that all up to scratch, but the final third really picked up. And, you know, a lot of action, so I'm going to give it an 8 out of 10. That is best laid plans. And until next time, peace.
That is it for the season 1 retrospective of Par, the TV show. Origins are in the corner. Looking forward to it, guys. But leave your thoughts down below. Till next time, peace.
We're back, guys, to Fog Entertainment. It's time for a season 2 of Par retrospective, where we've combined all of our season 2 content and fired it into one video, so you don't have to go searching in the playlists and across the depths of YouTube. So strap in, strap back, reel it in. It's time to rock and roll. And yes, we do sound like Walter Flynn on this channel. Killed off far too soon, in my opinion, in Par Book 4 Force. But regardless, let's go for episode 1 right through to 10.
It's a brand new season of Par, guys, here on Fog Entertainment, and we are kicking it off, literally, where we left off. And that's exactly what I like about it. This episode is also called Consequences. And yeah, practically where last season ended is where this season starts. So we have Tommy still wearing his attire that he killed Nomar in, and he heads to Angela's house, and he thinks he's going to kill Angela here. Turns out she's no in bed, though. She's actually getting slabbered at by Frankie, who's like, "Angela, you've just blown a massive move in your career." We see Ghost, he's been interrogated by the police, like, "Why were you chasing this woman even though she was in immediate danger?" And he's like, "I don't know, that's what I did, big man." Ghost is in more hot trouble when Tommy discovers him and Angela were set to go to Miami. They were going to flee. Said on the name tag, James St. Patrick. Holy moly, things were about to turn south here. Tommy thinks he's been betrayed. He thinks, holy shit, Angela is a cop and that Ghost was going to sell me out. We then cut to Conan. He gets ringed. Well, his son, Sean, gets rung by Tasha saying about the attack on Ghost, and Conan thinks, oh shit, what the hell's going on here, brother? Testify, I expected this bitch to be dead. But she's no dead. Tasha and Ghost then talk, and Tasha's kind of, I don't really like the fact that Tasha's like trying to make all these moves for Ghost, and then she's like, there's one thing I do want from you, Ghost. Stop seeing Angela. And then Ghost is like, oh, for fuck's sake. Also, the other like side mission in this episode was the old rich guy that owns all the nightclubs basically has now bought the street. Well, not bought the street, like, but he's bought the company that Ghost, that Truth is on. So yeah, he's hoovered that off Ghost. Ghost is not happy about it now. So it looks like Ghost has like pretty much no option at this point to sell his nightclub. Give this guy a partnership. Get in bed with the devil. I'm just not a fan of this. There's like a million other things going on here. Ghost is trying to get a hold of Tommy. He's going around the streets. He's trying to get all the distributors locked down because obviously he's now trying to push double the product at this point. We then have like a meeting with the FBI. Frankie is getting moved. I can't remember if she's getting moved to like Ohio or something. And then we get the new guy who's been brought in from California. But of course for him, he gets shafted because that is where Lobos managed to escape their grasp in that task force. Sean and Kenan show up. This like garage. It turns out this is like a contact of a pink shoes lady. And Kenan obviously wanting to put everything to sleep here. It isn't exactly happening because he wants to find out where she is. Obviously, I feel like at this point he wants to make sure this secret never gets out that he's moving against Ghost, which is fair enough. I know what I found was funny when Tasha told Ghost to stop seeing Angela. The next scene is a sex scene between Ghost and Angela. Oh, that dirty dog. We also see Tommy break into this like house. He's trying to get like money together. Then he gets hit in the back of the head with a baseball. But we later figure out that we'll find out this is his mum. His mum is rung by Ghost in order to like find out, because obviously Ghost trying to find out where Tommy is. And it turns out his mum was actually lying for Tommy. His mom. We're introduced to Tommy's mom. And yeah, I have a bit of a runny nose, so if it sounds like I'm snorting cocaine, I certainly not. But Tommy and his ma absolutely were. It's literally their sole existence this episode for a large part of it. I don't know, it just seems like, obviously I know, I'm not saying, people who do cocaine, it's not limited to people who are like, young, but to me it was a bit weird seeing this like fucking 65-year-old woman snorting gear, baby. But anyway, moving on, I guess. We see Kenan. He then meets with this other crew. They were a bit hostile at first, but once the leader came out, it's everything. And then this guy reveals to him, he's like, yeah, you were good. You did good for me inside. You kept me alive. So if you want to go to war, my crew and me have got your back. We're soldiers for you. So yeah, Kenan quickly making moves as he's out of jail. Ghost meets with Ruiz, trying to get him on board. Ruiz is kind of on board. Ghost is kind of a bit reluctant though about the whole guns thing. They have the wake for Nomar, which Angela visits. And I think it was pretty evident here that she's going to try and use Ruiz's daughter, which is quite some shady shit from Angela, if we're being honest about it. It really is. I don't see how this is going to really hold up, if I'm being honest, but Ghost's world seems like it's coming crashing down at the minute, man. Things aren't looking good for him. Greg then confronts Angela. Greg says he's not allowed to speak to her about the case, so obviously she is freaking out here. We've got Tasha and Ghost in bed. Ghost's like, you know what, actually, maybe I should pay Tommy's mum a visit. And Tasha's like, I back that decision. Normally she welcomes my visits. Not today, though, you little bastard. And then we got a good scene, right? This was a very, very good scene. With Tommy confronting Ghost, he's like, it all makes sense. You and your little fucking hot piece are going to sell me out. You're going to live happily ever after in Miami as I take all the years and shaft it. But obviously, like, rather quickly, Tommy realizes that Ghost doesn't actually know anything about this. And then he reveals that Holly was shot, which obviously Tommy does not take too well to this. Tommy then gets his coat and he heads for the hospital where he discovers Tommy discovers Holly, damn it. It's looking good. Tommy's back, but yeah, I can see Tommy not doing too well with this. Ghost then takes his gun. He goes to meet with Angela, and I'm sitting here thinking at this point, damn, how is this going to play out? Or what is actually going to happen here? Is Ghost going to like just walk in and absolutely drop Angela? I like the way season 2's begun. We've got 50 Cent out in the street. I'm looking forward to seeing 50 Cent in action, actually, like on the street, laying the smack down to all these people. I'm very intrigued to see how that's going to actually play out. So yeah, we have that. But Ghost goes in. He's like, "So, honey, how was work?" And that is how we end episode 1 of season 2 of Power. I like the fact that it was like seamlessly just followed season 1. I don't mind like a 2-week time skip or something for like the events of the previous season, but see when you do like 9 years like fucking Walking Dead does, man, 9 years, it is a wee bit shite, and there's nothing anybody can tell me to suggest otherwise, guys. But for this episode of Power, I'm going to give this episode of Power a 7 out of 10. I'm interested to see how this show is going to go. Is Angela... I personally would have went down the route of Angela found out about Ghost first rather than Ghost finding out about Angela, but here, I'm not the writer of the show, so I'm interested to see how this is going to go down, guys. But anyway, leave your thoughts down below. I'm going to give it a 7 out of 10, and until episode 2, that is consequences, big man. Fog Entertainment back again with another Power review, and we are looking at, damn it, episode 2 of season 2, and this one is called No Friends on the Street. And we kick off the episode, we're seeing the double and blow. We are seeing the effects it's having. We got a wee montage, we've got Ruiz getting delivered his shipment up. I like the start. We then see Angela and Ghost in bed. She's decided she's going for a run.
He's like, so what are you doing with work, man? And she's like, I gotta keep tight. I gotta keep this tight for you, homie. So yeah, Angela's trying to keep her body tight. Oh, hell yeah. She then meets with Greg, but Ghost is seeing this from afar, and obviously he's not too impressed, which you can understand, but this is nothing between these two. Obviously, she's kind of just trying to find out information. Also, this episode, Ghost becomes the old white rich guy's bitch, which I wasn't exactly a fan of. Looks like he's going to have to actually go down to Miami for real. We then see Tommy and Ghost heading towards the hospital, to which they're talking about all these contacts. They're basically just giving each other like a quick wee recap and going over what the hell's going on. Recently, well, Ghost is still kind of suspicious of Ruiz's involvement. We then see Pac. She confronts Angela. Angela's like, but I love him, Pax. I love Ghost. Ghost and Tommy then have like another final confrontation in the hospital before like they go see Holly. He tells Tommy about the fact that Holly addressed him as Ghost, and that I thought you were better than that. You know me 25 fucking years, and here you are dishing out my code name to this bitch. To which then Holly receives the flowers for Tommy. But obviously there is a bit of beef here. There definitely is a bit of beef between Tommy and Ghost, which is interesting. We then see like a task force update, and I've got to be honest, see the fact that Angela is no longer on the task force, it kind of just doesn't, it's kind of lost, not all its importance, but you've lost Angela and Frankie, who are two pretty big deals, if we're being honest, like two pretty big deals. We then see Angela meets up with Nomar's daughter, not Nomar's daughter, Ruiz's daughter, who of course was Nomar's lover, even though he was banging a 14-year-old. Fucking weird, man. Not weird, nonsense. He deserves the death penalty sort of thing. So yeah, this goes down. She says, I know you won't give up your dad, but could you identify the killer? And then she shows him like the picture of the sketch that Nomar did. Obviously, it is attempted to be a sketch of Tommy, so that's going to be interesting. Tommy and Holly have like a heart to heart here, but the fact that here you used the name Ghost, you're not allowed to use the name Ghost. I do genuinely feel though it feels a bit forced that like Tommy is so willing to like stick with Holly. I'm not saying like love is love and whatever, like he loves her, like, but at the end of the day, it seems like she's compromising an awful lot, which is mental. We then get the big man. We get Tommy going to the guy. I can't even remember his name, but the guy that plays Marlowe in The Wire. They go to him. We sit down with him. Ghost then comes home. Sean then appears, and then who appears from behind him? It's Kanan. So yeah, that's a good wee scene. We see Ghost reuniting with Kanan. It's like, damn man, the time did you good and all this shit. He's like, I can't believe you're out. He then says to Tasha, Kanan's like, you've aged. And then obviously like she kind of took that bad. I think he was more, I haven't seen a woman in 10 years, man. In 10 years, homie. But what I will say immediately here is, Kanan is a big boy, man. 50 Cent, Curtis Jackson, whatever you want to call him. He's quite tall. He's quite intimidating. This has definitely been my favourite thing about season 2. The fact this guy is out and about. He's out on the streets. Looking forward to this. Then Tommy walks in. He's like, I heard the fucking news, man. The hug. Kanan asks how his business. You can clearly see that Ghost doesn't really want Kanan involved in business straight away. Well, at least that's the lie that he feeds to Tommy. But it's intriguing. Obviously, you've got Kanan who's trying to wipe these two out, but at the same time, well, he's trying to wipe out Ghost, but he knows in order to wipe out Ghost, you're going to have to take Tommy along with it at the same time. But like, we can't pretend Ghost is an innocent party here, because he's clearly trying to put some distance between himself and Kanan. So it's interesting to go. Then Kanan confronts the mechanic. He hasn't found out where the woman with the pink shoes from Miami is, so he just decides to drop him. Tommy then goes to the Russian contact, but he's like, no, I need to protect my family, man. I cannot do this with you. Holly then goes through her phone, finds all the messages that Tommy left her, obviously, thinking that she was still like alive last episode. Now she's like freaking out, like, oh god, that's not good. Tommy and Ghost get wind that the mechanic guy is dead, and they think that Miami must have did it, damn it. Tasha then visits Holly in order to like pull her close, but obviously Holly sees right through this. I think it's a decent sort of like power struggle that's going on here, but you know, nothing insane at the same time.
And then Sean kind of confronts Tasha, but then she kind of like blows him off, like, oh, me and Ghost are good now, Sean. Anything we had was a job, but they didn't do anything. That's the funny thing about it. And also, it's just more the fact that she's like, I me and Ghost are good now, and they're just not. Kantos returns. Seems like we haven't seen this guy in ages. And turns out he is actually the new boss of Ghost. Like, how weird is that? He's like he's the real like supervisor of truth, and he's been placed there by the big rich white man. So yeah, that's an interesting dynamic. The FBI then lock up one of the members, who I believe is cousin to the third in command of Ghost and Tommy. I have no idea what the guy's name is. I'm sorry, guys. I probably should know by this stage, but they haven't really did a really good fucking job of pointing it out. They try and like threaten him, try and get him to give people up. They ask him who's Ghost. White man. He's like, man, that sounds like a childhood story, you know, along those lines, which I thought was pretty funny. Tommy then visits Ruiz. Everything's good here, but then Tommy's telling Ruiz to get good with the BSKs. Which Ruiz is like pretty much not going to. And then he's like, oh, but man, you said that made us blood, homie. Angela then confronts Greg. Greg finds out the fact that she's trying to use Ruiz's daughter, and he's like, that's not very fucking pretty illegal, and it would get her sacked. She then logs into his laptop, obviously knowing that Tommy came up earlier as one of the potential sketches, and then she knows if she hears the voice, it'll be Tommy. And she does hear the voice when she manages to get into Greg's files on the computer and figures out that it is Tommy. So this is quite groundbreaking, to be honest, in the slightest, man. Ghost then breaks into Angela's. Well, I say breaks in. He has a key. He goes through our files, finds out there's nothing really incriminating him or Tommy. It's more about Nomar. They have dinner. Blah blah blah. Ghost and Tommy then talk about it. We've got the whole party for Kanan going on. The cousin of the third in command, he meets with his cousin, like, you crazy, man? He's like, you gotta lay low, get out from your crew, the heat is about to be unbearable. Then we get a funny scene where Kanan's getting sucked off, and then like Sean walks in, and he's like, hey Sean, you want a bit of this? After he finishes off in her mouth, so to speak, and then it's like, what the fuck, man? A 2-for-1 deal going on here. This is a wee bit weird, damn it. Then we get like an ending montage. We get Ghost banging Tasha. We have Holly and Tommy. One man, Tommy basically confirming that he's like, I'm going to stick with you. Oh, damn it. And one of the conditions with Ghost being able to reopen Truth is that if he gets it above 20% profit, he's ordered to buy it back. But then that's the whole reason Cantos been put in, so he cannot buy it back. Ghost, though, he heads off for Miami. And who's on the plane with him? It is none other than Angela. But the real reason he's going to Miami is to kill the girl. And this is Cali Ocho Market 1191 SW8 Street, damn it. But anyway, guys, that is it for this episode of Power. It was alright. It was just one of those episodes of a season that is pretty much filler. Nothing really happened. The best thing about it was that Karen got out, but I would probably go as far as saying it was one of the weakest episodes of the season, or the series, sorry. So I'm going to give it a 5 out of 10, guys. But until next time, leave your thoughts down below, and peace. Well, back, guys, to Fog Entertainment. We're looking at Par, episode 3 of season 2, and we've got this one like we're any other couple is the name of this episode. And what I liked about this, half of it's in New York, half of it's in Miami, but we kind of guessed that after the way last episode ended. We see Tasha wake her up, but Ghost ain't there, obviously. He's in Miami, damn it. Then their son jumps in the bed. I can't remember what it is. Tanique? Is it Tanique? It's something like that. But for Tasha this episode, she basically just figures that she doesn't have Sean wrapped around her finger like she thought, and her friend, more or less, is attempting to do that. Sean, I feel like he's going to get put in a crossroads sooner or later, and they've kind of been planting the seed for that since day one. But what was my favourite part of this episode? It was definitely Kanan and Tommy teaming up together. We see them going to the laundromat, where it's revealed to them that a few of the guys are pulling out and that there's a lot of hate around them, which obviously pisses off Tommy. Kanan's just getting used to things. It was just, you know what, CC and 50 Cent actually like a predominant role this season. It's really good, and I feel like they did a really good job. The fact that in season 1 he was locked up and then he got out. I'm really enjoying this whole dynamic this episode. Of course, Ghost is in Miami on a whole secret mission. He spots
pink sneakers in the distance when he's taking a picture of Angela. So yeah, he knows where she is. She's at her grandfather's shop here in Miami. But by the sounds of it, it sounds like she's going to be leaving at this point. Angela keeps getting a few phone calls for Greg Knox. She manages to get through to him. And he basically reveals to her here that Tommy has to be the one because they've managed to find a few pictures with his car in the vicinity when he met with Ruiz, damn it, and all the other like crimes that they've been looking into. So at this point, Tommy looks absolutely done and dusted, and I thought, I wonder how long they're actually going to drag this out to where Tommy is jobbed out by Ghost, or there's that dynamic or element of where Ghost has to pick between Angela and Tommy, and it looks like this episode is it. Ghost, though, of course, his other side mission here in Miami is to go to one of the clubs. He tries to get Stern's deal through, but it's no happening, and when Angela reads through the small print, yeah, it's blatantly obvious why this ain't happening. It's just no one would ever agree to these terms, but Angela, in her own right, manages to convince Ghost to like go through it, and Ghost actually manages to get this guy to go through it, even though they talked about it like 15 minutes prior in the episode ago. The scene where he agrees to it, where no one on God's green earth would agree to this, but here he is agreeing to it. So yeah, this Miami club boss doesn't really seem all that bright. Angela then talks to one of the higher ups in Miami in the FBI. See if you can get a potential switch down here, because that's where she wants to live, damn it. That's where we want to live. And that's exactly what's going on. Kanan then makes a phone call, and he sends a guy down to Miami to take care of the pink sneakers bitch. Because, of course, that's always the problem with him. The fact he teamed up with her to take out Ghost and Tommy, she could always just rat him out at any point. So things aren't looking particularly good. Ghost then heads into the shop, but turns out she's no there. It's her grandfather, and he plays it really cool and manages to get out without really arousing any suspicion. And we then cut to Tommy and Kenan. They confront Cue Ball, Quickers, whatever he's called, this guy. And this is a funny scene. They're basically trying to get this guy on board. He's like, no, I'm not getting on board. I'm taking the Russians' product. It's cheaper, and I can move it my own way, all this stuff. And he's like burying Kenan. And then, like, Tommy is, like, set on leaving. And then Kenan's like, know why your name's Q-Ball? It's because your mother was sucking nigga's dick for 25 cents. And he's like, what the fuck? And he just shoots him. I was like, holy fuck, 50 cent, man. Laying the smack down here. And this is what we've needed in this show. Because, see, Ghost, he's very hesitant to pull the trigger. And, like, in season 1, it was like, all club business prioritised over any business. Kenan here literally just drops this guy, and it was brilliant. And Tommy goes along with it. They leave no witnesses. So they kill the main guy and the two other, like, tenants, I guess you could say. But obviously, this is essentially Roller's crew completely and utterly wiped out here. But this is sadly the last point we actually see Tommy and Kenan in this episode. But not the last time Tommy gets mentioned, because Angela, obviously trying to get Ghost here to testify against Tommy. She first like confronts him about think Tommy's doing anything illegal, and it's at this point like Angela's shown her full hand here. She's like revealed that they think the one behind all this like drug activity, the guy with the nickname Ghost, is Tommy, and Ghost is like, no, it's not really, and he's like, oh, but this will stay between me and you. Like obviously he's a bit fuming, but I kind of expect him to kill Angela or something, or completely part ways. But I don't know. Obviously, he's got a bigger play in hand here. I don't know what he's going to do at the end of the day. But I guess if he kills Angela, then like a year's time, the rest of the FBI figure out that Ghost is in fact Ghost. Then the murder looks like it could be him, because I mean people will find out that he was with Angela. So yeah, but I think it was a bit weird how Ghost literally just like kind of blew this off. It's just like another it's just another day, sure, Angela. It's like he heard it all before. It's like, hold on here, Angela, the so-called love of your life, just admit it to literally being on the verge of arresting Tommy and wanting you to testify. I feel like other shows would have did this more justice, but maybe his love for Angela completely trumps his friendship with Tommy, or maybe both of them are getting twisted here, who knows. But He goes into this restaurant with Angela, and then Pink Sneakers walks in. She looks in the mirror and sees Ghost. Ghost says he has to go to the toilet. He chases after Pink Sneakers, but then the contact, the guy that's leading like one of Kenan's sub crews, is obviously in Miami. He catches up to her before Ghost can, and he stabs her like 3 times. And then as Ghost gets to her, he catches him running away, and he's like, "Who ordered it? Was it Rollo? Was Rollo the one that ordered the hit?" And then she's like, "You dumb motherfucker." Obviously saving Kenan's bread here, man, because if she said no, it was Kenan, that would have been Kenan absolutely destroyed. But obviously, right, that reveal that Kenan is like plotting against Ghost and Tommy, I'm not expecting that to come out in episode 3 of season 2. Hell, he literally just got out of jail like 2 episodes ago, so I feel like that's going to be dragged out. Hell, maybe that'll never be found out, because I mean there is 6 seasons of this, and then a few like power books after it, so I'm intrigued to see how this is all going to go down. And then the episode ends, guys, with Angela and Ghost touching back down in New York. And you can clearly see here that Ghost has obviously lost a bit of trust in her. You can see this is evident, but I think he's still in love with Angela, damn it. But anyway, guys, this is probably one of the better episodes of the show. I like the stuff in my... it was a big reveal, and I like the Ken and Tommy stuff. If I could give it a 7.5, I would, but we don't do that unless one of us gives it an 8 and one of us gives it a 7, and sadly, I'm the only one reviewing this, so it's a 7 out of 10, guys. Until next time, peace. You're the only one I can trust, homie. Welcome back, guys, to another episode of Party. Even though it's actually titled "You're the Only Person I Can Trust," not you're the only one that I trust. But we do kick off with Kanan giving it to his wife, or the mother of his child. I mean, I'm going to assume that they were married or some form or the other, but it's quite a funny scene. Kenan's getting some action, man. As Sean is sitting down stairs, and then it was kind of just a funny scene, and like they kind of just play it off, but you know, I enjoyed it for what it was. But then cut the Ghost. He's lying in bed. Tasha's like telling him what's happening in the day. His son's got a history project in school. Ghost, his head's spinning though. He doesn't really give a damn about what's going on here. And throughout this episode, the case against Tommy is building, and you wonder what is the breaking point truly going to be here? Like, what is going to happen? I feel like Angela's going to die before Tommy gets like arrested or whatever. I don't feel like Tommy's even going to get arrested. I feel like that Tommy will not even find out there was a case against him. But then again, I guess if Angela dies, then that makes him look more suspicious. I'm intrigued to see how this is all going to work out, guys. We cut to Tasha speaking to Sean. You kind of get the feeling here that they're kind of done, but Sean's like, "Oh no, but I've got feelings for you, Tasha. Come on, baby. You want to ride on the Tasha bus, boy?" Which is kind of funny. But we then cut to Tommy and Holly, and when boy meets girl, damn it. And these two, she's not very happy, right, that he is like just keeping her locked up. So he gets her a puppy this episode, and we do see Julio, whatever you want to pronounce his name. He came over, and she's like, "No, it's all right. You can come in. We'll have a wee talk. I'll get you a drink." Which obviously Tommy's not very happy about. We'll get to like the payoff of that scene a wee bit later on. But this was filler. All this stuff, wasn't it? It's weird. Like, I know like they're trying to play, oh, Tommy has this fetish for redheads, right? But at the end of the day, man, I just just scenes that aren't really interesting me in the slightest. But with Tommy, all his cars getting placed at a lot of crime scenes that they're investigating here. Ghost actually steals a bit of money from the drug operation ring. We see Ghost's meeting with Kanan and Tommy, but Ghost is still suspicious of Kanan. And I was wondering, like, why is Ghost so suspicious of Kanan? Is it because he just, like, Kanan's been away for 10 years and he just wants him and Tommy? But it revealed in this episode, I thought it was a very good reveal, because I thought maybe Kanan just wanted it all for himself, and that's why he wanted to wipe out Ghost and Tommy. But it turns out, big reveal later on in the episode, that Tasha and Ghost lock Kanan up, and that makes a lot more sense rather than like making Kanan just come across as like, you know, like a backstabber. So I'm a fan of this. Tasha then phones up the hotel in Miami, and they're like, "Oh,
Did you enjoy your foot rub? And then obviously because of that, she's found out that Ghost took Angela. Damn it! We see a scene where Tommy and Kanan are sitting down with Kanan's crew, and one of the guys is making fun of Tommy. Like next, he's gonna be eating chicken and eating watermelon. Cluck cluck cluck. Obviously, trying to make fun of the fact that he's a white man pretending to be a black man, sort of deal, which I thought was kind of funny. But you can clearly see Kanan was looking at this guy like, I'm going to drop you. And let's be honest, guys, that's the way this song is going. Sean then sleeps with Tasha's friend, but then he goes back to Tasha at the end of the episode. He's like, but I care about you. Have Tasha and Sean even slept together though at this rate? I don't even think they have. Or maybe I missed it. Or they just glossed over it. Like, I know, like, they've kind of alluded to, like, maybe they've done something, but there's been no scene with them actually doing anything, so only time will really tell at this point. We then cut to Sean, damn it. Sean, obviously, kind of stuck in two worlds here. He's not exactly loving life. Is he going to pump Tasha? Is he going to pump Tasha's friend, or is Kanan going to pump him, brother? Ghost then goes to, like, the reception of his, like, apartment. And the receptionist says, you don't have access to the top floor your house because your wife changed the code. And obviously she's changed the code because damn it, he jobbed them out and he took Angela. Looks like Ghost and Tasha are splitting up. Now I feel like this is weird. Like, obviously there's been build up, right? But it kind of just came out of the blue, if I'm being honest. So, a bit weird how it just happened, but she's like, we're done. So Ghost obviously been kicked out of his household. I mean, big moment for the main character to go through this. But at this point, Greg takes like the case of Tommy to like the higher ups, the guy leading the task force, Sax and other people, and it looks like they're going to push ahead. Looks like Tom Egan is fucked because of course for now it's been under wraps in terms of just Angela and Greg knowing about it, like the last couple of episodes, but now looks like Tommy Egan is going to get jobbed out. Tommy then shows up, punches Julio because he was over having a drink with Holly's, and he's like, "You were in my house with my girl." It does sound dodgy, and what I noticed is Holly did have a change of clothes between the scene when Julio was there and when Tommy came in. So maybe they did something. She had a shower. I don't know. But I don't think they did anything. I mean, I really care if they did anything, man. It does just scream filler to me. Like personally, I do not care about the character of Holly, if I'm being honest. But we'll see where it goes. But it's funny at this point that they actually all think that Ghost is Tommy, which I guess it makes for an interesting dynamic. It's even at this point, you still got Ghost meeting up with Angela, and she's like, "Oh, still speaking about Tommy." It's like, when is Ghost going to pull the trigger here? See if it ever got out that Ghost knew this case being built against Tommy and that Angela wanted him to testify, and he knew this whole time. Surely that would warrant Tommy killing Ghost. Tommy's not going to buy the bullshit of, "Oh well, Ghost, I know you were in love with Angela, so it's all right." Surely, and I mean surely, he wouldn't do this. We've got Greg like scoping out Tommy's apartment, and he notices Holly leave, which was intriguing to say the least. Kanan hears about the fact that Ghost is split up for Tasha, and Ghost goes to visit Tasha at the history play at the school or whatever, and he confronts her. He's like, "You're the only one I trust, and I think Kanan knows that we put him away." So big massive reveal, big fan of this reveal because, like I said earlier, it doesn't make Kanan come across as a backstabber. Makes him come across as like an OG trying to take his fucking turf back because the guy at the top betrayed him, which I think makes for a better dynamic rather than just him being like, you know, power hungry, so to speak. But Ghost coming up with a patter of "you're the only one I can trust." Really? Really, Ghost? Here you are banging Angela? I thought the reason like he loved Angela because like they were childhood sweethearts and he could like trust her. I just don't feel like he loves Tasha. And to come up with this pish of, "Oh, you're the only one I can trust," the day they split up and the day she's like decides, "Fuck it, he took her to Miami, betrayed my trust twice." There is no, I don't know, this is stupid. I get it, right? See across all the main TV shows, my apart from Walter White probably, like all the main characters probably cheat on their spouse. But they don't say in the same fucking scene, like, "Oh, you're the only one I can trust." Like, see when Tony Soprano and Carmela split up, did Tony be like, "Oh, you're the only one I can trust, Carmela"? No, because it would have came across as weak. And it did come across as weak here for Ghost. Absolutely, man. But yeah, she doesn't listen to this. She's like, "You're not getting back in the house just because Kanan might beyond this. Obviously, Ghost was trying to use this as a way to get back in. You could maybe argue that, but I feel like it was just a cheap ploy for Ghost to try and get back in. He tries to pay Holly to go away and leave Tommy alone. She's like, no, it'll break his heart. He'll just try to find me. And then he's like, well, then you break up with her. Break up with him. I'll give you a few more days. But before she can get a few more days, Greg arrests her. Greg pulls up. He's like, Holly, the people of Ohio would think a different thing. So obviously Holly's got charges in Ohio. And you see this across every fucking TV show. Watching this, watching Dexter, like Sons with Cherry and other shows, right? How many people in America have done crimes in other states, but then they go to new states, and it's almost like it's all forgotten about, and half of them don't even have new identities. So it's that how America is? Like, you could literally do a crime, flee the state, go to another one, and no one's even gonna bother. I mean, or is this show's just taking the piss? This could be done to a degree for like minor crimes, but most of these are big crimes. So I think at this point, Holly is going to give up the Ghost here, literally give up who the real Ghost is, and that's going to take the attention away from Ghost. It'll be interesting to see this. Kanan then shows up at Tasha's house and gives her a couple of gifts. He's like, oh, I heard about the rough patch you and Ghost were going through. And then he goes back down the left, and she's like, oh, takes the gun out of the crack of her arse, reloads it. It's like, damn. It's like, they're portraying Tasha here as like a fucking OG. If Kanan wanted it to, man, he Batista bombed her right through, the penthouse, but he didn't. And talking of Kanan, we cut to him and his like gang's leader, and the guy earlier who's making fun of Tommy's in the boot, and Kanan's like, shoot this motherfucker. You deaf? Then he walks over, we see the Brooklyn Bridge in the background. He's like, was he taking a puff of a cigar? Or was he just having a wee simple stare? No, it was a cigarette he was puffing on. Epic wee outro, really fan of this. I'm enjoying Kanan, man. I think season 2 as a whole is probably just a wee bit worse than season 1 to this point, but I feel like Kanan is like the difference maker, which will probably make me prefer season 2, if that makes any sense, guys. But anyway, I'm going to give this episode a 7 out of 10, but until next time, peace.
We're at the halfway point, guys, of Power. It's episode 5 of season 2, and we are looking at who you are and who you want. Long titles, Power, man. They always produce these big long tars, but let's see what we're going into. We have got Holly. She is being interrogated for the brunt of this episode. That is pretty much the plot line for like the whole FBI Angela side of things here, but they're not really getting anything out of her. Sax is the way in there, but obviously Angela like knows more stuff, but she's just not really being put onto this case, which I thought was intriguing at this point. I like the dynamic of this, because I thought like Holly might have just been a throwaway character, but she's not a throwaway character, and you know what, this really developed her character in my opinion. We then see Ghost, he meets with Stern. I'm just not a fan of this Stern guy, I'll be honest, guys. I feel like every time he's on the screen, I just don't care. I just, like, in season 2, they're trying to, like, not show the club as much. They're trying to show it from a point of, like, it's like, there's, like, business problems rather than, like, inside truth. But I'm just not a fan of it, I'll be real. I'm just not really digging this, if I'm being honest. Tommy then meets with Kanan's, like, right-hand man. Kanan's crew isn't really too happy with him, if I'm being honest. They do not like Tommy. And what I didn't like about this episode, Kanan wasn't in it. Kanan did not appear. Greg, though, is tasked with going around all to Tommy's known associates, and he goes to confront James St. Patrick. He confronts Ghost himself here, but obviously Ghost is not giving much information away. He's like, I wouldn't know if Tommy's doing anything illegal, which I thought was quite something, man. It was quite something. Tommy and Ghost, well, I'll say Ghost gets a phone call for the cartel. I don't like this cartel leader guy. Honestly, I don't. Is he actually gay or something? Which I mean, there's no real issue with that, but it's just the way he like speaks into the phone. It's almost like he's sucking. If you catch my drift, honestly, man. At this point, it's like, what is this guy doing? But he's demanding at this point for the funds quicker, which then Ghost and Tommy have to come up with a plan to do this. They have to expand their territory. Ghost visits Ruiz. He says, right, well, we just wipe out the Serb and take his territory. But then Tommy wants a compromise. Says, no, we're not going to wipe out the Serb, but we'll take away the Serb's connection, which means he has to fall in line with us and he can move our product, which I think was the smarter move. And to be honest, I feel like Tommy makes all the smarter moves compared to Ghost. I actually do not really understand why Tommy is kind of under the thumb of Ghost. Now, they have kind of changed their leadership to a point where it is Tommy and Ghost at the top. But if I'm being honest, man, I think Ghost's a bit of a fraud. Sometimes we do see him like catching up with his son Tariq, but I mean, it was kind of a wee bit filler at the end of the day. I wasn't really a big, massive fan of this. But then the big man, Angela's boss, he goes in, he gets Holly to start talking here, and you think Holly is going to be snookered, but Angela finds out that the crime she did in Ohio went away, so they really have no right with her. But obviously, Angela does not let this slide, doesn't she? Not in the slightest. Then we get a scene where Tasha confronts Tommy, and I wasn't a fan of this scene. Tommy should be like, who the fuck are you talking to? I mean, if him and Ghost are equal, why should Tasha get to speak down to Tommy? Like saying, oh, you should have told me about Ghost. Why should he betray his best friend? Why should he do that? Why should Tommy betray his best friend for you? I'm not trying to say here that Tommy is not friends with Tasha. Of course he is. That's not what I'm trying to go for here. But I just don't understand why she is such a hard-on for him at this point. It's like, oh, you betrayed me, Tommy. It wasn't just Ghost, it was you. Wise up, man. Absolutely wise up. Play the game. Tariq then returns home to Tasha, and Tasha grounds him for visiting his dad. God forbid the kid wants to visit his fucking dad, and now he's grounded for 2 weeks. He's not allowed to play the PlayStation. He's not allowed to play Assassin's Creed. It is all over for him, and I felt sorry for Tariq here. I really felt sorry for him. It's like an absolute mess personally for Tariq, and Tasha's just becoming very unlikable, and I've just got a feeling that she's probably going to be one of those characters that survives right to the end of the show, and I'm not a fan of that. It's a big rich town, just not for Tariq. Assassin's Creed is out the window. We then have I just was not a fan of this scene. We have Ghost trying to confront Stern, his wife's there, and you've got all these people wearing like the GIMP masks. This is like very reminiscent of Squid Game. But I think this is what happens with higher ups. They have it's just like a fucking orgy, and they all wear these wee pish masks. I hate this. Fucking Parr is doing a lot of things right in my mind, but see this Stern storyline and this Stern character, I just do not fucking care for him, and it's just filler. I don't care. Ghost does not need this. There's 1,000,001 things going on at the minute. I just do not care for this. We then get Ruiz, Tommy, and a few of Ruiz's guys take down the Serb contact. They steal the drugs. They basically just wipe out his pipeline, so to speak, which forces the Serbs' hands. They then spray the wall saying, "You filthy gypsy." So in time, this will point to the Albanians that have done it, because he's like, that's only a thing the Albanians would say, you little bastard. Which is, quite intriguing. The Serb does find out about this. He's like, fucking Albanians will pay for this. So yeah, Tommy had this all planned out, didn't he? Tommy then visits the Serb and then basically locks down the contact here with the Serb. But yeah, you can use us and mine and Ghost's product, and we'll be able to do what we can do. Guys, they've filled the gap. They did not need to kill the Serb. And Tommy proving again, for me, why he's just the better leader here. I mean, he comes up with the smarter ideas and also just leads pretty well. Holly then gets shown a bunch of pictures of the BSKs that got killed. Of course, this was Kanan and Tommy's work. But it's not really happening here. She also gets given a sandwich and an OJ. But at this point, she's not giving up anything, so she goes to the bathroom. But at this point, Angela wants a word with her, but she notices Angela outside, and when she does, she's like, I need you to tell me the truth, damn it. And she's like, I know who you are. You're the Latina that Ghost was banging. And she's like, what do you mean? No, Tommy's Ghost. And then this is the big reveal where Holly's like, how would it feel if your bosses found out you were the one fucking Ghost and not me? And then we get a sad montage of Angela realizing James St. Patrick is Ghost. And, these two love each other. It is a bit of a sad moment. And then the episode wraps up with Angela meeting James, Ghost, whatever you want to call him at this point. And Greg spots this. And obviously he must be thinking in his head, what the hell is going on here? She's sleeping with the enemy, damn it. and not just a high school friend anymore. And then what I liked about this is she asked Ghost about how was your day? How was work, baby? And of course, that's exactly what Ghost asked Angela back in episode 1 of this season when he found out her true intentions and what she does. And now she's found out his true intentions. But for me, it was a decent reveal, her finding out about Ghost, but I did not think she'd find out through Holly. I'll be brutally honest. But anyway, guys, I will give this episode a 7 out of 10. I enjoyed it. But until then, peace. Oh, hell yeah.
I'm from a big rich town, yeah. Why her, guys? Welcome back to Fog Entertainment, and we are looking at episode 6 of season 2 of Par. And I'll admit, I feel like the last couple of episodes have been quite slow. And to be honest, we've had no Kenan, and I feel like the entire story arc about Angela knows now about Ghost. Ghost knows about Angela, and like Tommy's caught in the middle of this with Tasha. It just seems like the same rehash shit we're doing every episode. Like we're one wee more secret comes out. It's like, is there nothing else that we can bring to the table? Like, really, I don't understand why Ghost at this point is even like, can he even trust Tasha? Like, I know they're trying to spin it now of a case of, oh, you need to sleep with with Angela to keep this case under wraps. But honestly, guys, I was really into this show, but the last few episodes have made me not fall out of, like, I don't love it by any means. I mean, I'm enjoying it. I mean, maybe by the end of the show I will love it and I'll look back at this, but I don't know. I feel like we're just going around in circles at this mid-season point, but only time will tell. Angela and Holly, they meet in the diner, just more like generic information here about, hey, who's Ghost, man? So yeah, Holly's trying to, free herself here, but is that going to work? What is going to happen? I don't know. I just feel like this whole story arc is absolutely going round in circles at this point, but of course, Angela's not too impressed about Ghost finding that out. It's just a big rich town, yeah. Tommy then visits the Serb, but he's busy throwing an appropriate breakdown to the Albanians that apparently attacked his shipments. We all know it was Tommy and Ruiz, etc. And then we see Ghosts come in, and at this point, they sit down, the Serb is on board, and then he takes a fucking chainsaw to the Albanian, cuts him in half, does whatever he wants to him, holy shit. Ghost and Tommy leave the building to discuss this. Ghost is like, that was a show of power, that was a fucking threat, we do not need this guy on our team, but Tommy's like, is it not better he's on our team than against us? I kind of agree with Ghost here. This guy's a fucking loose cannon. But at the end of the day, if you needed someone to move the product, you needed this guy. At the end of the day, so yeah, he's a psycho, but it's better to have him on side than not. But yeah, it just shows you though, if word ever got out that they attacked the Serb, I think blood is going to hit the absolute floor with that one. We get a bit more filler, so to speak, with Tasha visiting like the school principal. Things aren't going well with Tariq, damn it. Not going well whatsoever. Ghost and Angela then have dinner. And I just don't like the whole beating around the bush stuff. I feel like when Ghost found out about her, I know it was like only a few episodes ago, I still feel like it felt like a genuine relationship. Now it feels forced. Like, they know that much about each other, I just don't understand how this relationship can go further. Especially with, like, so much, like, prison time, like, their lives could literally be turned upside down, and that's for both of them. I don't get how this is actually still a thing at this stage. We then see Tommy and Holly getting freaky. Angela then receives a phone. No, Angela phones Holly, sorry, and it appears on her phone, but Tommy doesn't see that, so it just shows you that she has got Angela saved on her phone. Like, how dodgy is that? If Tommy's seen that, man, Jesus Christ. I think if she would have put it like A or something. We then get the big sit-down meeting. We get Marlo Stanfield, Ghost, Tommy, Ruiz. God damn it. The Serb. Everybody's here apart from Kanan and his crew, which everyone thinks is like a sign of disrespect, which I think is pretty fair enough. Also, earlier in the episode, Angela did task Holly with getting the gun that Tommy used. She manages to find the gun. But the question is, will it be the gun? It turns out it's not the gun. Holly's like, I'm not good with guns, but Angela threatens her here. He's like, oh, I need the gun. And obviously this kind of like prompts Holly's hand into like leaving the place, so it's not the gun. She's like, give me the gun fucking back if it's not the gun, man. If it's not the gun. We then get Sean getting taught how to shoot by Tasha, and I'm just not really a fan of this, if I'm being honest. I just like this guy's like Ghost's fucking bodyguard. How does he not know how to shoot? But fucking Tasha knows how to shoot. Come on, play the game. And he's even sitting there having a wee smirk. I thought it was a funny enough scene. Tasha overhears Ghost returning with the kids, and she's like tearing up. Oh, the kids! They could potentially grow up without a daddy. It's not going to happen. Ghost then turns up, has a wee sniff around his house looking for things, but nothing particularly mental. He then has like a wee sit down with the big man, Tommy. They're having a meal. Then Holly shows up, and Ghost is like, "Why is this bitch not fucked off yet, man?" I think it is kind of just plot purposes of keeping this Holly chick around. Surely if Ghost thought she was that much of a problem, which I mean she is, he would have just offed her. We've seen him off people for less in this show already. Like actually like people, part of his crews, etc. And we're just not really I'm not really seeing that here with this guy at the end of the day. But Ghost says that she can go. After tonight he'll sort it out for her. You can go. Tommy will be left in the lurch and you won't think anything twice about it. Ken's right hand man then shows up at Ruiz's place and starts basically demanding straight away that they should stop speaking Spanish, it should be English. And the guy who got shot in like the heist on Serb's like shipment, I believe that is the guy that plays the drug dealer in Saw 2. It looks like him. I pretty much immediately recognised him. But at this point, Ruiz tells Kanan's number 2, I can't even remember his name, that here, I'll back you to the hill, big man. So, but again, where is Kanan? I honestly do not understand where Kanan is. Tommy then shows back up at the apartment with Holly, and are the handcuffs going to come back out again? It's looking that way. Sean then leaves Tasha's apartment, and her mother, right, just slaps her across the face. He's like, "You're a dumb bitch." Just typical, like, old manipulative fucking woman shit here. It's like, you can't do this. You need Ghost in your life. Blah blah blah. What's going to happen? Typical. Oh, money. He's going to take the money, and you're going to be left potless. Who's going to look after these kids? Slaps her. Tasha's like, "You think you're going to stay in this house after you've just fucking slapped me?" And she's like, "Yeah, I am going to just stay in this house, Tasha, because who else is going to change the diapers tomorrow when you're cooking dinner?" Fuck off, man. Like, how can they portray Tasha as a strong woman, right? And here she is taking this from her mother. Oh, but her mother's actually a stronger woman. I fucking dead on. Get in the bin. This scene was garbage. Oh, honestly, this scene actually fucking pissed me off. Not that it was garbage. Maybe that's a wee bit too extreme. For God's sake, man. She should have fucking bitch slapped her back. But she didn't, which I was pissed about, man. Ghost then gives the tickets to Holly. It looks like Holly's leaving. She boards a flight. It is going to be all over, guys, at this rate. Or is it going to be all over? I guess we'll just have to find out with Holly this episode. Ghost then sits down and finds out that Stern is planning a divorce. Again, this is literal filler. I honestly don't care about the Truth nightclub anymore. I really hope that this nightclub, like, obviously it's a way of them like generating money, but I just really hope it's not going to drag into the final, like into like the final seasons. I just think there's no real need for it, if I'm being honest. Ghost is then driving home. He ends up getting arrested. I think he's doing drunk driving. Greg's about to go down and question him because he's a known associate of Tommy. But then Angela steps in and says, "No, it's alright, FBI guys. I'm going to step in." Tasha then looks at Angela as she's arriving, and she notices the look that Ghost gives Angela, and Angela gives Ghost, and realises, oh, they're in love. Then, when they're in the car, she's like, "You know what? You're going to stay with Angela, because if you're fucking her, we've got her on side." And he's actually... So, the wife of Ghost here is telling Ghost to fuck his bit on the side, even though you could say they broke up at this point. Tasha's took a few L's this episode. Slapped across the face by her mother. Didn't even do anything about it. And then here she is, telling Ghost to sleep with another woman. Disgrace. She then turns back up at the car park, and then she gets boned by Sean. Damn it. Angela and Ghost then meet up, and then, they have a bit of giggity to end the episode. But over back to Holly and Tommy. It's her time to handcuff Tommy. And at this point, she's like, "Angela's on to me, and that I need you to testify, Ghost, and we can live free. We can live..." Obviously, Tommy's not having any of this, so he gets handcuffed. And then moves on, damn it. moves on, handcuffed. Holly obviously realizing that she's not able to like get Tommy to be on her side, leaves, and he's like, "You fucking whore! I'll fucking kill you! I'll fucking kill you!" I thought it was a decent end of the episode, right? But see, at this point, lines have been crossed. Tommy must know that Angela has to go, right? In episode 7, spoiler alert, he does try and kill her and Tasha has to... But how is he not confronting Ghost about it? I know you could say, oh, Ghost ain't going to get on board. But Jesus Christ... It's just I just feel like we're dragging this entire story arc out. We've revealed too much too early in the season, and now we've got to deal with it. Anyway, I'm going to give this episode a 5 out of 10. It was alright, but like I said, it feels like we're going around in circles for most of it.
Ghost is dead. Welcome back, guys, to Fog Entertainment. We're looking at the season 2 finale of Bar after the cliffhanger last episode when Kanan dropped his own son in cold blood. I couldn't quite believe it, guys, and we're going to dive straight into the aftermath. And you know, the title of this episode being called Ghost is Dead. Well, I think serious questions have got to be asked. Is Ghost even going to survive this episode? Is Ghost going to make it through the season 2 finale? Probably not. But we do kick off the episode. We've got an unknown killer or potential killers going around killing everyone connected to the Lobos cartel. And at this point, they're throwing down cards. It looks like the work of another cartel. I can't remember their name exactly. At this point, though, Angela absolutely jobs Greg out. She has landed Greg in this and making it look like that Greg is like an alcoholic and obsessed with her. And she's completely and utterly manipulated the law to get him shafted. And I am not joking when I say this, man, but I want Angela to die. I fucking hate the bitch, man. I'm not really a big fan of Greg, but he's been done so dirty here and it's unbelievable. So yeah, things aren't looking good for him. Kanan's number 2 then shows up, says, I've disposed of Sean's body, and he's like, but what about when his mum asked? But he's like, and then he fucking snaps and he's like, because I know nigga gonna tell her what happened to Sean. And what a stupid thing to ask. Obviously here, he's going to lose the fucking melon with him. Like, let's not try and kid ourselves here. Like, why wouldn't he lose the melon with him? Of course he would. But Ghost tells Tommy that Kanan doesn't trust him, and he also believes that it's going to be a good night and that Kanan's going to be moving in off the streets. And he's yeah, Tommy, man, he was learning it from you. That's why I wanted to know how it worked before he took over. And I just don't get, right, they're trying to build, Tommy and, well, not build, but they've established at this point that Tommy and Ghost, they have this relationship. How many times has Tommy double-crossed Ghost or Ghost double-crossed Tommy? Now, we can say, they're not serious double-crosses. I would say getting in bed with Angela is a fucking serious double-cross, man. But every scene between these two will end in their own wee personal fucking handshake. No, I'm not a fan of this, man. I think it's actually quite garbage, their handshake. I've never seen a show where so many people, like, flip-flop and pretend to, like, be friends with each other and point guns. To me, that way, it's a bit of a mess. Like, there's just no sense of, like, loyalty and like brotherhood to these guys. Honestly, they're in. Tommy then confronts Kanan. Kanan says, well, the fact you got arrested and Lobos got arrested and Ghost didn't proves that Ghost is turned. He's trying to push us all out, man. So it looks like Kanan is trying to work with Tommy here. Tommy's trying to work with Kanan, but of course this is what Ghost told Tommy to go and do. Work with Kanan, try and get Kanan on side. But Kanan wants to kill Ghost. And Kanan here also tells Tommy that he didn't even kill that bitch in Miami, and he actually was the one that set up Kanan for the 10-year stint that he did inside. So at this point, why can't Tommy does like take this information on board and confront Ghost about it? But there's so much lies going on in this TV show, man. It's honestly like where do we even begin at this point? Then the Serb, he gets out of his sauna, he ends up getting killed, another card placed on him. I wonder who's doing all these killings. Then the FBI confront Lobos. And Lobos, it's not looking good for Big Lobos here. Absolutely not. He's told here that everybody connected to him is getting killed. And they're like, we need to protect you. You're going to die next. And he's like, me no speak English. Tommy then confronts Ghost about the whole situation. But Kanan, Ghost plays off as like, he's crazy. You know what 10 years does inside, man. But surely a part of Tommy wants to believe that Ghost is the one that set Kanan away. surely that's going to have to come. Oh, right, Kenan's told Ghost, but the only way Tommy is realistically going to believe it is if Ghost tells Tommy that he did. The way this episode goes, I just don't understand why they would tell Tommy this information, because realistically, he doesn't even. I'm lost. Honestly, with this show, I'm lost. Like Tommy's stuck in the middle, and it's like, Tommy, it's time to sink or swim. And honestly, like, why wouldn't he pick Kanan over Ghost? Like, why wouldn't he? It makes zero sense why he would pick Ghost over Kanan. Ghost is the guy that's fucking all. He's been out. Tommy confronted him. Oh no, you can't go out this life. Blah blah blah. Then next episode, then there'll be fucking wee special handshake. To me, that's fucking garbage, right? And my opinion ain't going to change it. Now the shot of them in New York with the snow looking over the bridge, I like that. Holly then shows up, gives Tommy the ID, and proves that Ghost sent her away. So obviously now Tommy has got another reason to dislike Ghost even more. We then see Lobos. He gets attacked in prison. Turns out, right, he is just, well, he gets attacked and then he's in like critical care, but he wakes up by the time the end of the episode goes. But let's be real, right? We get to the showdown that we're all talking about here. We get Ghost versus Kanan. But before we do get that, we do get like Kanan's number 2 going to Ghost and talk about the fact that Kanan killed Sean. And at this point, you think, right, he's joined Ghost's side, but then he gets back in the car with Kanan. Kanan's like, well, did that motherfucker take it like his fucking medicine? You know? So it's kind of like, what side's this guy truly on at this point? But then we get the showdown. Ghost and Kanan. And yeah, Ghost has the gun on Kanan. Then they get into a bit of a brawl. Kanan gets the upper hand. Looks like Kanan. You know what? This is a good fight, right? I'm not gonna bury this show for every reason, right? This was a good fight between like two of the main characters, two of the main gangsters, so to speak, Ghost and Kanan, right? But Kanan eventually gets on top of Ghost, and not in that way. He puts like the big plastic bag around his fucking head, and like Ghost is like about to pass out, man. He's about to die. He's about to succumb to 50 Cent. But then, how about this one? He hits him with a full dollar. He picks up a bit of glass, and say a bit of glass, it is literally like a tiny bit of glass here. And I've never been stabbed by a bit of glass, right? Like in the stomach or whatever. But he stabs him in the stomach. Kanan falls over. He coughs up a bit of blood. And then he passes out. Then Ghost sets the whole place on fire and leaves. Right? Now, at this point, I was like, there's no way they've just killed Kanan. But then, last episode, I was like, there's no way he just killed his legitimate son. But apparently he did. So I'm sitting here like, that's Kanan dead, man. Kanan is dead. Does turn out at the end of the episode that Kanan is alive, because we see the fire department get there and they're like, the whole place is burnt to the ground, but there's no fatalities. And of course, there's no fatalities. Kanan made it out. Now, I guess you could argue someone moved his body, but no, we're not arguing that. 50 Cent is still alive, and for me, this death would have absolutely sucked. Like, he gets stabbed once. It wasn't like Ghost went to town on him with like 6 or 7 stabs. No, it was like 1 stab. After this, Tommy then confronts Ghost. He's like, what about Monica, huh? Monica, of course, was the fake ID that she gave, that Ghost gave her. So, yeah, at this point, things aren't looking good for Tommy, because then he gets like numerous guns pointed at him. And it's, damn, Tommy's told to leave, damn it. Ghost is dead. And, right, this is where the episode just loses me at this point, because now Ghost is dead. The Lobos network is wiped out. Ruiz went to California because Ghost didn't actually want to kill Ruiz. He killed the rest of them. Turns out it was Ghost doing all these killings this episode. And for me, this ending just sucked. Like, we've spent, like, almost these past 2 seasons with Angela and Ghost getting in this relationship. Oh, she's FBI lawyer. And he's like, you know, he's the top criminal of this network. And they both now know about each other, and now what? They're getting back together. It's almost like these past 2 seasons of this show have been fucking pointless in a way. And how many times is Tommy going to let Ghost betray him? Surely now Ghost and Tommy's relationship must be in tatters, and that Tommy must... I'm praying going forward in this show that Tommy's going to side with Kanan. Come on, man. That just has to be... Why would Tommy back the horse of Ghost? He knows all about this thing that Ghost went around and killed everybody now. That has to be it, man. That has to be it. But anyway, guys, that is where
this episode ends, Tommy did receive a phone call while he was out with Angela, and he's basically told to kill Ghost. So yeah, what's he going to do? But season 3 begins. They're going to do their wee special handshake, and he's like, "Oh, Ghost, someone told me to kill you. Ah, you wee rascal, you big man." Anyway, you know what? For a season finale, a lot happened. But at the same time, not a lot happened, because that's what Par does. A lot happens, and then the characters just like end up forgiving each other like within 10 minutes. So yeah, I'm going to give this. I'm going to give it a 6 out of 10. They just need to write it better. But until next time, peace. It's time for the penultimate episode of Par. And this one is called Time's Up. But who will the time be up for, guys? Let's find out. Let's dive into it. And we kick off the episode with a montage about Thomas Egan. He is absolutely getting read his rights, so to speak. He's going through his rights. He's getting stripped. He's getting cavity searched. He's, "You one ugly motherfucker." And the person who called him an ugly motherfucker was quite ugly themselves, which I thought was quite funny. But yeah, he's adjusting to prison life. And you know what? I was thinking here, maybe Big Thomas Patrick Egan's gonna get like 6 years rammed up his arse soon. He could spend like the next 2 or 3 seasons in jail. I was wrong, but his lawyer, of course, is the guy that Ghost hired last time out, and it was an interesting seeing the court battle here between Angela, Sax, and the lawyer and Tommy. I enjoyed this scene, but he's been rejected bail, so yeah, not looking good for him, obviously, but I kind of guessed at this point that it would be looking a wee bit better. Tasha then finds out about everyone getting arrested. She's like, "Where the fuck is Ghost?" And obviously, with everything closing in here, we've got Tasha coming up with a master plan. She's like, "Sean, me and you need to leave." So it looks like Tasha's going to leave with Sean at the end of this episode. Like, I feel like with a show, they're kind of just throwing shit against the wall and hoping it sticks sometimes. I mean, is it entertaining? Yes, but I feel like the storylines are all over the place at points. Even though, like, it's a weird way to describe it. Like, the main storyline that basically every character's involved with, but how they get to the end is just a bit of a fucking mess, to be honest. It really is. And you know what? I'm honestly getting sick of Ghost and Angela. You know, I really, really am. Sean then sits down with Kanan. He's like, "All right, you're going to drive Ghost down this alleyway. You're going to drop him with the silencer on, and no one will see the flash because you're in the SUV with the big tinted windows. Then you've got to drive over here and we'll get rid of the body." And you know, no, I don't like about this, right? I like TV shows when a hit is ordered, and you genuinely believe that the person who the hit is ordered on has a realistic chance of dying. I just knew that Ghost wasn't going to die here. I just knew he wasn't going to die. And you just knew it was going to blow back and blow up in Sean's lap. And spoiler alert, that's exactly what happens. Tasha confronts Ghost and obviously ain't happy about the proceedings. He's like, "Oh, you've got to trust me. Everything that's happening with Tommy is going to go according to plan." Will this go according to plan? Who knows? Ghost then walks in to Truth and he's digging up dirt on Stern. How's that going to go? Tune back in the finale, because I certainly do not care about it in the slightest. But yeah, then we have everyone meeting. Got the Serb meeting with Ken, and they're like, "Oh, you promised us that Ghost would be dead, but now our connection, now the link up, now the pipeline, and Lobo's, he's also in jail. So how is this going to work?" Kaden, obviously his master plan has came crashing to the ground with all these crews at this point. So we're intriguing to see where all this is going to go down. Kenan then rings Sean, you know, kind of, "You going to kill Ghost, man?" But at this point, he doesn't do it. He says he can't do it. It's a no-go. Gonna have to try again. Can't kill him. Can't kill Ghost. Kenan disappointed at this. So yeah, it's time for plan B, motherfucker. And then we see the interrogation. We have Sax, we have Greg's grilling Tommy, but obviously he's not going to give up Lobos. But then they bring in his mum for emotional leverage. Doesn't really give much away, this, does it? Like, I mean, it's just kind of... She's like, "They're going to take away the fucking house." I mean, she doesn't do a good case for Tommy, but realistically, like, where was this ever going to end? But Ghost is obviously cooking something here, and what he's cooking is the drawn photo ID from Ruiz's daughter, and he is going to give that up to as evidence
and therefore, obviously, testimony from an unlawful 14-year-old girl giving up Tommy. It just seems like prejudice, doesn't it? They're trying to shaft, they're trying to figure Tommy, and that's what happens here. That is exactly what Ghost does. Angela confronts Tommy and says, I don't know why Ghost is doing all this for you. Well, he says, I don't know why James is doing all this for you. Do you really know him, Angela? And she's like, yeah, he wants you alive. I don't know why. You're a two-bit criminal. Never liked each other, sort of shit. I almost got the impression here that like Tommy slept with Angela before Ghost. Like that's kind of what the vibe it was giving me, especially when she screamed at him. But turns out he gets acquitted and he's able to go home. Angela then confronts Ghost about this, like, how the fuck could you do this to me? And then at this point, this is when she, I guess you could say, like 110% confirmation, finding out that Angela is in fact found out that Ghost is James, or James is Ghost, whatever you want to talk about. Ghost is in truth. He goes through the back way, and then who confronts him? It's Sean at gunpoint. Sean's like, you can't look after Tasha, you're never there, you're cheating on her, you jobbed at my dad, you sent him for 10 years in the can, yada yada yada. James like, no real father would tell his son to do this. Now, they've alluded to quite a lot in this episode that Kanan isn't actually Sean's dad, or is it just a case of Kanan doesn't give a fuck about his son, he's just in life for himself? I think it might be that. And, you know, the next couple of events that happen after this are pretty mental, but essentially what happens is Ghost gets the upper hand on Sean and tells him to run, tells him to be free. You know what, I'll say fair play to Ghost here. He was within his rights to kill him. He absolutely was. Greg then confronts Angela, and it looks like these two are going to team up to bring down Ghost. She's like, he outsmarted me, man. Oh, we have to work together to bring him down. Ghost then picks up Tommy from outside the prison. So Tommy's free. Tasha is wondering where Sean is. Sean makes one wee pit stop though. He confronts Kanan and he's like, the whole reason you wanted me to get close to Ghost is because you wanted to kill him. You were using me, Dad. He's like, he's right about you. You're not a father. And like, you know what? See Kanan. He's not going to win any Father of the Year rewards, right? But at the end of the day, can he not see, even admits to using Sean, he's like, yeah, I did it before you get close, we get info on Ghost, blah, 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 whatever. But how can Sean really take Ghost's side over this? Him and Kanan are both criminals. I think Kanan's more worse, like, morally. But at the end of the day, like, Kanan's your dad, and here you are. It's almost like he's fucking taking the side, like, he is taking the side of Ghost. And then he's like, you're not my father. And then Kanan's like, shoots him. He's like, yeah, you're damn right. You're not my fucking son. You're weak. You're no son of mine. I'm fucking proud of you being my boy. Shoots him in the stomach. Sean's bleeding out, and I'm thinking, right, is Kanan just going to leave him here to bleed out? Is he going to ring for an ambulance? No, he fucking shoots him in the head. He's like, you ain't no fucking son of mine. And he's absolutely just dropped Sean. Now, is it going to come out that he's not actually his son or something? Or what's going on here? Because this is fucking crazy that he's actually killed his son. That he would go to this. I mean, I like the Kanan character. I love 50 Cent, but to me, this is almost like showbreak. A guy would kill his own son. Like, and you know, it's not even like Alvarez and Sons where he gives the okay because his son fucked up. Here he is. He shoots his son, who's not even in this life. Really, like his son botched. And he shoots his son in the stomach and fucking shoots him in the head. It's a bit weird, but you know what? This episode was alright. I'll give it a 7 out of 10. It was action-packed and it left on a cliffhanger like, what the fuck is going to happen, guys? But anyway, didn't see much of Lobos in jail, so we'll see some of that in the finale. But yeah, guys, it's a 7 out of 10 for me. Until next time, peace. I'm 3 moves ahead, man. Welcome back, guys, to episode 8 of season 2 of Par. And what could Par deliver in this episode? I've seen someone comment that Par usually goes for episode 3, episode 8, and episode 10 being the best episodes of the season. Well, was this one of the best episodes of the season? I'm not too sure. Let's talk about it. Let's discuss it. Let's break it down. We do kick off the episode with the cartel guy. He's in the bathtub. He's receiving head. And just to confirm, this guy is gay. Which I kind of thought, just the way his mannerisms and the way he got on. Big cartel boss, wearing mascara, and is gay. Oh, Par, it's a big rich town. Yeah. But essentially, the gist of this conversation is this guy wants Ghost to handle things so he doesn't have to deal with this right here, right now, right here. When we see Ghost talking to Tasha, and it just seems a bit extreme here that Ghost now wants to wipe out Lobos. Like, it seems like it's came from nowhere, to be honest. Tommy confronts Ghost about this, and he's like, we can never get out. Ghost's idea is we wipe out Lobos, we get all the money, and we can just quit. Like, how would that work? Like, we get all the money? Like, would your crew not be like, well, what the fuck? We've just sold all this money, and here you are trying to sell it. Ridiculous. Kanan is back. Sean confronts him. He's like, Uncle T wants to see you, man. Uncle T wants to see you. But, of course, we're getting this big meeting later on with the cartel and Lobos is the cartel. Lobos, Tommy. And we think Ghost is going. Angela doesn't really know about where's it's going down, but the FBI think it's going down at one location. But of course, Angela, figure it out. Ghost then sits down with Lobos. Lobos tells Ghost that he wants out of the picture and he wants you to run New York. You can be my New York guy, and then my other guys can run their bits. So fair enough. Is that going to go according to plan? I'm not too sure, but it looks like at this point we've got this meat strapped down, this meat locked down. Kenan, though, he's talking to his number 2. He's talking about making moves. It looks like they're just trying to push everybody that's connected with Ghost and Tommy's crews against Tommy and Ghost themselves. It's more Ghost, though. Like, they're kind of like, yeah, Tommy and Ghost come as a deal together. But no gets me, though. I just don't understand. Everything that Ghost has done, and Tommy is like backing this guy to the hills. It doesn't make much sense for me personally. It's almost like a show breaker. Like, this guy's literally sleeping with the enemy. He's sleeping with Angela, who's on the verge of like bringing this your criminal organization down, and like Tommy just lets it slide, and he just doesn't seem like the sort of guy that'd be like that. To be honest, it just seems a bit ridiculous. One of the lawyers then gets a shipment dropped off, but he can't afford to pay for it, and he's like, I know you're not going to beat me up. He's like, you're Cuban. He's like, I'm not fucking Cuban, man. Which I thought it was a funny scene. Then Ghost goes to him later on, and he manages, that's his new lawyer. Ho ho. Quality, man. Tommy then confronts Tasha's like, Ghost has completely lost his way. Now he wants to kill Lobos. What the fuck is going on? And Tasha's like, maybe it's a good idea. But then Tasha finds out for Tommy that it's because of, I was about to say I deleted it. What am I all about? Lol, but what Tommy meant was he says that he thinks Ghost is trying to run with the money, and then that puts the idea in Tasha's head that, holy shit, he's trying to run with the money, and he's going to take Angela with him, which, I mean, I think is a pretty mighty accusation. I just don't like this, man. You've got all these affairs going on, and people, alright, just fucking jobbing deals out and shit, left, right, and centre. I just, honestly, Sean gets confronted by Ken, and he's like, so how long you been hitting Tasha? And then he's like, well, if you're hitting Tasha, her and Ghost fucking tried to bring me down. They're the ones who put me in jail, son. You don't see that? It's like, what sort of special intel's Tasha telling you? And he's like, she told me about the meet where Ghost is having it, and that's how Kanan finds it. So Kanan's like, maybe this relationship could be used. So Kanan goes sit down with Ruiz, and will Kanan be able to get Ruiz on board and the rest of them? That is the big talking point here, and I like these sit-downs. I like the fact we've established these crews and they can sit down and talk. And then Ruiz goes to the Serb, tells him that they're thinking about moving away, and Serb's like, why would we do this? And then he tells him about the fact that Tommy and Ghost are the ones that hit his shipments, and then he tells him, because I was the one there. I was actually a part of it. So yeah, this Serb's a crazy motherfucker. It seems like at this point, like, you've got all these people against Tommy and Ghost. Tommy and Ghost. I'm really intrigued to see how that gets handled. The Serb doesn't really want to buy this, but then Kanan and the rest of the crews that come down are totally against Figgy. So at this point, it's really not looking good for Tommy and Ghost, for being honest. Angela and Ghost then get it on. Angela then follows Tommy and Ghost, and she sees them both going into a hotel. She then rings Greg, telling Greg that no, this meeting's happening at this hotel. So at this point, this is what's absolutely crazy here, because this is when the FBI decide, well, we're not going to listen to our point of view. We are going to go to this hotel that Angela's set up, and then we see the FBI raid the hotel here. A couple of shots go off. You're led to believe it. Oh, could Ghost be dead? Turns out Lobos' bodyguard is killed in the process of all this. Tommy is arrested. He is like slabbering. He is hurling insults at Angela. So Lobos is arrested. Tommy is arrested. So I mean, this would be for this. It was pretty good. And then Sean confronts Kenan about this, and then he's like, "We need Ghost dead, son." And then obviously number 2 isn't very happy that Sean is being tasked with killing Ghost, and he's like, he's the only one that he can trust. I will do it. So I'm interested to see that. We did see where Ghost was in the hotel, and he actually seen that Angela was on the phone, and now he knows that Angela's completely turned bad. And I think Angela's dying. I honestly, I just do not see much room for her going forward into like season 3. Surely this is a line that's been crossed at this point. Absolutely been crossed. She then receives a text from Ghost saying about, I had to use this is my new phone, blah blah blah, and then she just gets rid of the burner that she had that was obviously connected to his phone, getting the text. And Greg also, though, he wants to know who our source is tomorrow. So I mean, a lot of things are up in the air. A lot of stuff happened this episode, but I don't. It just felt very muddled, to be honest. And I feel like we're just forcing this storyline of keeping Angela with Ghost and Angela alive. And I'm not a fan of it, but you know what? I think it was one of the better episodes we've had in a while, so I am going to give it a 7 out of 10, guys. But anyway, that will do it for episode 8 of season 2 of Par. 7 out of 10. I'm in a big rich town. Episode 7 of Par, and it is called You're Not the Man. You're Not the Man Anymore. Prospect. It's season 2. It's episode 7. Let's see how this begins. Well, it begins with Ghost looking in Angela's eyes. Can I really trust you? Damn it. I don't know if she can trust herself. We then see Tasha and Ghost having like this like breakfast kind of an update about what's happening with Angela. But you know what's really weird about this? It's like they're sitting on these high chairs and like Ghost just looks weird sitting with his legs this high up and like weird's like, hey, would you like the orange juice, sir? But yeah, Tommy has managed to free himself. He does a couple of lines of drugs. He's freaking out, and Ghost comes over. He's like, everything's all right, Tommy, everything's all right. Go stay. And then like you can kind of clearly see that there's tension between these two, and no wonder, to be honest, at this stage of the game. But at the same time, I'm not really a fan of Tommy just like doing drugs like this here. I'm not saying like some TV characters don't do drugs, but I'm not a fan of like big junky wasters. But I guess when you're in that world, you can get very much accustomed to it, so to speak. But for me, it's not for me. Doing drugs is not for me. I know this is folks, we're hitting it real here, but Tommy Egan, with the whole day in drugs thing, he's going down in my estimation, personally. Still a good character, still funny, but yeah, not for me, all that shite. Anyway, maybe that's just a pet peeve of mine, I don't know. Up next, what have we got here? We have got Angela and Greg trying to present their case in a court of law, and he's like, I'll get you a warrant, but it seems like you're just harassing these people, man. What are you doing? You cannot do this. Is this really going to work? Who knows if it's going to work at this point. Ghost then meets with Kanan's number 2. I need to remember this guy's name or else we're going to have a serious problem. But, just a wee conversation here about, where's Kanan? Oh, I'll hit you up with Kanan. He's like, oh, you want to get off the corner street? He does spot Sean. Throughout this episode, Sean is on his phone. And every time like Ghost gets near him, he hangs up. Like, come on. You're not doing a very good job, Sean, of trying to keep it discreet. Like, Jesus Christ. I just don't understand his problem. But throughout this episode, Tommy's freaking out in the laundromat. Of course, they're trying to move all this money. But he gets a hunch. So he decides that they needed to switch out the money. So they all go out in the van while the rest, like the workers, take the money. And it turns out he was right as the police pull him over. Greg was supervising this stop. But nothing happened here. And of course, Tommy's hunch was good. So Tommy, of course, is freaking out. And no wonder he's freaking out. This could have been bad. Well, I say this could have been bad. This would have been absolutely fucking monumental. We do see Ghost. I mean, the stuff he's doing with like Stern's wife and the Truth nightclub. I've said about it in previous episodes. It's just losing everything for me in the last couple of episodes. I just don't care for it personally. Like in he uses one of the waitresses here to get in. I can't even remember the guy's name. The guy who's now like basically running Truth, while Ghost is like the number 2. The guy who was like his number 2 last season, I have no idea. I can't even remember the guy's name. I should probably write his name down. But if he was that important, I think I'd remember his name. But I'll be honest, guys, the show, I'm losing faith in the show. I don't know what, well, I know what it is. I just feel like this whole, who's Ghost? Angela, them trying to figure, it just seems like they're going fucking round in circles. Honestly, like, I just, it needs to pick up. I mean, I will obviously finish it, but it started, well, there's so much intrigue, this, like, universe, which I feel like they've already established in my eyes, but at the same time, I'm just not a fan of this whole going around in fucking circles thing. Like, Angela, like, each episode, her and Ghost, you gotta tell me the truth, I can't tell you, Tommy, this isn't about Tommy, right? I mean, come on, it's getting mentioned every 3 fucking seconds. I feel like it is a wee bit embarrassing at this point. We do have Angela. She's freaking out, trying to figure out who is it, what's she going to do here, and essentially she's trying to find out an identity for Holly, in order to get her, track down where she is. But throughout the episode, she kind of thinks that it was Ghost that did it, but then Ghost kind of freaks out. After Angela leaves, after like threatening him, like, oh, we're done, and then he's like, I gave her the fake ID, I did it to protect her from Tommy. So yeah, here he is. He finally admitted to it, which I'm kind of shocked about at this point. Ghost then meets with Ruiz. It's just like Ruiz, you just get a feeling like this whole organization is going to come crumbling down at any point, because the level of trust is just non-existent between all of them. I just, like, I mean, you could argue, yeah, it's probably nice and at this point, but all the crews are getting their money together for a Ghost. Of course, Lobo is in town soon. He's going to want that money, but Tommy is showing his frustrations at Ghost about Angela, that she needs to go. Tommy is about to kill Angela, but guess what? Tasha shows up and stops Tommy from killing Angela, because that's what happened, damn it. That is what he told Tasha to do. He won't listen to me, Tasha, but he'll listen to you. You'll be the one that stops him from killing Angela. Like, what? So, like, Ghost can't stop him from... But Tasha, I can't believe that she's actually, like, backing this horse of, like, I'll protect the woman. Oh, I know they're going under the logic of, she thinks she can use Angela to prevent her from hurting them, but... Fucking... But they're trying to portray her as strong at the same time. It's like, no, this woman's bedding your husband, and you're just letting that happen, man. Absolute mess. Tommy then and Tasha are speaking in a bar, and then she gets these 2 redheads, like, oh, these 2 women like a word with you. Then we get a threesome between Tommy and these 2 women. This literally went nowhere. Like, it was just a threesome, and then the one who he didn't finish it is like, I need more dick, Tommy. He's like, go fuck yourself, take the fucking dog. And then he's like, no, actually, no, give me the fucking dog. Which I thought was funny. Angela then confronts Holly at the location. She managed to track her down, but at this point Ghost was actually on the phone on loudspeaker, listened to the whole conversation, and everything that Holly said is what Ghost wanted her to say to feed to Angela. While this is going on, Ghost is actually going through the evidence sheet, where it turns out the witness that gave up Tommy is Ruiz's daughter. And I tell you what, if this actually goes down a path of where they order the hit on killing Ruiz's like 14-year-old daughter, which I don't think they will, but I will be fucking shocked. And to be honest, it would make no sense for Ghost's character to want to do that, to be honest. Like, he'll kill a 14-year-old, but he won't kill his girlfriend, who's like literally jobbing him out left, right and centre. Honestly, bit of a mess in my personal opinion. But yeah, the crews are kind of freaking out about the whole money situation. You can clearly see here that the trust is just not building. But then as the episode ends, Lobos has arrived in New York, damn it. And then Angela, we see, is actually putting in a link into Ghost's phone, and she's getting a copy of his phone, so she will be able to receive messages that he's received, but she won't be able to receive phone calls. So yeah, it's like anything that he's going to do, let's be real, it's going to be over a phone call. And even, like, I've watched the next episode, it's not like he even texted anything that would incriminate himself, when usually he would do stuff. Maybe not text, but what's the difference between speaking and text? Like, if they've tapped your phone, you would not do either between texting or speaking. But guys, that is pretty much how this episode went down. We saw Sean get confronted by Ghost, who said, I don't trust you anymore ever since your father got out. Then that makes
Ghost demand where Kanan is, and then we see the big man. Sean goes into the hood and he's like, "Where the fuck's my dad?" And he gets a bit of a warning. But of course, with the whole history with Kanan and the fact this is his son, you feel like they would give him a bit more respect. But who knows, guys? But for this episode, I didn't really enjoy it. I'm going to give it a 5 out of 10. Come on, Par. Surprise me. As Carly Rae Jepsen once said, "Call me James. Hey, I just met you. Yeah, this is crazy. Here's my number." Then he called me Ghost. Hey, it's hard to do. But enough of that, guys. It is the season 3 premiere of Power. How did next season kick off? Just where Power left this, to be honest. I just feel like the show... Okay, effective immediately. Just goes round in circles and does not do anything. Like, honestly, like, I enjoy the show, but I've never seen a show that gives you, like, so much, but in reality, it's, like, so little at the same time. Like, it sets up all these plot points, and nothing really goes anywhere. So, yeah, I'm intrigued. But we kick off the season with Angela and James St. Patrick, going to the club. Of course, though, Tommy has been tasked with killing Ghost by the cartel. You know, amigo, is that really by Lobos? Is that really going to go down? Is Tommy going to kill Ghost? I'll tell you in a wee secret. Of course he was never going to kill Ghost, right? I know in certain TV shows, right, you do get situations where you know, well, the main character ain't going to die, so that's a bit AI. But see when it's like, it's so obvious it ain't going to happen. I hate things like that. I really do. Like, that's why you shouldn't write themselves into that corner. But there's problems on the street, though. Tommy, of course, not being able to get the supply. Ghost is AWOL. Well, say AWOL. He's not in the business anymore. And obviously, Lobos, the supply's drying up. People are talking of moving. We'll see Andre move into his new position at Truth. He's essentially Ghost's right-hand man at running the nightclubs. It just feels so fucking weird that, like, last season, this guy was like the right-hand man to Kanan, and now here he is, the right-hand man to Ghost. Honestly, don't understand that. And again, how many sex scenes do I need to see between Angela and Ghost? You know what? See when the show first started, it was great seeing Angela naked, but see now, by season 3, honestly, I cannot be fucking arsed with it anymore. And I mean, yo, I'm a straight man, and you know, great sex is great, but for fuck's sake, like, do you need 5 sex scenes every episode between these? We get it, right? Fuck me, give me a bit of storyline. Anyway, Sax pays a visit to Greg, and obviously Greg's not really doing the best after the whole Angela thing, and yeah, it looks like he's putting his own investigation into this, and he's trying to work out things. He's got the whole board, Lobos, Tommy, even Holly is up there. So yeah, it'll be intriguing to see how this goes down. And also another thing, actually I forgot to mention the season 2 finale, the head of like the FBI or whatever, the police, he's actually in bed with Lobos, which I thought was an interesting turn in that finale, but it doesn't really surprise me. James then visits Tasha. It talks about the whole, why's Ghost? Why is Tommy not good with you anymore? Ghosty boy. Doesn't really matter, alright? Does it not really matter? Tommy spends like this episode and a bit of the next one sitting down with people, trying to like sit down and like discuss like the product and what's going to actually be happening. So yeah, we have all that. Tasha then confronts Tommy, but Tommy kind of blanks her and wants nothing to do with her, which she thinks he's just collateral damage for Ghost, but it turns out that why Tommy's probably got a bit more of a beef with her. Well, not a bit more of a beef than Ghost, but he's got a beef with her and Ghost for the one reason of like what Kanan said. And where is Kanan? He clearly escaped. I mean, where is he? I know he's probably got to lay low, like, but yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that goes down. But Ghost does get left one of the wee cartel cards in his room. He goes through the cameras, manages to figure out who it is. And he goes to the worker who works in his place's apartment, but the guy's there and he can't sadly get into it. But what happens? Ghost manages to get into it, and there is blood absolutely everywhere, big man. There is blood absolutely everywhere. Not good. Lobos then phones Tommy again, like, you need to kill Ghost or I will fucking make everyone in your house die. Big threat. Tasha and Ghost have dinner with her family, but not much is happening here. Tommy and Julio
threaten a few guys, push them off roof and bubble wrap just to get them on board. But Julio's like, what the fuck, you just showed your face to this guy. And Tommy like has a complete go at Julio about this entire situation. He's not too happy because he's like, that's not how Ghost would have done. And Tommy's like, you don't fucking back me, man. And I said it back for like the first 2 seasons. The amount of times that Ghost crossed Tommy, it was fucking ridiculous. It made Tommy look like a bitch. I'm glad to see Tommy is actually the leader, but I want to like Tommy as a character, but he's like a fucking... He's a drug addict, hot-headed bastard. He doesn't have much... Like, why am I supposed to... See this guy get killed, why am I supposed to feel sorry for him? Like, what? You just don't feel a connection like that. He literally just feels like a 2-bit gangster, right? And that's the bottom line. And I don't think that feeling for me is ever going to change, to be honest. Julie then goes to Ghost and basically says about everything that's happening, and then kind of lets slip that Lobo's still alive, but Angela noticed Julio going into the restaurant, into Truth, sorry, and then she pulls a fake file and then quickly figures out that holy shit, Julio was a part of this. Cantos then gets absolutely buried by the main man himself. Ghost tells him he wants to escort it off the premises. Angela then confronts Ghost about the whole situation about, what did you do? What did you do? Oh yeah, here comes girls. What did you do, big girl? And he's like, no, he's an old affiliate. And obviously, she kind of closes it down. Tommy returns home. There's blood. I actually thought Holly was dead at this point. Turns out they've just killed the dog. So this is obviously Lobo said in the message, like, hurry up and kill Ghost, or else there'll be serious consequences. Ghost is lying about in bed. His whole gimmick this episode has been, call me Ghost. And now he picks up the phone. He phones Tommy. He's like, Tommy, we need to talk. It's Ghost. So he's dropped James after an episode. And that's where it ends. And like... Can no one see a problem with this? It just seems like it's the same old fucking shit. Or, like, practically nothing has changed since, like, the early episodes of this fucking series. Like, alright, yeah, Ghost is out the picture and, like, Tommy's still there, but to me, I like shows that actually, like, over the course of seasons, things change, things are different. Like, there's barely any new fucking characters that have been introduced. It's the same old shit. It wasn't a good premiere for me. I'm going to give you a 5 out of 10. Par, you need to grab Big Stevie's attention and make me want it, baby. But no, it's not doing that so far. So until next time, 5 out of 10. Peace. I'm back, guys, to Fog Entertainment, and we're looking at Par, episode 2 of season 3. And this one is called It's Never Over, because it's a big rich town. Yeah. I just wanna go to my own. Tell you what though, Ghost is sweating about Lobos. He can't tell if he's dead or alive because of course that is what they're doing. They're doing the John Doe case. We don't know who he is, but you know the attorney's like, they're probably doing a John Doe case, but Ghost is like, I need to know, man. I need to know. But Sax wants to know who was the guy who attacked Lobos and he wants to order him a deal. But Sax first has to find out who he is in that prison. But of course the top man does not want this to happen, for obvious reasons. So now, earlier on this episode as well, we have got Holly and Tommy. Holly's putting up like wanted posters, missing posters, sorry, about the dog, and Tommy's like, I will find them. But yeah, so not looking good because the dog is never going to get found. Lobos is like number 2, who looks like Cesc Fabregas, confronts the top FBI guy, and he's like, yeah, this is your problem. If you don't find out, you are a fucking dead hermano. Andre though is fuming with Ghost because he's like, I need to do more than this. This is fucking shite, so to speak. Ghost's like storyline in the club this episode is essentially this EDM fucking DJ who is like speaking down to Ghost and like, and I get it, right? Ghost's like, oh, I need to make money. But see this whole gimmick when you fucking made him money, man, and you're still letting this fucking guy speak to Indy. Andre's right. He's like, why don't I just fucking whip my gun out and drop this guy? Fucking should. Ghost. Guys get their self-respect. He's a fucking little bitch. I get it, right? He wants to get rich, but fuck me, man. What cost? You want to do this? Tommy continues doing his meetings. He meets with Tasha. Talks about, yeah, Ghost ain't the only reason why I'm not speaking to you. Because you fucking locked Kenyon away for 10 years. And she's like, oh, how long did you wait to tell me he was banging that Puerto Rican chick? Oh, wait, you didn't. And Tommy's like, that's your fault. No wonder he did it with you, bitch. Tommy like walks off. That was quite funny. He meets with the Chinese. Tommy calls him Japanese, which obviously pisses off the son of the group. Andre returns back to the diner where him and Ken hung out last season. Everyone's like, "Ah, you're in suits, man. This is brilliant. This is a rare laugh." And then the EDM DJ actually pissed off to a club across the truth. So, Ghost has been betrayed. Annie was made to look like a little bitch. And Andre was fucking right. And then he's like, right, what do we want me to do? Ghost go over and batter him. And then Ghost is like, nah, we'll get him back if it. Ghost is a little bitch, right? He fucking is. I'm sorry. Tasha then pays Angela a visit. I was like, that's a wee bit weird. And it turns out this visit is to do with the kids coming over, and Tasha wants to make sure the house is safe. The scenes with the kids were there were alright, but I mean, they're like, oh, I have a bigger TV at home. And Ghost just like lets his son speak like that. Fucking, I thought, is this guy not supposed to be the man of the family? And the fucking, he was the boss last season. He should be like, son, watch your fucking mouth. This is Angela's house. Yeah, we've got a bigger TV. What do they fucking do? Our pussy's better than fucking Tasha's. Deal with it, big man. But no, did he say that? No, he did not say that. Came across a little bitch. Tasha is then, talked about by Tommy and Holly, because Holly's like, I think we need someone to balance the books. Tommy points out the fact that Tasha was very good at this because she did a degree in it, but then got pulled out because Ghost married her. And then we might need Tasha. And Tommy's like, no, I don't want to have to use Tasha. And I can understand Tommy's point of view. I really can. Tommy then confronts Lobos as number 2. He's like, you don't have to kill the fucking dog. But I hear he's given the same ultimatum: kill Ghost, or next it will be you or your girlfriend. And then Tommy and Ghost set up the meet. Tommy's like, yes, this is going to go according to plan. And then he has Ghost at gunpoint. Ghost is looking over the Brooklyn Bridge, I believe. And then Tommy has him in his sights and can't pull the trigger. Ho ho! Shockeroonie! Imagine sitting there at home. All these dumb bastards. Use in the comments. I'm only joking. But everyone at home watches it. Who actually fucking thinks Tommy's going to shoot Ghost here? It's just a bit retarded for my personal opinion. It really is. Like, he was never in a million fucking years going to shoot him. So why give us this illusion that he was? Honestly, man. Saxon manages to get to jail. And it turns out the guy he's looking for literally just got stabbed. And Sax is like, something fishy's really going on here. But he did let his top boss know, so will he know? Tommy then beats up one of his crew for saying, hey boss, you're not going to have any product left if you keep snorting it. Again, he's just an unreliable junkie. Tommy is crying in his house because nothing is going his way. And he's worried. He's worried that now that he's going to die. Holly turns up and he's like, I'm sorry I couldn't kill Ghost. Now the cartel, Lobos is going to kill us. And she's like, I've brought someone to help with that. And then in steps Tasha. Fuck off! I thought it was going to be Kanan, man. Who'd I get? I get fucking Tasha. Like, this 2 episodes into this season, like, and I'm just, like, realistically, right, seeing the next couple of episodes with Lobos, should Tommy not be fucking killed? But obviously, like, I know in Power Book 4, whatever, he's alive with Tommy Flanagan. So he's not going to get killed, but Holly's getting killed. I bet my fucking money that Holly would get killed, guys. But anyway, leave your thoughts down below. I'm going to... Just another weak episode for me. Like, I'm going to give this episode a 4 out of 10. Come on, Pa. You've got the ingredients for something great. Produce it. 4 out of 10.
Death gotta be easy, cause life is hard. Welcome back, guys, to Fog Entertainment. It is episode 3 of season 3 of Par. And we kick off this episode in Washington, D.C. with a bit of a jobber robbery. We have 2 kids, 2 black kids, robbing a pharmacy, I believe. They have the guy at gunpoint, and then the woman, police officer, comes in, and I'm thinking, what's going on here? And then it turns out that she's actually bad. She's crooked. She kills the shopkeeper, and then, yeah, she actually drops the guy who was doing the robbery, but the other guy gets to go home. Weird. And I'm thinking, who is this cop? Turns out she's a lesbian. She then goes upstairs, and then we see her treating a patient or something like that. And guess who it is? It is Kanan. So Kanan is still alive. This is your confirmation. You know what? I think most people would have clicked on that this had something to do with Kanan, because, like, why else would we be seeing this? For some reason, though, I didn't click on. I had no idea what the fuck was going on. Until Kanan showed up, and I mean, nothing really groundbreaking happening here, if I'm being
brutally honest. We then cut back to New York. We've got Angela and Jamie chasing each other. Whoop-de-doo. And now Angela, you know, is she going to be able to look after the kids? Who knows? Who knows what's going to happen? Because I don't think after a certain wee incident that's going to go down too well. But then we've got Tasha this episode showing Holly and Tommy the ropes of money laundering, writing the books, all that good stuff. These scenes didn't really do it for me. I don't care. I honestly thought Holly would have been dead in like season 1. I mean, she did get shot. But here we are in season 3. She's pregnant. It's looking like she's going. I mean, I don't think the character's awful, but honestly, I don't see a purpose of the Tommy character having a girlfriend. I don't. That's just my personal opinion. But they're going to use what's her name, Tanisha's shop as a front to launder all the money. Obviously, she's not privy of that, but she's not that impressed. Julio is in a pretty, X-rated sex scene here with some Korean girl, and guess what? He finds out that she's Korean, but then he finds out that the Chinese mob family or whatever, the Chinese have been stepping on the coke. Turns out it's the son though, and then obviously him and Tommy are pissed off that they are weakening the product. So yeah, the leader of the Chinese says, "I'll sort that out, don't you worry." Turns out it's his son, and his son has to cut his finger off. Pretty graphic scene. And then his son just shaves his fucking head. So who knows what's going on there? Who knows what is going on there? But Kanan, things aren't looking good, but he's not really telling his captors anything. He does mention the younger of the two women, the Ghost. But he's severely burned, man. Severely burned, scars all over him. Looking like a badass though, I'll give him that. I will give Kanan that. He's looking quite good. Also with other filler shit this episode with James setting up more club stuff. But is this going to go according to plan? Who knows? Angel's looking at a new apartment, but nothing is really happening in that regard. So we'll have to wait and see whether or not anything's going to happen. Holly and Tasha get pulled over, and then like Holly starts acting like she's like fucking 12 or something, and then Tasha starts acting like she's Jamaican. I mean, it was an alright scene, like, but see, in America, it just seems like the cops fucking pull you over for anything. Oh, you made an incorrect lane change back there fucking 3 miles ago. What? Honestly, but I don't get this. Like, I think it's weird because you look at some things in America, like San Francisco, you can literally commit any crime and the police just fucking look at you, right? Here we are, here, and it's just not such the case, man. Honestly, it's not. That's just not what's going on. And also, we do see numerous scenes of Holly confronting Tommy about, but Tommy, like, I don't understand, right? So Lobos says if you don't kill Ghost, there's going to be big consequences for you and you're going to be killed, right? And here we are, episode 3, nothing happens. Episode 4, right? Something does happen, but it's not via Lobos. This Lobos guy's, entire personality is kind of going, Mistral. It's not exactly working here. I mean, I would expect this guy to be a big, fearful cartel boss, and nothing is exactly happening, man. Let's be brutally honest about it. It's not happening. It is what it is. Greg then confronts the big girl, Angela, on the street. Nothing really happens. Tariq then, for some reason, takes Angela's gun to school. He tries to claim it's for protection because Sean got killed. The teacher ends up finding it. It's mental how the teacher just searched his bag like that. Didn't even, honestly, they managed to track it though to belonging to Angela. When she went to look for her gun, because obviously Greg's back in town and he's stalking her, so to speak, even though he's going after St. Patrick, it didn't exactly go according to plan because now the school have the gun. And no, I don't get, right? Tasha and James, right, Ghost, are blaming, all the blame lies with Angela here, right? Maybe Tasha, because she's like, oh, you said the house was safe, yada yada. But see fucking St. Patrick, James, how the fuck is this Angela's? I don't give a fuck, right? If she left the gun out the safe, it was high up in her cupboard, right? It was high up in her cupboard. Why the fuck is Tariq looking for her stuff? He's like 15, 16. And then Ghost tries to play it off as, oh, that's what teenage boys do. No, it's fucking Tariq's fault. Maybe a small percentage lies with Angela, right? But there's no way in hell that any of this should, like the majority of the way she was she's fucking apologising, like, wholeheartedly about it, man. Fucking disgrace. Sasha plays the race car. Looks like Tariq's gonna get off alright. Oh, is he? Greg then pays a visit to the detective guy who was in season 1. I believe he left early season 2. And he wants him to find Ruiz. I think Ruiz is now in San Diego. And goddamn, I didn't think what would happen to Ruiz in the next episode would have happened at this point. Well, I'll say what would have happened. I mean, what he's actually doing, which is quite interesting. But honestly, the scenes where like Ghost is having a go at Angela about the gun, I just don't get this. I don't. Honestly, like, fucking this relationship, man. It's like on and off, and then it's back on again. Get it in the bin. Get it in the bin. Then the kid from the beginning is talking to Jukebox, I believe her name is. What a weird fucking name. Kenan comes down the stairs and he's like, I'll not be a part of this crew. And he's like, who's this Kentucky Fried nigga? Which I thought was holy shit. Obviously, because Kenan is, absolutely burnt to a crisp. And he was actually about to fucking batter him. And obviously, this kid doesn't know who Kenan is. Kenan's like, you don't know who I am. So, and you better watch who you speak to, absolutely. Because Kenan will drop you without a second hesitation. Absolutely. So, yeah, Tariq then texts Tommy about, I need to visit, but, I need you to see me, Uncle Tommy. And then Tommy obviously buys this. Holly's not impressed because she's just found out she's pregnant. And he's like, why are you ignoring me, man? I want to cuddle. Jukebox then sits Kenan down. They used to have a conversation. It's like, so Ghost did this to you and he killed your son? And Ken's like, hell no, I killed my own son. That's it, Ken. Say it loud and proud. You killed your own son. By God. Honestly, I don't know if it's going to come out at some point. It must just actually be his son, but I can't believe he killed his own fucking son like that. Just shows you how much of a ruthless fucking criminal he is. See, he's like badass Kenan is. I think someone just like killing their own son like that, it does take away a bit from the character. And I know I've talked about it before. Like when Alvarez did it in Sons, it was a botched hit and he didn't fucking kill himself, and there was clearly remorse there. Kenan dropped this guy like he was just another guy on the street. And for me, man, absolutely mental. But then when Tommy goes to see Tariq in the street, it's Ghost. These two have a bit of a conversation. Honestly, just Ghost wants to team back up and sort of problems with take out logos and shit like that. And Tommy's like, nah, Ghost, nah. And just, how long are they going to drag this fucking storyline out? We know Tommy ain't going to kill Ghost, right? Fucking change things up a bit, man. Honestly, that is a non-starter, that storyline, because we know he ain't going to do it, man. Even though he's within reason. I just don't get this show. I think this episode was a bit better than the previous two. I'll give it a 6 out of 10, but come on, Par. It's been a while since there was a fucking great episode. I need one soon. Don't worry, baby, it's just Kenan performing a jewel store heist. Welcome back to Grand Theft Auto. No, it's Par. Episode 4 is season 3. And Kenan performs a heist this episode. So why not talk about it? We do kick off the episode with Ghost and Tasha talking about their current situation. Of course, the whole overlap from last episode. Angela's still sorry about the whole gun thing, but for me, it's not Angela's fault. It's Tariq's fault. I don't give a fuck if she left the gun out. I mean, it was in her wardrobe at the fucking top. He shouldn't be looking at it. I actually cannot believe how much of the blame that Angela's getting. She's actually fucking saying sorry. I just don't get it. She should be like, it's not my fault, Ghost. They shouldn't be looking for my fucking stuff. I mean, it should be that simple. I don't understand, honestly, why it's not. But, we do see more shit with Ghost and Ball this episode. It's just, see everything Ghost is doing with the club. I just do not care, man. It's like opening night now, and not how opening night is. He's told this episode to get like a social media presence, but it's like open night at this big club. And in order for him to have a successful future, he's going to need to build up a presence on social media, because all his rivals have that. But he's like, oh, but it's the allure. I like that. We then go to Jukebox. She's kind of giving everyone the hype up about this entire heist that's going to be happening later on. Everyone's got their roles. Kenan then comes in. He says he wants a bit of it, and then everyone's like, nah, no, this guy. Everyone kind of badmouthing Kenan. Obviously, they don't know who he is, but I would have thought this guy. Obviously, they're in Washington, this crew, right? But I would have thought that, you know, word would have got out about who fucking Kenan is like, but apparently not. Apparently not. But he's then put through the ringer to prove that his hands are capable of holding a gun, and some freaky business goes down. Turns out he is. Ghost then pays for a bit of security, and this guy's weird. He's got a big massive scar across his face, and the way they shot this scene was weird. They've got like the point of view of that guy sitting and the point of view of Ghost. And this guy looks weird, looks shady. I think something's happening here. Not quite too sure what it is. Tommy then pays a visit to the Chinese, to which the Chinese guy, the son, who's now shaved his head, his fingers cut off, and Tommy actually grabbed his hand, which I thought was not the best of him, but Greg has now found out where Diaz is, and he's going to head out to San Diego to confront him, so that's all working good. We then have a dinner between Paz, Angela, and Ghost. And for this dinner, it's just awkward between the three of them because Ghost and Angela are still canning at each other's throat over the whole Tariq thing, and then Paz just doesn't like Ghost, and in turn is very hostile towards Angela here. Yeah, not the greatest dinner, not the easiest dinner scene to watch, but you know the main talking point is the heist. Kenan and the crew bust in, they rob the place, putting all half the shit into the duffel bags, but they didn't actually steal an awful lot. Now Kenan takes the big man, the kid for like the introduction last episode, and he tells Kenan to stop being rough. He opens the safe, gives Kenan the stuff, and then Kenan drops him. And of course, Kenan, you know, will literally kill anyone. He's killed his own son, so this shouldn't be a surprise that he dropped him. But especially after this guy disrespected him, I'm really not surprised here. Really not surprised in the slightest. So for me, yeah, not surprised here. So boom, boom, boom. Andre, whatever the hell you want to call this guy, gets word for his old crew back on the block that a couple of he said Koreans are going to be taking it. Tommy, but I'm pretty sure they're Chinese. Because I'm pretty sure Tommy called them, he did the whole konnichiwa, which is Japanese, and he took it back. Like, you know how fucking offensive that is, we're Chinese. So, who really knows what's happening here, but yeah, not looking good. And it looks like Tommy is going to be wiped out at a church where they've got a corrupt priest on hand. This priest has, you know, got a hand in the drug trade as well. And then Greg turns up in San Diego, and we see Diaz for the first time in a good bit. We haven't seen Diaz since fucking... We haven't seen Diaz in a while. When was the last time we actually seen Diaz? We haven't seen him this season. This is the first time I've seen him here. Greg lays it on thick to Diaz, says his family's not safe, and that he's got word that Lobos has sent people after him. So this is going to be interesting to see whether or not Diaz actually turns rat. It looks like that's the direction we're going. It's just weird because Diaz was built up pretty big, and I thought the fact that Ghost kept him alive made me think that there's big stuff for this guy to do, but now it looks like he's probably going to get killed in the next couple of episodes via Ghost, because Ghost finds out that he's going to rat in the whole organisation. Angela's going to find that out, probably tell Ghost, and then something's going to happen with that regard. But yeah, Greg is back on the task force, him and Angela on the same team. Sacked kind of notices the friction here, but surely can he not put two and two together that there's more to it than just this case? Like, honestly, man. Tasha finds out that Holly is in fact pregnant, and you know, you've also got Tommy talking to Tariq. He kind of badmouths Ghost, but then ends it with, but there's one thing I know about Ghost, he loves the hell out of you, kid. So yeah, put Ghost over a wee bit in the end. But Tommy he's literally just cannot bring himself to kill Ghost, and Holly confronts him on this, and I'm thinking, what can Holly realistically say to Tommy to actually get him to kill Ghost? I don't think anything can make Tommy kill Ghost. unless Ghost actually like killed Holly or something to that extreme level. I think I would probably say that's the only level. Tommy then goes to visit the priest, gets the payment, heads outside, and then he is the victim of a drive-by. He gets absolutely lit up with KG9s. He gets hit in the arm. The car gets absolutely sprayed. And then I'm thinking, I know Tommy doesn't die, so I was thinking, what's going to happen here? And then what happens? A ghost comes out of nowhere. Akimbo starts firing into the car. I think he gets two of them, but the four that were in it. And then as Tommy gets up, he sees a figure leaving the scene, and it was Ghost. But the funny thing is, the security guard at Truth was actually there, and I believe he's the one that actually took Ghost to the scene, which is intriguing. So yeah, absolutely mental. But the Chinese guy's son, he was there. Obviously, he's got a bit of beef with Tommy. He is now dead. So who knows? Ghost. Then he goes back to his own crew. Tommy returns home to Holly. He's got his shot. She's like, Randy, we'll get you medicine and all that good stuff. We have Kanan talking to Jukebox. Looks like he's going to go back to New York and get revenge. But that's the thing. I don't know. Kanan's probably going to... I don't think Kanan's going to die at the end of this season, but I'd be shocked if he made it past season 4, because realistically, all the guys got left is like regrouping and going after Ghost. I actually think it would have been a way more interesting dynamic with Kanan and Tommy running the streets with Ghost in like Kanan's situation, but obviously with Ghost having kids, it's hard to kind of do that in the whole storyline with him and Angela. But for me, that's probably what I would have done. But then at the end, Holly goes to the Jamaicans and she puts out a hit on Ghost. Damn. Because Tommy thinks it was Lobos that went after him. Turns out it was, the Chinese. Even though I'm kind of confused now whether it's the Chinese or the Koreans. But who really knows? So yeah, will this hit go ahead? I think this was a much better episode. This felt like early Par. We had a heist with a drive-by. I'm going to give this episode a 7 out of 10. And hi guys, that's it for Par. Episode 4 of Season 3.
We have a major character death in this episode of Par, and it is called Help Me. Who is going to help who? We kick off the episode. Tommy is rubbing his gun, the barrel of his gun, into the window ledge. Chaos is ensuing here, and Holly's like, it's going to be okay. And then guess what? It's time for Par to deliver us with another sex scene, because it wouldn't be a Par episode without this. And Angela and Ghost are kind of at each other's throat. But see this gimmick, right? That these two are at each other's throats, and that this is it. Like that's it. That's the gimmick, and then they end up all right by the end of the episode. I mean, that happens like every episode. Does Paul not have anything creative to do here? Like, come on with these two. Come on, man. Then of course, word about Ruiz is leaking out. So the main man, he goes and tells Lobos, and he says, "I can't have another witness killed on my watch." And we go, but I don't understand why Lobos fucking... It's like touching this guy up and everything, man. Absolutely weird. But it looks like Tariq is going to spend the day with his father. Tasha tells him, he's your father, he loves you. The whole L generic pish. And then he's like, but Dad, man, he jobbed us out. And then Ghost overhears this. And then you've got an interesting dynamic. So Greg obviously wants to press Ruiz for the whole New York Connect. And, that would involve Tommy, that would involve Ghost. And then you've got the likes of Angela, who obviously doesn't want this to happen. Then you've got the main man, I can't remember his name, who doesn't want this to happen for the sake of Lobos. And it's an interesting dynamic. I really enjoyed the FBI stuff this episode. Then out of nowhere, Tommy's mum shows up, and she doesn't really like Holly straight away. And then see the scene, right, where Tommy and his mum are snorting cocaine. The day drugs ain't for me, right? And I'm not saying you can't include drugs in a TV show, right? Because obviously you can. But I will just never be behind this Tommy character. Like, sitting doing drugs with his mum. I know it's supposed to be funny. It's like, oh, look at that, man, they're mental. But for me, it's just not for me. I don't know. It's just, I don't know. She's just a fucking, a drug addict to me, and I can't... I know that's what she's supposed to be portrayed as, but it's not really doing it for me. And fair play to Holly for being stronger here than Tommy's mum, which ain't exactly hard. But as
Ruiz is being moved into the building. Everyone is being escorted out. But the lawyer, Ghost's lawyer, manages to spot Ruiz, and then he tells Ghost. During all this, though, Ghost is planning to get a separation from Tasha, which of course that makes Angela very ecstatic. She's happy. She thinks life's going to be great here. She marked it a lot at the end of the episode about. We then see Andre and Andre, whatever you want to call him. He's with Tariq talking about him. Tariq asks about Sean. And he's like, no, your dad was very cut up about that. He's just being a man. It's what you have to do, damn it. Tasha then arrives. Situation with at the Holly and Tommy house, man. I don't even know what you want to call this place. Tasha's like, what did she finds out that you're pregnant? She's like, I haven't told them yet. And I was wondering, what's the significance of her not telling them? I guess we'll find out soon. Ghost obviously confronts Tariq and he's like, why have you been acting out? And he's like, you just left. You didn't even explain things to us. I'm sorry. I was angry. And then he's like, you know what? Son, I'm sorry. So here we do. We get a full apology here for Ghost. He hugs it out with his son. Very good. But it looks like Ruiz is only going to give up Lobos. But then Greg goes in to him and manages to get him to flip on the whole connect. Meanwhile, Trey returns home to his house. And who's he find with his daughter? None other than Kanan. Kanan's back cruising the streets of New York. And I'm like, he's back. What an interesting dynamic this is going to be. But I've zero faith. I don't know. I think Kanan's going to get jobbed out. I think he's going to get a pretty piss poor death, to be honest. And it's straight after Greg talks Ruiz into this, then Angela tells him about what's going to happen if, Ghost spared you, big man. Ghost spared you, and now you're going to do that to him. That's not ideal, man. That's no ideal. So Ruiz claims he doesn't know Ghost, and then it looks like they're just going to get Lobo. So, and then Angela's smug face. I do not like Angela, right? I really do not like Angela. I didn't mind at the beginning of the show. I was like, she's pretty fit. And then the sex scenes got old. And then, yeah, just a cunt of a character, in my opinion. Do not like her one bit. I feel sorry for Greg. I actually want Greg to fucking bring Ghost and Angela down, but I think I'm not going to get that, guys, to be honest. And Greg was absolutely fuming here. But it looks like Lobos is going to be getting transported because he's agreed to testify against the Jimenez cartel. And guess what? Because he's done that, will he get broke out of jail during that? Who knows? But Holly, during all this, gives the Jamaicans the go-ahead to kill Ghost. But then Tommy says he's going to head out. And then Holly confronts him. Says, no, you can't go out and see Ghost. You can't go out because I've ordered a hit on Ghost because you're too weak to do it. And then she confronts him as like... And Holly pretty much says everything to Tommy here that I've been thinking for the past few episodes. Like, she pretty much says to him, like, I don't know what the fuck it is between you two, but it's fucking weird. It's not normal. And it's like, you know what? Yes, that's 100% right. Like, Tommy has literally chose Ghost over himself, which is obviously, like, Holly, he's chose Ghost over Holly, which I think is fair enough. She's just like, she's been his girlfriend for, like, 6 months or something at this point. And then, like, himself, though, that's fucking mental. And then, like, how long is Lobo's waiting? Right? How long is Lobo's waiting? But this leads to, like, a bit of a fight between us. Like, you're weak, you never do it, you're nothing without Ghost. And then he starts choking her as we flick between scenes between Ghost with Tariq. And this is when the Jamaicans confront Ghost at gunpoint. During all this, though, Tommy actually chokes out Holly. She dies. Main character death, I guess. But it's like, right, the Jamaicans have Ghost at gunpoint. What are they waiting on? Then Ghost's security guards pull up, kill them all. Tariq had his headphones in, so he didn't notice any of this. And then Ghost and Tariq drive off. So put your fucking seatbelt on, boy, and I'll shut the fuck up. And then drives off. It's like, all right, Ghost. Lay off. But he doesn't lay off, guys. That's pretty much it for Ghosty boy here. Tommy, obviously distraught, he's killed Holly, but he didn't even know she was pregnant. So how is this gonna go down? Who knows? Ghost then wakes up. He can't sleep. He goes to Tommy's house all blacked out. That's how he's gonna kill Tommy. Then he finds Tommy with Holly's dead body. Oh no! And then these two make a promise to kill Lobos. But like during all this, Lobos made a phone call to Tommy, like saying, "I've got one more task for you to do." Like, why is it not like where actually is the retaliation though for Lobos to kill Tommy? Because Ghost isn't dead. And, like, Lobos has made them look like a dick by Tommy. I'm sorry to burst anyone's bubble, but that's just the reality of it here. And now we're getting Ghost and Tommy teaming up.
I feel like the show is going around in circles, right? And nothing. It's not that it doesn't make sense, but it's just like Tommy and Ghost have been butting heads, and they finally have like the big moment of breaking up, like partnership, and now they're back together. Kanan's back in town, and it's almost like everything that happened earlier this season's irrelevant. It really does feel like that to me. Now, this easily was the best episode of the season. I am going to give it an 8, but it's a bit infuriating how they go about things in this show, in my humble opinion. But anyway, guys, leave your thoughts down below. That is it for parts. An 8 out of 10. We're at the halfway point of season 3. Looking forward to the other half. But until then, peace.
They say it's a big rich town, yeah. And we're here with our season 4 retrospective. The movie, all reviews combined into one, so you don't need to go anywhere, baby.
Oh, when I get out of this jail, boy. Welcome back to Par. Welcome back to the channel. And it is season 4, episode 1. We are past the halfway point of this show. And what is going to happen when you go one-on-one with the Great One is the real question here, because this episode is called When I Get Out. So we kick off the season pretty much where last season ended. Ghost is being read his rights. He's having to take his clothes off. His phone's going. Tasha's trying to ring him. We're getting flashbacks of Tommy and Tasha telling him not to trust Angela. She's a fed. You can't trust him. And you know what? The more you look at this, it's like the more that they were absolutely right. Like, come on, let's be real about it. They were absolutely right. I said, like, this relationship is so stupid. It was always going to end like this. And Angela wants a blood sample from Jamie, from the big man. Then the main FBI guy, which his name it just fucking eludes me. He gets the phone call that James St. Patrick's been arrested for the murder of Greg, but of course he's actually the one that killed Greg, so not looking good here for him. Tommy then heads down into a basement. It's turned out that he kept Tanisha, what's her name? Tanisha, alive, I believe it is. Of course, we're led to believe, obviously, like Milan told Tommy to kill her, but he actually kept her alive. I mean, to me, she's hot, like, I mean, I'll give her that, but it's just a bit weird that, you know, they would keep her alive, to be perfectly honest. But here she is, she's alive. I mean, later on in the episode, she kind of has a go at Tommy about what he's doing, and things aren't looking too good in terms of that. I was like, is he going to have to shut her up? But no. So then she returns to Tasha's house, but we'll get that a wee bit later on. Tommy confronts Dre about where the fuck is Tyreek. And Tyreek, of course, is with Kanan, but then they hear about a better deal. As Dre shows up, Dre's like, I'll get you his money. Oh, 15 grand ahead, so we don't need to do this whole ransom deal with Tariq, but obviously Tasha thinks it's Kanan because of the whole burnt arm thing. But guess what? They don't think it's Kanan, because Tommy kind of puts maybe not the doubts in her head, like, but he says it can't be Kanan because there's no way Ghost would have let him be alive after going into that. So who really knows? We didn't see a bit into like Proctor, who of course is Ghost's lawyer, like a bit into his family life, and I don't know, just very weird. I mean, who really cares, to be honest? I mean, I think this is just weird. He goes upstairs and his daughter's like crying in the bathroom. I kind of felt sorry for his kid, but come on, man. James St. Patrick then phones him. Hey, man, you need to help me. But he's getting poked in the back by this guy who's, you know, cop killer, soul stealer. Keeps poking him in the back. You're a cop killer, James St. Patrick. Absolutely is. Tasha then phones Proctor, and she's like, how do you know so much about me? He's like, I need to keep you going, man. Proctor knows so much, man, because he's a good fucking... Yeah, he is a good lawyer. I mean, he's kind of been like a nothing character. It's kind of blew up out of nowhere, but it is what it is. And you know what, guys, right? I actually cannot fucking believe that this Kanan storyline with kidnapping Tariq has fucking ended like this. I think this sucks. I'm sorry. Like, I get it from their point of view. Well, you know, there's a lot of heat around Ghost right now, so maybe here we'll just get money out of Dre and the drugs instead of having to kidnap Ghost's son, because obviously, you know, Kanan's heard that Ghost is arrested, which is a pretty decent sized win for him, I guess, but for fuck, come on. I mean, imagine leaving us on a cliffhanger thinking that, going into the next season, Tariq's been fucking kidnapped and what's going to happen? Can't believe they've did that. Tariq then shows up, there's a bit of a reunion, you know, with him, Tommy and Hing. Tommy then confronts Dre, and Dre's like, no, man, I'm being straight with you. He made Slim up. Slim doesn't. Hey, Slim, does he even exist? Weird stuff going on. So it looks like Kenan's just going to keep watching from afar here and see what happens, getting his 15 grand a month. Like, what are we dragging out here with Kenan? Like, surely with Ghost locked up, right? Is it not a perfect time for him to make his moves? Like, honestly. Like, don't remember back in season 2, you had fucking Kenan had like all the associates and all the contacts round the table and was like, right, we're going to take out Ghost and then we're going to run things. And then, of course, Lobos and fucking Tommy got arrested. And it's like that just fucking went nowhere. Honestly, very weird. I feel like this show, it tries to do so much, but in reality, like, not an awful lot happens, if I'm being honest about it. But Tariq, you know, looks like he's going to be alright. But Tommy's a wee bit suspicious of Dre. But, what are you doing with Kanan, man? What are you doing? Kanan then talks about his first night in jail. Then we see Ghost's first night. Can't really sleep. Proctor talks to him. Ghost was funny. He's like, yeah, I was at his house that night, but I didn't kill him. And he's like, here, your little story that you were in his house, but you didn't kill me, going to add up. He got a cheap pop out of me. I thought that was incredibly funny. And as Ghost is being like walked back to his cell, Proctor phones Tasha, and he'll need $2 million to bail Ghost out. You know, killing a federal agent ain't fucking cheap these days. And then we're introduced to this old guy. So we're introduced to this old guy. I'm not quite sure who he is, but I think it's Tommy's dad. I genuinely think it's Tommy's dad. I don't know why I think it's Tommy's dad, but I just think it's Tommy's dad. Like, he's white, no real connection to anybody. I think it might be him. Tasha's struggling though to get the money together, and Ghost throughout this episode, you know, he kind of is being bullied by the guards in this prison. But to be honest, can you really blame me? You know what? I actually kind of respect the fact if someone kills cops, all like the cops inside, like, unite and fucking batter them and shit. Fair play, you know. Like, I know we watch these TV shows and the criminals are supposed to be like the great, but you know, I like cops as well. I've no real issues with cops. But, you know, Tasha's friend's fucking pretty great and she's just looking at her here. But then as Tasha turns around, as her friend shows up, the police are here and we're here to raid your house. Not good. And then we kind of get a couple of funny scenes here with Angela busting in, talking to Tasha and co. But I just, there's something about this I didn't get. Like, her friend's sitting there, here, do you want me to batter Angela here, what, in front of like 50 federal agents, even though Tommy just told you to lay low? Come on, woman. A wee bit fucking ridiculous here. But, you know, all the contacts, Peter, who's shaved his head, looks really weird, looks like Julio now. He's a bit worried about Ghost getting arrested, and a few of the people contacts are, man. And you know what, rightfully so, to be honest, the way this is fucking going. Because with Ghost arrested, things aren't looking fucking good. But then we're introduced to Han. I say Han, it's not really Han. It is Han for Fast and Furious, but it's Mr. Mac. And he's an agent, damn it. He wants to make a deal with Saletti. And this guy, I think's Tommy's dad. And he's 68. He's in jail. Looks like he's never going to get an appeal. But if he gives him the names, he'll be out with an appeal. And he'll be able to see his wife, who's sadly dying of cancer. So if you look at it from that point of view, if he wants to see his wife, he'll have to make the deal. But Mac's making this deal, and I thought, this Mac guy, you know, good actor. Is he going to be in this series? And boom, he is in this series because he's been moved on to the task force. He's on the team, damn it, that's going to bring James St. Patrick down. And he's up against Proctor. And that's when we see Proctor against Mac in the courtroom. Before this, we do get a scene between Tasha and Ghost where, you know, she kind of berates him for what happened, and Ghost is like, oh wait, there is one more option. Get my money from Dean. Get my money from Dean. Get my money from Dean, damn it. Dean is the man. Dean is the man. And Dre's now told to get some fucking woman trained up at the club. And Julio's been picked for distribution, which Dre's obviously pissed off about. But, I mean, let's be real. Julio's been with them for ages. It makes total sense for Tommy to pick Julio. Like, I could understand maybe if Ghost wanted to go with Dre. But Ghost is in fucking jail, man. Not going to happen. But Tommy, still very suspicious about this entire situation. Then we get the whole courtroom showdown. Proctor against Mac. I thought Proctor was going to win. But thank God he didn't, right? I'll tell you why. I mean, his fingerprints are outside, like, on Greg's window, and Proctor's like, here, that doesn't mean he killed me. That doesn't mean he killed me. No, he didn't.
I mean, his fingerprints, there's fucking DNA for St. Patrick under Greg's fingertips, and you're trying to tell me that doesn't, like, arouse suspicion? Like, it puts him at the fucking crime? Honestly, but a court and all that shit, man, it's all corrupt as fuck, but Mr. Mac gets what he wants, and Ghost will remain behind bars. I'm glad of this, because you remember a few seasons ago, Tommy did get released, but now, and now this time it's not. Dre gives Kenan the 45k, of course, 15k ahead. So we've been intrigued to see how this goes down. Tommy makes a few more phone calls. But I tell you what, man, things aren't looking good here. The St. Patrick household is turned upside down, and then to end the episode, Ghost is getting absolutely battered by the guards. And you know what? Even though he didn't kill him, they think he killed him, and that's good enough for them to batter him. But you know what? It's a strong start to the season. A bit all over the place, but there was a lot in there. New characters introduced, and they all look good. So I'll give this episode, guys, an 8 out of 10. So until next time, peace.
Fog Entertainment back again with another par review. We're looking at episode 2 of season 4, and we have got Things Are Going to Get Worse. Of course, Ghost is still in jail. He's beginning to grow a wee bit of stubble. It would kind of suggest a time skip. He has a wee bit battered and bruised. I mean, I wouldn't say there's much of a time skip here. I would say like maybe a week or two. I mean, at most, to be honest. You've got Tasha telling the kids that they're not getting out, and then Tariq asks, how did he get the name Ghost? And then Tasha just walks away very suspiciously and is like, oh, everybody in the hood had a nickname. It's like, is he just going to accept that? Well, he does. He kind of does accept that. Then Keisha turns up at Tommy's place, like demanding, like, here, I want your name off of the shop. I want you and Tasha's name off of the shop. Tommy here is woken up here, looked a bit like a tool. They actually did quite a good job making him look like he just woke up. But then she kind of storms off, and I was like, it's weird that she would confront him like this at his house and be worried, and then seemed out of character for me. But it makes a wee bit more sense a bit later on in the episode. Then Proctor, he sits down with St. Patrick, and they're discussing things here. And things just aren't exactly looking spectacular for him. He says that maybe he should admit to the relationship with Angela, but then Proctor's like, that's going to make it look like you had motive because you were in a three-way love triangle with Angela and Greg. But then we've got the counterparts of Mac and the FBI with like Sachs and shit discussing this as well. And then you've got like them both pretending that James is on the stand. And then Angela's on the stand, and it ends with Ghost turning around and saying, I would never kill a member of law enforcement. And then Proctor's like, but why would you distinct law enforcement? Surely you wouldn't kill anyone. He's like, if you said that, they would have your guts to garters, buddy. You'd be fucked. And of course he'd be fucked. Imagine saying on the stand, I would never kill a member of law enforcement. That is pretty much, but I would kill anybody else that wouldn't be in law enforcement. So yeah, Ghost is on the ropes here. He's not exactly doing good in the slightest. It looks like he's going to be absolutely in the mud. But now we're beginning to see that the Puerto Ricans here are not really sticking to Tommy's plan, and it looks like they are going to find a new connect, so to speak. And Tommy hears about this, and then he sends Julio to deal with it. Now, is this going to happen? I'm not too sure. Is Julio capable of this? We quickly find out that he's not, but we'll get to that a wee bit later on. And I think this is planting the seeds for Trey to be moved into this position, to be perfectly honest. Tommy did offer to go, but then Julio shut him down. We then see inside this big guy just comes over to Ghost and takes a bit of his fucking bread. Then we see a guy watching from afar, and I just assumed this was going to be Tommy's dad, but we'll get that a wee bit later on. Then in truth, we're beginning to see how they essentially money launder, I guess you could say, get the profits up, because when someone offers for 2 bottles of champagne, they only give them 1. My God, and that is how the money goes up, guys. That is absolutely how the money goes up. And we just see a montage of Dre watching this. We then see Proctor outside getting an interview on the TV. And he's saying the whole reason they're going after James St. Patrick is because of racism. Then we get a funny scene where no one in this room is even white. And then Sachs is like, I'm white. He's like, but how about we use you, the black guy? I thought that was a really funny scene. You know what? I'm honestly shocked going into season 4. We still have like so much involvement from the police. I actually like assumed after like season 1 of this show, the likes of Sachs, Greg's, the top man, and a few other people like they just wouldn't be getting used. But I'm glad they are getting used. Later down in the line, Tasha then drops Tariq and co off at school, and the reporters there filming him, and then she essentially like grabs the camera of the reporter, the journalist, the paparazzi, whatever you want to call them, smashes his camera. Tariq gets out, he's like, so is that what you want me to do? Act cam? Obviously making fun of his mummy. Walks in, then a couple of kids come up and is like, here, see the gun you brought into school? Was that the gun your dad used to kill that cop? And he's like, yeah, and what if it was? And they all brick it and run away, which I thought was kind of funny. Then Tommy's dad, at this point we don't know it's Tommy's dad, but it is Tommy's dad. His wife visits him in jail. She's like, yep, not looking good. Not the 18 months they thought it would be. I've got 12 months to live. So looks like he's been pressured into making this deal. And then we get the Julio confronting the guys that want to jump ship. Gets into a bit of a brawl here, but Julio backs down and actually offers the guy more territory, which I'm just sitting here thinking, that's incredibly, incredibly shite, to be honest. And then when we get to the scene, they're looking in truth, and they actually find a gun, but of course it's been planted. It's been planted, damn it, by the top man. The top man planted it. He's covering his tracks. He's trying to make it look like Ghost is absolutely set up here. And guys, it's not looking good for Ghost, because when we take it to court, damn it, he's getting the lethal injection. He's going to be getting the absolute death sentence. Not good for him. Tommy, during all this shite, he confronts a few members of the crew, and they're like, well, guess what, big man? Julio bottled it. And then, which we think Tommy is then going to confront Julio, but then he confronts Kesha, and it turns out these two are now in a relationship, and it makes a bit of sense now why he kept her alive, but he finds out from her about Sean, and that Tasha was banging Sean, and Ghost knew about it, and he's like, damn, that is weird, but things are not looking good here for Ghost. Proctor does tell Tommy that if Ghost goes down, then he's probably going to go down. And then the guy that threw a couple of punches on Tommy's crew earlier gets into his car, and then Tommy chases him and runs him over, breaks his leg. I think this guy's probably going to die. It's not mentioned yet, but it looks like he's going to die of blood loss. And it's funny because Proctor told Tommy to have a low profile, and here he is running this guy over in Queens, broad daylight, man, breaking the guy's leg. I thought this was it was a funny scene, but not looking good, to say the least. Tommy's mum then pulls up and just fucking he gives her the keys to his car, and she just drives off. Absolutely mental about what is going on there. For Tommy, damn it, he gets the new car, the new whip, Ghost's whip, so to speak. And then Proctor and Ghost, I remember we sit down, and then his Ghost is led back to his cell. The officer who's had it in for him because he's a cop killer tells him about how brutal the lethal injection is and the electric chair is, and that sometimes people don't die 45 minutes after. They're sitting there twitching. Angela then is confronted by Tasha, and she's like, well, you know what? Fuck you. Tasha's like, if you weren't a cop, you'd what, Tasha? You'd what? So is this beef going to reach boiling point? Is Angela going to die soon? Who fucking knows? Kenan then confronts Dre at the shop. Says the only reason you're alive is because I'm fucking making you keep alive, brother. Then we get the final scene of the episode, a touching scene here between Tommy and Ghost. Ghost tells Tommy that the only thing I want from you, Tommy, is to look after my family because things aren't looking good. They're giving me the needle. They're killing me, man. They're giving me the death sentence. And you know what? I really do feel sorry for Ghost, but he's got the family, has been set up for this, but it was idiotic for the guy, man. Tommy, his wife, loads of people warned about this relationship with Angela, and it's kind of his own fault that it's actually spiraled out of control to this level for me. But anyway, guys, that is it for Power. Leave your thoughts down below, and until next time, I'll give this episode a 7 out of 10. I was told long ago that episode 3 of Power of each season is the sort of episode that delivers, hits the ball at the park. For me, this one didn't really do that, and I feel like it lost a wee bit of steam from the earlier episodes. But this episode is called The Kind of Man You Are. We kick off the episode, we've got Dre, we've got Julio, we've got Keisha, all getting arrested. We have the funeral of Greg Knox, damn it. And that guy who Greg Knox went to last season has now reappeared, and he looks like he's going to be like another piece of the jigsaw here going forward. Meanwhile, Proctor's hired this other guy to help him. Black guy. He's got a 1 in 3. He's got a 1 in 4 loss rate. So he wins 3 out of every 4 cases he does on the death row. So tell you what, that's a pretty good return for a death row. But he doesn't really believe Ghost. I mean, obviously Ghost didn't actually kill Greg, right? So, but he's so adamant that he did. He's like, yo man, I don't care. I'm gonna get you off. I mean, it would probably help if he believed his opponent, but well, no, his what do you call him? No, not customer. What's that big? His clientele, so to speak. But Ghost points out the fact that Greg's apartment didn't have that phone when he broke into it. And again, like this whole case of I'm admitting I broke into his house, but I didn't kill him. How far is that really going to be able to hold up? Meanwhile, we've got Tommy performing uncle duties as he's dropping off Tyreek, and I can't even remember what the daughter's name is, to be honest, but she's seen crying because Tariq like stands up there a few bullies for her, and then the paparazzi's taking photos of it. Again, really weird considering these kids are underage and this guy's sitting outside of school taking fucking photographs of him. Meanwhile, though, in the interrogations, Dre and Julio, they don't bend. Kesha kind of gives up information that the marriage wasn't exactly still really together, but she's getting interrogated by Angela, which makes her an interesting dynamic because she's basically, pinning a lot of blame on Angela's doorstep in that regard. And then when Kesha returns home, the lawyers kind of be like, well, you know what? If they bring up the fact that the marriage was done, it means Tasha can legally testify against Ghost. Of course, in the state of law in America, you're not allowed to testify against your spouse, but if the marriage is officially dead, and there's numerous sources to confirm that, then she can. Meanwhile, the old guy, Tommy's dad, he receives a phone and some ramen, makes a few phone calls, discovers that this has to be Ghost inside that's working with Tommy Egan, etc., etc. And then he goes to Ghost later on in the episode and demands that Ghost sends 20 grand to this address every month. By God, and then Ghost has to set this up with Proctor. So this guy's covering his tracks, but I thought he was going to say to Ghost about the fact that he's Tommy's father. Now, there is no, it's not been confirmed he's Tommy's father, but I'm willing just to bet big money that he is. But he made sure to Ghost that he wants Tommy to be the one to deliver it. So there you go. I mean, could we go down the route of the woman that has the cancer is Tommy's real mum? I'm not buying that, because I think Tommy's mum that we've seen throughout the first 4 seasons here is like exhibit A of a junkie. She is not, and he's exhibit A of a junkie. He is literally his mother's son. So for me, I don't think they're going to go down that route. But here, maybe he'll establish a connection where, who knows? But then the guy who Greg Knox went to last season shows up and he's like, you know what? I want to exonerate Greg Knox's name. But in order to do that, they need to get Angela to admit to conspiring, so she'll go down, but then James Patrick will go down. But then he's like, well, you know what, as well, if that happens, then we arrest Tommy Egan, because he's claiming here that Greg has on tape pointing the murder of Lobos on Ghost and Tommy. But but then like Sachs, he takes us to Sachs, and the Sachs is like, right, I'll take it to the top lawyer, judge, sorry. So he takes it to the judge. And then the judge is like, I'll never hold up my court of law. And I don't know, see, like the court of law, Yari, it's a load of fucking shite, man. It's all manipulated. It's all... I mean, here they've got these guys dead to rights, and you could argue, well, the 2 main characters are hardly going to go to jail for this crime. Like, at the halfway point of the show. I get that logic, but again, like, you can't... Would this really work? I mean, it seems like the only sort of fucking thing that Saul would be able to get people off with for me, but here, we'll see what good of a job he can do. And then he says, I'm going to fuck off now, and then the judge is like, yeah, you fuck off, which I thought was a funny scene, to be honest. But, I mean, how's this going to go? I'm not really too sure. Angela then confronts Ghost, says, right, you got to make a deal, admit to this, and I'll take the death penalty off the table. And he's like, how about you admit it wasn't me, I was planted. But then, like, Proctor's trying to prompt Ghost not to, he's advising him not to take this deal. But then, like, the new lawyer's like, here, mate, you can't advise him to do that. It has to be your client's own decision. But things are quickly unraveling here for
Proctor and co. But then eventually we do get the meet in the courtroom, and they get the DNA thrown out. I think it's ridiculous. So I mean, it's kind of ridiculous. It's kind of not. He's openly admitted that he's broke into the guy's house. His DNA was found on him. Now, yes, there was a traffic stop, right? I totally get that by Greg, which they whipped at the CCTV footage of here. Angela knew about it, and because she knew about it, and the department knew about it, they had to throw the entire thing out, which to me is a bit ridiculous, but they did. But like, right, so maybe even if you argue that the DNA that was found could have been from the traffic stop, how did it get under your fingernails? Or how did Greg get Ghost's DNA under his fingernails? For me, I think that is a load of shite. I'm sorry, they would actually throw this out. Like, so what about when we actually get to the case and they're like, by the way, actually, Ghost, he broke into his apartment. The murder weapon that was used was found at Truth. And then what, they can't mention the fact there's no DNA because they'll be like, oh, but Angela didn't talk about the fact there was a traffic stop by Greg. Come on, man, it's all corrupt. Ray then visits Tommy and says here, I did get released, I got held up by the cops, but Julio was held a wee bit longer than me. Oh no. And then the guy that was bullying Tariq, well, Kanan and some guy rob his house. That's all Kanan's doing these days, man. It's a real slow burn with him, man. It really is. It absolutely fucking sucks to say the least. But we've got this like big boxing tournament that like Tommy's hosting, and then he confronts Julio and he's like, "You gotta know who to trust." And it's like, is he really suspicious of Tommy? Or no, of Julio? Is Julio a rat? I'm not really willing to bet it. Then the episode ends with Ghost talking to the new lawyer guy. That's name we'll probably have to remember the next episode. I mean, it was alright, but I feel like after a really strong start to season 4, we're kind of just going around in circles with the fact that Ghost is in jail. And I mean, honestly, what's going to happen? Who knows what's going to happen? I say who knows. The guy's going to get out. It's not like he's going to get a life sentence. I'd be fucking shocked if Ghost got a life sentence, guys. But anyway, leave your thoughts down below. I'm going to give this episode of Par a 6 out of 10. But until next time, leave your thoughts down below. And that is Fog Entertainment signing out. We'll be back very soon, troops. But until then, peace. Oh, hell yeah. Time is running out for James St. Patrick here in the latest episode of Par. Welcome back to Fog Entertainment, and we're in this together. Here we kick off the episode. He's lifting a few weights. You think, this is going to go well, but just like Chris Benoit's weightlifting machine accident back in 2007, this does not go well. He's doing a wee bit of bench press, and then the guard that's got it in from Cap Killer puts it over his neck. He almost felt like he was a goner here. Why he spares him? I'll never know. Like, why does he actually spare him apart from Ghost is like the main character? Doesn't really make much sense to me, but he says the cameras in this room don't work. We killed another Cap Killer like you last year. Cameras don't work. So yeah, pretty stupid to fucking reveal that. But yeah, we're going to see how this goes. Then Ghost sits down with Proctor again, tells him about the cop killer, the cop killer guy. He's like, you're going to have to sort him out. Look into him, big man. Julio then gets met by like the head of the Dominicans, and you can clearly see here there's just like, because Julio and Tommy aren't on the same page, it's clearly trickling down. And then this guy later in the episode goes to see Trey. And it looks like they could be working some sort of side deal. So who knows how that is going to go down today. Proctor then tells Tommy that things aren't looking good and that, here, if Ghost goes down, you could be going down, big man. And guess what? There's also this Homeland Security guy that has a bit of information. He's like, but I'm going to meet him. Why did Proctor tell Tommy this? We all knew, right? As soon as he told Tommy this, Tommy's like, well, I'm coming with you. Like, what did Proctor think was going to happen? See, for a guy that's portrayed as this, like, smart-ass lawyer, this was incredibly stupid, man. Incredibly stupid. Then, what's her face? Angela plants the seed in Tasha's head that, we tried to make a deal with James yesterday about you and the kids, but he refused it. Which is actually true, I guess, to a degree, but he refused it. And then that forces her to go see him. Tommy then confronts Julie about it, and he's like, right, you need to get the money off Trey, and if you don't, Your problem's going to soon become my problem. Julio then confronts Dre about this, and he's like, I'm not, we're all good between you and me. But he's like, I didn't say nothing about snitching. That's what Tommy said, but who knows how that's going to go down. And then, guess what happens? Guess what happens, big man? The angry black man's arse collapses, man. He absolutely does. Proctor has him on the ropes. And to be honest, I can see why he's flipped out here, because Proctor's sitting here accusing him that he was the real mole. And he's like, yo, I've had a badge for 20 years. I'm being accused of this shit. No wonder. I mean, I would react. I don't think it really looks that bad, if we're being honest. Tommy then pays a visit to the lady, the Italian mob boss, his daddy's fucking wife. And then they got the guy with the mustache there, and he's like, so you're not really one of the guys, you're one of the guys that held one of the maid guy's bags. Like, I was a maid guy, you little shit. Then his wife comes out after Tommy leaves, 20k has been paid, and his wife is like, my husband, I known him for 40 years, what's going on? He wouldn't do anything like this, he told me everything. Well, I'm willing to assume that Tommy ain't 40. I think Ghost is like, what, mid-30s? I'm going to assume Tommy's around the same age as that, so yeah, I'm going to assume that Tommy has been a naughty boy, or his daddy's been a naughty boy. Maybe he is 40, but to me, I don't really know what age Joseph Sikora is, but he doesn't come across a guy that's 40. He looks more like a guy that's early 30s to me, but we'll have to wait and see. But this meet with Proctor and the main man is set up, and then, yeah, what happens here? The guy tells me about the recording that would, would directly involve, and he's like, I'm telling you, Proctor, you would have to choose between your two clients. And then out of nowhere, well, I say out of nowhere, I thought it was inevitable, Tommy just kills the Homeland Security guy. So, I mean, it's like that. So yeah, Tommy kills him, and he's like, it's a good thing I don't have to kill you, Proctor, which I thought was funny. We've also got a scene where Kanan and his crew rob a house that, Tariq is friends with, and Tariq's upstairs. Like, it's nothing, it's just your cat knocked something over. Is this really what Kanan has been demoted to? Like, I'm sorry, like, this just ain't doing it for me. This is 50 fucking cent. Here is Ghost, right? He's locked up. He's at his weakest. If there's not a time for Kanan to strike, is this not it right now? Tommy, can run things himself. I'm not denying that. But for me, he's coming across, like, I don't, I mean, it seems like they're just dragging it out at this point. I wouldn't even be surprised if Kanan doesn't make his move to, like, season 5. That is honestly the way we're going here. But then Truth gets shut down. Keisha's hairdressing the place gets shut down. Things are not looking good. But yeah, we've got a dead Homeland Security guy. Big Facetti comes up to Ghost, and he's like, you keep the 20k rolling. He's like, yeah, well, I know you killed that Tommy kid. So if you keep using this leverage, then I'm going to out you, and you'll never be able to get to see your daughter, your wife, obviously, because Ghost is like, because you were going to be out on parole soon. But guess what? Fuck you. Keep me chover honest, is essentially what's going on here. But then we've whipped up a masterclass here from the police. We've got Mac. It turns out they've revealed that Proctor was in fact Tommy Egan's lawyer. So the client of him was both Tommy and Ghost, and that is a clear conflict of interest because they offered Ghost a deal that would in fact arrest Tommy and shaft him. So the mayor, the guy from Prison Break's like, yep, you know what, Proctor, you're off the case. Proctor then talks to Ghost. It's like, you're on your own now, buddy. That is it. Absolutely good night. He then goes like have a drunken rant at Angela's apartment. She's like, go home, Proctor, you're drunk. She then goes through the tape message, not the tape messages, the recordings. The recordings on the wall. And she notices the main man. I believe she notices him. It was very hard to it was cutting in between. Now, Ghost leaves without actually putting the gun in, so she obviously realizes it has been planted, and now is she just going to completely turn this case upside down and be like, oh, he was shafted? I mean, she did love him, like, but come on. Just because someone planted the gun there doesn't necessarily mean that he didn't kill him.
Honestly, like, I mean, I know deep down that this show ain't gonna kill Ghost. We all know it. I think wasting a season on him being in jail is almost irrelevant. Like, it actually is a waste of time. Like, has it been good seeing him in jail for a few episodes? Yes, it's like a different dynamic. But for me, like, he's never going to get arrested. He's never going to get the death penalty. So you may as well just fucking get him out as soon as possible. But anyway, troops, that's going to do it for this episode. I'm going to give it a 6 out of 10. And until next time, peace. Don't thank me. Welcome back, guys, to Fog Entertainment. We are at the midway point of Par Season 4. And damn, a lot of things are hitting the fan in this episode. We do kick off the episode with Paz and Angela, and she basically says that she thinks Jamie's innocent. You know what? Paz could have played the older sister or the sibling or the family members. Like, well, he done you dirty. It doesn't matter. Give him the death penalty. But she's like, you get Jamie off. Well, Angela, get Jamie off this episode. We will have to wait and see. But our sister's kind of giving her that. Then we get Silver sitting with Ghost. Ghost isn't too pleased that he's his attorney now, and he's like, my attorney? I'm not angry. No, I'm not scared. I'm fucking angry, man. Which I think was fair enough. Angela then confronts Mike, brings the evidence to him about there was no proof on the surveillance tapes that Ghost actually put the gun back, but he's like, no, we're not bringing this up. And I knew at this point, right, this ain't looking good. Then Sax comes in, they find out in the finances of Ghost that Tommy, he gave Tommy a $1 million loan, so to speak. Well, that's the way Ghost tries to say it, but damn, it's not really happening like that. Then we get Teresi. He's in jail. He's working out. He's looking a bit done. He then confronts the U.S. Marshal that's been pressing the main man, Ghost, and he's like, I hear you get a transfer. He's like, oh, you want some one-on-one time with Ghosty Boy, the cop killer. How about you kill him, man? We kill him, you put it in motion. So yeah, it looks like these guys are all going to team up and kill Ghost. But then this scene that happens later on, I seen it like years ago, like on Facebook, you know, like when they just like post random like movie clips, and then you're able to like kind of see about what's going on. Silva then tells Tasha that she may have to testify, and like it's almost like we're teasing a romantic relationship between these two. Will it go anywhere? I'm not too sure. Lakeisha, she rolls a blunt, and Tommy's like, you can roll a blunt. She's like, well, you white boys don't usually roll blunts. You have bongs. And he's like, yeah, play with this bong. And then he kind of gets his dick out, which was kind of a funny scene. But she asks him about Tommy, no, Holly, sorry, and he kind of like blanks her. And then but it was a really awkward scene, this, because, you know, you just knew that he wasn't going to acknowledge this, but like she kind of like pretends, well, I didn't hear him just say that, did I? Nope, I didn't. Tommy then confronts Proctor. Proctor's obviously off the case, though, and, you know, he's having a meal with his daughter. Angela confronts him, and looks like she is actually going to job out this entire case, undermine everybody, damn it. Hard Stern then turns up, and he's like, hey, Ghost, if you want any money, you can get it from me. And he also does the same to Tasha later in the episode, but then later in the episode, she actually makes the phone call to him for some money. Like, imagine Ghost, like, she knows that Ghost is getting it, right? Sorry for the spoiler, but she phones this guy anyway. This just seems like a bit of a forced storyline to keep this guy around. Not a fan of this guy whatsoever. So for me, this can absolutely get in the bin. Kesha kind of lets slip that she is seeing a man and that he's a white boy. And Tasha's like, only white boy I know that you know is Tommy, but she kind of glosses over it. Angela then goes to see Ghost. Ghost admits to being in the apartment truthfully, 100% truthfully, but you're like, we've already heard all this stuff, like what the fuck's this doing? And then we think, right, is Angela going to do anything? Who knows? We then get this like really explicit sex scene between Julio and the Asian. But I can't remember where she worked, man. I think she worked for I can't even remember. But you know what? It was a pretty hot sex scene. You can't dispute that. And you know what? It's been ages. So I mean, we've had Tommy and like Kesha, but normally it was Ghost and Angela. Ghost and Angela every day of the week. But yeah, this was pretty explicit without actually showing you their bits, so to speak. But Jesus Christ, man, getting it on here. And Julio did not feature much in this episode. He really didn't. Tommy then like pays a visit to Tariq, and he's like, "Where are you getting all these clothes?" And he's like, "I saved it up. I need to be the man of the house. I barred him." And then he talks about losing his virginity, and he says that Dre dropped him off at the house. Dobbin, Dre in it. We then get the case here between the hearing. We've got Ghost against Mac, Sax, and Mike. It's not looking good for Ghost at this point. They bring up the fact that, there was this £1 million fee between Tommy and Ghost. But, Silver tries to play it off as a simple loan between friends, but then Mike's on the stand, and because they had to make Ghost testify, he's able to withstand all these questions now for Mike, and things are not looking fucking good for Mike. It really is that simple. Well, he's not making things look good for Ghost Mike. He's fucking hitting it to him deep. He's like, I'm not a killer. He's like, but you did refer to Greg as Greg. So yeah, cards are on the table at this point. Tommy then thanks Dre for doing this underground setup that's making him a bit of cash, but then confronts him about Tariq. He's like, hell, you don't do anything that involves the family without you coming through me first. It's like, no matter what Dre does, there's always something that's affecting this relationship with him and Tommy. It's like he could make Tommy $20 billion. There's always going to be something, man, that's in charge of it. We then have Ghost. He's working out in the weight room. And then as this scene was happening, I just remembered seeing it. It was so explicit, so gory. I mean, the guy talks about, maybe I could be with your wife and I can have your kids call me daddy. And after all the taunting of the past couple of episodes this season of this guy taunting Ghost, Ghost has enough. They get into a bit of a fight. The guy's getting the upper hand because he's using the police baton. Ghost then grabs the dung bell. He cracks him in the head, gets on top of him. I thought, now this is when I properly remembered this scene. I was like, holy fuck, he's just going to crush his fucking dome here. And what does he do? He absolutely does it. And yeah, I mean, the roids on Ghost's fucking arms as he was crushing this guy's face, absolutely insane. Make no mistake about it, he crushes it. His fucking skull explodes. Epic kill, man. Honestly, this was fucking insane. This deserves so much fucking punishment. And he praise. So he just sticks it with the blood everywhere, man. And he sticks it through his fucking skull. But obviously, because I remembered it, I knew that Ghost got away with it. I remember the old guy helping him. Turns out the old guy's Teresi. Teresi helps him. They frame it on some other guy who was actually there to kill Ghost. And as they walk in, they're just looking at what the fuck. Tracy gets him in a headlock. Absolutely insane stuff going on here. And Tracy realised he just killed him, so maybe I confirm. But Tracy took a risk, I tell you. Getting this guy in a fucking headlock, because he got him in a headlock while he had the shiv. I mean, I know Ghost was kind of restraining him at the same time, but yeah, Tracy made his bet here and he decided to stick with Ghost, and I think it was the correct decision. Now you can use Ghost. He's got this leverage on him as well, and we'll see how it goes. But they make it look like he did it and hang the guy who came in. Tasha then confronts Tommy about Lakeisha. He finally reveals that he's the one that actually he did kill Holly, and he never knew she was pregnant, because if he knew she was pregnant, he never would have done it. And I totally get his point of view. And at this point, it's revealed that now Angela Valdez is in fact going to testify, and she's actually going to reveal all the secrets, by God. And that's exactly what Angela does. You can see the disdain on Mac's face, or Mike's face, about Angela doing this, and she brings all this up, and then they completely throw another comment, but they just throw her under the bus. You've got Mike, your relationship, you give this guy evidence, you hid evidence, and then it just prompts Proctor, the judge, to essentially throw the case out. He's free to go, which is mad to think, because things weren't exactly looking good for Ghost, but now he's a free man, damn it, he's a free man. So yeah, I really enjoyed these court scenes. Will it be the last in the show? I mean, it could be, but we'll have to wait and see. Kanan then visits Dre. Dre gives him his final payment. Tells him to back off Tariq. I mean, Dre's obsession with Tariq's fucking pretty mental. Julio then sees Kanan meeting with Dre. Now the problem with this is you can't really see too much for Julio's perspective. Now, two things: if he sees him giving him a duffel bag full of cash, that could be worrying for Dre. Two, if Julio knows who Kanan is, maybe he knows who he is but doesn't know what he looks like, that could also be big issues as well. So looking forward to seeing how this is going to all play out. I mean, could we see a world where like Kanan kills Julio, potentially? Tommy then heads for Chicago. Chicago want him up there, so it looks like that's where he's going to go. Kenan returns to like the apartment he's been chilling at, and the police officer woman steps out, and it turns out that plan that we've put in motion at the end of last season, season 3, to basically kidnap Tariq and demand money from Ghost is in play. But like Ken had a look here, like I said, no, I don't really want to do that plan anymore. But I want to fuck up Ghost, but I'm not killing his son. So I wouldn't be surprised if this is just a cop out end, and I really hope we do get something like this where Kenan is like leveraging his son over Ghost. But we'll have to wait and see. A good episode, but it just feels like we wasted. I mean, I don't want to say it's a waste. Maybe that's the wrong terminology, but like we just did so much this season around this court case just for Angela to jump sides again. It's like, for fuck's sake, man. See if her and Ghost end up in a relationship again. Oh my god, man, this show. Sometimes it's phenomenal. It really is. Like sometimes it is fantastic, and then there's times where it just does so much like questionable shit, like the killing in the gym room in prison, man. Epic. I am going to give this episode an 8 out of 10. Let's see what the second half of season 5 delivers. But anyway, till next time, peace.
I'm a new man, it's a new day, and I'm feeling the power. Well, I'm back, guys, to Fog Entertainment. We're looking at season 4, episode 6 of Par. Deaths in this episode, quite a lot of deaths, quite a lot happening. So let's get stuck into it. We kick off the episode. Ghost is, adjusting to his normal life, so to speak. He's back, he's out of jail, but he has to get this phone to Tommy, because Tracy said if he doesn't, he'd dob him in it back inside. So things aren't looking good for Ghost, and of course Tommy's up to Chicago. Pretty much no one knows where he is, but Ghost wants to rekindle things with Tasha, and she's like, not a chance. And you know what? You can absolutely see why here. Kanan is then sitting outside Truth. He goes to kill Ghost, but then Howard Stern walks in. He's like, nah, too much heat on this guy. I'll wait till a wee bit later. And Stern's offering Ghost a way out. So I just don't like this Stern character, man. I get it. We're not really supposed to like him, right? He's supposed to be a dickhead. He's supposed to be a thorn in the side of Ghost, but I think he just sticks it like a sore thumb. It's like, here, we've got a majority black show. How about we add this old white guy who's a nuisance? But that's what it feels like to me with Hard Stern bad at points. It really does. Tracy then phones Ghost and says, how the fuck have you not got the phone to Tommy? He's like, remember our little deal, buddy? And then Ghost's like, I'll do it. Do not worry about it. Kenan then phones Jukebox. And Jukebox is like, yeah, I got him. I got Tariq. He's playing. And Tariq here is sitting there playing Xbox. So there's me thinking that Tariq was kidnapped. Well, I guess he essentially was kidnapped, but he's sitting here playing. I couldn't necessarily see the controller. It looks like an Xbox controller, so, But he manages to, Jukebox manages to text Tasha on Tariq's phone and buys Tariq another night. So they've got another day in order to get the main man here. Tommy then arrives in Chicago and he meets the main man. And the main man's like, you know what, Tommy, you're a great guy. And I didn't bring you up here to whack you, so don't worry about that. If I wanted to do that, you'd already be whacked. But what we're doing here is I want to expand our business and I want to see if you can run the East Coast and the West Coast. So how's this going to go? Not too sure. Sure, brother. Julio then pulls up with Dre and then he asks him, like, here, what were you doing with Kenan? I bet you Tommy doesn't know about that. So how much does Julio know about Kenan? I guess he doesn't even know. Like, Kenan getting killed. Tommy thought Kanan's dead, Tasha thought Kanan's dead, and Ghost thought Kanan's dead, right? So, but would that information have ever trickled into Julio? I don't think it would have. So I don't think that's why it's such a big of a shock to him. But once this conversation was had, and he's told Dre everything he knows, I kind of just realised that it was going to be game over for Julio, sorry. I could kind of just tell. Howard Stern though tells Ghost as well that here, Tasha made that deal, and Tasha is confronted by Ghost, and she's like, "Oh, you do make decisions behind the club's back. So what's your point?" And you know what? She's got a point here. I get it. He's the man. He's the one that's realistically making all the money out there. But
At the same time, it's hypocritical of Ghost to have a go at Tasha for this, even though she's in the wrong. It's like, how many times has he been in the wrong? I mean, all this situation stemmed from his affair with Angela, and it seems like he's not even getting called out in that enough. If we're being honest, I don't think he is. That's just my personal opinion. Dre then goes to Julio's former gang, the 618 are they called? I think they're called the 618. Essentially gives him up. He says Ghost is out of the game, so that deal you made with Julio to keep him alive, because Ghost made the deal with all the money. Well, it's no longer in play because Ghost is out the game. And I was like, fuck, Drace just gave up Julio, but I thought there'd be another, twist in the puzzle here. Tommy then gets knocked out in Chicago. What's Chicago going to do with Tommy? We'll have to wait and see. And then we get Julio's last stand. And I don't really know what to make of Julio as a character. I mean, here we are, 4.5 seasons deep, and he's just a bit of a nothing man, isn't he? I don't really know what to say. I wasn't that bothered when he died here. And his death really served. I mean, I was going to say it served no purpose. The purpose it serves is it moves him out the way. He's killed, and now Dre can kind of move himself into his position. But he was almost doing that without even having to kill him. And let's just get to his death. So it's 3-on-1. He puts up a really good fight. 3-on-1. He gets stabbed a few times. He kills one of the guys. The other guy, he has him beaten. He's like, "Is that all you fuckers got?" But then that guy slashes the back of his Achilles. Oh, and you just see the blood spurting out. And then he manages to knock him down. But then the leader guy, he starts stabbing Julio. It's too much for him. He falls, and then the guy cuts his fucking tattoo off, which I thought was sick, but you know what? Pretty good scene, nonetheless. And Julio is murdered. You disrespected me for the last time, puto. Absolutely rinsed here. Julio, you know what? He betrayed his crew, and then he gets stabbed. He's coughing up. He's splurting up blood. He's dead. Julio's dead. And what the heck of the character? Like I said, I don't really know. I think he's the most standard 5 out of 10 ever. And I wouldn't even Tommy will probably find out about his death. He won't care. He won't even want to know who. I mean, he'll probably want to know who did it. But there's not going to be anything groundbreaking for me. He's just a henchman at the end of the day. To me, Dre has done so much more than Julio. I thought there might have been a shootout or something with Tommy Ghost and Julio and etc. And then he might have took a bullet in it, but here he get took out by his former gang. It's the end. It's the end of the road for Julio. So, guess we got to move on. Tommy is then confronted over the death of Milan. Peter's laying it on thick to these guys that it was all Tommy, but then Tommy's like, "Why the fuck would I do that? He gave me the okay. He said you guys were okay with it." Then the woman Tatiana shows up and basically backs Tommy's story, and then they kill Peter. And then Tommy's like, "Haha, it's the last time I walk in front of any of you jackasses again." And that's pretty much what happens. And then he drives. He sees a sign for Cleveland, which of course that's where Holly was from. And then he goes to a house. It's a real estate developer. And he's like, "Yeah, I'm looking for a quiet neighborhood." And he's like, "Here, you like to fuck little girls, don't you?" And then alright. If Holly told this story that she was touched by her uncle, I do not remember it. Right? I do not remember it in the slightest, one single bit. But yeah, I'm not going to call Tommy a liar here, but that's what happens. He just beats this guy with a baseball bat. And here, normally some of Tommy's kills are pretty unjust, but I have no issues with what he did here. Moving on. Kaden manages to take Ghost at gunpoint. Ghost is like he saw a ghost. He's like, "How the fuck are you still alive?" And then Kaden basically explains the whole plan. "We've got your son. We need money." And the way they're going to get money is that they're going to rob one of the stash houses. And you know what? I actually really enjoyed this scene. With Ghost and Kanan working together, steal the money at the stash house, and Ghost was given a gun with a clip. He knocks a few out, and then the guy who's got, I guess, the final boss, you could say, goes for his gun, and Kanan drops him. But Ghost is obviously raging about this because he didn't want anybody to die. But Kanan does not care about that. Let's be real. Kanan does not care in the slightest. But Tasha is wondering where the hell is Tariq, and Ghost's like, "It's alright, I'm going to get him." So yeah, Kanan and Ghost are going, they reminisce, and he's like, "Don't take out my son, your beef you've got with me." And then when they get outside the building, Kanan gives Ghost the gun. And he's like, "Yo, man, if you want to kill him, just do it. Just do it. If you want to kill me, do it. Because our beef is never going to end." I'm like, "What are you doing, Kanan?" And then there's me thinking Kanan wants all the money. And he's like, "You know what, right? I'm going to give you a gun. I don't know how many people in her crew there is, but we're going to go in and we are going to absolutely lay the smack down and, yeah, get your son back." Now, I just did not get this. I get it, right? Kanan is close with Tariq. I get it, right? But see when they go in, it's 2-on-1 against Jukebox. And the guns are getting pointed here. And if Kanan truly wanted to get Tariq back for Ghost and do him a favour for some reason and make the beef between them, Kanan could have just walked in and dropped Jukebox straight away. But no, they didn't do that. And for me, this scene just felt forced. I actually thought it was a really good episode up to this point, but this scene just didn't do it for me. It really didn't. I'm sorry. And then Jukebox, is telling, asking Tariq, "Oh, you ask Ken who he really is," and Ken explains who he is. "I'm not Slim. I'm a bad motherfucker. I killed Sean. I killed my own son because he's fucking weak. I killed this nigga," sort of shit. And it's like, all right, Ken, Jesus Christ, son, what the hell are you doing? And then Kanan decides to drop Jukebox, and it's like, we just kind of wasted a scene here, didn't we? Honestly, I just don't really get this scene because Jukebox, like, what is she gonna do? Kenan's flipped on her. She was never gonna be able to drop both of them before one of them got her, and I guess she could have killed Tariq. But again, I actually really enjoyed this episode, but the ending sucked, and I feel like it was all over the place as well. Like, you've got Tommy in Chicago, you've got Julio getting killed literally behind everyone's back, and then you've got Ghost in this. I like the Ghost and Ken stuff to the finale bit, but I'm going to give this episode, guys, I'm going to give it a 7 out of 10. If the ending was done right, I could have literally gave this a 9, but for me, it was a bit of a clusterfuck, so I'm going to give it a 7 out of 10.
It's gonna be alright, Tariq. Welcome back, guys, to Fog Entertainment, and we are back with episode 7 of season 4 of Power. You lied to my face. You lied to my face. What's going on here? Let's find out. We kick off the episode. Tariq and Ghost are on this subway. Tariq's got blood on his collar. Ghost covers up. Everyone's kind of looking at them, but nothing too suspicious is going on here, man. And no, I don't like about this, right? I thought this would actually change Tariq, but it seems like he's just still the moody teenager that he was before this. Like, I get it. A lot of people lied to him. A lot of secrets are coming out about the family. But come on, man. What is going on? Tommy then goes to the location where Ghost and Kanan robbed. It's not the cook shop, but the point, man. One of their points. And the guy reveals it was fucking Ghost and that Kanan motherfucker. So obviously Tommy can't believe it's Kanan. Ghost then rings him and is like, "Yo, man, Tariq got hurt. Tariq's hurt." So Tommy heads over there. These two meet. He embraces Tariq, and I don't know. Anytime I see Tommy embrace anybody, it just seems forced. He's Uncle Tommy. I'm not saying he wouldn't do anything for these kids, but it just seems a bit forced. I don't know. That's what it looks like to me, to be perfectly honest. You've got Ghost and Tommy arguing about this, saying about holy fuck. So it was Kanan the first time. It's like he was a crispy ass motherfucker. So funny, honestly. But Tommy here, things are going to absolute shit. And also, last episode didn't even have anything to do with the police, but this episode, you bet your bottom dollar, we've got stuff to do with the police. Mac sits down Sax, Mike, and Angela, and basically tells them, "You three are fired." Mike then says in Spanish, "You can suck my fucking dick." Sean wishes he was still alive. Tariq then has a go at Tasha. Then Tasha and Ghost argue about Ken and, motherfucker, you killed him. Murder this, murder that, we sell drugs this, and their daughter's outside the room like, what the hell is going on in there, man? Absolute chaos. Absolute chaos. And out of nowhere, as this is going down, Simon Stern arrives, and it's like, holy shit, man. Ghost can't catch a break. And then essentially what this leads to is an interview. Nothing more mental than that. Tommy then shows up at Dre's outside this warehouse. He's like,
Right, Dre, did you know Kenan was alive? Dre denies it, and Tariq did cover for Dre, so fair play to Tariq for that. And then he's like, well, Tommy, we got bigger fish to fry, man. I haven't heard from Julio since last night. And this is where they sell win it. They go into the warehouse and they find Julio dead. By God. He's been dead a wee while. And Tommy's like, those motherfuckers went back on the deal. And they did go back on the deal, didn't they? Because the whole deal was they would have kept him alive. And that's just not how this thing went down. But Tommy and Ghost here, you know, looks like the bromance has been reunited. Now, you've got Sax and Mike who are trying to make it, they're not trying to plant Donovan as the mole. Well, I mean, obviously Mike is, but Sax thinks Donovan might be. But then you've got Angela who's working with Donovan to try and figure out who could have possibly planted this. And then, which we've seen teased in previous episodes, between the lawyer and Tasha, this relationship looks like it's going somewhere, and then it seriously goes somewhere, as it looks like, yep, Tasha's completely out of love with Ghost, and she's now banging this motherfucker. Tommy then visits Julio's old crew, and the guy that actually killed Julio is like, here, it's this guy that killed him, he wasn't aware of the deal. Tommy's like, what? I don't believe this. I don't believe this young fucking pup actually could have killed Julio. And Tommy pulls his gun on the main man. He's like, I want to meet with your fucking connect. And that's where it sets up. And then his connect is actually the Jimenez brothers, which we are then introduced to them in the next scene. And it's funny because we've got Agent Jimenez for the Mayans. He's here. He's here in this show. And they essentially just force this guy, one of their workers, to like snort drugs to save his family. And his wife's actually the one that turned rat. So I kind of feel sorry for this guy. And I'm assuming he was snorting like rat poison here, because he snorted like 3 lines and he started pissing blood. Then he just fucking died. Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. They love a wee bit of drug use here on this channel, on this show. Sorry, they absolutely do. But yeah, Angela's pressing Donovan. Donovan does manage to return the USB to her. He comes over that night, and just as, you know, things are going according to plan there for these two, Sax shows up and is like, yeah, me and Mike think it's Donovan. Then as the door like opens a bit more, Sax sees Donovan. He's like, damn. So it looks like these three are now going to work together to get Mike. I think the secret is going to come out in Mike very soon, to be honest. Tariq then asks Dre a couple of questions. Tommy and Dre then meet with the Jimenez brothers. Tommy's like, well, hold on, it's not really the Jimenez brothers, it's the Jimenez brother and sister. Sister's looking mighty fine, may I just add here. But Tommy basically sets these guys straight here. I want some product. I want some West Coast connections here in California and all that shit. Tommy, that's what I like about Tommy, you know. He fucking gets his own business across, man. He does. He seriously does. And I like it, damn it. Ghost gives Tasha a ring. They have another hang at Truth. Oh, we gotta make him look good. We gotta make him look good. He meets a few more people. Simon Stern's not happy about some of the people that he's meeting. And then Tariq gets drunk and he pushes his sister a bit. Mike then puts a silencer on his gun. He goes to visit Donovan. Turns out his kid's there. He's like, no, it's alright. I'll speak to Donovan another time. So yeah, I think the ball is definitely gonna drop on Mike, and it's probably gonna be soon. And then yeah, finally, Ghost manages to finally get this phone to Tommy so he can phone Teresi, and that's how this episode ends, guys, with Teresi revealing to Tommy that he's his dad, and Tommy calls it bullshit. But then, like, when Teresi starts talking, he's like, I know your mother, Kate. I don't know what it was. I was just really into redheads. Tommy, I think, put 2 and 2 together there. So yeah, looking forward to seeing how this could potentially go here. Could we see Teresi outside, or could we see Teresi be the inside connect where they can like start selling drugs in prison? Who knows, guys? Who knows? But that is it for Power. No Kane in this episode. It was good to see the police people, like all of them, return. It was alright. I'll give it a 7 out of 10. It was an alright episode, but we'll be back very soon with some more content here on Power. But until then, peace.
It's done, Ghost. It is all over for Mike Sandoval. And I didn't think it was going to go like that, guys. But back to Fog Entertainment. It is Season 4, Episode 8 of Power. And this one is called, of course, It's Done. I've kind of referenced it a few times here. But yeah, the lawyer, the black lawyer, he turns up at Ghost's house. Ghost notices an earring. No, Ghost turns up at his house, notices an earring. Of course, this guy's been banging Tasha. Will Ghost find out about that? He probably will, but I mean, what can he really say? He's been doing the same shit. Sax is then out in the snow. So Mike gets to him, and Mike's a wee bit suspicious of Sax, but not really. But obviously, at this point, I think they're just trying to, shaft Mike, so to speak. Things aren't looking good. But Dre is sweating. He's sweating over the prospect of this war. But mate, that's what happens when you start a war. It's not going good. Then Ghost meets with like the councilman down in Queens, damn it, down in Brooklyn, in the Black Hood, and they meet with Dre, and Ghost ain't very happy though that he's met with Dre at this point. But then we get Sax, Angela, and of course I can't even remember this other agent's name, but the guy who Mike's going to try and pin it on. Pretty funny here. They've got no evidence really to put it towards Mike apart from, well, Angela, when she phoned the number, it went off. They heard the same helicopter, but of course their only bit of evidence like pretty much incriminates her with Ghost. So how's that going to go according to plan? Tommy then confronts his mum about his daddy, but she denies everything. But you kind of tell that she was lying here at this point. Dre then has a meeting with pretty much everyone in Tommy's crew, and they're like, we don't want to go to war, and he's like, fuck it, you are going to war. Tommy wants it, I want it, boom. Then the other guy's like, right, big man, are you really sure that we can do this? You think we can go to war, buddy? I don't think we can go to war. I don't think we can go to war, Tommy. Then talking with Ghost about it, I don't think we can go to war either, big man. But then they're worried about this USB that's out there that of course incriminates him. But Tommy's like, I gave it to Proctor, no need to fear. But Proctor is then confronted by Ghost, and that's what I kind of thought was funny about all this. Can they really trust Proctor? Like, seriously? Can they really trust Proctor with this, like, information that he's got? Because this just ain't any information, man. This is like, if he uses this, it could bring everybody down. But the way this show's went, as soon as, like, there's somebody with evidence that, like, incriminates Tommy or Ghost, like, Tommy just ends up killing them. It's... Like, I actually enjoy watching this show, I really do, but I think it's almost like too predictable, to be honest. And I just think I think it's a bit unrealistic that they're even drying Proctor out. Like, I get it, Proctor was a good lawyer to Ghost, but Tommy just, it shows that he will literally kill anybody. He then goes to Tracy's wife and he manages to get a picture, and then this picture pretty much reveals that Tracy is his dad. Then Ghost and Tommy sit down with the Jimenez cartel and basically say, well, you know what, you two can't kill us, because if you do, your wee secret that you didn't kill Lobos will come out, and then you will be played as shite bags, and you'll lose all your street cred, essentially. Is this really the sort of leverage that, like, would prevent them from killing Tommy and Ghost? Like, in here, there's no real guarantee that Tommy and Ghost seriously have this leverage, right? But at the end of the day, is that really enough to stop them killing Tommy and Ghost? To me, that's a bit ridiculous. But they managed to get all their stuff back, don't they? All their street crew, all that crazy shit. Mike then goes to Angela's apartment. Angela and Mike get into it. Basically, she questions Mike. Mike admits to it. He then pulls his gun on her. But turns out the whole thing was on a wire. And as he pulls his gun, everybody runs up. Apart from Sax, who's listening, but Angela disconnects the wire as Mike was about to incriminate her. And then she turns around and shoots Mike in the shoulder. Mike is arrested, but Sax is still very suspicious of Angela. Will Angela finally get brought to justice? I'm not too sure. Tommy's mum then tells Tracy to back the hell away, and he's like, no one threatens me, bitch. So will he have her killed? I'm not too sure. Then we've got a heist with Tariq and two of the guys here that are part of Kanan's crew robbing this white woman's house. Tariq does his part, but then he hears her crying up the stairs, and he goes up and, like, Jesus Christ, absolute disaster. Like, they're touching her up, and then she's like, no, and he's like, yo, you better not have done, you shouldn't have done that, Tariq. And obviously now he's revealed one of their names. He says, Brain, stop. They take their masks off, and then they have to kill her. Shot her right in the face. Tariq then does a runner, and then he's like, you know what, Dad, I think I need to move school. I need to move north. Mac then interviews Mike and essentially says, right, well, you know what? If I admit to being the mole and all these crazy shit that's going on here, all these cases that we closed in the past, blah, 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 it will be reopened and it will be shafting you, Max. So Mac's like, well, fuck it, right, we'll give you immunity then. That's pretty much what happened there, which I thought was quite intriguing. Then Angela tells the lawyer that Mike Sandoval is the real bad guy here. Then the lawyer goes over and tells Ghost that you're free, big man. No need to worry. No need to worry, big man. Then Tommy and Ghost are sitting down there worried about what Mike could say since he's the contact, and if he knows Ghost and Tommy, it would absolutely shaft them. He could give them up. And let's just say, though, for argument's sake, Mike did know who Ghost and Tommy is, right? Let's just say he did. Would he not have already revealed it at this point, or like attempted to plant evidence to shaft them? Like, yeah, he was trying to get Ghost done for Greg's murder, but he did. I don't know. It seems like at this point, they've dragged this entire like mole storyline out so far, like Greg as well, like his death, and for it just to end in this episode with a simple phone call to Teresi. Tommy phones him, and pretty much like tells Teresi, I need you to do a favour, kill this guy, and then that's it. That is it. That is literally it. Teresi's like, yeah, I'll do it. And Tommy's like, you don't want anything in return. It's like, no, you're family, you're my son. So could we see these two develop a cute wee connection potentially? I guess we could. But yeah, they kill Mike Sandoval. Mike is dead. He gets his throat slit by some guy. Dre then goes to the Jimenez cartel. He's like, I'll give you Tommy's entire organization. And like the way Mike get killed, the orderly just comes in with a staple and slices the corner of his neck. And here, I'm not saying that this could make Mike bleed out, but it just goes out like a fucking jobber. I don't know. I wasn't too keen on this. Then we get like the ending montage. We see Proctor put the laptop and the USBs away in the locker, so obviously he's still got that information. And yeah, Angela sits down beside beside Mike's dead body. He's like, that was for Greg. Uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco. But talking of numbers, troops, I'm going to give this one a 6 out of 10, honestly. I think the whole wrap-up of this sucks with Mike dying. I'm just not a fan of it, and I don't even know what way they're going to, like, how this show's going to end. Like, is Proctor going to threaten Tommy and Ghost with this information? Because as soon as he gives this up, like, I mean, I honestly, I don't know, troops. Till next time, peace. And probably one of the craziest shocks this show's ever produced, in my opinion, to this date, to this episode. Ghost and Tasha lost one of their kids. Welcome back to Fog Entertainment. I genuinely cannot believe what happened at the end of this episode, but let's just get stuck straight into it. Let's not beat around the bush. We do begin this episode. Tariq is going through the guy up, whatever school this is up north, him and his daddy's there. He's like, I want to change, damn it. But was Tariq ever going to get it that easy? Probably not. We've got Paz who's over at Angela's apartment. She wants to make sure she's safe. There's a wee bit of Mike's blood still on the wall. Teresi phones Tommy. He's like, I want to meet you, son. Looks like that's the way that's going to go down. But Tommy, everything's kind of falling apart for him, apart for like Teresi. It's great that he's got to know his dad, but everybody else, all his his connects kind of out the window. All those primeras, all those guys that moved the product, own the territories, you know, the Tinos, the father, all these guys, the guy for Saw 2, they're all making these moves and it looks like it's just no happening. And then we've also got a new appointed head, this black woman, and she has the role to appoint Angela Valdez. Sax or Mac is like head of the criminal justice. Who's it going to be? Like, she kind of asks Angela about who should I choose between Mac and Sax, and I think Angela would 127% pick Mac every day of the week over Sax, but then she's like, why not me? Which is a valid point. Why not me? What about me? What about Angela? Ghost then goes meet with the guy, the councilman guy down in Queens, and then it turns out during this that basically they're funneling money through like a 2-bit crew in Queens, and I just don't understand how Ghost has even like agreed to this, like ended up in this situation. Like, why the fuck would he care? And I tell you what, right?
In the next episode, it makes even less sense to me, but this is quite, giving it the whole speech. Da da da. I'm the man. And as that he's giving this speech, we see later on in the episode this woman at a like diner, bar, restaurant, whatever, hears his voice on TV and she freaks out. Now, I initially didn't know who it was, but it turns out it's the woman from the premiere, I believe, the first episode of this show. So that's quite intriguing. Obviously they killed her husband, who's played by Manny Montana. So how's that situation going to arise? Brains and the other guy basically confront Tariq. He's like, "Are you cool, Tariq?" They're like, "Yeah, I'm not ratting on you." And then they're like, "All right, we'll leave you alone then." Then we see Ray Ray. He goes, pays these two guys a visit and kills them both. Obviously doesn't trust them, and it's good night to them. Tommy then goes, pays a visit to his mum, demands that, right, I need proof that Therese is my father, or else they're not going to let me see him. And it looks like this was him, like, officially cutting ties, sorry, with his mum. I just don't really see where else this goes. If I'm being honest, we then have Dre burning down the product, burning down the warehouse. Things are not looking good for Tommy, like I said. Angela then meets with Proctor, but joining his firm, but looks like things aren't going to go down that road. And I tell you what, this is like a weird scene because I just don't really like Proctor did hide the info that he's got on Tommy and Ghost away, and I'm going to assume that's going to play a big part later on in the show. But essentially, everybody here moves against Tommy. All the Primeras. Tommy doesn't have any of them on board. He then badmouths Dre, and Dre's like, "Well, you know what? Fucking go ahead, Tommy. You need me." And Tommy's like, "No, I don't." Essentially fires him, but that's exactly what Dre wants. Then Ray Ray turns up with his police uniform on, saying he would like to speak to Tyreek, but his Rada's like, "No, he's not here, officer. Why?" And she's like, "Oh, never mind. He leaves." Right. I thought Ray Ray. I never knew he was a cop. I just assumed that they hoovered this uniform, and this is what they were doing. It was just like a fake uniform. Like, I get it. I knew Jukebox was a legit cop, but I didn't realize that Ray Ray was a legit cop. That's what kind of threw me off track here. And essentially what Ray Ray's going to try and do, he's going to use his cousin, who essentially is Tyreek's girlfriend at this point, to lure Tyreek out at the school dance. So it looks like he's going to try and put a bullet in Tyreek. But surely they're not going to kill one of their kids at this stage of the game. Surely not, man. Surely not. But things are pretty much falling apart for Tommy. He meets with the guys for Chicago, and they're like, "I should have put him in the grave with Peter." Tommy then goes, confronts Keisha. Keisha's like, "No, you're not funneling money through my fucking hairdressing place, so fuck yourself, man." Which I thought was pretty mad. Then we get one of the final scenes of the family all together. We've got Tasha, we've got Ghost hugging his daughter, of course, Raina. We've got Tyreek sitting there. And Tommy comes up high. He's like, "All right, everyone." Then he's demanding the money that Ghost owes him for pretty much everything. He's like, "I need this money in order to pay the Connect, or else they're not going to be very happy." Ghost then writes him a check, not only after Tommy sticks the head through him. So it looks like these two kind of end it here on shitty terms, I guess you could say. We then have Ghost this big ceremony for the Department of Justice, or the Nights About Me thing. Tashi ain't there, she's too busy banging the lawyer. And then we think Sax or Mac is going to be announced as the new head, and it turns out it's Angela. Holy moly, Ghost and Angela share a moment on the stairs, and then that councilman guy leverages Ghost sup man, and it's I just don't get why Ghost is taking shit for this councilman guy and this jabroni for fucking Queens. Honestly, it just feels like filler, this. I do not get it. But let me tell you something, guys. Shit absolutely hits the fan. We think Dre's put an order out to kill Kanan, but Kanan overpowers these two guys, stabs them both to death. Absolutely brutal. Good seeing Kanan back. I was wondering where the hell he was. Tommy goes to visit Teresa. Pretty funny scene. He's like, "You're just an old as fuck me." He's like, "You're young as fuck me." They're both laughing and smiling. I don't know. This was a really heartwarming scene for me. I really enjoyed this. Right, but let's get to the scene that matters. Tariq heads outside. Cannot find
anybody. He's not fighting his girlfriend. But then he runs away for Ray Ray. Ray Ray tries to kill him, but Tariq gets the jump, manages to run away. Right, Ray Ray's looking for him. Then out of nowhere, Reyna appears, and I'm thinking, there's no way they're going to kill Reyna, right? So obviously he's probably going to kidnap her or something, right? And then she like threatens him and says, "Stay away from my brother, or else my dad, Ghost, will kill you." And I'm like, she really thinks she's a big fucking girl here. A big lassie. What's Ray Ray going to do to that ultimatum? Well, Ray Ray doesn't wait around, folks. Ray Ray just whips his fucking gun out and drops Reyna. And I was like, holy fuck. And Tariq's seen this. He runs over, she's dead, and that's how the episode ends. And I'm like, right, that is absolutely insane. Honestly, this show, this is like the first scene that is like properly blew me away. Like, it's did shocking deaths before. Like, I didn't actually expect certain people to die. Like Greg, Mike's death kind of came out of nowhere, but once they put it in motion, I kind of like suspected it. Sean being killed by Kanan. But this, for me, is probably the biggest death that this show has pulled out at this stage of the game, honestly. And like, it was like the first time properly watching this show. I was like, fuck, I need to check out the next episode to see like Ghost and Tasha's reaction. And I'll say this, I think the reaction was a bit weird, but we'll leave that for the next episode. For me, I'm going to give this episode a 9. Really good episode. Par really ending strong here with season 4. But anyway, guys, leave your thoughts down below, and until next time, peace. Damn, season 4 is ending with a bang. Welcome back to Fog Entertainment. We're here with Par, season 4, episode 10. It is the season 4 finale. You can't fix this. And this was quoted by Tasha. And the only real problem that I've got with this episode is the reaction that Ghost and Tasha had to losing their kid in Reyna. I don't really know how to explain it, but the reaction was more of a, like, 2 weeks have passed. Like, Reyna died in the finale, and then we had to wait to season 5, and it's been like a 2-week time skip. This is like the same night or the next morning. And I just didn't, like, I'm not saying they weren't bothered, because, I mean, Tasha was breaking down, Ghost wanting to go on the warpath, but I just expect a wee bit more from the reaction. But they're in the interrogation, and initially when this was happening, this interrogation, I actually thought Reyna was somehow alive, even though, I was like 100% sure she was dead. But I was like, how are they going to spin this? Because I actually thought, based off their reactions, she was still alive. But I think when Tariq said, I don't know the man who murdered my sister, it was pretty blatantly obvious. Tommy then goes to meet with his family. The mob, the mafia, Tony Soprano's crew, essentially. But then Kanan pulls up with the 2 guys he killed last episode, and he demands, Tommy, did you send these guys after me? And Tommy's like, nah, it wasn't me. And then they come to the consensus that it's Dre. But I really hope going into season 5 we get more of Tommy and Kanan. And I think, judging by the end of it, we're going to get that. So I'm really looking forward to season 5. But we have to talk about this first. Tariq's still maintaining his story that he doesn't know who killed her. Tasha tells Ghost that he lies like you, and Ghost is like, fuck's sake, Tasha, give the boy a break. He just lost his sister. We lost our baby girl. And then Ghost's like, I'm going to fix this. Tommy warned me about the cartel. And she's like, you can't fix this, Ghost. This was a good scene. They were both visibly, like, but I don't know. I just expect a bit more, like, initially for the start of the episode about these two, like, being sad about the death of their daughter. And then, like, they come up into their apartment, and it's like everybody's there. And they, like it's not even like they have to fake sadness. They really don't. But yeah, Ghost gets ready. He's going to go on the warpath. He needs to know. He thinks it's the Jimenez cartel who's, retaliated here by killing his daughter, which is pretty sick. Angela's then giving her big speech here, talking about, we found this gun, obviously pointing to one of the Jimenez cartel. Sax then turns up and reveals that he starts speaking about St. Patrick, like, there's really no need for that, Sax. We dropped that a long time ago. He goes, well, but his daughter got killed, and obviously, Angela's got a close relationship with, had a close relationship, interacted with Reyna quite a few times. But, quite sad scenes here. I mean, even watching this episode, I was still in like a state of shock about how this even went down. Ghost leaves. Angela confronts him. It's like, you cannot play by these rules. You can't Rhaenys kill her by going out in the street. He's like, I'm making funeral arrangements, buddy. But obviously that's what he's going to do. Sax does war Angela that now is the perfect time to bring Ghost down because he's going to get sloppy and he's going to avenge his daughter. And Sax is absolutely on the money, but Angela just wants nothing to do with this, man. Tommy and Ghost sit in the back of the car. Well, in the front of the car, sorry, and Tommy's like, I'm sorry, Ghost, and Ghost is like, everything we did, Tommy, was for those kids, we gotta make this right. Tariq then makes a phone call to Kanan, asking about Ray Ray. He hasn't given me my shipment, man. He hasn't given me my shipment. But Kanan's like, I wonder why he's asking about Ray. But later on we see Kanan speaking to like his crew, I guess, his new crew. So this guy just seems to set up a crew every time he leaves, man. And one of them reveals that Ghost's daughter died last night, and he's like, what? Well, he says child, and then he's like, what, Tariq? He's like, no, his other one. And then obviously that's kind of why Kanan puts two and two together about that, and he ends up telling Tommy that it was Ray Ray. But talking of Ray Ray, he is paid a visit here by Angela, and obviously if he wasn't a cop, this just wouldn't work, but it does work. And Angela confronts him, and Angela's like, You spoke to the main girl yesterday, Raina. But she's not really too suspicious. I guess when she goes back to the department, she does look at like the laptop, and sees that he was like zoomed in on the case and the file and all the details about it. Anyway, Tommy and Ghost lay the smackdown, and the guy that killed Julio, they essentially wipe him out. But the guys obviously had nothing to do with Raina's death. And they're like, we had nothing to do with it. The Jimenez cartel wouldn't kill kids. They wouldn't sign off on it. And he's like, but I did hurt your family. I'm the one that killed Julio. And then they're like, who the fuck said that? And he's like, Dre, it was Dre. So Dre is completely and utterly landed in the shit here by this guy. But you know what? He was getting absolutely shot to death with a nail gun and co. I can't really blame him too much. Tommy then goes to like talk to Dre. But then Ray meets with Dre and demands that Dre gives him the money, or else he's going to out him, because he's like, I've been wearing a wire this whole fucking time. Yeah, right. Yeah, you like... But by association, if you've been wearing a wire this entire time, like dirty or not, you're not going down. Ray, big man. Ray. So Dre Higgs is in this guy's pocket, not good. And then Tariq heads out. Tariq's like, I gotta head out. Tommy then meets with the priest and says, it was a pretty funny conversation he had here with the priest, and then after this is when Tommy finds out for Kanan. Another thing I didn't really like about this episode, he's making the funeral arrangements, Ghost. And then, like, the councilman guy for Queens is, like, saying, oh, you've got to choose this. We've got to make it all about publicity. You know, we've got to be in the public eye. There's good money and things to be made for this. And, like, Ghost just sits and accepts it like a little bitch. Like, I don't know if it's going to ever result in Ghost killing this guy, but it really should. This guy he seemed dead on. Now, all of a sudden, he seems like the biggest dick on God's green earth. Tommy then storms in to Ray Ray's cousin's place. She's been kind of going out with Tariq. He demands here, but yeah, I didn't think he'd kill her. He didn't kill her, but he gets all the information that he needs about one of the stash houses, damn it, boy. And then Sasha obviously finds that the Tariq's going to do this. And there was just a weird scene where Tasha was trying to find Tariq in her own house, and everybody looked like Tariq. It's so weird, right? So Rain has died. And these kids, who are obviously like family or associates to the family, are all in Tariq's room playing his fucking Xbox, and it's like, hold on here. It's like a wake. It's everyone's sitting here playing fucking Xbox. What are you doing, man? She then goes into her safe. Tasha, turns out Tariq has took the gun. Tariq then confronts Dre about Ray, and then what does Big Ray do? Or no, Tariq's Dre, sorry, he gives up the location. Tasha then, in a panic, demands they get a trace to Tariq's cell, but don't tell the police about it, Angela. And then once the trace comes through, Angela's like, why didn't you want me to tell the police? Well, it's blatantly fucking obvious why Tasha didn't want you to involve the police, because hell, shit is about to go down. So Tariq shows up at the apartment where Dre is supposed to meet Ray. Tariq has managed to get in. Ghost arrives just behind him, sees him get in the elevator. Ghost then has to smash the door. Tommy then has to open the door the same way. Sasha then has to open the door. So at this point, we've got Tariq bursting into the apartment while Ghost is in second place, Tommy's in third, and Tasha's in fourth. It's like, holy shit, what's going to go down? Right. They've just killed Raina, I didn't think Tyreek was going to die, but it wouldn't have been like the biggest shock in the world if he did die, considering what just happened last episode. But Tyreek, he's getting, downplayed here by Ray Ray. Ray Ray's calling him a card. Oh, your sister had more balls than you. But then a gunshot goes off. Ghost breaks into the apartment. Ray Ray is dead. Tommy shows up. Tasha shows up, man. And everybody is okay. Then the witness, last episode, who, seen Ghost on the TV and recognised him, is now with Sax. So is this a new way in the St. Patrick into Ghost? Then the priest meets with Dre and says, I want to. I didn't know you killed Julio. And then fucking Dre just absolutely kills him. Tyreek then washes all his clothes like Tommy and Ghost used to do. Crazy shit going down. Dre then meets with the Jimenez and looks like they're all happy Lori. Happy Dory. Da, 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 da. And then Tyreek, the gun that he fired is like the bullet's lodged in the wall, and Angela wants that for the investigation, forensics. And then Tasha tells the lawyer guy that she's been sleeping with, I committed the crime. It wasn't Ghost. It was me. And obviously it's her gun that Tyreek used. So is Tasha going to jail? I don't think that's going to happen. But that's what season 5's setting up to be. Dre's meet with the Jimenez cartel finishes, and then we see Ghost and Tommy plan their next moves. We can't just wipe him in front of the cartel. And then Kanan's in the back. I was like, holy shit. Obviously now all three of them have got a personal beef with Dre, and it looks like these three are going to unite, and then Tommy's like, anyone for some pizza? Obviously referring to, I've got my family's in the mob. Holy shit, are we going to get these three teaming up with the mob to wipe out Dre and the Jimenez cartel? What a way to set up season 5. And what I love about this episode, right? I'm giving it a 9 because I do think there was a few things off with it, but it was still a great episode, don't get me wrong. I love a TV show where something massive happens in the penultimate episode, and then the finale is like the aftermath, but so much else going on. I hate when a cliffhanger happens and you have to wait to the next season. Now, obviously, right, this show happened a few years ago, so I don't need to wait. But I look at Sons, like Donna died in episode 12, and then the finales, the big revelation. Sons, so many examples in Sons, when Opie shoots Clay. It's not the season finale, you can just tune in next week. And I love when TV shows do this. The Walking Dead did the polar opposite most times. Now, to be fair, it did kill Shane in the penultimate one, but The Walking Dead used to do it in the early seasons. By the later seasons, it was all about the clickbait, baby. But anyway, guys, I'm going to give this episode a 9 out of 10, which means for the season, it was 74 out of 100, which means an average rating of 7.4. That's quite good. It's not too bad, and the season definitely ended stronger than what it... it started strong, and it ended really strong, and the middle was a wee bit weak in parts, but, a really good season. For me, the best season overall, and I'm really looking forward to the next 2 seasons. And then, of course, we've got 3 books to enjoy, which are still ongoing, so yeah, cannot wait, troops. But until next time, 9 out of 10, and peace.
Prepare yourself for 130 minutes of Par Season 5 Retrospective. Oh yeah, it's a movie. Season 5, all the reviews combined into one. Let's not waste any time, man. Let's begin with that Season 5 premiere and see how Ken, Tommy and Ghost got on, big man.
It's Season 5 premiere time. Welcome back to Par, folks. Welcome back to this show. Crazy last couple of episodes in Season 4. Raina dying. Holy moly. Kanan, Tommy and co working together for Season 5. I'm strapping myself in. Are you, though? And Season 4 was the highest rated season that I've gave so far in this show. So hopefully it continues its upward trend into the final 2 seasons. And I'm really looking forward to the spin-offs as well. That's what I like. See, when you tune into a show and after it there's a few spin-offs, that's pretty good. Unless it's The Walking Dead, then that's pish. But we do kick off this season literally the same night as Season 4 ended. Angela's having a bit of a panic attack figuring out here that, oh shit, that's why Tasha didn't want any of the police to know. How stupid can you be? I think this is a bit dumb. Angela, oh man, come on. Then we see this woman, I think she's head of the FBI. Notice her. And she was in Sons. She was the caretaker in Sons Season 3. So she's noticed something going on here. Keisha then tells Tasha that
I'll lie. I'll lie to protect you and your family. Tommy, Ghost, and Kenan are then walking down the street, and then Ghost is like, how the fuck can I trust you, Ghost? No, Ghost is like, how the fuck can I trust you, Kenan? Kenan's like, you're the motherfucker that said me a lie. I just want to make these motherfuckers burn. It's all about Dre. We're going after Dre. And it's like, I'm glad we got to see a scene like this, because, like, Ghost literally did try to burn him alive. Like, he did have that scene, obviously, where Ghost saved Tariq and, you know, Kenan helped. But again, I like seeing these scenes between these two, because you can't just put getting almost burnt alive and killed in a warehouse the one side troops. But anyway, let's move on to the next scene, where the animosity is still running wild between Ghost and Kenan, of course. Sax is then talking to the witness from the pilot of the show, but they want to keep Angela distant on this. Mac's like, well, you know what, we need a bit more proof about this in order to take it any further. So, who knows? Angela then meets with Tasha, and essentially they agree for Angela to get rid of the evidence to the fact that the gun was registered to her, which where the bullet came from, the ballistics. So, I just don't like Angela. I don't, like, she genuinely thinks she's, like, a good cop. When, like, for the past 5 seasons, she's been dirty. Like, honestly, she tries to take the moral high ground on so many things. And there's one thing I hate in the TV show. It's actually, like, cops like this that think they're, like, so much better than everyone else. Like, honestly, Angela's just, like, the same as, like, anyone in the fucking, in the drug business, man. But, Dre's laying out a plan to essentially wipe out Kenan, Tommy, and Ghost. But the big man's not too happy that all 3 of them are coming for him. Then, like, the preparation for Dorena's funeral's underway. This businessman guy was really getting on my tits throughout this episode. He was like, we need to get Tariq to speak in all these cameras, and Tasha just wasn't having it, man. I don't blame him. But then I really enjoyed the next scene where basically Ghost goes through Tariq's like, yeah, big man, you didn't want Raina telling us you thought you could handle it. You're just a fucking kid. And he's like, no, I ain't. He's like, you're just a fucking boy. I thought Ghost was going to kill his own son, man. Honestly, thought it was pretty funny, to say the least. Tommy then finds out that the priest is dead for this guy on the street, and he's like, damn, not good. So then we get the next scene, which really enjoyed it. I like this whole, like, going after Dre thing, because it kind of seems like an all-out war situation. So essentially, I don't know, I'm not too sure what Kenan was, but he's always supposed to be just the getaway driver. I was going to say, could Kenan double-cross Tommy and Ghost and be with Dre the whole time, but I really doubt it, because Dre sent 2 guys to kill him. But essentially, Tommy and Ghost go in, but Ghost notices, like, a cigarette drop, and then it's the ambush. They run away, they drop a few guys in this episode. Kenan manages to save them, but Ghost gets shot. A really good action scene. It's good when, like, shit like this doesn't get overdone. Proctor gets a guy to patch him. I was like, I'm not even fucking sure who this guy is. Tasha's not happy with Ghost still getting shot and potentially leaving her to raise 2 kids by herself. So, yeah, not exactly ideal, damn it. Not ideal between these two. Tasha then goes down and says, why haven't you deleted it yet? It's like, because it could bring us all down. Tommy, Ghost and Kenan come up with a plan of, well, how about we just wipe out Dre with some of Kenan's crew and also some of Teresa's crew, which he goes to meet them, so he's introduced to them. Essentially, the only reason he's listened to here or being talked to with any sort of respect is because his dad's Teresa. The main guy there wasn't too impressed, to be honest, but the Ray was like, yeah, I don't really trust him. I don't really trust him, buddy. I don't trust him. Then outside, he talks like these two like hired hitman guys who are apparently the 2 baddest motherfuckers ever. And Tommy's like, you know what, I'll pay you 60k. And they're like, all right, we're listening, absolutely. Then the NYPD officer who's like looking in to Angela goes to Ray Ray's cousin's house, and he finds Angela's card, and he's like, So Angela did meet with Ray Ray, even though she clearly said she's never ever been in contact with him. But now it's time for Raina's funeral. I'd probably go as far as saying this is probably one of the better funerals that I've seen in TV. I think some of them are a bit lackluster, but some are really good. I mean, it's not the best one I've seen. Like Opie's and Sons of Anarchy is definitely better than this. But Tommy showing up and then that business guy telling him to, this is for immediate family only. Essentially just, you're white, we don't want to taint the image for the cameras. Absolute fucking disgrace, man, honestly. Absolute disgrace. And I hope, you know what, I think Tommy's killed a lot of innocents in this show, and also people that deserve to get it, and he's a bad motherfucker. Some of them ain't justified, but if he killed this guy to be justified, I hope he guts him like a fish. Tariq breaks down, he can't do it. He did overhear Tommy telling Ghost that it's in position on Dre, and then Tariq runs off during the speech and texts Dre to run. And at this point, Dre manages to outrun two of Kanan's crew, and then when he gets down to like the laundry room at the bottom, like during this, we're seeing this like in between shots of Raina's casket being carried. Dre manages to like get the upper hand on the two Italian guys that Tommy hired. And all right, what I don't get about this, right? One of them dies, one of them just gets shot, but I mean, come on. They try and put a blanket over him while like they know he's probably still armed, and Dre manages to get away. Fucking ridiculous. Angela like finally manages to delete the cell, and then the lawyer guy that Tasha's cheating on Ghost with, even though I mean their fucking marriage is down the drain. It's like, it's alright, I'll lie for you, Tasha. And then out of nowhere, the episode ends with Dre confronting Ghost at Raina's grave and essentially tells him that you can't hit me anymore because if you do, the cartel will wipe out your family. But I thought they won't kill kids, so they're not going to kill Tariq or his daughter. I mean, I guess Tasha's off the books as well. So yeah, Kanan gets a card, Tommy gets a card, and Ghost gets the card. So Dre is pretty much untouchable at this point. What I would say, is Dre really big enough to be like the main antagonist now going forward? To be honest, I've no real issue with it because he's kind of risen through the ranks. It's not like he's just went for like 2 episodes and then boom, he's like the main antagonist. He's risen through the ranks through working with Tommy or working with Ghost. So I actually like Dre as a character. I don't think he's like the baddest motherfucker. I think you can get way scarier antagonists or like, you know, mean guys. He is just like a generic guy for the hood, but hey, he's a decent character, threatens Ghost, and that's how our episode ends, guys. I'm going to give this episode an 8 out of 10. Season 5 starting very strong. But I've got a feeling with him telling these 3 to back off or else the cartel will kill them. I think Season 5 could be about to derail, so to speak. And before we start today's review, can I just say, the guy right in front of us right now, I absolutely despise him and I can't wait for Ghost to kill him. And I think that is going to be the way this season goes. Because this guy needs to go. Welcome back to Par. It is Season 5, Episode 2, and this is Damage Control. And not that awful tag team in WWE. No, it's an episode of Par. And this episode was alright. I feel like things are beginning to calm down a wee bit from like the chaos of the last few episodes. But we kick off in California. Once we unload this shit, I want to go see some fake California titties. We have to get drunk first, huh? You can't drink in fully nude bars here. How pish is that? So, obviously, Tommy's connections have landed in California. I think the ports are theirs because Tommy put the word up with the Jimenez cartel. But then, Jimenez cartel gun these 2 guys down. Will that have big repercussions later on? Of course it will. But yeah, I mean, pretty much murdered in cold blood. We cut back to the ghost house. Everyone is still pretty upset about Raida's death. Tasha's crying in her bedroom. Tariq comes in. He's like, "You okay, Mom?" She's like, "No, I'm not okay." But meanwhile, we're trying to find out who the Connect is. Back in the FBI headquarters, we're like, what's going on here? Who is this? Is Jimenez in town? And then they manage to realise that Jimenez is in town because they find out that a man and the woman were spotted carrying a gun out. But they keep referring to the Jimenez brothers. You'd think they would be aware that it's not. It makes a bit of sense why Tommy wouldn't know, but I mean, the FBI, I think, would know everything like that, wouldn't you? Tommy pulls up. Him and Kesha are talking about Raina when she was young. I remember that. Being picked as a godfather, all that shite. He's eating pancakes, eating pancakes. That's what it's gonna do. Kanan then meets with Tommy and Ghost, and they're talking about, right, what's the next move, Dre? Kanan doesn't fear the cartel card as like these 2 do. And then we're kind of discussing what we're going to do here, but then out of nowhere, Peter arrives. Essentially threatens Tommy, "I'm going to fucking kill you now." Tommy's like, "No, I'll sort it out. How about I killed the Jimenez cartel?" And then he's like, "I don't even know who the fuck this guy is." He's talking about Kanan. Everybody keeps saying that about Kanan. But essentially, he drafts Ghost in. Ghost, Tommy, and Kanan are going to get rid of the Jimenez cartel. How long have they got? There wasn't exactly a time limit put on it, but I would suggest it is a time-sensitive issue at this current stage of the game. We then cut to the main man, the Jimenez man. He's riding some woman up against the mirror. There's a woman behind him. Dre's up here watching him. just a weird scene, but it'll make it's just very Game of Thrones. This isn't it? Like this guy. But we'll get to it a bit later on. What happens here? But he asked Dre if he sorted out the Toros problem. I have sorted it out, big man. Don't you worry about it. Don't you worry about it. But the whole problem is here, back in the FBI, Department of Justice. They are trying to bring Angela in at the same time, which some members can't really get on board with, and I don't really blame them. Then the councilman guy appears, starts talking to Ghost. He's like, "Oh, you need to get Tasha on board to speak at this NYPD meeting." Ghost is like, "No, I can't do it, but we'll go anyway. We'll show our faces." And I'm thinking, all right, that's nice. At least they'll show the face. I want it to batter this guy, man. I'm not gonna lie. Then the one half of the brothers, the godson of Vincent, obviously got shot last episode by Dre. He's still alive. Tommy and Sammy here arrive, and it's like, all right, we'll deal with you. We'll get you a doctor, but first we've got to meet with Vincent. Right, hold on. This guy's been shot. He's bleeding out. Looks paler than Tommy, which is quite hard. And they just left him here in this garage. It's almost like I think Sammy wanted this guy to die. But then it doesn't make much sense if he did. I don't understand what's in it for him. Because he wants to cover for Tommy because he's Tracy's kid. So I don't understand that element of it, to be honest. So we'll have to wait and see. Tommy has a meet with Vincent, and things probably aren't going to be too good, but he's bleeding out. Mac confronts Proctor because Proctor's hearing's coming up to see if he can still be a lawyer. What's going to happen here? Who knows? Ghost, though, he says, we got to head out, man. We'll see how it goes. But the Toros, they need to deal with a leadership problem, Dre, essentially. Some of his crew, the Specs, the other guy, drop a guy, but Dre isn't happy about it. And basically scolds him and says, we ain't working together. You work for me, motherfucker. So, yeah, Dre, the power's going to his head a wee bit. But we'll have to see where this goes, essentially. But, it was a pretty neat drive-by, to be honest. We then have Kanan and Ghost talking. Kanan's like, yeah, Tyreek, he's a real G, man. You need to keep him on the streets. And Ghost's like, no, it's not for him. It's not for him. We can't allow him to do this. We cannot allow him to do this, man. It's impossible. Tommy then goes to visit Tracy. Tracy's like, you fucked up, kid. You got to make this right. You tell Vincent the truth. And it's probably one of the first few times in this show we've seen Tommy like show a vulnerability side to anyone. Like maybe like the odd time with Holly, but like to an actual man who's like connected with criminal crime here. It was quite a good scene here between Tracy and Tommy. Him and his daddy. He's told to do. Proctor has his hearing. But then the lawyer appears and shafts him. So will Proctor get his license revoked? I wouldn't be surprised if he did. Turns out the godson of Vincent is now dead. The doctor's like, well, I get paid anyway. I just can't believe that they left this guy. Like, honestly. What was so pressing that Sammy couldn't be with this guy and wait on the doctor? Honestly, I don't get it. Genuinely do not get it. Tommy, right, albeit had to go see Tracy, but why couldn't Sammy have patched this guy up? It seriously makes no sense to me. But anyway, unless he wanted him dead. And at this point, things are going to hit the books, big man. Ghosting goes to like an AA meeting, but he does not like it. Some guy explains how this drunkard run down their son, and he got away with it. Will Ghost act on that? Who knows? Who knows how that's going to go down? To say the least. We then have Tommy visiting Vincent. We sit down, explains the truth to Vincent, but then lies like right at the end, saying that, here, don't worry about it, big man. The guy that killed them both, he's been dealt with. And then Vincent's like, well, yeah, at least you told me the truth. Sammy, is he telling the truth? Yeah. Then as that guy walks away, Sammy punches Tommy twice. Don't you ever make me fucking lie for you again. You hear? I'm only protecting you because you're Teresa's kid. Tommy is getting in far too deep. Honestly. He's getting in far too deep. Then we have Dre meet with the new leader of the Toros and like, did you drop that guy? And the guy lies. He's like, yeah, I dropped that motherfucker, even though it was Dre's own crew. So automatically for the get-go, there's like zero trust here, to be honest, which is quite funny. Tariq kind of has a heart-to-heart with Tasha, saying, yeah, I know it's my fault for Nick Rayner's death. He's not fucking wrong, is he? Not wrong. Not wrong at all. Then to the scene that made me boil my blood. Well, the councilman guy for Queens is speaking, and he sees Tasha and Ghost, who Ghost said, right, we're not speaking, and he forced them to go up on stage. And Ghost is raging with him, and he calls him out afterwards. Like, Tasha breaks down. It was a pretty sad scene. Obviously, he's like, we were all at fault. We were all at fault. We were all at fault. And I just don't get why Ghost is letting this guy live. Like, what does this guy need to live? I guess you could say he's a councilman, and if he dies, it's bad for business, sort of thing. But like, how many people have you killed and got away with? So why can't you just add one more? Like, this guy's like treated your family like fucking dirt over the past couple of days, weeks, whatever, since Raina's death. And I just don't, honestly. And the way he like disrespected Tommy at the funeral, I am surprised. I mean, maybe you could say there's bigger fish to fry right now than this guy. But what Ghost does at the end of this episode tells me there's not. That he needs to let out this rage, so to speak. Then at the weird parallel incident at the end where Jimenez lets Dre fuck the woman he was screwing earlier, and then Dre's like, "I will just pretend we did," and she's like, "No, we have to, because you'll end up smelling my pussy." And I was like, "What in the fuck is going on here?" So she bends over, Dre starts fucking her, Jimenez comes in and starts laughing. It's like, now it's your turn to watch, or my turn even. Then we end the episode with Ghost killing the drunkard that killed that guy's son at the AA meeting. And it's like a bit of a weak ending, to be honest, but it was still an alright episode. I'll give it a 6 out of 10. Wasn't exactly spectacular, but it was alright, guys, and that's where we're going to leave it for Par, episode 2 of season 5. 6 out of 10. Leave your thoughts down below, and peace. Welcome back, guys, to another episode of Par here, and it is episode 3 of season 5 that we are getting stuck in today here on the main channel. Fog Entertainment for your TV reviews and all that best shit. And we have got episode 3 of season 5, and it is, are we on the same team? Who's that referring to? Well, let's not waste any more time about it, and let's get stuck into this episode. That is a big rich town. Yeah, I just want to come to my own. Ghost, though, he's not doing too well. I mean, his beard is getting thicker. His beard is getting stronger. He's not shaving it. It's continuing to grow. I actually like the look. I think it's hardening him up, so to speak. But as he's about to leave an elevator, the NYPD guy arrives and he wants to question Tariq. And he's like, Tariq, son, someone saw you leaving before Raina was killed. He's like, yeah, I might have left the building, but I definitely went back in. Alright, so questions are being asked here. Could Tariq dig himself in a hole? Who knows, but Tariq's going to school up north. We then see Kanan, Tommy and Ghost sitting down. And they keep doing this gimmick where it's like, hey, Kanan, can I talk to Tommy for a second? Or Kanan, can I talk to Ghost for a second? Kanan's just listening in, hearing the whole conversation anyway. Now the new woman in NYPD, she speaks to him and is like, Angela Valdez, there could be a connection there. Absolutely. Absolutely, but the talk is here, which is mental, between Kanan, Tommy, and Ghost. Their next moves. It kind of feels like everything's just been put on hold, though, since the whole Jimenez cartel reveal, which I guess is fair enough. I had to slow the pace of this season down. Dre then meets with the Jimenez cartel, and obviously they've got a bit of a problem here, but Arturo has took charge of the Toros, man. Do you have control of your organization? And Dre's like goon, so to speak, learn here that holy shit, this guy's taking credit for the kill that we just did, and they're not too happy about it. But Kanan thinks that maybe the guys beneath Dre are not liking some of the shit they're hearing, so he confronts like Dre's like number 2 guy that's within his wee crew, and he's like, maybe Dre you get some things here. Then we have businessman Tate and Ghost with this woman. They're trying to obviously get her invested in this Raina project that's in Queens. Ghost gets absolutely played here for his unprofessionalism, because he thinks he's going to win her over with his smooth talk, and in reality he sleeps with her, but he thought that was his way of getting her to sign on the deal. And then Tate points out, he's like, nah, she just did that to prove how unprofessional you are. But don't get me about that, right? So, say Ghost's like, no, I don't want to take the bottle up to the room. I want to sit right here. She wouldn't have signed the fucking deal anyway. So, he may as well get his hole. I don't blame Ghost. I don't blame James St. Patrick for doing what he did here. To me, it's a bit retarded. And then we get Mac meeting with Teresi. And it's just a bit weird here at this point that it looks like Teresi's going to turn rat in order to get out. The lines are always blurred on it, but that's just what we're going with. So the point at the fact that, yeah, you've been seeing Tommy
Tommy, man, and then the point out, is he your son? He's like, yeah, he's my son, and I did it because I knew you assholes would come calling and I'd get a deal to get out of here. But Teresa's fuming as he's not ratting on the family, even though Tommy but now it puts everything into question whether or not Tommy actually is his son. I'm gonna say that he is, right? But I couldn't believe that he would actually job out Tommy just to get out. I mean, I know he wants to see his sick wife, like, but I thought the relationship him and Tommy had was real. We have Tasha going to the AA meeting again. The parents of the murdered hit and run victim reveal that the guy that did it has been found dead. Tasha, obviously. I think Ghost did this, confronts him about it, and yeah, she tells Tommy later on to keep an eye on Ghost because he's going off the rails, and yeah, things aren't looking particularly good here for Ghost. He's beginning to drink, you know, of course he went sober. Then we see Medina. Medina returns. It looks like he's going to be working a joint task force with Angela in order to bring down the Jimenez cartel. Of course, it's not the brothers anymore, it's the brother and sister. Keisha is then confronted by Tommy. I think Tommy's going to lean in for a kiss. She rejects him. Tommy's been done dirty. Then we got probably the best scene of the episode for me, where Tash is outside Tommy's apartment, and Karen arrives, and Karen threatens her. He's like, yeah, you like that shit, don't you? Being threatened, and know what, right? It's like a ticking time bomb. Well, like Ken, like as great as I think the relationship with him and Ghost and Tommy is, I can accept it with Tommy. I do feel like it's almost forced though with Ghost. I get it, they've got a common enemy in Dre. I do understand that, but I just don't see how it's ever going to work. And Tasha obviously holding so much resentment towards him, and filling this back to Ghost as well. Not really going on. Then the three guys that were in the camp of the Toros member who went rogue are killed. Jimenez kills him, and Dre's watching on like, He keeps speaking, and then Jimenez calls him a fucking douchebag. Then this higher up guy for the DIA, him and Angela, go on a meal talking, bang, bow, 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 getting Angela creaming her absolute panties there. It's like, where's this guy just came from all of a sudden? But I mean, I guess a bit later it makes a bit of sense. Proctor meets with Tommy. It just seems like Proctor having these completely random fucking meetings with these guys, but just a bit weird, man, you know what I mean? Just what is seriously going on here? Tommy's mum appears and kind of reiterates the fact that your daddy's no good. See him, he's not good, but can you give me a hit up, man? Can you give me a hit up? Probably not going to happen. And then the agent for the NYPD, she gets her whole investigation took off her, and Angela's just abusing her power to see, you're not allowed to look into me anymore, hen, sort of deal. But then they figure out the whole fact that they aren't brothers. They're brother and sister, the cartel. Tate then confronts Ghost at, what does he call it? Truth. That's it, Truth, the nightclub. I just don't like Tate. I know, someone commented, I think it was Young Ats, like he doesn't kill law enforcement. I mean, he killed that guy inside, and Tommy killed Homeland Security. I'm sure he can let this one fucking slip, man. I cannot stand Tate. Honestly. Seriously, cannot. Ghost then tells Tommy not to let Kanan in on any of their deals back inside with Truth or whatever. But of course, earlier this episode, we did have Kanan robbing Dre and co. I can't remember the guy's name, the second in command guy. There's just so many people going on this show at the minute. But Kanan robs them, steals like $250,000 from them, and then gives it to Tommy in order to get started up in the business. And this doesn't really go anywhere though. Like, these two just drink and that's it. Tariq finally reveals to Tasha, though, that didn't see Raina get killed, and that's him dropped off at school. So, will we see Tariq again? I'm going to say by the end of the season we will. And Teresi is freed at last, and he's like, got to make up for some last time. So him and Tommy drive off. It was good seeing Teresi get out, but the fact he's ratting on Tommy doesn't really sit well with me. But anyway, guys, that is it for Par. I'm going to give this one a 7 out of 10. I think it was a bit better than the last episode. Up next is Second Chances, but until then, peace.
Many men wish death upon me, and I'm gonna take your life away. Many men. Anyway, guys, we're back with another review of Par. It is Season 5, Episode 4, and we have got Second Chances. And boom, we're straight into the heat of it. We kick off the episode with Tommy, Ghost, and Kanan meeting. And again, we've just got this another scenario where Ghost's like, I want to talk with Tommy in private. You know, there's a lot about Teresi. He's like, why didn't you tell me, man? Why didn't you tell me Teresi's out? He's like, I just found out he's out, man. all this beef, and Kenan over here says and thinks he can use it to his advantage. And then after Tommy drives off, Kenan says to Ghost, "Why don't we just take out Teresi?" And it's like, and Ghost thought about it. He's like, "Nah, there's no way Tommy wouldn't fight." I just think loyalty is out the window. I can understand why there's no loyalty really like with Kenan. I guess like they've all got the same objective, which is Dre. But at the same time, like Ghost was like willing to throw Tommy under the bus here, which is a bit mental. But the FBI were beginning to close down on the Jimenez cartel, on the Jimenez brothers, and it's good seeing Medina back. I like Medina. I really like Medina, but they feel like they can talk to Arturo, who of course is the leader of the Jabronis, and that's how they're going to get him. But is it going to go down that way? We'll have to wait and see. But then go for a bit of a history lesson with Teresi, and Tommy explains the history of his family and how his dad died when he was, what, I believe 38. And this is their graves, and he's like, "I made sure with my first money I managed to build them here." He was 38. Francesco Teresi, born in 1922 and died in 1960. Probably served during the World War as well, World War Two. But a good scene with these two bonding, but Tommy's not really suspicious or anything. But we're seeing more and more Dre is feeling a wee bit, not self-conscious, but he's feeling a wee bit nervous with him and his cartel and all that shite. He's getting threatened left, right, and centre. Ghost arrives. Him and Tasha start slamming at each other, and it's just like a blame game about who's betraying who. It really is, man. And like, not who's betraying who, but like who's taking Raina's death the worst and whose fault it was. It's honestly embarrassing. Teresi receives a warm welcome home from Vincent. It just seemed weird. He gave us like really good speech, and Tommy's just sitting there. It's like, what's going on there? What is going on? But we've got all these meetings with Ghost. He goes up on the stage because Tasha refused to go for the wee speech, so he has to do it. And as he's doing the speech, he notices Raina. He freaked out. He had a moment, and now he's drinking. Ghost is drinking a hell of a lot, man. And then businessman Tate decides, well, you know what? I want a new face on this project. I want Dre, which of course they kind of planted the seeds for this back in the previous season. But now, damn, Dre's making his moves. And now he could be a part of the team, which obviously is not going to sit well with Ghost. And then Tasha's mum's talking to her. I didn't really care about this. But then Proctor's estranged ex-girlfriend, I think it might actually be, it's not his ex-wife, it might be, but it looks like she's going to press for custody. I don't really care about this. I think they are building up the fact that Proctor might be going away and she might get custody of his daughter, but is that really that much of a big deal? But of course Tommy, he needs to wipe out the Jimenez cartel, but he's not telling Teresi that he needs to do that, because if he told Teresi he'd do that, he'd just go and tell Mac. But then Arturo gives up the fact that he didn't kill the leader, and he's like, "But I'll tell you where they're meeting the cartel today." Proctor then has like an emergency meeting with Ghost, and then Ghost kind of confronts him about how the fuck you knew about Teresi, all this shit, you're not telling me anything. Ghost is like, "They're only playing for one team, Proctor, it's yourself. You don't care about me or Tommy." But then Proctor points out, it's like, when you get shot, I've helped you guys. I think the way they treat Proctor's unfair now. Oh, admittedly, Proctor's got all the details to bring them down, but my God, it's not going according to plan. We then get the airport meet. So yeah, the 60k that was hoovered out of the club by the Jimenez gets paid back. It's all good. Dre leaves, and then as Tommy's watching in the airport, the FBI arrive and the Jimenez cartel get arrested. And it's like, yeah, things are going according to plan. Then Steve, who Angela slept with, arrives with the DEA, but turns out he's no DEA. He's very much higher up than that. And he gets the cartel off, but the woman wants her brother dead. And it's like, all these revelating stories. And there's something weird about her. One half of the cartel Hermanos, the Jimenez Hermanos, she's, how do you say it? Pretty hot. But Steve says he didn't job Angela out and that this is just what has to be done, to be honest. But we're seeing the cartel almost fold from within. But then Angela sees that they've reactivated the remote tracker on Thomas Egan, and it's from Mac and Sax. So damn. She talks to her boss. It's confronted here. And she's like, well, why wasn't I know about this? But then the woman's like, we've got nothing, so I'll let you back on the case, Angela. Completely blown This fucking wide open Proctor then gets his entire apartment searched, and of course it's for the Homeland security agent. Not good. And it's like, with all this going down, and now this is when the head woman decides to like let Angela into the loop. Honestly, man, ridiculous, fucking ridiculous. We've got more Ghost and Reyna arguing. Reyna, she's dead. I mean, Ghost and Tasha arguing. Looks like Ghost is finally going to move out of the house. And then Tommy gets a text message for Kanan. Kanan's like, right, let's make a plan for these Jimenez motherfuckers. Kanan's setting up his own plan though, and how's this going to go down? Because we're not really too sure how it's going to go down. It's like, is Kanan really going to risk this? This would be pretty insane, but he does decide to risk it. He pays off his two guys to fire blanks outside Vincent's. So Vincent actually takes a real bullet because they decide to load it with real bullets. And then, yeah, Kanan ends up saving them and dropping the two guys, saving Tommy, Sammy, and Vincent. Teresi wasn't there. And then Ghost for him, he meets Dre in the boardroom. Dre is now part of the team, and it was a very funny dynamic seeing these two next to each other. And obviously, the disdain is definitely more from Ghost's side rather than Dre, so that was interesting. Kanan then sits down with Vincent and lets slip that, well, I'll tell you what, big man, the beef with Dre ain't settled. Your guys died in Fane and Tommy lied to you. But I understand why Kanan's lying, right? But would Vincent not want a more reputable source than this? About like two members of his own crew lying and Tommy lying? Apparently not. Teresi then finally tells Connie that he has turned rat, but not on his crew. So that Tommy bastard, damn it. Tommy then shows up and Tommy's like, da 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 da. And then Teresi's like, son, it's okay. Is Tommy actually Teresi's son? I guess that's what's going to be the real thing that's left. Then the NYPD woman that's harassing Angela, thinking she's at the helm of something. Of course, Angela is very corrupt. Is putting her wee bulletin board together, so she looks like she's going to cause a bit of chaos, damn it. Some chaos is going to happen. And then Ghost meets with Angela. And it looks like we're reminiscing about old times. It's like, seriously? Are we really going back down the route of Ghost and Angela? I think we can stay away from that. But this episode was alright. I kind of feel like season 5 is... We're just going to drag this whole Dre thing out. And then I don't know what season 6 is actually going to be. I think there's going to be a big betrayal at the end of season 5. And then I'll set up season 6. But I would be shocked if Dre... Well, maybe not shocked, but I would be flabbergasted if Dre... or at least, like, you know, some of the Jimenez cartel guys are not dead by the end of this season, guys. But I'm going to give this episode a 7 out of 10. But until next time, peace. Happy birthday for the twins, except for one of them. Because she's dead. Welcome back to Par. It is season 5, episode 5. I do like 55. Oh. And we do have Par, guys. And this one is called Happy Birthday. It is the twins' birthday. It's the first one without Reyna, though. R.I.P. And we kick off the episode with Tommy and Sammy in Vincent's bar with Teresi. Sammy and Teresi and Tommy are then confronted by Vincent. And then things rather go from 0 to 100 real fast, where Vincent gives Teresi a gun and he says pick between them. So Sammy and Tommy are on their knees and he's like, sorry. He looks like he's going to kill Tommy, but then he goes to kill Sammy, but it turns out there was no bullets in the gun. Sammy obviously pissed at both of them, but he's more having a go at Tommy. He's like, I can't believe it. And like, just like that, their ties with the Italians have been absolutely cut out, which is quite sad, to be honest. But will this lead anywhere? Will this go anywhere? I guess we'll have to wait and see. But Ghost then brings Tariq back for his school. I mean, it's just weird because like he was literally just at the school, wasn't he? We see Tasha spending a bit more time with Big Silver. Big Silver, how's this going to go down? To say the least. Teresi then talks to Sammy. He's like, I knew the gun was light. But the thing is, like, if he tried to kill Tommy, all the trust, right, between Teresi and Tommy would have been out the window. And yeah, it would have been absolutely good night. And the only reason I think he did it was because he knew he was making a deal on Tommy, to be honest. We then have Ken and Tommy and Ghost discussing shit at the apartment. And again, it's not that it's filler, but there's just not an awful lot going on. Ghost explaining that he can't really kill Dre because he's on this fucking, you know,
bit building better for Queen's project. Honestly, we're supposed to be original gangsters here, OG gangsters, and you can't kill this guy because of that, which I just find fucking completely and absolutely surreal. Then we have a sit down with Simon, Ghost, and Tate and Dre. It's just a bit awkward, and looks like Dre's gonna be made top man, and Ghost ain't too happy. Right, Kennan's arc this episode is just fucking weird. So he meets this like junkie guy who can like speak all these different languages, and essentially he uses this guy to kill a bunch of Italians, a bunch of Locos Toros. All these guys are, are rivals to their own crew. A bit mental. Ghost then meets with Angela in a shoe shop. She's like, we can't keep doing this. He's like, oh, I just thought it'd be alright because, it's Raina's birthday. And she's like, oh shit, Ghost, I'm so sorry, I didn't know. Right, he's whipping out the Raina card, and it's her birthday here. Like, it's alright. I mean, this relationship should be done, dead and buried. It's not though. And I mean, for whatever reason, it's not. That's not really up for me to decide. But to be honest, I don't really understand what we're doing here with these two. Does Ghost just think because Raina died, Angela's just going to jump back into bed with him? But then a quote in the next episode from Tasha makes me think that maybe things will be alright between these two. So it'll be interesting to see how it's going to go down, to be honest. But we'll have to wait and see. We will have to wait and see. But we'll go. I tell you what, see if Ghost and Angela get back together, man. I just don't want them to get back together. I really don't. How's this show going to end? That's the intriguing thing for me. Of course, you've got all these different spin-offs, and how they're going to be able to tie it up. We'll have to wait and see. I'm looking forward to wrapping this show up. Not because I want it to end, but because how's it going to go? Teresa's then eating Doritos. He meets with Mac and Sax. He doesn't really have much for them, but he might have something for them by the end of the episode. Angela rings Proctor. Looks like all these things are going to go down. But then Ghost pulls a few strings and gets Dre off the big Carol Bennett club because it would be a conflict of interest. So Ghost using the last day's weight that he's got left. But then the craziest thing out of nowhere is Angela and Proctor essentially set up Tommy, which is absolutely mental. Angela wants Tommy to turn. She wants Tommy to turn and give up the Jimenez cartel. I know you were at the airport yesterday, Tommy. We've had a tracker on your car, and I'm surprised Tommy wasn't more pissed at Proctor for this. He was like not even annoyed, which I thought was quite mental, to be honest. Right, Ghost then is at his meeting here. You've got Tate, Dre, and Simon. Ghost is just getting drunk. The sad thing is though, we've got Tariq's birthday party. Tommy's there, Kesh is there, Ghost ain't there. And you know what, it's a pretty dick move for Ghost not to be here, but the birthday party was alright. Tommy then goes out a drive with Tariq and he confronts him. He's like, you're the motherfucker that warned Dre. You're a rat. You're a snitch. He's like, and then Tariq explains his actions. Like, I had to get the guy who killed Ray. And he's like, so that's it. You're a lone wolf. You go by yourself. Tommy almost was like cutting ties here with Tariq in a way. I mean, I wouldn't say they're necessarily done. Silva then turns up with a delivery. Hey, I brought some stuff. But then the NYPD arrive and they're like, Tasha, you're under the gun. But then the NYPD get scared shitless. They get sent home by Big John Silvertongue Silverman. I mean, the dialogue between Kanan and this weird druggy guy was funny. Kanan spares him, gives him the gun, tells him to sell it for money. Like, I could see this guy, for some reason, coming back and biting Kanan in the ass. I don't know how, but I could see it, to be honest. Ghost is continuing to drink. Then the pastor comes over to him and he's like, sorry for your loss, son. He's like, I'm not your son, nigga. It's like, holy fuck. Is Ghost going to go absolutely ballistic here? Tate comes over. And he's just absolutely bad-mouthing Ghost. He's like, Dre is the man. He's a much better man than you all. And Ghost is drunk. His face looks like is he drunk? Ghost? Like, whatever not animation, but whatever graphics they use, like, his jaw looked so big in one of like the shots. It was so funny. But then he starts grabbing Tate and choking him out in front of everybody. Everyone's just looking at Ghost. and then there was a cake, of course, arriving for Tariq. They open it. When Tasha ordered it earlier, she's like, no, it's just, we just need one this year. And the guy didn't know. And it says, happy birthday, Raina. And then her mum goes, oh, you got Raina on it. Well, no fucking shit, right? She's dead. What help is Tasha's mum here, honestly, by saying this? And I hope she fucking dies. What use is she in this show? Honestly, man. Coming out with a line, like, pointing at the fucking... No wonder Tasha lost it. It was like, I fucking know. No wonder. Tariq confronts Tasha, says, I think you blame me for Raina's death. And I was like, well, that'd be fair enough. He's like, I think you wish it was me that was dead and not her. Potentially. Dre, though, his organisation's kind of fallen apart to a degree, but not completely out the window. Ghost finally arrives home, and him and Tariq get into a bit of a shouting match. He's like, you need to tell me the truth. Raina, yeah, she knew you were a fucking cheater and a drug dealer. He's like, let me at him. He's trying to kill him. But Ghost is like, alright, I'll probably need to go to sleep here, to be honest. Tracy and Tommy talk. Tracy's like, I can't believe I did all that time for those bastards. He's like, well, I could have just got it on by ratting. And Tommy's like, what, you would have rat it? And he's like, no. He's like, it's just mostly goes to show you how much this is a complete and utter fucking joke. Diego then confronts Dre and he's like, we need to wipe out all the competition. But my sister can't know about it, big man. Tommy then confronts Angela and it looks like these two are going to work a deal. Teresi then meets with Sack and Mac is like, Tommy is laundering his money and Ghost is clubs. So damn, that's pretty much what they needed to know for the get-go. And then Ghost arrives at the church. They meet with the pastor. He's like, I'm a changed man. I need to go back to what I was, father. He then arrives at Angela's apartment and I'm thinking, damn, are these two going to get back together? But that is it, guys, for Happy Birthday. I don't know. Season 5 just seems weird to me. It almost seems like we are lost. I don't even know what we're lost in. It just feels weird. I can't put my finger on it. It just doesn't feel as good as like season 4. Not that it's the worst season, but there's a lot going on. It started off really good with episode 1, but since then it's died down. I get it. It can't just be all out war, but I'd really have liked the dark turn that Ghost has taken. But anyway, guys, that's it for Happy Birthday. I'm going to give this a 6 out of 10. Till next time, peace. A changed man, please call my name. It's Devon Dudley. No, it's not. It's Ghost St. Patrick. It's James St. Patrick. And is he a changed man? I just want to point out, right, maybe not necessarily retract what I said, but I said this, I believe, at the end of season 4. I thought the way some people's reaction to Raina's death was a bit underwhelming, but with Ghost, it's like long-term booking, if that makes sense, and I really like the downfall of his character so far this season, so I'd like to take that back in terms of Ghost. I mean, again, you would expect something a bit more in the initial, aftermath of Raina's death. I did personally, but I like the way they've took it with Ghost's character. But we do begin this episode with Ghost and Angela. It's like old times. He's like, I'm sorry. He reveals that the only reason he stopped seeing her was to protect her life. And that feels so long ago. Honestly, it feels so long ago. So he sleeps on the couch, she sleeps on her bed. They wake up. These two are talking. Tasha then arrives, and then she's like, what the fuck are you doing here, Ghost? Tasha's like, whoa. Ghost is like, what? And then they're talking about the gun that killed Ray. And then, of course, Ghost's like, what the fuck? She knows about this. You always hear the disbelief, though, in Ghost's voice that this entire situation has been happening kind of behind his back, and how are we going to fix this shit, man? It's absolutely crazy. Then the NYPD woman arrives, and at this point, it looks like everything's going to come crashing down on Angela, and whether it be this season or season 6, I feel like for the amount of corruption that's in this show, I feel like someone, either Ghost, Tasha, or Angela, has got to do jail time. Like, a lot of jail time for me. Like, that's how, like, one of them gets life in jail. I don't think Ghost is going to get life in jail. I think Ghost is going to get Ghost. I think Ghost is going to be killed at the end, or whatever. I think Angela almost suits life in jail more than... Maybe both of them will get sent to life in jail, potentially. I think Angela, for how corrupt she's been, the fact that she's so high up and built her way up throughout this show, I think should go to jail. That's my personal opinion. But I guess we'll have to see and how that happens. Dre meets with
him and his brother too, you know, and these two are confiding in each other, and Dre's master plan, though, is to get the leader of the Toros to say that, it was you that's trying to plan this hit on Diego Jimenez. But how will that go later on in the episode? Not too well. Proctor then meets with Ghost. He's discussing the whole thing with Angela. Not too good there. Ghost then leaves a message for Tyreek, who does not want to even entertain it. Teresa's then eating a McDonald's with Tom, and he's like, this shit tastes as good just like when I went in. Absolutely. But it's weird though. So this show's in 2018? Or this season, sorry. Or in this time period. It's like Teresi went in the early 90s. But the way it gets on, you'd almost feel like this guy went in the, I don't know, like fucking early 80s or something. Not that there's a massive difference. I mean, I guess it's like a decade, but it just shows you, like, this show, like, I'm so used to watching shows that are, like, you know, outdated maybe, so to speak, but Par's definitely in the recent era here. So how's this master plan going to go down with these two here? But obviously Tommy needs to sort his cartel shit out, but he's not telling Teresi shit. Tate then meets with Dre, and Dre's like, I'm not too sure if I need this. Tate's like, yeah, well, you know what, Ghost is going to get you back on board. Then, out of nowhere, we've got we've got Dre and Ghost, and they're going to work together on this. And then we see later on the episode, right, that they're going to, Dre wants Ghost to kill the main man, Diego Jimenez, and I'm just like, what? What is going on here? What is going on? Absolutely insane. I'll tell you what, I've got a random pair in my leg, and I'm like, what? Fucking hell, what? Somebody shot me, damn it. Somebody shot me. Somebody shot me. But yeah, he wants Diego Jimenez killed. So this is all going down here. Tommy and Ghost are just not really ever getting on the same page. It just seems like they're butting heads constantly. And then the whole audit that's going into like Ghost and Tommy's business. Teresi's pissed, so he goes to Mac and Sax, where he's like, you two need to stop doing this. I'm getting close, but you two are fucking ruining this for me, man. You two are absolutely ruining this for me. Proctor then has a meet with his cousin Benny. I've seen this bald guy before, not quite sure what. And Mac confronts him. Mac twisting the knife into Proctor, also twisting the knife into Proctor's ex-wife. Will they be able to get these guys? You never really know. You never know what's going on. But then Teresi reveals to Tommy the new business that they're going to do. Since they've been put out of the Italians, they're going to smuggle the stuff into prisons in the ramen, like they did. With him, if you remember, that's how he got his phone back at was it start of this season or last season? Might have been last season actually. For Big Teresi. But no, Tasha is under the thumb of the NYPD. It's a Hail Mary. It is Patrick Mahomes throwing a 100-yard pass here. And they're trying to get Tasha to admit to this murder. They're trying to make it look like that Angela and Ghost are trying to pin it all on Tasha, so, you know, she goes down for it and those two live their happy, free life. But it's not exactly happening like that. But she doesn't give up Ghost, but she's very pissed about it. Meanwhile, Kenan's out with Tyreek. Tyreek reveals that he's the one that killed Ray Ray. Ghost is, not Ghost. Kenan's like, holy shit, you dropped him? Good, little man. You did good. So yeah, this scene with the beat up the white guy. I mean, Kenan beats him up. Tweak just looks at him. Doesn't really. So it's a weird scene. And then he fakes having asthma, so they get into the school. Whoop-de-doo. But yeah, then we have Dre and Ghost. And let me tell you who Ghost wants dead as part of this deal. Jason Midrich. Of course, Tommy's connect. So how are both these guys going to die? I can see Dre fucking up the hit, but I can't actually see Ghost killing Jimenez. He's a sloppy guy. Proctor tries to plant the drugs on his ex-wife, but she's like, no, I'm not happy. And it's like, damn, Proctor's going to probably get shafted here. Then we've got Angela and Ghost in the apartment talking while Tasha's getting interrogated, and Tasha's putting it all through her head that maybe they are setting me up. But like I said, she doesn't give them up. Then Sammy and Teresi meet with Tommy, going to do this smuggling gimmick. Tommy kind of being played like a fiddle here. Surely he must think there's something wrong with like the way Sammy's willing to team up with him now. Which is just a bit weird. But yeah. Then we get the Jimenez. They burn alive the bad Toros after he gave it up. Dre did promise him that he'd keep him alive, but he didn't. He gets set alive. Absolutely brutal. Gets stuck and hit with all the bottles and then burnt to a crisp, man. Holy shit, damn it. Sax is trying to figure out something here. And then they find the document that Tasha
Angela hid for Tasha about Tasha's gun being the bullet at the crime scene, and Angela's the one that found it. So holy moly. Surely this net has got to come crashing down on all these people at once. Tasha then returns to her house. It's like, you two are living kosherly here, and he's like, I'm just going to go. The Silverman goes like, why the hell would you go to Silverman? He's like, cause he loves me more than you ever did. Angela's like, I'm going to leave. And Tasha's like, no, sorry, you two stay. I'm leaving. And that's how the episode ends. I really enjoyed this episode. I'm going to give it an 8 out of 10. I feel like things are beginning to pick up. I maybe underrated the last episode, but yeah. Let's see these arrests happen, baby. But anyway, 8 out of 10. Till then, peace.
Fog Entertainment back again with another par review. We are looking at Season 5, Episode 7, and we have got the devil inside as we head towards the latter episodes of this season. And we kick off the episode essentially with a lot of chaos. We've got Tasha going to Silver. It's like, you need to do this. And he's like, no, you've lied to me. You've lied to me. I can't lie for you. And she's like, it wasn't Ghost who killed Ray Ray. It was Tariq. So is Silver going to come through this? I don't think so. Ghost doesn't, thinks he's going to do it. Either him and Angela are drinking red wine. It's almost like we're back to the old times here. That's what it feels like here with Ghost and Angela, to be honest. And then we get a sex scene. We've got Tasha and Silver and Angela and Ghost. We are truly back to old times. And again, this, I like this show, right? Love. Part of me wants to love it, but then there's things that maybe by the end of it I will. Maybe when I look back on it, I'll be like, yeah, I love this show. But for me, it's like a 7.5 out of 10, almost an 8. And the averages are getting there, definitely. But I think they've kind of cut it out, right? But seeing the earlier seasons, see the sex scenes, it was just overload. Here, I like getting it as much as the next guy, but come on. What are we doing here? We're racing our ping pong. Mac and Sack go to Teresa's door. Corey's there. They're like, hey, Mrs. Teresa. She's like, go fuck yourself. Teresa then has a sit down with Teresa. It's like, do you really want to give up the only family you'll have left after I'm gone? And you know what? That's a very true statement. Donovan then goes to Angela and warns her, you stay away from James St. Patrick. So kind of giving her a final warning. And then we have Kanan, Ghost and Tommy meeting with the Sir, and they're meeting with the Sir, Peter. I believe it's Peter. So this guy, you need to kill Jimenez. You gave me the money, but now you need to kill Jimenez. Proctor then meets with Sax, and Sax is like, I'll work on getting your deal back, big man, so don't you worry about it. Your wee lawyer deal. We've got more Tasha and Ghost arguing at each other. Ghost learns about Silver here a bit more, and he's like, I don't know if this is actually going to slide here, so I might need to deal with something. And then he's also running into a bit more beef with Tate, who seems to be going completely balls deep with Ray rather than Ghost, and Ghost cannot believe that this has happened. Angela, though, speaks to Steve and kind of figures out where his division is, and now, because she knows that Mac and Sax are onto her, she tries to force Mac out onto this job, which again, I just don't think was ever really going to work. Angela returns home. Tommy's there. He's asking a lot of questions. What's going to happen here? Then we've got Tommy, Sammy, and Teresa in the house. His mum phones him as Teresa's outside the car getting smokes, and his mum's like, is that fucking Tony? And honestly, I can't stand Kate. So much prefer Bonnie and Teresa. Teresa's a bad motherfucker, don't get me wrong, but damn, it's fucking annoying. They do meet with this guy though. They connect inside. It's been selling the ramen and the phones and the ramen. And Teresa just fucking drills him through his kneecap and drills it right through his skull, which I thought was a brutal death. But, the guy is paying them light. And how did he think putting a bit of extra weight in a briefcase was going to work? Even if they didn't realise, once they opened it up, they would fucking realise. This to me felt a bit forced in the sense of, alright, well, let's show a scene where, Teresa's old school as he used to be, doing these tactics. That's honestly what it felt like to me, to be honest, and it was just stupidity for this guy in the slightest. It really, really was. But Tariq, what's going to happen?
with Tariq. We then have a family meal with Bonnie, Tony, and Tommy, and that's when Kate shows up, and Tony and Tommy have to drag her out of there. It was like a wee domestic. So I like that. I definitely like that. Ghost then confronts Silver's like, you really got what it takes to lie for my family. He also confronts him about, here, I found that missing earring. Remember at the start of this season, mate, when I found that earring at your house? Aye, that big man, it was my wife. Or I don't bring you over for adultery, motherfucker. So yeah, did the commission. So it looks like Tommy and Kesha are back on track, and he told Bonnie and Tony that, here, I've got a wife. I want it to happen like this. Dre's trying to set this up now where Ghost is going to kill Diego Jimenez tonight, but then Ghost sets up with Kanan that he wants Kanan to drop Jimenez tonight. So all this crazy shit going down, absolutely mental. But then the guy who's like the number 2 essentially, Dre, like tells Kanan all this information. He's kind of like, wonder what the fuck's going on here. Big Peter the Slovak, man. Peter the Slovak. Also, we've got Ghost learning for like the guy in the Queen's Project that apparently Tate has been shimming money off the top of the Queen's Project and get paying this guy with it. So obviously he's recorded that and he's going to use it against Tate. Lovely, lovely, jubbly. Mac and Sax then confront Teresi, who tells them about the hit inside. By God. The hit inside, of course. Ghost killing the US Marshal inside. I just don't know how Teresi... I mean, he'd have to testify, and it would be his word against it, like. So it'd be brutal. Then we see Kaden and Tariq playing chess in this episode. They're getting a wee bit closer. Tommy then confronts Angela again in a car, and Angela almost wanting here fucking Tony to kill John Mack. It's like, she does back out of it, right? But Angela's turned that bad. How could you, like, why am I supposed to root for her as, like, one of the good guys? At least, like, Tommy and Ghost have been bad from the get-go. I know Ghost is trying to feel legitimate turns, but I like rooting for the bad guys. See these people who think they're good, but they're actually bad? I don't really like rooting for them, to be honest. And I think that's going to be a bit of a problem, yo. But yeah, Tasha meets with Angela. It's all good, damn it. It's all good. Going according to plan. Tasha then returns home to Silver's house. And Silver's gone. He's left. And no, I can't do it, Sasha. So he's jobbed out. Tasha even. Ghost then gives Tate the leverage, the recording. And then we get like the best part of this episode easily. So essentially, obviously, Kanan now busts into the room as Diego and this big fat security guard think they're getting some BBWs. They're not getting some BBWs. All they're getting is 2 9mm's right to their fucking skull. Dead. Kanan kills Diego Jimenez and his wee fat security guard. Mental. Insane. Kanan like a boss. Dropping this now, and I'm sitting there thinking at this point, big Kanan, what a guy, man. This guy is going to run the rest of this season. He's going to run season 6, and then the next episode happened. Anyway, before we get to that, we have to end this episode, don't we? But Kanan drops these guys, delivers it to big Peter, and there's Diego Jimenez's head, and he's like, we need to get out of here. There's a guy coming for your head, damn it, from the Jimenez cartel. Dre arrives, like, holy shit, what in the fuck is going on here? It's all went according to plan. Tasha then arrives at Angela's house and tells him about Silver splitting. The Ghost is like, nah, well, you're not taking the fall for this, Tasha. I'm taking the fall for my family. And that ends the episode. Diego Jimenez is dead. A lot of chaos, a lot of carnage. I'm going to give it a 7 out of 10. We're building towards that season finale. And I'm looking forward to talking about the next episode because I can't believe it happened. Cannot believe it happened, guys. But anyway, 7 out of 10.
R.I.P. Kanan Stark, and what an episode we have got to unravel. Welcome back, guys, to Fog Entertainment. This one is called A Friend of the Family. Well, Kanan, he kind of was a friend of the family, but not anymore. We have got Ghost, Tasha, and Angela discussing who do we pin this murder on. They come up with the Dre solution, so Ghost leaves, and then Tasha decides to put it on Kanan. And I'm thinking, you bitch, I just do not like Angela and Tasha. I mean, at least Tasha accepts she's a gangster, right? But like, Angela, alright, the last few episodes, she's like, I've been getting so dirty, Jamie. I want to be a good cop. Then how about you admit everything? If you want to be a good cop or stop doing bad shit, you can't have it both ways, Angela. You know. But the rest of the police, they're sniffing around Angela, and I think sooner rather than later it's going to come to an end. Dre is brought up to speed by his troops that Kanan was actually the one that killed Diego Jimenez. And then like, why the fuck didn't you kill Kanan? He's like, you didn't tell us. You tell us to kill Ghost, which is a very valid point, isn't it? Nonetheless, and Cristobal very soon is going to be getting a wee promotion, isn't he? So yeah, Ghost and Tommy do a bit more meeting. Proctor and Sack sit down, discuss things with each other. Essentially, what they want Proctor to wear here is a wire in a conversation with James St. Patrick. How in the hell is that going to go down, troops? I'm not too sure. Throughout this episode, we've got Kanan showing Tyreek the ropes about drug dealing. He's like, you can never be caught with the money and the drugs in the same spot, or else that's you right. That's your rights out the window, big man. And as this episode went on, I just didn't think Kanan was going to die at the end of it. And sorry for the spoiler, but I mean, everyone watching this probably watched the show already. But, like, part of me loved the death, but I just didn't want him to die. Especially the way he went out, like, at the hands of Tyreek and Tasha. I felt like they'd done him dirty, man, to be perfectly honest, but it is what it is at the end of the day. But the club, Dre's loving life, Cristobal's loving life, we've got all this other crazy shit going on. Kanan then meets with Vincent, and Tyreek's there. And the reason why I brought Tyreek, because he knows Italian. And he's like, he wants to know if you can trust him, but in the Italian voice. So, yeah, Kanan making a deal with Vincent here. Ghost and Tommy see Dre leave. Ghost and Tommy flip-flop between what they actually want to do. Then Tash and Angela drop it on on Tyreek that, right, we want you to job out Kanan. And Tariq does not want anything to do with this because he's like the one guy in this show that legit cares about Kanan. I mean, I think Tommy does from a respect point of view, but that's probably about it. We also have dinner at Tommy's between him, Bonnie, Teresi, and Lakeisha. That goes alright. I mean, it's not filler like. I mean, it's introducing his family. I was going to say his girlfriend, but is Lakeisha's girlfriend, I guess, at this point. We're almost getting serious. Matt gets offered the job as well. Ghost ain't very happy, though, that Tasha has fucking done this and started to frame the big man, Kanan. Obviously, Ghost, because he wanted Dre to go down. And I'm sorry, right? I don't understand why they wouldn't. I mean, obviously, Tasha's got more of a problem with Kanan. Maybe she really fused that the real reason why Raina dies is because he got involved with Tyreek Kanan, right? But even if they wanted to spin it in a way of, well, we thought Dre would rat, they didn't bank on Kanan going AWOL at the end, so I'll touch on that a bit later. Lakeisha gets her court date brought up by some guy. It was a really weird thing. Now she's gonna have to testify. Tommy's like, it's alright, man. It is okay. Ghost and Tariq have a scene, but nothing really serious go down. Kanan and Tommy share another scene. And Kanan's like, it's alright, I'll go. And Tommy's like, you gotta stop ordering people to leave the room, Ghost. Absolutely. It's like his entire gimmick these days, but now Kanan's got the weight. He's got the money. He's loving life. Ghost gets an update for Tate. Not much happening here. Kanan helps Tyreek get his money back after some kid didn't pay him enough. So, yeah. There's that. There is that. Oh. And then we've got Tasha lying a bit more to Lakeisha, like, oh, yo, this didn't happen, you're filming a different guy. She's like, I didn't want to lie like this. I didn't want to lie like this. It's one thing telling them that somebody was in the apartment, but flat out lying to the cops, I can't do it on the stand, on a stack of Bibles, man. I can't do that. Dre and Ghost meet up. They're like, I guess we're both not men of our word. You didn't kill Jimenez, it was Kanan, and you didn't even drop Peter. So what the hell are we doing here? It's like, we'll get that done, don't worry. Right, and then, may as well, Benny also gives Proctor the leverage that's been sitting on the laptop. Why is this Benny guy got it? Last time we seen it, Proctor put it in like not a safe, one of those like public locker things. So, what's going on here? And then
Kanan gets pulled over by the cops. The gun that killed Ray Ray's there, of course. It's Tasha's gun. The police are asking Tyreek, "Do you know this man?" He's like, doesn't really answer it. And like, are you threatened by this man? And then they're like, right, step out of the car. And Kanan quickly realizes the holy fuck we've been set up. It's finally when they ask Tyreek, "Has this man got you against your will?" He's like, "Yes." At this point, Kanan's like, "Put the cuffs on me, Luce. It's been a minute since I've had cuffs on me." And then Kanan goes absolute ape shit. He drops 4 NYPD officers. This is such a badass scene. Also, while this is going on, you've got Ghost saying, like, confronting Tasha about this. He's like, "You do realise that Tyreek's with Kanan?" And Tasha's like, "Yeah, I know, but they're just going to arrest Kanan." He's like, "Do you really think Kanan's going to go down that easily?" And then as soon as that happens, Kanan drops 2 police officers. The woman police officer shoots back at him. Kanan gets hit, like, I believe twice in the arm. But he manages to headshot her, akimbo style. Then her partner whips out a gun, shoots Kanan in the stomach. Kanan then whips out his guns again, shoots him, kills him. He shares like one final look at Tariq. It was like a look of betrayal. He gets in the police car, and then he starts coughing up blood. Obviously, he's been shot that many times, especially in the stomach region. Like, once you get hit there, it's kind of good night. And then he passes out and dies. And then we get the ending montage. Angela looking smug. I wanted to jump through the screen and punch her fucking lights out. Ah, well, Angela, episode 9 doesn't end well for you, you stupid whore cunt. Anyway, yep, I'm not happy with Angela. Tyreek crying, and you know what? Tariq is one of the few guys that care about Kaden, but I guess he realised that he can't go against his mum and dad, which I think's fair enough. It would have been a big move to go against them, right? But no, my problem with this is they've fucking jobbed out Kanan for Dre, and why? Like, why? Do they think Kanan wouldn't have rat it? Are they completely banking on Kanan to going on a rampage, I guess? But this is bullshit, because Tasha explained to Ghost that no, Kanan will just go back to jail. And let's be real, right? Let's say Kanan got arrested here, didn't fight back. Kanan would have been absolutely within his rights to rat on them. Absolutely. I'm sorry he got jobbed out here. It was a badass death, taking out 4 police officers and getting shot. I mean, what could you say? It was a bit weak he got shot in the stomach, but I mean, it's the real fucking world. I mean, what do we want? People to survive 20 million fucking gunshots? Yeah, and then he dies, and then we get the ending scene with Tommy and Ghost at the morgue, and Tommy's like, "You've got to stop killing people, man." Tommy thinks he's got something to do with it. It's like, "I had nothing to do with this, Tommy." And then forensic guy goes in, he unlifts it. We see Kanan one last time looking very dead. Tommy's like, "Rest in peace, you tough motherfucker." And honestly, it was like a really like sad scene. It gave me almost like goosebumps, Tommy saying that line, and like it's like we've like lost like a proper OG character in this show. Like, probably the baddest motherfucker in this show, at least one of. Probably in TV history. Like, I mean, I've watched a lot of TV shows, but Kanan is one of those motherfuckers you'd want in the trenches with you. And yeah, end of an era. He's dead. Do I agree with the way he went out? No. But was the scene good? Yes. It came out of nowhere. Like, you didn't, like, it wasn't like this Tariq turn was good. I mean, Tariq literally denied he was ever going to do it, and then I guess that made for more of a twist. But yeah, I really enjoyed this episode, guys. I'm going to give it a 9 out of 10. It's almost a 10, but I just don't like the fact that Tasha thinks she's fucking brilliant, and so does Angela. Her walking smugly while looking at that NYPD woman. Fucking Angela, if you don't die in this show, I will be fucking fuming.
There's a snitch among us. Welcome back, guys, to the penultimate episode of Season 5 of Par. We've got episode 9 here. We kick off the episode. News report about Kanan Stark. Of course, Kanan's dead. I've been looking forward to reviewing this episode. Like I said at episode 8, there's a lot of talking points because there's deaths as we enter like the final, couple of episodes of Par. I mean, I know we do have a full season to go after this, but you get what I'm saying. Towards the end of shows, deaths happen a lot. But what I just didn't really get here was, like, so you've got Ghost arguing with Tasha, but why the fuck would you have Kanan killed and not Dre? Why'd you go purposely behind my back? And I actually feel sorry for Kanan. I do. And, like, Tommy's here, but he's not really getting his opinion across. Tasha slaps Ghost. Ghost essentially says, like, you try to get another one of our children killed, and that's why she's like, and Tommy's like, you earned that, right? And then Ghost and Tommy leave, and Tariq kind of looks on, and he's like, I'm the one that cared about Kanan. Right. Tommy does not seem bothered in the slightest. Like, last episode, he was fully like, is that another one of our friends you killed, Ghost? And this episode just doesn't seem to care. I don't know what it is. Like, should Tommy not be worried? Like, I get it, right? Obviously, Tommy is, like, a part of the family. Kanan and Tasha hate each other. I mean, fucking Ghost and Tasha set Kanan up. But Kanan and Tommy go way back, and it's almost like the beef between Ghost and, Kanan was squashed, so to speak. Almost. I just think Ghost was so much more bothered than Tommy about this. And Tommy, I just don't understand, like, why Tommy's not more annoyed, personally. Like, he's almost treating it like a joke situation. And I don't understand that. I think this should have caused a massive rift between him and Tasha. The fact that they just went and killed fucking Kanan. But they don't. And I just don't really understand it, to be honest. I was expecting a bit more of a reaction from Tommy. It was treated like who ate the last bit of bacon rather than why the fuck did you kill Kanan Stark sort of deal. Anyway, that's just my personal opinion, to be honest. Tariq's going back to his school though. Ghost takes him back to the train station, but Tariq never leaves the train. Well, he does leave the train station. He never leaves on a fucking train though, that's for sure. Meanwhile, the rope is coming round Angela's neck. Everyone is suspicious of her. How is this going to go down? Ghost then confronts Jamie. Ghost confronts Angela, and he's like, how the fuck could you go behind my back and set up Kanan? And she's like, it was the best move. And then she's like, I don't feel like a cop anymore, Jamie. I just do not rate Angela anymore. I think she's completely like lost like the good moral compass sort of gimmick. Teresi then opens his doors to Sax and Mac, and they're demanding a wee bit more information. They need it, and they need it by the end of the day. Like, Aisha and Tommy are talking. She's like, you've never killed anyone before, have you, Tommy? He doesn't really answer it, and it's like, hold on here. Does she truly believe that? Even though like his answer is like, yep, I've killed loads of people sort of deal, even though he just took a drink of his water. But you can clearly kind of tell. Dre is demoted to number 2. Cristobal, he's now number 1. So now we've got the FBI and Angela and etc. They're all like, oh, Diego's head ended up in Dre's business. How is that going to go down here? Who knows? What's going to happen? Absolutely chaotic. Sammy, we've got Sammy, Teresi, and Tommy in his apartment, and Sammy's kind of freaking out at Teresi, and Tommy's like, whoa. Because apparently shit's hit the fan. There's a snitch among us. And, Sammy obviously suspects Tommy, but he obviously knows that Teresi says he's going to fucking kill or job out Tommy. So how's that going to go? Sax and Mac, they go to Proctor, get him to wear a wire. He'll confront the main man later. Ghost and Tate have a bit of a catch-up. Nothing really happens here. Angela then visits Stray and essentially tells him to give up the cartel. Give up the Jimenez cartel, because you've been jobbed out, big man, and it needs to happen. Needs to happen now. Ghost then visits Tommy, and he's in like a wee business meeting with Teresi, because the Serbs are here, damn it. And Ghost is like, we shouldn't really be involving Teresi in any of this, and then Teresi just leaves anyway, and Ghost talks with Tommy, but you can clearly see that the trust here is out the window between Tommy and Ghost. But no, my problem. Why is right? You just see the proof was in the pudding earlier this episode, right? Where it's clear, like Ghost is fucking fuming at Tasha for killing Kanan, and it's almost like that's why, like Tommy's taking out all his anger on Ghost. I don't get it. Like here over Kanan, and you know what? R.I.P. Kanan. I think he got killed off far too early. I think it was a waste of a character, even though I thought the death scene was pretty badass, wiping out all the police. But I just don't get it in the slightest. Teresi and Sammy then joking. Teresi's like, I'm going to bring that Tommy motherfucker down. He's like, oh, for a few seconds there, Teresi, I thought you weren't going to do that. Cristobal, though, tells Dre how things aren't going to change between them, even though he's now number 1, and he goes to visit the remaining Jimenez hermano. Tariq then visits Vincent, and it's like he starts speaking Italian to him, and now it looks like he's going to move the weight, and he's like, how old are you, kid? He's like, old enough to move weight. Dre then snitches on the cartel, and I can't even remember what the woman's name in the cartel is, but yeah, the police arrive. Angela, they're all arrested. Good night. Angela gets a massive bust, but then she sees Sax and Mac leave, and she's like, Something crazy is going down here. She then finds out that Teresi is the snitch. Then confronts Mac about it. He finally reveals it. Then we've got Sax and Mac phoning Teresi, and Teresi's like, yeah, I'll get your information there, buddy. He's like, but nah, it's not Tommy Egan. It's all about Ghost. Sammy overhears this. He's like, what the fuck? I thought you were going to give up. Tommy, he's like, no, I can't do that. Then Tommy appears, and obviously fearing that Sammy's going to give up the fact that Teresi is snitching, he stabs Sammy. Teresi kills Sammy. So a pretty big cat. Well, I mean, a decent sized character death. I feel like he's the fucking Rock or anything. Angela then gives Ghost the proof that Teresi is the rat. Then Ghost tells Vincent who's the rat, and then Vincent tells Tommy, and Tommy finds out that his daddy was a rat this entire time, and he feels so betrayed. And I feel like this was almost rushed. I get it, right? When someone's a rat, it's a time-sensitive like issue. But like Angela found out, and within like 3 minutes, Tommy's found out. Even though Angela found out, confronted Mac, then told Ghost. Ghost then went to Vincent, and then Vincent sat down with Tommy, and all this happened within like 3 minutes. Proctor sits down with Ghost. Ghost is like, why the fuck are you so nervous? And Proctor's like, I'm not nervous. Then he writes down on a napkin that I'm wearing a wire, so Ghost doesn't incriminate himself or Angela. And then he confronts Proctor after. He's like, you've got to give up Angela, Ghost, or else she's going to give you up. That's for fucking sure, buddy. I'm wearing the motherfucking wire, damn it. So yeah, that was quite intriguing. Then we get like the really sad part of this episode where, you know, Tariq picks up like Kaden Stark's like last, item, so to speak. His cremation date was the 1st of December. He died on the 30th of November, which was actually not too long ago. Then Tommy knows about Teresi. It's quite sad. He confronts him about it. Teresi doesn't really fight it. He visits Bonnie one last time. He hugs her, he kisses her. He winks at her. He's like, I'll see you tomorrow, beautiful. You're the only thing I ever did right in my life. And I've wrote a life full of wrong. Sad scene. I didn't really know what was going to happen, but knowing Tommy, I was like, he's probably just going to kill him. Teresi gets home, he's packing a bag. Teresi's, he's bleeding his heart out to Tommy here. He's like, yeah, you were the only other thing I did right as well. He's like, I love you, son. Past few months or weeks or however long it's been fantastic. He then opens his duffel bag, there's loads of cash in it, there's a gun. I don't even think he thinks about shooting Tommy. Maybe he does, right? But I don't think he ever. He looked at the gun. He's like, "That life's behind me, nice sort of thing. I'm on the run. When my son let me go." Tommy then drops him and leaves him at the Teresi headstone. So he kills his father. Really, really sad scene. He then drives home, visits his mum, and then lies on her. She's like, "Oh, I told you about Teresi. I told you." I still like his mum, man. And then to end the episode, Angela arrives in, and they're like, Angela Valdez, you are fucked. Teresi's dead, and she's like, well, shouldn't you be more worried about one of your informants? He's like, nope, the only reason he's dead is because you told Ghost, Tommy, etc., and that's the only reason he's dead. So Angela's fucked here, and I'm so happy about it. Angela looks fucked, and then what Proctor said about Angela is coming true, is that Ghost is going to have to give Angela up, but now, is she going to give Ghost up? Probably. She knows so much. And is she going to get immunity? I think it would be a joke if Angela got immunity, to be honest. But yeah, guys, a lot of bodies hit the floor. Looking forward to episode 10. I haven't watched it yet, so looking forward to that big finale. And then, season 6. And then we've got three spin-offs. So I'm looking forward to the spin-offs because the spin-offs are actually taking place in real life. Obviously, a few seasons have took place of each of them, I believe. But, at least I can make fairy fids with this. I don't really want to make fairy fids about a show I don't know too much about. I do fairy fids on like Sopranos and Sons and other like Walking Dead because I know I don't want to actually spoil things as well because obviously people could comment spoilers and shit. Like I can't make a spoiler about like, well, Angela turned rat here because obviously it's already happened. So you understand where I come from. I'm going to give this episode an 8 out of 10. I do think the Teresi rap reveal to Tommy was a wee bit rushed and his reaction to Kenan was a bit fucking baffling here at the start. But anyway, till next time, give this episode an 8 out of 10.
When it is all over. Welcome back, guys, to our Season 5 finale. We don't need Bruce Buffer. We don't need him to announce when it's over. We've got Tommy Egan standing on a stairwell with a gun pointed down towards Angela and Ghost. And that was a pretty good ending. But before we get there, we have to go through the episode, don't we? Don't we? Tommy is reeling. He's snorting
And essentially, we get like an interrogation here on Angela, but she's not giving anything up, and she's got 24 hours to agree to a deal or not. And a lawyer suggests that she should take it. I have to speak to my family. Then John Silver returns, and he's like, "You should give up your husband, Tasha." Then Lakeisha visits Tommy. He basically tells her to get the fuck out of the apartment, and she starts crying. And it's like, well, okay, she saw that side of Tommy. Not good. Ghost then picks up Tommy. Tommy is not really saying anything. They get to their old high school. It's like abandoned now, I believe. And we've got Angela and Tasha meeting with Ghost and Tommy there. And Angela reveals everything, that she is now being implicated or whatever in a RICO case. So they write everything on the board. And as this is going down, we get like a montage about them writing it on the board. And then the FBI, like Sachs, Mac, and co. So I like this. And it did make for an interesting turn of events. The fact that they're helping Angela get out of a case when like this entire show has been the other way about. It really is that way. Then we seen bloody Tasha pass a note to Tommy that says on it, "We should kill this bitch," and it's like, damn, that's some serious shit. And you know what? I think at this point, there's not much. There's not much love going between Tommy and Angela. At this point, it's done and dusted, man, isn't it? Like, Angela has to go. Like, why would these three... the only reason she's being kept alive is because of Ghost. The other two don't really give a fuck, if we're being honest. That's the way it should be. But it looks like John Silver's joined the FBI. And they kept saying this episode, when this is over. Then Trey, he's making love to his baby mama, so to speak. And then what happens? The cartel, the Jimenez cartel pay a visit. And I think they're honestly overbooking Dre. At this point, I thought they were overbooking Dre, sorry. And then by the end of this episode, I definitely thought they were overbooking Dre. But he manages to overpower them and like while naked with his big, well, so to say his big cock. I didn't say his fucking big cock, did he? I don't know. The guy's probably got a maggot cock, damn it. He manages to fend them off and kill them. And he's like, right, you go sit with your mom, I'll get the witness protection deal. Sort of. Mac then threatens Tate. Businessman Tate. Not much really comes for this. Tasha then confronts Lakeisha because we all have to keep our allies close, but it seems like every time they do this, it's going tits up. Lakeisha essentially blows up. It's like, fuck it. I don't give a fuck about you, Tasha, anymore. You don't care about me. You know what? I think we're onto something there. I think we're onto something. Angela meets with Dre. Dre's like, I need it the country now. I need this deal to happen. She's like, alright, I'll get this deal to happen. I'll get this deal to happen, man. This deal will happen. Then we get Silver showing up at Tasha's door, and then we see later in the episode the bang in a parking lot, which Ghost sees them. Will Ghost do anything though? We'll have to wait and see. Saxon talks to Lakeisha, tries to get her to flip, but she's not really flipping. But no, I don't get right. So is Angela just using the last bit of power that she's got left by making this deal? Honestly, it's a bit fucking ridiculous at this point. Ghost says, no, we're not turning on Angela Proctor because guess what, son? It's not happening. And he's like, you want a fucking wire again? And Proctor has to like whip out his belly button just to prove it. Paz tells Angela to make the deal. It's not just about you this time, it's about all the family. It's about all the family. She returns home. Ghost and her share a kiss. Is it going to go tits up, this relationship? It potentially could. Then we get like the opening of the Queen's Child project with Raina. Finally, man. How long was it going to take for this to actually get done? And then we see the witness from the pilot episode of this show. She's back again. Honestly, when did we see her? Was it like season 4 finale? Well, she's been doing this in fucking entire time, man. Honestly, I don't get it. Kesha says I'm not going to rat Tommy. And honestly, I thought for a split second Tommy might have killed her. He was thinking about it, but then he didn't. So yeah, how's that going to go? Tommy then meets with the jobber guy. I have no idea what this guy's fucking name is in the slightest. I know it's the guy that Kanan trusted. Essentially, Dre tells him the plan, and then this guy goes to tell Tommy. Tommy then finds out that Ghost made the deal with Dre behind everyone's fucking back. So Tommy and the crew are going to wipe out Dre. Or is that going to be according to the plan? Because Dre has to meet with Angela
But then as Dre is going to meet with Angela, he gets ambushed by like 20 guys. And when I say 20 guys, I don't even think I'm over exaggerating here because he dropped he dropped a good amount of them, man. And you've got Tommy, you've got Chris. No, I don't think it was Cristobal. He's arrested, sure. The other guy from Saw 2, and you've got Specs. You've got, I mean, so many guys. Dre drops so many of them. He gets shot. He's surrounded. Tommy's spraying at him, and then he jumps through like this glass window. And then this van pulls up. I'm like, holy shit, he's saved. He's saved. And then who is it? Who is it that's saving his life? It is Mike. Not even Mike. Yeah, it's like the guy that's in between Mexico and Cali, the one that Angela's got to deal with here. So yeah, he gets shot in the leg, quite brutal, and then he signs the contract. Tommy had the chance to kill him. I'm thinking, why hasn't Tommy killed this guy? But obviously, it's a part of their plan to get Dre to testify that it was the Jimenez cartel, Diego and co, that made the deal and killed all these people. He jumps in, signs the deal, good night. And at this point, it's like, are these fuckers really going to get away with this? Again? To me, it was borderline getting fucking ridiculous at this point. And then Mac essentially gives up. He's like, well, fuck it. They're getting off with it. I'm away to take that job that Angela offered me. It's still on the table. Sack's not happy with him. He goes then to Tommy. He plays Teresi on the tape. Of course, Teresi on that wire said he didn't want to hurt Tommy. It was all about getting Ghost. Sax basically plants the seed in Tommy's ear that the reason why Teresi is killed is because Angela and Ghost conspired to have him killed by make it look like he was going to rat on you, but he was never going to do that. He was going to rat on Ghost. But should this really change anything? Like, obviously, yes, Tommy thought he ratted on him and didn't believe him at the end. But at the end of the day, like, you're supposed to believe that Ghost and Tommy are these fucking blood brothers. And I think Tommy, of all the times he could have killed Angela, or try to kill Ghost or whatever, I don't think this was the time to do it. I think killing Teresi for ratting, if you truly are a part of the family with Ghost and co, then you should be. I get it, it's his dad and they kind of lied, but he was still a rat. He was still going to rat out on Ghost. So, yeah, I don't think Tommy, I'm glad to see what happens next, but we have Tasha and Tommy confront Angela in her apartment. I'm thinking, yes, finally we're getting a big, major character death here. But then she's like, you can't kill me. I took those pictures of my desk, and if you kill me, that's exactly what Sax wanted. They'll know it was you, blah, 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 sort of pish. He spares her after Tasha kills her off. He then goes to meet Vincent. Vincent then tells him about how it was Ghost that gave him the pictures. He's like, I've got one more thing to do, officer. And then Proctor tells Ghost that a woman came forward, a witness. It has to be Angela. He then goes to visit Angela, and then he's confronting her. They're like, I remember this school. He's like, the trust ain't really there anymore because he thinks she's did that, and then she thinks he's did this, and then they hug, they kiss, they look up. Oh, fuck. What? Ghost killed Silver? He choked him out. I don't think Silver's dead. He might be dead. Does it really matter? Probably not. So they don't trust each other, but then they share a kiss. They trust each other again. Angela looks up. Tommy appears in the stairwell. I'm assuming this bullet was meant for Ghost, right? And then Angela pulls Ghost out the way, hits her right in the chest. Blood everywhere on her white turtleneck sweater as Ghost screams and looks at. This is the most fucking passion I've seen for this guy. And this is what I kind of expected to see from Raina dying. I get it, right? Angela's literally just died here in his arms, but maybe show this for your daughter, big man. But yeah, I don't know if Angela's dead. She might still be alive, but that's how the season ends. So is season 6 going to be an all-out war between Tommy and Ghost? Because they can't really go to the police about it. Ghost can't. And Tommy, what's going to happen there? And is Angela dead? I'm going to assume she's dead, right? Because she was shot right in the chest. There was a lot of blood. The only problem is, I know a bit about the spin-offs, and I say I know a bit. I know Tommy's in the Power Book 4 one, so obviously he can't go to jail or get killed by Ghost. I'm going to assume. So I'm going to assume Tommy survives this show. I don't want any spoilers, troops. Right? No spoilers. But for this episode, again, like, it had the potential to be like a near enough perfect season finale. But I think there was so much plot armor and like
I'm just sick of these wee side deals that our main characters are getting into just to get it. Like, oh, this guy testified. I don't mind when TV shows do that the odd time, but this show seems to do it like every couple of episodes. And I thought that the Dre scene was badass, him holding these guys off, but I mean, come on, a wee bit unrealistic trips. But anyway, guys, I'm going to give this episode of Par a 9 out of 10. It was almost a 10 for me. I'm going to get a 9.
Season 6, retrospective, Par. Oh, hell yeah.
Big Rich Town. Not a fan of the intro, guys, to be perfectly honest, because it's been changed. Kanan's dead. Is that the reason they felt the need to change it? Potentially. But in all seriousness, I'm not a fan of the intro change for season 6. But hey, last season, I thought that they may as well thought, well, why not change it up? But this says season 6, episode 1. Can't believe we're already on the final season of the original Par, but looking forward to it. And let's find out if Angela's dead. She's not dead. Angela's still alive. What? Now, spoiler alert, she does die here. Quite sad scenes. I mean, Ghost doesn't really get to see her die, but we get like the final goodbye, I guess you could say, between them in the back of an ambulance. Absolutely raging. Paz comes in, accuses Ghost of being a murderer. He's getting questioned. He's like, I didn't do it. I didn't do it. I don't know who would do it. All this shit. So yeah, straight off the bat, Angela is dead throughout this. We've also got Tasha talking to Tommy, and Tommy's like, he made me kill my own fucking father. I'm sorry, Tasha, but if you gotta wipe me out, I had to do what I had to do. Obviously, Tasha's still annoyed that, about Ghost, but she's also annoyed the fact that Tommy would kill Ghost without even speaking to her about it. But why the fuck would Tommy, right? Why would Tommy in all seriousness, if he wanted to kill Ghost, go and speak to Tasha about it? Because just realistically, what would it actually take for Tasha to green light a hit on Ghost? I don't know what it would take, man. It would be something particularly mental, but we've got all the police in here. Jerry's fuming. Him and Sax are kind of blaming each other. It just shows you at this point how many of them have died. I mean, Max left, but the rest have pretty much died. And this is what we've got here. And the lead woman, the defense attorney, she is sacked, and Sax can't believe it. He's like, this is fucking Ghost that's killed her. He's like, you don't know that. It's like, seriously, Jerry? You seriously barking up that fucking tree that it wasn't Ghost? Like, even if it's not Ghost that pulled the trigger, he's connected. And it's fucking Tommy that did it. So Sax comes in, he's like, we need to do an autopsy, but Paz won't sign off on it. And Sax is like, I promise we'll get St. Patrick, but you've got to let me get this autopsy. Tommy then gives Keisha the gun. He's like, you need to throw this away. And I honestly can see Ghost killing her, and we're introduced to her son. Now, we've heard about him before, Cash. We've never seen him before, but now we've seen him. I can see Ghost killing these two, and that be like the final nail in Ghost's coffin. Like, I'm really intrigued about how they wrap all this up, but of course, knowing that there is these spin-offs, and I know for a fact Tommy's in one, right? I know that for a fact. I'm not too sure what's going to happen with Ghost, but I mean, a lot of people could die in this final season. We'll have to wait and see, but at this point, Tommy returns home. Him and Ghost get into a fight. Ghost was waiting on him. Essentially, this is a fight to the death. And I get it, they're like brothers, but at this point, it's like all gloves are off. Tommy wanted to kill Ghost, and Ghost now wants to kill Tommy. And we see at the end of the episode that Ghost is willing to kill Tommy. So, like, he got the drop on him here. Maybe you could say he wanted to beat him up man on man, without weapons, but Tommy had a gun on him. He did drop it here. This could have ended with any of them, though, getting killed, to be honest. But who interferes? It's Tariq. And Ghost was getting the upper hand here. And Tariq's like, what the fuck are you doing? And then Ghost's like, what the fuck are you doing? You're supposed to be in school, kid. Don't you fucking know that? Ghost's like, this ain't fucking over, Tommy. Tommy's like, yeah. And then Tariq's like, I need a minute. Turns out what Tariq wants for Tommy is that they're going to scatter Kanan's ashes. How nice of these two to do that. Sax then meets Proctor, and he's like, right, I know Ghost is the one that killed Angela because I told you that she was the witness, that we had a female witness, and you've told him, and he's the one that did it. But Sax is having to reveal himself here quite a lot because, he's having to do this. We're introduced now to the new defense attorney, or whatever the name is, man. Not the district attorney, whatever. The new top man. And it's the guy from, I remember him from Californication, getting some really freaky stuff done on there. Sax admits to everything. He's like, but you know what? So what if I told Proctor this?
you need me, and we're going to bring them down, and we'll get Patrick down, and he agrees to work with Sachs. But he's like, if this doesn't go work, you're going to get barred from this forever. And part of me thinks they will kill Sachs, but at the same time, like, not many police officers left. Surely they would like one or two of these people to stick around for the spin-offs, but hey, maybe that's just wishful thinking. I'm not too sure. Sasha's going looking for Terry Silver, but we didn't get Terry Silver this episode. We did see Ghost choke him out in the season 5 finale, so who knows what's going on. Maybe he's dead. Tasha then confronts Ghost, and Ghost is like, it's alright. It's alright, big man. And she was like, I want a divorce, so yeah. It's a tough spot here. I mean, he's like, do not feel sorry for me. I lost the woman I love, but like, he's lied to her his whole life, this entire show. So I can see why she doesn't feel particularly sorry for him, to be honest. Proctor and Ghost then confront each other. He's like, you fucking said it was Angela, but realistically, Proctor didn't get Angela killed here. You know, it's Ghost and Tommy. Tommy's the one that killed her. Regardless if Ghost went to see Angela, Tommy was going to try and kill Ghost now. Inadvertently, it's Proctor's fault, but yeah, he was trying to protect Ghost. The shipment, though, that Tommy should have received by now, he's going to have to receive it later on tonight. And then we got one of the more forced scenes of the show. I didn't like this. So Poncho stands up and he's like, well, fuck this, Tommy. Who the fuck hit you in the eye, you little karate bitch? He's like, you're nothing without Ghost. And then Tommy just shoots him. It's like, if these guys learned nothing, that Tommy will literally just kill his primaras, his henchmen, so to speak, for no reason. Like, what was Poncho expecting to happen here? At least if he's going to, like, confront Tommy, they pull out a fucking gun or something. And this guy that's been around since season 1 just gets killed like this. Like, honestly, like, killed like a fucking jobber. He's been here since, like, day 1 of this show, and that's him dead. And then Tommy appoints the new man, Roberto, and he's like, what are you going to tell your crew? He's like, well, I'll figure that out. But then the NYPD, they're now doing a joint task force, so she confronts Sachs about that, which I thought was kind of funny. So yeah, Sachs going to have to work with a new woman. Can't remember her name. You know, the woman that was looking into Angela last season, that woman. They confront Ghost, but Ghost does not bend. Then we get the scene, Kennan's ashes get scarred. Tommy puts a bit of the ashes on his blunt and starts smoking it. He's like, hey man, they did it for Tupac. Yeah, so Kenan finally gets put to rest. Tommy then asks Tariq, what would you be like if your dad went missing? Like, yeah, what if I killed him? He's not really that bothered, Tariq, at this point, I don't think. But could there be a plan here that they're going to use Tariq to kill Ghost, especially for Tommy's side? Who knows? He finds out for Tasha, though, that Angela's dead, and he's like, damn, crazy as shit. I don't think he's even that bothered that Tommy did it, to be honest. I think he's glad she's dead. The new top man, though, goes to visit Proctor. He gives him an ultimatum, essentially, like, give it up, and he doesn't give it up. So how's that going to go down? Paz then signs the documents for the autopsy to go underway. So actually, we're going to get this son of a bitch, Angela, over her dead body. And then in comes NYPD woman. That's when we get the announcement of the joint task force. Tariq then phones his dad. And then the guy asks him after the phone call, he's just trying to build bridges. He's like, yeah, keep him close. Tommy then goes visits the Connect. He's like, I had to kill one of my top men because you wouldn't give me the shipment earlier. No, Tommy, that's just not how it went down. Tommy didn't even fucking explain to his Connect that, here, I know you need this, I know you need the drugs to move, but I'll give you it later on tonight. Because he knew it was happening tonight. I don't get this. And then, out of nowhere, in the hug, Peter takes Tommy's keys. We didn't notice at the time, but he did. And then when Tommy drives off, we think it's Tommy. Ghost opens fire and like hits like a dummy, I believe. I don't think it was actually a real person. And Tommy can't believe that Ghost would actually try and do this. Right. That's what I don't get about this. If they thought that Ghost would hit Tommy, which he did attempt to, why not kill Ghost? If you knew he would attack him here and thought he would, why not eliminate the problem? That to me is just forced. Like, completely forced. Then maybe it wasn't a dummy. It looks pretty real to me, but fuck knows, man. I just don't understand this. This seemed forced, and then the fight scene that Tommy and Ghost had earlier on seemed forced. At least that was a bit less forced than this, but if this final season's going to be centered around Tommy versus Ghost, then I think they need to do a better job of it. And the episode ends with Ghost reminiscing about his time with Angela. Quite sad, but that's what it is, guys. I thought it was a good episode, but like I said, I think there was just too much of this shit in here. And I think I think it's a 14 episode season. This, I think we need to maybe reel back a few things. But anyway, guys, I'm going to give it a 6 out of 10. I know it may seem quite low considering what I've gave the last couple of episodes, but I think this episode
It was a bit hit and miss, but I'm still looking forward to this final season. So until next time, 6 out of 10. Peace.
Tommy Egan returns for the dead, guys. Welcome back to Fog Entertainment. We're here with another review. We have got Season 6, Episode 2. Whose side are you on? Ghost watches in the morning as Tommy's car is taken away. Bullet holes ridden in it. Blood over the windshield. Blood on the floor. He thinks Tommy's dead. He thinks Tommy Egan has finally died. He thinks he's the man to kill him. He thinks this has been put to bed. Turns out this is not put to bed because Ghost is in fact brought to justice. Ghost is brought to justice. He's revealed by Peter that Tommy is dead, and he's gave the money, and essentially this is like, oh, you know what? In order to keep this wee secret quiet, Ghost, you're going to have to pay me 100 grand every couple of weeks. And he does the same with Tommy later on in the episode. Then we see Tommy. He's not dead. We knew he wasn't dead. We knew last episode he wasn't dead. He gets an Uber. Quite funny scene. Guys like, fuck off, Eminem. Rip off. He's like, I'm going to give you a fucking negative rating, son. I thought that was quite funny. He phones Tariq. Tariq's obviously up at his school. Gets his kid his roommate brings a guy in. He's like, I want to buy this stuff off. And Tariq's like, no. Obviously learning Kaiden's tricks of never, ever, buy and, sell and have the drugs on you. Take the money and the drugs at the same time, because that is drug dealing, isn't it, my friend? Absolutely drug dealing. Ghost goes to Proctor. He tells him, I killed Tommy. Proctor's like, well, at least I'm going to be sleepy easier at night. He's like, he's my fucking best friend, Proctor. Yeah, so what? So what if he was your best friend, Ghost? I mean, let's be real. If Tommy went, it would be better for more or less everybody, especially Proctor. I mean, Ghost is the one that killed him. Mentally, then gets served his papers that his wife wants custody of the kid, damn it. And essentially the crew, Tommy's crew, now get their drugs. And he says to them, right, you know what? Everyone has to pretend that I'm dead, essentially. Bit of beef, spoils it between them, but nothing major. It's kind of just cookie car shit. Jerry and the NYPD woman, they confront Tasha, and she's like, I met with John Silver. Big Terry Silver, damn it. It was alright though. He was alive when I last seen him. So what's going to happen here? Saxon goes to Paz and he's like, Angela's benefits were stopped, so you might not be able to get them. She's obviously not impressed about that in the slightest. Paz got a lot of screen time this episode. We get to see the first meeting of Tasha and Ghost. They're trying to finalise their divorce here. They're trying to begin it. Of course, trying to do it without a court of law, but money is a big issue. How's this going to go down? It's funny though, because Ghost wants her to accompany him to the big meeting later on. The Queen's Child Project, that gets hyped up something fucking chronic, doesn't it? By the way, honestly, a bit less screen time needs to be focused on that. But Proctor's ex-wife, or the mother of his child, visits Saxon. He wants her to wear wire. Does your daughter like unicorns? And he's going to try and hang it on her bag. Tell you what, there could be a lot of crucial information that gets revealed on that. Tasha then pulls up at the door of Keisha and Tommy's house. And he's like, yeah, he's still alive, Tasha. And then Keisha shuts the door. Damn. And Keisha's like, you stay away from Tasha, Tommy. Tommy's like, oh, I will. And obviously he's not too happy about that. But then see Ghost goes to visit Tyreek. Tells him that Uncle Tommy is dead. And Tyreek takes it like that. And then he phones Tommy. Well, he knew Tommy wasn't dead. Aye. Because he's the one that fucking... Well, I guess he thought he could have been dead because a bit of time had passed since he spoke to Tommy earlier that day. But... Anyway, yeah, Ghost and Tyreek, their relationship's dodgy, man. I can see Tyreek killing Ghost. That's what I think might go down this season, to be honest. Ghost is fucking losing control here. Ever since he grew the beard, he's absolutely lost control. And Tommy and Tyreek, they have a phone call, and essentially what this is, Tyreek's like, you can kill my dad, essentially, but I want you to, give me a heads up about it. So, yeah. Tate then questions Ghost, is like, did you kill Angela Valdez? Holy shit. Big Tate, man. Guy's got bigger balls than what he thinks. Tommy's trying to buy a new car. He's talking to Tasha about Ghost. Pretty funny line. He tries to roll up a blunt. But guess what? You're buying a new car, son. You're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to play the game. Paz then gets a hold of Angela's burner phone. She texts the number, thinking it's Ghost, but it's actually Tasha. And that's the way they're going to pay for the wedding, isn't it? Then we get the whole court case around Proctor's daughter. This was a pretty uncomfortable scene because she's like, the kid's crying because you've just got the two kids, or the two adults, the mother and the father, Proctor and his ex-wife. saying all these things, trying to get the daughter to join. Oh, do you want to keep the arrangement right now, which is Proctor gets all custody, or do you want to see your mummy a few times a week? And eventually, but then like Proctor jobs out and he's like, it's alright, you can stay with your mum a few times a week. Like, just completely and utterly, you know, yeah, like she's crying. Like, was this not more of a case for Proctor to go, here, look, you can see how clearly upset that she's making her. How about we just fucking stick to the original plan? Honestly, man, sad, but that's just the reality. That's just the reality of these custody cases being Joe Proctor's kid. It's just a million kids out there took up by the miscarriage adjustment, man. That's it. I'll hit you with the 3-second turn. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. 'Cause I walk alone through this pit of danger. Then we get the Queen's Child Project speech. Tate's talking. Then this like big guy from Jamaica Queens is like, Ghost ain't nothing but a fucking gangster. He was a corner boy then, he's a corner boy now, apart from the fact he's able to deal in these fucking clubs. Then like Ghost grabs the mic, which Tate told him not to do, and he's like, yeah, we've spent 18 hours on this speech, and Tate kind of scolds him about this. Tate then gives this guy a job later in the episode. He's like, yeah, I want you to look into James St. Patrick, and I'll pay you that, obviously, with your former record. That's why you're struggling to get jobs, isn't it? That's why you're struggling to get jobs, damn it. Tommy then gets kidnapped. Peter tells him how things are going to go. You're going to give me money for my security team, and if you don't keep delivering with your shipment, or your product, your money, blah blah blah, then I'll let Ghost kill you, sort of deal. So how the hell's that going to go down? Casey ain't happy that Tommy went to Tasha and he got the advice to get her a bag. I mean, I don't really care for Lakeisha, to be honest. I mean, she's alright. I mean, she's pretty hot, but I think she is going to die. I can't see her and her son being dragged into this spin-off with Tommy, so I'm going to assume she dies. What else happened in this episode? Just to wrap things up here. I mean, you've got Tyreek meeting this girl who's kind of like reminds me of a young Tasha, where she's dirty but she's trying to be good, and then he's like, yeah, well, fuck, how about we make some real money, man? How's that going to go down? Then we get this scene here, the final scene, the funeral scene. Really well done. Ghost shows up, Sax can't believe it, and then Ghost cannot believe this one even more. He spots Tommy out the corner of his eye, and he's like, holy shit. Sax then notices it as well, and he tells like Jerry and co, and they're like, holy shit, what is Tommy Egan doing here? Ghost asks Tasha, did you know Tommy was still alive? And she's like, yeah. But like Ghost is obviously though, because he thought he was fucking dead, so the reaction is definitely warranted here. So how's this going to play out with the next couple of episodes? We'll have to wait and see. Tasha moves into her new apartment. I mean, it looks alright. Like, I mean, we're supposed to feel fucking sorry for her. Come on, still a decent apartment in NYC. Like, what is going on? Then the episode ends with Dre finding out that Angela's been killed. I tell you what, damn, he thinks the Jimenez cartel coming from him. He's rocking a new hairstyle, looks quite cool, the dreadlocks. But I forgot about Dre, and episode 3 is actually called Forgot About Dre, but he appeared at the end of episode 2. So we'll have to wait and see how this is going to go, guys. But Dre's dying this season. He's dying at the hands of Tommy, honestly. Dre is fucking his plot armor the past couple of seasons, man. Some of the stuff he survived, yeah, he's not going to survive much more. Anyway, guys, that'll do it for episode 2. I will give this episode a 7 out of 10. As Eminem once said, motherfucker, forgot about Dre. Welcome back, guys, to another Par episode review, season 3. Well, it's not season 3, it's episode 3 of season 6. But yeah, Tommy looks like Eminem, so why don't we get an Eminem reference in with the title of this episode? But it's a weird one because he appeared at the end of last episode, so would it not make more sense to have the title of that episode be called Forgot About Dre? Because Dre returned then. Now, he did feature quite a lot in this one, but let's talk about his escape from the US Marshals, and then he quickly gets caught again. But with is it a major character death in this opening sequence of the episode? Well, essentially what it is, the cartel, the Jimenez cartel, trying to get to Dre. They have to wipe out a few US Marshals here. Essentially, all the police get wiped out apart from Donovan. He manages to drop a couple. It was a pretty good fight scene, to be honest. Dre's holding his kid, although Donovan was holding his kid initially. Dre's like, I need a gun. The only way I'm going to get out of here if you give me a gun. He's like, no, you're a federal witness and you're a criminal. There's no way I'm giving you a gun. But then Donovan manages to hold them off. He drops the last guy, distracts him with a phone, shoots him. He falls. He's took a gunshot in the shoulder. Dre then looks like he's like, hide in the bathroom. I'll defend you if anyone else comes. And then Dre goes into the bathroom, but it's like a 2-door bathroom. So he goes in through one door, comes out the other, picks up one of the guy's guns, pulls out a gun on Donovan. Donovan's just saved his kid's life and Dre just kills him. It's like, how are you supposed to feel sorry for Dre though? Like, oh, he's trying to protect his kid, he's in witness protection. Here he is killing this officer who was like literally just saving his life about 30 seconds ago. He says, me and you are alike, Dre. He's like, I've got a family too, don't do this. And Dre's like, we're nothing like you, a bitch ass nigga. And then, yeah, pulls the trigger, kills him. That was a quote, folks, but I disagree with Dre big time here. I'm not a fan on this. I mean, I just don't get it. Like, I get it. I'm not saying people can't kill people and you can still root for them, but this just felt like a very, very dirty kill, especially after what happened. It's not like Donovan was a dirty cop. It's not. He was actually a straight shooter, and Dre has dropped him. I was not a fan of this in the slightest, if I'm being honest. We see Tommy, he introduces like Lakeisha to a few of the gang, the Primeras, of course. I can't even remember these 3 guys' name, but there is OG crew now. This is it. This is all Tommy's got to his name. He then gets a phone call for Peter, and Peter wants him to bring him Alicia Jimenez alive. And Tommy's like, how the hell am I going to do that? I've got no one inside the female, penitentiary to get her out. But turns out he wants Ghost to kill her. So Peter is sending Ghost to kill her and Tommy to get her, but make sure she's alive. So he's keeping these 2 alive just to funnel money because he's demanding, obviously, every like couple of weeks they give him money. I think Tommy's like 2 million every 2 weeks, and Ghost, I think he's a bit cheaper on Ghost. I think he's only wanting like 100k or 200k for Ghost, but either way, he's pitting these 2 against each other. And I like the transition of the scene where he was talking to Tommy, then he goes to like pour himself a drink, and then when he turns back around, it's Ghost now sitting in the chair. But we may as well talk about this because this just turned into like a heist this episode. We see Alicia, she takes like a fit at her desk, but then the water gets swapped around, so obviously that was a plant to make her sick, so she's forced to go to the bathroom. Lakeisha is in the out of order stall. She gives the text to Tommy that, right, she's there. Then the EMTs arrive, and the EMTs are a part of Tommy's crew. Again, I don't get this because, right, this is like the highest, level of transport for a high-risk prisoner you will be able to get. She's the head of the cartel, and they just let these so-called EMTs take her. Like, there's no background check. There's like, I get it. EMTs would probably be at the courthouse, but there's like no like and it's like these guys are part of Tommy's crew, and he's wearing a baseball cap, Tommy. And Ghost is also sitting there with a fucking toolbox, and it's like, does no one clock on to these people? You've got Sachs there, you've got the new guy that was in Californication there, you've got the only person that notices anyone is Dre. He notices Ghost going down the elevator, and when Ghost gets out the elevator and gets in the fan, he spots Tommy at the ambulance. They load Alicia into the ambulance, and Ghost is like, motherfucker. And then, yeah, they manage to escape because a fan pulls out, and they get back to Peter. Peter demands, Alicia gives him like contacts and all this shit, and she's like, can I have a cigarette? She gets a cigarette. After a puff, tells him to go fuck himself. Peter kills her, and he's like, wait, what the fuck, Peter? What was the whole plan of me doing this stealth mission to get her out of the, cuffs, bring her to you just for you to shoot her? And he's like, because you know what it's like, Tommy, I want to kill people myself. Obviously highlighting the fact that he wanted Ghost to kill her, and if Ghost did kill her, it wouldn't have changed anything. But obviously now, Ghost thinks that, oh shit, I've got to pay the money. I've got to pay the money to Peter. He's got to pay double money now, because Peter says the money would have been squashed if he managed to kill Alicia, but of course Tommy actually was the one that managed to get her. So again, Tommy and Ghost button heads. Are they going to team up again? I really hope they don't. Again, how many times in this show, we're 6 seasons in, have there's been like prisoner transport of a witness, and they always get killed? I get it, right? With Tommy and Ghost being so connected, if someone actually did testify, these 2 would be fucked. But I think we need something a bit more original than just repeating the same gimmick of, oh, this guy's going to testify, and then they end up getting killed. It's fucking embarrassing that the police forces in New York, man, they're not doing a very good job protecting our witnesses, I'll tell you that much for sure. Tyreek's back, and then he goes back to Tate, man. Code, sorry, he wants some more drugs. Ghost as well. His side business this episode kind of pissing on businessman Tate's shoes because Tate told him to stay away, but Ghost can't stay away. The Queen Child's project. Also, when Tommy's talking to Proctor, he wants Alicia's whereabouts, and Ghost wanted them as well. The school bag of his daughter, of course, which has the wire tap on it in the unicorn. They heard a bit of the conversation. Obviously, we haven't heard how much Sax heard of the conversation, but she did come downstairs halfway during this conversation between Proctor and Tommy, took it upstairs. So I think what they've actually heard on the recording isn't really incriminating, but there's proof that Tommy showed up at Proctor's house. So again, it's like, how fucking jammy do these guys get? I mean, they actually have a wiretap in the house, and it's just so convenient that his daughter comes down the stairs to lift her school bag and goes up the top of the stairs. Man, come on. What are we doing here? Are we doing racing or ping pong, folks? What is going on? Somebody forgot about Dre. Somebody forgot about the wiretap. Telling you. Also, Tasha wants to start a childcare business, of course, because since Ghost doesn't really give them their money, she needs to start that. And also, where is Terry Silver? Is this guy dead? I mean, Ghost choked him out 4 episodes ago and we never seen him. So, only time will tell in that regard. Dre's freaking out. Sax tells him that he's free to go, but guess what? You're a wanted man. Your daughter's not going with you. And you'll probably struggle to survive on the streets. Tough luck, kid. And leaves. Holy shit. So Dre, I don't think Dre has got much left in this show. I would be shocked if he made it out of this show alive. I know there's like the 3 spin-offs, but like I said, this guy's plot armor has been pretty fucking incredible so far. Ghost then phones Tommy to end the episode, and he's like, right, you clearly know, Tommy, that Peter put both of us against each other today. He wanted me to kill her and you to take her. And he wanted something to happen in the middle. And he's like, yeah, he's just playing us for his money. And Tommy's like, I don't care what he's doing. Go fuck yourself, Ghost. And then that is how the episode ends. It's like, how many times have we seen episodes end with these two butting heads? But this time, it's the final butt of the heads. I mean, come on, they'll fucking probably reunite by the end or something, man. But yeah, season 6, they're throwing a lot at the episodes. Like there's a lot happening, but the substance, it's, who cares if there's a lot happening if not really much is happening? Again, I think what needs to happen in this show is at the end, someone testifies and people go to fucking jail in this organisation. Something needs to happen, right? Because if this show just ends with no one going to jail after the amount of court cases that we've been through, it would be a miscarriage of justice. Yes, enjoy the pun. But I'm going to give this episode I'll give it a 6 out of 10. Come on, season 6, final season. Bring the goodies, and Big Stevie Cool will deliver them here on Fog Entertainment. But 6 out of 10. Till next time, peace.
Why is Tommy still alive? Well, in better case, why is Angela still alive? Welcome back, guys, to season 6, episode 4 of Power. It is your review here as we get to we're almost at the end. We're almost at the end of these Power reviews, man. Absolutely flying through it at the minute. And the problem with this episode for me, and a lot of Power, to be honest, in this season 6, is there's a lot going on, but a lot of it just almost sucks in a way. To be perfectly honest, like we kick off, Angela's like, why is Tommy still alive? But I'm not giving you my blessing to kill him, Ghost. Ghost imagining Angela's like, I'm going to make that right, don't you worry about it. We see Tommy's mum return for like the 20th millionth time, man. Honestly, can this character just die or get in the bin? See when he cut ties with her, where he kind of hung out with Teresi? That should have been it. Proctor then turns up at Ghosts with Dre of all people, and I just feel at this point Dre is hanging around like a bad smell. Like Ghost knows he's a rat, but everyone knows he's a rat. But Proctor's like, we can use him to give Sax information, and then like the information that Dre's clearly in it for himself, exactly like Ghost said, makes no sense, man. Like it just kill him. Like, Ghost did want to kill him, but Proctor talked him out, and now they're going to use Dre to feed Sax useless information. I don't know, it just seems fucking ridiculous at this point. Tasha opens her daycare centre, meets this guy. He then talks at the end of the episode as if like they've been in like a 3-month relationship when she wants to call off. It's like, you've known each other a couple of days. Fucking hell, reel it in, big man. He's like, I ain't gonna let nothing get in the way of what matters. So yeah, how's that gonna go? How's that gonna go, Ghost? Things aren't going well for Ghost, so to speak. Tate, him and Tate have a talk at Truth. Tate's like, no more funny business, Ghost. And then as soon as he leaves, Tate rings the main man. He's like, right, you guy who was a jobber, but you've been looking after Ghost for me. Keep an eye on him, man. And keep an eye on him is exactly right, because Ghost gets the road closed that Tommy is in fact going to have to use to get out of his warehouse. But then they go in the ambulance and make it through that way. And then what happens? Of course, Ghost, out of fucking nowhere, smashes straight in to the fucking ambulance, gets out, starts spraying at it, messes everyone. They manage to start the ambulance and drive off. Like, damn, like, what the fuck is going on? Tariq then breaks into Tommy's warehouse and steals a bunch of the scripts, so to speak. And then he delivers it to Vincent, who, you know... Well, I say he doesn't actually deliver it to Vincent yet, because guess what? The main man, Tommy, went to Vincent. And he's like, right, Vincent, where are you getting your stuff from, big man? Vincent whips it. He's like, that's my fucking stuff. And then, yeah, Tommy puts 2 and 2 together after he says a friend of Kanan's, it's fucking Tariq. So Tommy confronts Tariq. He's like, no more of this shit. He says, it was Kanan's stash. Lying, ruining Kanan's fucking, legacy even more at this point. Also, Ghost did get arrested, but it was Tate's dirty fucking cops. So, I mean, no biggie there. No biggie there, big man. No need to fear about it. No need to fear whatsoever. Dre then meets with Sax. Talking about the witness here. And then what does Dre do? He follows Sax to the apartment, so he knows the apartment. And it's like, so hold on here. So Dre is trying to bring down Ghost. They hear this over the tape. The wire. And then, like, did Sax know Dre was following him? Was this, like, set up this way? But Dre was doing it so stealthily, so... Who knows, man? Who fucking knows what's going on here? But essentially what happens at the end of this episode, we think Ghost is going to kill the witness. How many times has this show whipped out the witness card? Fuck me, man. It is getting a wee bit repetitive in that regard. But Ghost doesn't kill her. He gives her a stack of money and then leaves, and the FBI turn up. But Ghost notices this, and so does Dre. But yeah, we're not allowed to speak on this matter. Tommy like cuts ties with his mum after she kind of like badmouths Lakeisha. She's like, oh, she's going to put that kid first. Way before you. And Tommy's like, get the fuck out, ma. Hopefully for the last time. I do not need to see this character, Kate Egan, again, right? That is the fucking reality of it. Peter and Ghost have one final like conversation here. I'm sure we'll see him again, right? Tariq then turns up at Vincent. He's like, you didn't fucking tell me Tommy was your godfather. And now Vincent wants double the scripts from Tariq. How's Tariq going to get this? He's getting himself in deep trouble here. I could maybe see Tariq killing Vincent, but we'll have to wait and see. He's also getting into a bit of a relationship as well there. But the biggest thing to happen this episode for me was Proctor and his wife, ex-wife, where she ODs because he tells her a lot of lies. I think he's the one that put the letter in, wasn't he? So he's made her fail that class, or a lawyering degree. He puts it in and tells her, I'm meeting someone, I might give her this ring. Because he knows that would push her to the edge, and she dies of an overdose. And he could have dialed 911, but he didn't fucking help her. And it's all on tape due to the unicorn wire. So, I fucking pray to God that these guys finally go down. I know Tommy can't really go down, he's got the spin-off. I'm praying whatever happens, Proctor brings down Ghost, but then Proctor's card of using that laptop with the Homeland Security agent, like, it incriminates fucking Tommy way more than Ghost, even though they talk about the Lobos kill. I don't know how Tommy's getting out of this. Maybe Proctor will get out of it, but if this show ends with no one going to jail, I will be seriously disappointed, because they've got away with so much, it's fucking ridiculous. Like, see if they kill off Sax and everyone else gets to live, that'll just be fucking mad, man.
But yeah, Ghost ends the episode thinking of Angela a bit more, imagining her. Oh, brilliant. So, how's all this going to go down, guys? I'm not too sure. I don't know. I think season 6, like, there's a lot going on, but it seems just to be repeating witnesses. Oh, look, Dre's out. Bad smell, Dre. It's like, why? When are we going to get to the serious fucking matters? It's not bad, but I think season 5 was much better. But I've got a feeling like, there's not many episodes of the show to go at this point. Like, what, 11, 12? Chaos, shit's going to hit the fan. Looking forward to it. But I'll give this one a 6 out of 10. So until next time, peace.
Proctor needs a doctor. Welcome back, guys, to Fog Entertainment. We're back with another par review. It is season 6, episode 5, and we lost a few big characters this episode. Characters that are going to have a big play in the future. We do begin the episode with Tyreek playing with, you can almost call her a girlfriend. They're playing chess, but she's the one that's left the King's Gambit piece down on Tyreek. Who does she know? Who knows? But all I do know is she's not on Tariq's side. She is using this kid. Using this kid to an absolute problem. But Tariq has got a big problem because he needs to bring Vincent double the product. And I just don't think that's going to happen. James says he wants to pull out then of all, advertisement of the Queen's project shit. Tate's like, that's a great deal. But then the woman William's like, nope. And Tate's like, no, yes. It was like it was a battle of yes and no here. But Tate's not too impressed that this woman for some reason is now backing Ghost to the tilt, and that's exactly what's going on. Sax is then confronted by his superior about everything that's went down, and I can guarantee you things are about to get a lot worse. Absolutely get a lot worse, because it's like, we'll get to it when we get to it. A lot of deaths this episode, a lot of witnesses, and I think it might be a tad repetitive, to be honest. And I know what I think is seriously repetitive and is actually getting on my fucking nerves. How many times did Tasha and Tommy need to meet up just to smoke weed in the car? Like, here, I'm not saying every scene they do this in is filler, because most of the time important information gets revealed, but it's almost a bit cringy to me. Like, come on, fucking smoking weed, we get it. Sax is now threatening Dre. He shows him his daughter. He's like, that's what you've got to bring me information on St. Patrick, man. It's got to be the way it goes. But Sax gets called in, shit's hitting the fan, but now he's like, we've got 2 witnesses. I'm going to try and turn Joseph Proctor. And can he turn Proctor? Who knows? He says he's going to tag along with a wee visit to Proctor's house, which he does, and he manages to secure the unicorn and therefore the wiretap that was in that. So what secrets will that hold? We also get a scene with Tasha and some like stripper who's like, I'll pay you double tomorrow. This did nothing for me. What a shit bloody life this kid must have with a stripper mom, dad out the picture. Stripper's like, just don't get it. She's sitting there dancing, man. Tasha's then confronted by this guy, and he's like, right, you're going to pay me protection money. And she's like, right. And then she tries to ask Tommy for help. He like completely shuts her down. And then at the end of the episode, she essentially says, do you want me to move product for you? And he's like, okay, and that's it. That's that beef squash. So how's that going to go down? This guy's probably just going to get killed by Ghost at some point, to be brutally honest. Dre then brings up to Ghost that, how about I just move in and become Big Peter's distributor again? How about that? Then we have Proctor sharing one final conversation with Benny here. Tells him, that he's the one that, essentially jobbed it. His wife let her die, but I don't blame him for letting that happen. And Tariq then goes to meet with Vincent. Looks like it's going okay, but Tariq then starts like he gets all the drugs out, and essentially what he is doing here, he's mixing the pills, so they're just nowhere near as going to be strong. Tommy then confronts Proctor. He puts a knife to his throat. I thought, that might be the last time these two run into each other. Sax then confronts Proctor with the leverage because he heard on the wire that Proctor let his wife die, and now he's threatening them. Essentially, it's do I let that tape play? Because it's not necessarily that Proctor would go to jail, but his daughter would find out that he let his mother die, and that's going to be pretty hard to forgive, isn't it? So essentially what he does is he moves into Ghost's house. He's like, there's a potential client, Ghost, that could be bad for me, so let me move into your house, which is all good. Tariq then gets expelled because the school found out about the drugs, gets sent back to the house, which ain't good. Tariq gets sent to his room. You get Tasha, and Ghost, and Proctor all there. It's all a bit chaotic. Tasha storms out in a huff.
She meets up with Tommy again in the car. It's like, fuck me, these scenes are getting a wee bit old at this point. And let's slide that Proctor is in staying at Ghost's house. And then Tommy, we think, alright, he's going to break into Ghost's house. He doesn't yet. He breaks into Maria Suarez's house and kills her. But no, I don't get right. Sax was there. Why wouldn't he just kill Sax? Well, I'm glad he didn't kill Sax, right? But why wouldn't Tommy just kill Sax as well? And I don't want to hear anything, oh, he's above killing the police, because he's fucking certainly not above killing the police, man. He's killed enough police, let me tell you, right? Kills Maria Suarez. Ghost then heads out to get to do a bit of his own killing Maria Suarez. And at this point, is that going to happen? I'm not too sure. Proctor then gets a phone call, and it's like, what is going to happen here? What is going to happen here? Because I'm not quite too sure. Big man, but he gets a phone call from a guy. It's essentially about, I think it's the same guy actually. It looks quite similar. Is it the same guy that was talking to Tasha? It might be, but one of Tommy's henchmen kills him. It's like, Proctor might be the snitch essentially here. But now Tommy then phones Tariq and tells him, right, big man, you leave that door unlocked. But as Tariq's going to put this master plan in motion, he hears crying and he finds out that Elisa Marie, Proctor's daughter, is in the house or the apartment, the penthouse, whatever. So he takes her downstairs and go gets her ice cream. And this is when shit hits the fan for me. This is when the episode goes for. I mean, it was good to this point, but this is where it goes to great. Proctor's, looking out the window, and out of nowhere, I think he was on the phone. I can't actually remember who he was on the phone to, right? But he sees Tommy's reflection in the glass. Tommy starts spraying at him. This fucking badass scene. He's got this proper assault rifle. He starts spraying at him in Ghost's penthouse. The fucking glass is shattering. Proctor, he then hits a couple of rounds at Tommy. None hit him. Proctor then gets caught in the leg. He's shooting at Tommy. Tommy's shooting at him. It goes across the kitchen. He manages to sneak into a room. He then sneaks through another room into Rayner's room, and Tommy eventually catches up to him, but he blocks the door. He phones Elise Marie. He's like, where the hell are you? And she's like, I'm with Tariq. And then I think at this point Proctor knows, right, his ghost is up. At least his daughter is saved, so to speak. And he runs out of bullets. He says goodbye to his daughter. Very sad scene. A great action scene though. I think Parr does a really good job of shootouts, and this was one of them. But it's like, right, my only problem with this is, so may as well spoil it. It's the review after all. Tommy storms in. Proctor tells him it's not over. And Tommy's like, well, it is for you, and kills him. So Joseph Proctor, the corrupt lawyer, is dead. But he went out like a man. He didn't fucking car and beg for his life here. He said it's not over, referring to you're going to go down at some point, Tommy. But my problem with this is, right, how many times are they going to play the cards where Ghost and Tommy or whoever find out about the witness and kill them? It's getting fucking old, right? I really enjoy this show. Hell, some of it I love, but I've never seen a show where they find out about so many fucking witnesses and just kill them like it's nothing. Or do these mini heists to break people out of custody, and it's it's almost borderline ridiculous how much Tommy and Ghost have got away with. And yeah, I think if this show seriously ends with them both getting away with it, I will be disheartened, and it will honestly have an everlasting effect on this show. Because for me, I just don't understand how they could. Now, I know Tommy's got the spin-off. I'm not too sure about Ghost. I think Ghost might die, but what I'm hoping is that Tommy does get arrested at the end of this show, and then he gets released after 5 years or something, maybe. But I think the amount of time since it's been, maybe it could have been about 5 years since this spin-off started. I'm not too sure, but I just think it's ridiculous the amount of witnesses they kill and get away with it. And yes, they're the main characters, right? They're anti-heroes, even though I would not really say Tommy's ever been a good guy per se. I mean, at least Ghost has got a family and redeeming qualities that way, but Tommy's not. I think it is borderline ridiculous how much they get away with. And then things go to 110 as well. There's a few more text messages here. And Tommy and Ghost run into each other down at the amusement park. And it turns out Vincent set them up, and they've got 24 hours
to deliver $2 million to Vincent because of Tyreek fucking up the drug game for him. And if they don't, Tyreek's dead. So Tommy and Ghost have got to work together. How's that going to go down? I'm not too sure, but it's like, I'm going to give this episode a 9. But sooner rather than later, man. Like, the show's got like 10 episodes left, I think, at this point. Someone's got to go to jail. Like, how many people have died after being considered rats/witnesses? I've never seen a show like it. It's getting borderline ridiculous. But anyway, guys, that's just my opinion. Maybe I'm just ranting here like a FUD for no reason. But yeah, like I've watched a hell of a lot of shows in my time, and I've never seen a show milk the rat witness card to the degree of this show. But anyway, guys, till next time, peace.
We got an inside man. Welcome back, guys, to Fog Entertainment. It is season 6 of episode 6 of Par. This one, of course, is Inside Man. And let's talk about this episode. Let's discuss if it's good, because essentially what the gist is here, Tommy and Ghost team up one last time. And I say one last time, I have no idea if this is going to be the last time these two team up, right? But I just think it's getting borderline ridiculous. Like, what we're doing this season. It's like, going into this season, I was like, right, it's going to be Tommy against Ghost here. Hopefully, I get it, right? They drag out a feud for 15 episodes where they are trying to kill each other. It's a hard task, but I don't like this trying to kill each other. Mini truce for another issue. Back to killing each other. Truce, kill, truce, kill. I'm not a fan of it. I'm really not a fan of it, to be honest. I think they could have did a much better job of this season so far. But, you know, we've got Ghost scrambling for money. He asked Tate for a loan of $1 million. Tate eventually agrees to give him it because he's like, I'll give it to you tomorrow. Tommy then gets a lot of product off of Jason's hand. And what I don't like as well is Dre, it just feels like a background character, man. He's just doing nothing. And he also killed Donovan. It's almost like, are we just forgetting about that? Honestly, it doesn't feel that all up too much, but Tommy then tells his Primaras that they're not getting paid for any of this. But you'll have to make it right. Ghost then gets pulled over with like all the product in the back of his car. But thankfully for him, nothing happens. Vincent then confronts Tasha, and turns out now this whole gimmick with Tyreek for the $2 million to get him back is actually a Tyreek's master plan with Vincent. But it's so obvious that they're just gonna, you know, job Tyreek out, kill the Ghost and Tommy, and then take all the money for themselves. That is the master plan after all, but it doesn't go that way. Because who's surprised? And then later in the episode, we get Tasha and Tyreek talking to Rodriguez. Gives a statement here, I left the back door open, man, I didn't mean it, man. You know, there's this racist guy. Good lie for Tyreek, but Tasha knew it was a lie. And then, when they sell all the product, it's weird, because you've got Ghost and Tasha working with Tommy and Lakeisha, and it's like, this just feels forced. It almost feels fucking cringe to a degree. Like, I've never seen a show where they've like pitted arch nemesis together. Like, I get it, Tommy and Ghost former brothers, so to speak, but to me, this stuff's just quite incredibly weird. But let's move a lot of product today in this episode. But there's just really not a lot happening. This episode, it was more, you know, we get the product, we get the money, and then as soon as Ghost and Tommy go to deliver it, they get confronted by Jason. Jason then just takes all the money for himself. Vincent's not too happy, so what he proceeds to do is batter Tyreek with like a meat bag. I think it was oranges in it. Yeah, and then Tyreek's like, what the fuck? He's like, well, your father didn't come through and didn't give me the money, so you played all of us. Stupid little shit. But then Vincent gives him another day. Tyreek kind of lets it slip, says, well, you know what? Vincent's going to kill me. And Tommy then comes up with a great plan of kidnapping one of Vincent's guys. So Tommy and BG kidnap him. Then we have the exchange down at the docks. And I'm thinking, right, well, I say we have the exchange down at the docks. We've also got the master plan that was rob their own wee ceremony at Truth. A few of Tommy's guys notice Dre, and then he tries to follow him, but nothing exactly happens there. And then we get the big showdown, player, where they manage to rob a few of them, but Tate's like, I recognise that guy. And then Ghost's like, take the gun, gives Ghost the gun, or Ghost gives Tate the gun, and then Tate drops him. Ex-police officer comes out looking like a hero, and the woman calls him out. So yeah, I mean, this heist went according to plan. This guy died. I mean, I guess Tate knew who it was, so how could he really have lived? To be honest, so all good here. Then we get the showdown down at the docks. Tyreek gets given back, and Vince is like, "You really think I'm a man of my word?" Sort of pish. And then guess what happened? Benny's guys show up and save him because Tyreek looked after Elisa Marie. My cousin Joe Proctor got killed. And then yeah, at this point, Benny's like, because Tariq, no, I was like, Ghost told me the motherfucker who killed Joe. And then like Tommy was like, did he? And then so obviously Tommy's the one that killed Joe Proctor. Then it ends with Tariq saying goodbye to Tommy, and Ghost and Tommy kind of share a look like they both know. It goes back to the apartments. We see Tommy's like, Kesha, he knows I killed Proctor, and I think he's even more pissed about Angela. This one, then we see Ghosts turning a fence. He tells Tasha, and essentially reveals that, and I think Tyreek helped them. Right. I'm just hoping at this point, this is like the last time we see them team up, because I just think I think it is genuinely getting ridiculous here between the amount of times that these two have betrayed each other in the past. I mean, it's been a constant theme in this show. I like Tommy's rise to the top and all that good stuff, but come on, Par, sort it out. And Dre, just feeling like a background character these days, man. Honestly. Anyway, guys, I'm going to give this episode of Par I'm going to give it a 5 out of 10. I thought it was probably the weakest episode in some time. And, till next time. R.I.P. Big Afro, man. Like father, like son. Welcome back, guys, to Fog Entertainment. We are here with yet another Par review. Is Season 6, Episode 7. We're getting close, man. We're getting very, very close to the ending of this OG Par. Of course, there's a lot of spin-offs. I'm really looking forward to getting stuck into them. But I mean, first of all, we've got to wrap up the original show, and how are they going to wrap this bad boy up? Not a like about TV shows. See, when you get to like the final couple of episodes of it, and it just feels like all out chaos, and literally anyone could die. I really like that in a show. I felt that way in Breaking Bad. Felt that way in Sons of Anarchy. I feel that way here. And I mean, there's other TV shows like Sopranos and shit that have a similar sort of feeling, but I like that. I like a sense of unpredictability going into my TV show finales, and that's exactly what's going on with Bar now. Yes, of course, there still is like another like 9 episodes to go here, but shit is hitting the fan, and we kick off this episode with essentially Ghost. He's had enough of Tariq shit. After the last episode with him finding out, well, basically putting 2 and 2 together that Tariq helped Tommy wipe out Joe Proctor. This episode, he gets a gun and puts it in Tyreek's face, and I'm like, holy moly, man, Ghost is seriously going to this level here, and he teaches his son, and he gets his son to give him all his drug money, and he's like, it's alright, he's got to go to school now, and everything's going to be alright, Tasha, don't worry, he respects me now, I'm his father. Tariq overhears this conversation a wee bit later, it's like, I just don't really buy this. We see Keisha and Tommy talking, and it looks like we're going to get Tommy versus Ghost, and I swear to God, right? I say it looks like we're going to get Tommy versus Ghost. How many times have I said this? It's just getting a bit borderline ridiculous now between these two. Like, and I've said this for like, to me, that's like I think there's a few flaws to this show, but I think the constant beefing between Tommy and Ghost that never really goes anywhere. Despite, I mean, like going into these later seasons, man, they're killing like girlfriends of each other and business associates, family members, and it's like no one really cares. Lakesha then arrives at the warehouse and kind of accuses 2-Bit of stealing the product, but even though she knows he didn't, and he kind of like grabs her arm, and Tommy's not going to be too impressed that's happened. Then we find out Derek, who's on Tate's campaign or whatever, he finds his wife sleeping with Tate, and he's like, damn, this is going to throw a spanner in the works, sorry. And essentially Tate gets Ghost to convince him otherwise, and I thought, well, Ghost is probably just going to kill this guy. He doesn't kill him, and he sets him straight. He's like, Derek, we need this to happen, but we'll get you a higher up position and you'll make a wee bit of money out of Tate. Kesha then is confronted by Tyreek at Tommy's house, and this is when Tyreek begins to plant seeds here, because he finds out that there's this beef, and then later in the episode he tries and puts Ghost in a dangerous position by having to go to Kesha, and obviously knowing the whole entire beef there, so that could seriously spiral out of control. Meanwhile, for Sax, shit is absolutely hitting the fan for him, but Now there's pictures of Dre up in the boot because, of course, he's being used on Coleman's, not Coleman's. Dre is being used on Tate's like promotional images now because Tate managed to get one black kid back from the system, sort of talk going on there. Tommy then meets one of Peter's, not Peter's, is it Peter? Jason, that's his name. I keep calling the guy Peter, man. That's his name, Jason. Who else was called Peter in this show? Not too sure, but and of course it's played, the actor here played Sucre in Prison Break. Hope we get to see more of this guy. This could potentially be setting up a one of the spin-offs, maybe, hopefully. Maybe we could see that. Dre then meets with Tyreek. He gives Tyreek like a brick to move because Dre guessed that Tyreek would use that leverage against him, which I guess he was correct about this. Rodriguez then questions Elisa Marie, and she doesn't really give up much, but she talks about Tyreek taking her to the coffee shop. Then let me show you what I've got. Brilliant, phenomenal. Tyreek, he gets into his new school, not really an awful lot going on there. To be honest, Ghost then confronts Lakeisha, gives her money to leave town, but she doesn't leave town. Of course she doesn't. Then Sax puts an ankle monitor on Andre, but this doesn't really lead anywhere because essentially what happens is that he puts this on him. Tommy then tells his entire crew to leave. Then his crew come up with a plan of, right, you know what? How about we send someone after Lakeisha to scare her, and then we'll kidnap Dre and bring him to Tommy. Which, right, they end up bringing Dre back, right? After Tommy has a conversation with Tariq. Looks like he cuts all ties with Tariq, hangs him over the edge, like, you're in the fucking game now, son. Because obviously, Tariq admits that he stole from his warehouse. Lakeisha, though, manages to fight the guy off. He was only supposed to scare, kills him. And then the crew kidnap Dre. Tommy's obviously not too impressed with this, finds out what happened to Lakeisha. Then Tommy and Ghost meet face to face at Jason's like warehouse. Jason's like, what did I fucking tell you? You're not allowed to kill each other. Tommy's like, keep an eye on Dre. And then 2-Bit and Specs leave to try and sort something else out, and they leave BJ in charge of Dre, right? And then this Dre just shoots this guy because he manages to get free and he escapes. Now, not going to give any other spoilers, but episode 8 and 9. But there's no mention of this. Tommy doesn't care. There's no follow-up scene with 2-Bit or Specs about BG being killed. There's no scene. And to me, that's really poor writing. I like shows that tie up all their loose ends, and sometimes loose ends don't even need to be mentioned. But this, like, they had Dre in their captivity, and here he is, he just shoots BG, and that's it. We're supposed to just forget about that. Like, and BG has been here for the ride for, like, pretty much the whole show. Like, Tommy's, like, one of his soldiers, and it's like, what? That's it. That's the best we've got here. Absolutely incredible, man. Absolutely incredible. So yeah, absolute mess. Tommy shows Lakeisha that, yeah, this life's no bad. I've bought you a new house sort of deal. And then Tasha tells Tariq, I'm going to teach you the game, son, because I know you're never going to change. Your father may think you can change, but you can't change. So here's all you need to know. End of the episode. So it looks like Tyreek is probably going to become Ghost, but I just don't get, like, they kidnap Dre and then he gets himself free and there's like no follow-up to it. Now, in the next couple of episodes there's bigger fish to fry for Tommy, but like at the start of the next episode, like, there's no mention of BG being dead or whatever. It's just very weird why that would happen. Like, it's not even like Dre just slipped out the back door and everyone forgot about it. Like, he fucking dropped one of your Primaris, one of your movers, one of your earners, one of your soldiers, and there's no mention. Didn't get this. But anyway, guys, I'll give this episode a 7 out of 10. That's it for Like Father, Like Son. Until then, peace.
Par, have you got the power with the deal with the devil tonight? Honestly, it feels like Deal Like with the Devil has been a gimmick this entire show. I feel like there's been about 10 episodes called Deal with the Devil, but here we are, troops, with Par, Season 6, Episode 8, and immediately, how was there no follow-up? How was there no follow-up to Dre killing BG, or whatever the big guy was called? I do not get this. This baffled me. Essentially what we do get, though, is Dre demanding Sax cuts the ankle bracelet off, which Sax doesn't do. I mean, we've seen Dre drop Donovan. I'm surprised at this point how Dre hasn't dropped fucking Sax, but Sax obviously being fired for his job, he's looking a bit tired these days. Doesn't really look like he's up for the fucking task, to be honest.
Dre then gives a phone call to Ghost, but Ghost essentially says, "Till you get that bracelet off, I want nothing to do with you." Tommy arrives. Cash. He's struggling with some of his homework, and Tommy's like, "You know what? The police stop you. You don't tell the police shit. You come to me anytime the police interfere." And I was like, is that going to play a part this episode? It definitely could. Sax then goes to the former command. I guess she was in command like last season. She's got something new with her hair, looks 100 times better, and she's like, "Well, you know what? If you can prove all this stuff, Sax, maybe I've got something for you at the end of the rainbow." But looking for you, son, it looks like it's going to be a question of where you're going to prison, not if. So Sax this episode is trying to like plant the seed. He's trying to get information. He confronts Tyreek at his school. Tyreek doesn't really give much up here, but Sax then pays a visit to Lakeisha and says, "Here, I want some information," but then she doesn't give it up. Now, Tyreek's teacher, right? He kind of looks like, he looks a bit like Zac Efron. Is it Zac Efron? I mean, I don't think it is Zac Efron, but I would stick decent money on it, to be honest. Kate then turns up at the house. Tasha, no, Lakeisha's and Tommy's, and she just like puts a picture of herself, and Lakeisha tells her to fucking leave, and it's like, I hate this old bitch. I hope she fucking dies. I hope Tommy honestly kills her. I don't know how though. I thought the reason he might kill her is kind of off the table at this point, but I just don't like her. If she finally snaps, Tasha's telling Tyreek how to move more products, cook the books, so to speak. How is this going to go for Tyreek? What is Ghost going to do when he reacts to this, man? It's going to absolutely blow back on their face. Tasha's mum, the grandmother of Tyreek, she's not too happy about this. Of course, her grandson getting into the business that, her ex-husband, her ex-son-in-law and daughter are fucking involved in. But yeah, Tyreek meets Rwanda, and he's like, "Oh, you got a nice kid there, Ghost. It's all going according to plan." And then the master plan, Derek and Ghost put Tate's microphone on, and Tate blasts a hell of a promo here, and essentially his campaign is in tatters after this. We see Sax, he goes to Agent Rodriguez's, and essentially what it is here, they think Tyreek killed Ray Ray, and they think there's a lot of murders going on. She then pays a visit to Dre and demands some information. Damn it, Dre, you're going to use some information. But it looks like she's going to burn Sax at the same time. And he gives up a bit of information. He told Tyreek where Ray Ray would be, the location. So she's like, that must be it. That must be it. Tyreek must have killed him, and they're all covering for him, man. Absolutely insane. But now it looks like James is going to jump ship to the other person, man. So yeah, that's a bit. We had a bit more with Tyreek this episode. I get it, like he's like learning the game, so to speak. But I thought we did all that with Kenan. Like I get it, he's still like a kid and he's still in school and he needs to learn a lot more about being a hustler and all that good stuff. But I don't think we need to fill out the final season with shit like this, to be honest. So that's just my personal opinion, to be honest. But for Tate, it's not looking good for him. Lakeisha then gets pulled over by Rodriguez and forces her into signing this document in order to get cash back, and she agrees to a full cooperation here. Painting the whole thing that Tommy, it's going to go to shit. Like Lakeisha didn't officially rat here, but she signed this document, and things aren't looking too good. Things are not looking too good for Lakeisha. And then at basketball practice, Cash tells Tommy about this. Tommy confronts her. She's like, "No, I didn't. I signed it just to get cash back. I wouldn't fucking rat. I know about Holly. I know you killed her, but I'm here. I'm here for good, man. I ain't gonna kill you. That ain't gonna happen." Ghost is then sitting at his bar at Truth. Rodriguez comes in, starts talking absolute mince to him. How many times, right, are we seriously gonna see Ghost sitting at Truth? She then manages to get his fingerprints off a glass at Truth. It's like, you could just plant the fingerprints at a location, man. Could that not happen? And then Tommy and Ghost, for the millionth time, team up. They go into Sax's location. I'm thinking, holy shit, Sax is going to die here. He's sitting watching porn, right? He's got his fucking jeans wrapped around his ankles, man. Ghost and Tommy then like torture him. He's like, you fucking bastard. You do realise, Ghost, he's the one that killed Angela. And Ghost is like, yeah, and so what? But then eventually they're like, Sax live, and they're like, right, the only reason we're letting you live is because you can be our inside man and get us away from all these crimes. But Sax was never going to do that. I can't believe they actually spared him though. Like I'm glad. Like I like Sax. He's the only like OG police officer like left standing in this show. But I'd be absolutely shocked if Sax didn't die, man. I would be absolutely shocked. Dre then for cooperating, I guess, gets his wee ankle bracelet cut off him. And at this point, we've got more chaos going on. We've got Agent Rodriguez going to the house of Tasha. Not really much going on. We get Tate and Ghost having another week conversation. Like, this is just not really going too well, man, to be honest. Sax then pulls up at the door of the main man, his boss, and tells him that Ghost and St. Patrick and Tommy tried to kill him and that they've let me live. And he's like, well, you know what? If they were half the men you think they are, Sax, they would have killed you. And I think you can see why this sounds like a load of shit, but like, why would Sax make it up? He's come in with fucking battered and bruised, gets removed from the building. Things are not looking good for Sax. Then we see Tommy and Cash. They are, in fact, looking for an engagement ring. But like, Lakeisha is going to rat at this point. I mean, she's packed the suitcases. Her and Cash are going to leave. Tasha then comes over to confront her, and she's like, you can't be doing this, Lakeisha. And then what I thought would happen, they get into a squabble. They're fighting over the gun, but eventually what happens, we don't know which one of them gets shot. Here, the bullet goes, I knew it was going to be Lakeisha. They were never going to kill Tasha this way. There's too much for Tasha in this show, I guess, for these final couple of episodes, but they fight for the gun. Bullet goes off, hits Lakeisha in the stomach, then Tasha finishes her off and leaves, the door unlocked. Tommy then finds her, tells Cash to go wait in the car, and that is how we end the episode. So you believe at this point that, you know, Tommy, who's he going to think killed her? Is he going to put two and two together that it could have been Tasha, or is he going to think it's the guy who he always thinks it is who does this sort of shit, Ghost? Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. That was it though, deal with the devil. Big character death and Lakeisha Grant dying, but again, it's like, it just stems back though to like, she was becoming like another witness, and this show's got a fetish with killing off witnesses, like it really fucking does. Anyway guys, I'll give this episode an 8 out of 10. Till next time, peace.
Things are heating up, and guys, it's scorched earth. Welcome to another review of Power. And damn, things are getting spicy here. It's episode 9 of season 6. We're almost at the end of this show, and the show's wrap up. Deaths galore seem to happen. And that's what happens here. Tommy is absolutely fuming here, to say the least. He drops off Cash at Lakeisha's ex's house. So Cash is with his dad, and he's like, here, are you ever going to see Cash again, Tommy? Tommy's like, probably not, then leaves. Then he's confronted by Agent Rodriguez. But she kind of realizes here that Tommy wasn't the one that killed her. Then we have Ghost like, looking at this like apartment complex, like place with like security in it. It's a weird fucking building. But Ramona reveals that she's going to be jumping ship, and that James should also jump ship for Tate's campaign. Decide with the old white woman. That's what you've got to do, James. That is what you've got to do. But Tommy tells Ghost that everything's going to go to plan. They'll kill Jason later. But obviously Tommy, I think he believes that Ghost is in fact the guy that's put a bullet into Lakeisha. But I don't know. I think it's almost, would Ghost go that far? I mean, I guess Tommy killed Angela, but that, who knows, man? There's that many deaths happening in Power. It's a wee bit crazy at this point. Ghost then sets up the meet with Jason, tells him to be there. It's like, this investment won't last long, Jason. And also, you might not be able to be strapped in there because security is extremely tight. Ghost then pays a visit to Tasha. Not much going on here. Dre then gives a phone call to Jason. He's like, right, big man, how about I come your distributor after tonight? And he's like, what? He's like, what? You mean the feds are closing in on Tommy? What's going on here, big man? Ghost then goes alone because Tasha didn't want to join him to the meeting about Tyreek at school. Nothing major going on here. But then we get Ghost and Tasha getting into a bit of a verbal debate here, and Ghost gets physical, man. He grabs her by the arm, cuts her a bit, bruises her. Yeah, so you can definitely see here that things between Tasha and Ghost, like, they've been pretty much on an edge for a while now, but they're seriously getting close to good night. And he also threatened
to turn over to the cops. Ghost, and what's he do? Sends off a unanimous tip, but the raid picks up nothing. So it's all going good. It is all going good. But then Tasha's drug game's pretty much at the windy. Then the feds raid Tommy's warehouse. They've got 2-Bit and Specs and co. They see Tommy from afar, and they're like, holy fuck, Tommy sold us out. Don't know how they came to that conclusion. While this is all going down, Dre's like putting his own collection together. And then Vladimir Kozlov, who's like Jason's right-hand man in this show, tells him not to go into the building not strapped and that he's got to do something. So who knows how that is going to go down. We also had that guy that Tasha's like kind of seeing, but I don't think anybody's seeing anybody here. I mean, could this guy be used for something later in the season? But he kind of just disappears for like an episode or two at a time, so who knows. Jason then meets Ghost, but then at the last minute as they're in the elevator, which of course that's where Tommy hid the gun for Ghost, what did Jason do? He gets a text from Tommy saying that Ghost is going to kill you. They get into a fight, but Ghost manages to overpower Jason. And you know, seeing it comes to like Ghost killing people in this show, like seeing he puts his rage mode face on, like he's one serious motherfucker. It's like Jason's been around for like what, 4, 5 seasons. I don't even know at this point. And it's like this is how he gets took out in an elevator like this. All this build up for this to happen. But it turns out the guy in the lobby, Ghost, is actually paying off, and they're going to set up Dre for this kill. Tommy's like, I'm going to fucking kill you, man. I'm going to fucking kill you. Ghost then returns the truth, and he's confronted by Benny, who's like, I know it wasn't that guy you said killed Joey, Ghost, so who the fuck was it? And Ghost's like, well, you know what, big man? I think it was Tom Egan, but I can't prove shit. So obviously this is going to prompt Benny into wanting to kill Tommy, which we'll get to a bit later. But it's like, right, how many people are going to die and there'll be like no retaliation for? Like, Jason's died, right? Jason is dead. Jason is done. Jason is gone. We've seen Vladimir Klitschko in the front seat of the car. He's like, you need to take gun, Jason. You don't take gun, you might die, man. Well, he does take the gun. Oh, he doesn't take the gun, sorry, and he dies. And like, where's his crew? You're made to believe that fucking Jason's this big bad bastard. And nothing's happened, right? And spoiler, nothing happens in episode 10 in that regard. So, in my opinion, I think that's poor. Like, you're led to believe this guy's untouchable, and he's like, oh, if one of you kill the other one, Tommy or Ghost, then I'm going to fucking kill the other one and send their body parts to their family. Sort of talk, and it's like, right, what are you doing? Sort yourself out. Would you? But Benny, let's see what Big Benny's made of. Is he made out of beans? Or is he made out of the reality? So we have Tasha sitting with Tyreek and Tommy. And this is like another weird conversation. It's like, right, Ghost has got to go. And spoiler alert, in the next episode, Tommy meets with Ghost. And he's like, yeah, I know you didn't kill Lakeisha, but I don't know. I think season 6 is kind of going off the rails. It's kind of throwing a lot at us with deaths and reveals and shit like that. But I think it's lacking substance. So, but essentially, this is Tyreek and Tasha give the go ahead to kill Ghost, and Tasha reveals to Tyreek that she's the one that killed Lakeisha, and Tyreek's like, yeah, that's alright, I'll protect you. Then the next scene, Tommy's returning home, right? Benny confronts him outside his apartment door, and he's like, you're the one that killed Joe. He's like, what the fuck? And Benny goes at him with a knife, and I say a knife, I mean the knife's smaller than fucking a pin, and they have a bit of a struggle, but Tommy manages to overpower him and stab him in the chest, and I'm sitting there thinking, this is this guy defending his cousin's honour. This is the best. This is the best he could offer. To me, this is just cheap. Again, this guy dies. There's no retaliation. You know, there's nothing. Like, this guy runs an entire crew. We've seen his weight a few episodes ago when he helped save Tyreek from Vincent and co. And like, here he is, top man, hyped up, trying to defend his cousin's death, and he gets took out like a little bitch. This show's problem for me is that it overbooks some people like too much, and then other people just get took out like they're absolute jobbers. I mean, that is the reality. I couldn't actually believe that this Benny guy died here. I mean, I'm not saying when it comes to like a fight that Benny should beat Tommy, but at the end of the day, he fucking just... it's like a 10-second fight scene and Tommy manages to stab him. Dre then goes to meet Jason, but Ghost has already sent a text out for Jason's phone that Dre double crossed him, and Dre manages to escape the police. Tate and Ghost eventually here decide to cut all ties by the looks of it, and Rhonda has also officially cut the ties with Tate. She's told him to his face. Agent Rodriguez and Sachs are like, you know what? We've got one last throw of the dice. Let's go to Tasha. And then Tasha actually gives up here that Ghost probably killed Terry Silver. But even like the way she revealed it, like, yeah, Terminal 4 at the airport here. Yeah, that's probably where he killed Terry Silver. It just seems like a very weird reveal. Which then in turn prompts them to going into the terminal. And they do find Terry Silver. So we do get finally that confirmation that, I was going to say that we've all been waiting for. I mean, guess we kind of knew he was dead, to be honest, but I actually thought when they were going to open this car, it was going to blow up and kill them. I thought it was going to be a ploy for Tasha and co, because it would have got Sax and her off the backs, but here, maybe Big Stevie thought wrong, and they were also doing this off the books. I guess I didn't really know that, but yeah, Sax takes his phone, because he doesn't want anything to do with it. He's like, you know what, actually, fuck you, buddy. That's how I'm going to do this. Dre's then panicking, obviously, with escaping, but then he whips out the phone later in the day, that night, sorry, and Sachs gives Dre the phone. He's like, you plant that on St. Patrick, and I'll make sure all your stuff goes away. St. Patrick goes away. So yeah, this just gets planted by Dre, and then the episode ends with Tyreek and Ghost essentially screaming at each other. It's like Tyreek cutting all ties, I guess you could say. It feels that way. Talking about the fact, well, here, you may give me life, but you are not my father. Fuck you, buddy. Fuck you, you absolute jobber. And it was a bit of an extreme scene, but this has been coming, man. I guess we'll have to wait and see in the next episode what Tyreek and Ghost's relationship is. But it's been on the ropes for fucking seasons. Absolute seasons, man. Absolute seasons. But I'm going to give this episode, I'm going to give it a 6 out of 10. I don't know what season 6 problem is. Like, it's killing a lot of people off, but can we just take it correctly? I don't know, like the Benny deaths and Jason, just didn't, neither of them sat right with me. At least Jason's fit a purpose, but like Benny's like, I'm going to avenge my cousin. 10 seconds later, he's dead. It's like, fuck, well done, son. Well done to you. Anyway, guys, 6 out of 10. Till then, peace. No one can stop me. Welcome back, guys, to Par, Season 6, Episode 10. And by God, we have an episode and a half to talk you through here. Welcome back to the channel, and is it R.I.P. Ghost, or is it simply not that? Because I tell you what, he did fall quite a height and he got shot in the chest, but Angela did get shot in the chest, and she survived to like the next episode, which was this season. So I'm not too convinced that Ghost is in fact dead here, but let's just kick it off. So, you know, he's on the phone, he discovers that Walsh is going to pick St. Patrick as a running mate, the Lieutenant General. Things are looking good for him. He's loving life. Things are looking fine. Dory. Sax tells the main man, right, here you. That's how it's going down. He's like, you know what, Sax, fuck you. And then Rodriguez talks to him as well. And it's like, the cops, like, I don't understand this new guy's motives. Like, surely he's seen how dirty like St. Patrick and Egan have got and other people. It's like, is it not about time you get dirty to fucking get these guys? I can understand why Sax is so fucking pissed off. Like, honestly. Like, if this was Greg, you know, back in the day, I think Greg would have sorted these guys out, but I think he's been done pretty dirty. But Ghost has a few more hours to come up with the grind for the Queen's Child Project. And he visits this bar, and I'm like, what's this all about? And it turns out this guy's his uncle. His dad, though, passed away. He hasn't seen his uncle since the day his dad passed away. They hug, share memories, and once this scene happened and Ghost kept quoting, "No one can stop me," and the fact this episode was like 80 minutes long, I kind of thought the writing was on the wall for Ghost, and it absolutely was. Things are not looking good, but essentially here we see Sax and Rodriguez go to Tate, and Tate then, after hearing that, here, if you pretend that you've seen Tasha and Ghost arguing over Terry Silver, then we'll arrest Ghost. And obviously this lights Tate's face. I was like, yes, I as a matter of fact did hear that. But Sax, obviously, he's turning dirty, Sax, here, but I don't fucking blame him. I think cops have got to turn a wee bit dirty in order to get something done, man. That's just the reality of things, and that's exactly how this goes down. Ghost, seeing him here with Hard Stern. I'm fucking shocked this Hard Stern guy has actually, lasted this entire show. I seriously am. Ghost has some flashbacks this episode and visions. He sees Angela. Angela looking as hot as ever. Wee Angela. He then goes to see Fimona, kisses her. He's like, right, we can make this official, but not in the public eye. Then, as he's meeting her in truth, Rodriguez raids his apartment. They find the boots that they think he wore during the murder of Terry Silver, and also they find a phone which belongs to Terry Silver. Tommy then appears at Ghost's campaign speech at Truth, but Tommy did not really appear this episode. We then see a car following Ghost. He goes to Raina's grave. It's the first time he's been to Raina's grave ever. And then he's like, what the fuck are you doing here? We turn around, it's Tasha. Tasha's like, I come here every week. These two have a bit of a slabbering match, and essentially what this boils down to is that Ghost wants Tariq now to turn himself in. It just seems like a very questionable decision to me. Tate then appears, and Ghost is like, you know what? I'm a fucking winner, Tate. You're a serial loser. Fuck you, goodbye. You're welcome to come to the party later. And already in this episode, Ghost is already creating so many more, enemies. Tariq appears at Truth. He brings Dre with him. Dre's like, well, you know what, Ghost? You set me up for Jason's kill. I want $250,000 in order to leave New York, and you will never have to see me again. Ghost's like, you know what, Dre? You're just a wannabe gangster. You're a fucking little bitch. You come crawling back like a little bitch. You're a little bitch. So, yeah, Dre. Now, Tommy then, text Ghost, we need to meet. And I didn't like this scene between these two. I think the Tommy and Ghost scenes are seriously going off the rails recently. So they meet. Ghost, Tommy's like, I know you didn't kill Lakeisha, but it doesn't make it right. And Ghost's like, you know what, we're brothers, man. I know Kanan said there's no friends in the streets, but we're brothers. I know I made you kill Holly and fucking your daddy, but it's okay. And then they start getting shot out of nowhere, right? And then Tommy runs off into the warehouse. Ghost sees boots on the floor, thinking, oh, is Tommy dead? Is Tommy dead? He then walks over to this dead body, and it's like, who's this gonna be, damn it? And it's just this fucking random black guy with a bit of stubble and a beanie on. Right. And I'm looking here, is that possibly his uncle? I mean, honestly, I've fucking no idea. But yeah, what purpose did this scene do? Apart from give Tommy and Ghost one last scene, if Ghost is dead, I didn't like this scene. I thought it sucked. Personally, it just didn't need to be in there. Anyway, we then have a sit down with the FBI, the police. Essentially, I realise here that we need to work together to bring down Ghost and St. Patrick, because if we try and bring down Sachs, that's going to look bad on all of us. So yeah, let's retract all our statements here and sort this out. Dre then gets arrested because, of course, Ghost set him up. Not looking good. Ghost then confronts Vincent. He puts a few plays in there, motion, so he can pull a couple of strings in Albany. Paz then confronts Ghost, and he's like, who the fuck? I know you didn't kill Angela, but you know who did. Tell me. And Ghost refuses to tell. So another person who you want to kill, Rhonda's like, who are you talking to there? He's like, oh, it's just my ex, love of my life, sister, player. Ghost then goes to meet with Tasha in their apartment. Another argument here between these two, just fucking the good old days. And she's like, I hope I never see you again. Fuck you, Ghost. Again, everyone he's meeting with this episode, and he keeps quoting, no one can stop me now. He then goes into Raina's room and he sees flashbacks of Raina. We get to see Raina. Raina is back. Raina is back, damn it. He then has a scene with Tariq, and Tariq can't believe that he's fucking jobbing him out. He's like, you promised me that you would take the fall, and now here you are, wanting to send one of your few remaining children to jail. He's like, you're a fucking little bitch, Dad. I can kind of see Tariq's point of view, but at the end of the day, he's the one that committed the crime, isn't he? But then the police, they take it to the head judge in order to get these guys sorted out here for St. Patrick, all the evidence, the phone, Terry Silver. It's not enough. So Rodriguez decides to go to Dre, and Dre then testifies that he was there alongside St. Patrick. And it's like, yeah, is that how it's going to go for Dre? But again, as soon as they're close to getting a witness and killing someone, what happens? It's absolutely bang, bang, good night. 2-bit and Specs then receive a phone call in jail. Ghost wants them essentially to do something. So how's that going to go down? How is that going to go down? Then a few people get told that James St. Patrick ain't going to be getting brought to justice, Tate and Paz. And it's like, right, so who's going to kill Ghost? Who's going to kill St. Patrick? I tell you what, Tommy did nothing this episode. See, apart from that garbage filler scene that he had with Ghost, he absolutely did nothing, man. Absolutely did nothing. Just a really poor episode for Tommy, I guess. Then we get the finale of this episode. Sax realising that he's going to go to jail, but these bastards are going to get off scot-free, so he goes, gets his gun. Kanan then appears in Ghost's flashback. He's like, no one can fucking trust you, man. And he's like, yep, you're a street thug, Ghost. Good to see Kanan again. And yeah, Ghost then starts to power down. Truth, sorry. Then we see like everyone's point of view. I'm like, is this going to be a case of who done it? We see Tommy, we see Paz, we see Tate, we see Sax, we see Tyreek, we see Tasha. Fuck, there's probably a few more people. If I said Tate, there's just so many people that want Ghost dead. And then he goes to his wee balcony bit. Rodriguez gets out her car with a search warrant. Hears a gunshot go off. And damn, we cut back to Truth. Ghost has been shot in the chest. He falls off the balcony. Bang, bang, good night. Who's killed Ghost? And honestly, I've really no idea who. I think you can kind of narrow it down. I think if it was going to be like Tommy, they would have done that on screen. I don't think it's Paz. I don't think it's Sax. I don't think it's Tate. I just don't think it's Dre. Part of me thinks Tyreek, but also part of me thinks that it might be someone we've never seen before. Or someone who we didn't see during this montage, and therefore we weren't really led to believe it's them. We'll have to wait and see, but is Ghost dead? Really looking forward to watching the next episode. I mean, it's a massive character death, if he is, sadly. But it's a bit weird, though, that they've killed this guy off with 5 episodes to go, because he's like the centrepiece of this show. I just don't really see how this gets wrapped up. Maybe he's not dead. Who knows? But yeah, pretty insane if he is, guys. Sorry, I've got COVID, so if I don't sound all that enthusiastic, that's why. I'm fucking snookered, to say the least. But I'm going to give this episode a 7 out of 10. I really like the aspect of a whodunit. You know, I haven't really seen that quite a lot in, proper TV shows, but I think honestly, that Tommy Ghost scene, that did nothing for me. It was weird. Absolutely weird. Anyway, guys, 7 out of 10. Till next time. Peace.
Still D to the R till the E. Welcome back, guys, to another edition of Par. And first of all, I would actually like to issue an apology to Par. Last episode, I was like, right, hold on here. How's there been no retaliation from the Serbs? And what about BG? We just forgot he's dead. Turns out they kind of accounted for all that and discussed all that in this episode. And I really enjoy. I think this is my favorite episode of the season. It was like a flashback episode and it pieced everything together, and there's a lot to get through. But yeah, was it the best idea to do this episode right after Ghost had died? Because we do find out in this episode he's dead. Maybe not. I don't know. It seems weird. It seems like a very weird placement, even though obviously Ghost's death factored into this. But at the same time, I think, considering there was only 5 episodes to go after the last episode, maybe I don't know, but I also do feel like Dre got dragged out a wee bit too much. I think he should have died in season 5. But anyway, let's get into this episode, because we start this episode with Dre, and he's with his kid, and his girl, right? His girlfriend, his baby mama. She's English, right? And I do not understand this accent. 1 minute it's going between English in New York. I don't know if it's put on or if it's someone that's literally English but obviously been in America for a little bit and can't really differentiate between the two. Not really too honest. I'm not really too sure, sorry, what's going on there. But immediately I kind of realised, oh wait, this episode is solely about Dre. This episode is about Dre. Because I thought by the episode title it was going to be called Dre. But called Dre about Dre, and that's exactly what it was. I was kind of a bit surprised though there was a flashback episode, because we've seen on the news here that Ghost was going to run as Inspector General, whatever the hell it means. So he goes in, confronts Sax, and obviously I realised when Dre confronted Sax,
you know, this was definitely a flashback episode. And Dre's like, you gotta sort this out. He's like, you're a bitch ass Sax. I'm surprised Dre hasn't killed Sax already at this stage. Dre then meets with Primaris. This guy just got out of jail, and like the rest of these jobbers. And then out of nowhere, the Serbs. Vladimir Kozlov shows up out of nowhere. We get into a bit of a shootout. Jay then uses the guy to go out of jail as a human shield. He manages to fight his way out the building. He gets shot again. Dre surviving these situations that he really shouldn't be surviving, but he does. Vladimir Kozlov, though, he absolutely. So I think he's the only. I think Dre and Vladimir Kozlov are the only two that actually survived this entire shootout. To be honest, Dre gets shot in the arm. He manages to get patched up, and he's like, "Right, I've just got to get money and ID, baby, to get us out of the country." And like the whole episode was literally about Dre, and I didn't. But it's a weird one. Like Dre is a big character, but does he deserve like a full flashback dedicated episode to him about this? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm right. And I say dedicated to Dre. I guess a bit of it was dedicated to 2-Bit and Spanky, which I really liked. Essentially here, though, 2-Bit does not give anything up, but Spanky does give up the fact that Tommy killed Poncho in order for a deal, but he doesn't let on about that. I don't blame him. See, to be honest, like I don't agree with any form of snitching, but you can see why. You know, you can definitely see why he has. Like, he feels like Tommy's fucking jobbed him out, and of course Tommy's jobbed him out, man. But Rodriguez is doing these investigations. Dre then confronts his mother, tries to get money out of her, but she gets like, nah, you're a demon, son. You're a demon. We'll see her later on in the episode. But yeah, I mean, where are we getting this woman from? So essentially what we see here, though, is Dre trying to get help off people. He goes to Tasha. She's like, right, yeah, I'll get you 50k. And he's like, ho, 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 ho. Not a chance. He then goes to Tate. Tate wants a favour, though. He meets with Tyreek, and it's like, alright, Tyreek, mate, all you can do is get me that meeting with your father. Gets the meeting with Ghost. And then we see pretty much how that conversation went in the last episode. But it was here where Dre talks about the Serbs wiped out all his Primaris. It's almost like they altered last episode's conversation. Like, because I don't remember him actually talking about this. Like, I remember the scene, but I don't remember the line about the Serbs wiped out his Primaris. So I take that back, guys, but I just feel it weird that after Jason died, it's took to this point to find out about all that. And then also BG, we don't even find out about that till later in the episode. But yeah, like I said, we've already seen this scene before, so is Ghost going to get Dre his money? Of course he's not. But Dre thinks he is, and he ends up getting arrested, which is quite funny. And then, which we see, of course, at this point, he's thrown into Gen Pop with, well, I say Gen Pop, yeah, it basically is Gen Pop. He's thrown into Gen Pop with 2-Bit and Spanky Ghost. This when we see the phone call get to 2-Bit and Spanky. They're going to kill him, but then as soon as he's about to get killed, he gets took into questioning by Rodriguez, and he manages to get out, and they're like, holy fuck, how did that work? That's just not right, man. How has that worked? They've been screwed. 2-Bit and Spanky here. Absolutely shafted, and I was like, oh, Jesus Christ, Dre's actually managed to escape these two. It's a joke. Dre gets to live another day. Dre. 2-Bit gangster. 2-Bit, I think he is becoming a little bit suspicious of Spanky, but once they see Dre is gone, 2-Bit actually phones Tommy and lets him know that right, Dre's outside. We didn't rat on you. Tommy's like, yeah, one of you's dead because why there's a lot of hate over this Poncho death all of a sudden. And then 2-Bit kind of looks at Spanky and said, wonder if he did. Now this is the only time Tommy actually appeared in this episode, right? The next part of this episode was ridiculous. So the FBI are escorting Dre to the safe house, and he's like, I need a piss. And then he's like, you don't need to watch me, man. And then as soon as he gets out of sight, he runs off. The FBI, I refuse to believe they'd be this fucking stupid. I'm not saying they would. I actually think pulling over the car, they wouldn't even do. They'd be like, sure, just piss yourself in the back seat, right? But here we have it, that it actually lets him get out a few and escapes. Ridiculous. Dre manages to escape. Breaks into his mother's house. He shares like one final conversation with her. Well, at least we thought at this point. He takes the gun off her. We think he's going to shoot her, but he doesn't. He then goes to Tate. He gets the fake IDs and all that good stuff. Then 50k. Then Tate's like, you kill St. Patrick, you get your 50k. The other 50k, so 100 G's in total, but only 50 up front. But he got the fake ID, so it's all looking good. But then his girlfriend's like, you don't need to kill Ghost. You don't need to kill him. You can go. He's like, fuck it, nah, I need to. This is personal.
This is personal. So Dre pulls up outside Truth. He goes through the back door, but as he enters, a gunshot goes off. So we now know that Dre didn't, in fact, kill Ghost. But I said that. I said it wouldn't have been Tommy or Dre. For the simple fact is, they just. I think if one of them killed Ghost, it would have been on screen. I just think so. And as he's leaving, he runs into Rodriguez, hits her a punch, and then as he pulls up to the lights in the car, he spots Tommy. And then as a bus goes past, Tommy disappears. And then he pulls into a garage, and he sees on the news that St. Patrick's dead. So this is the confirmation that we see. So St. Patrick's dead. He buys a soda. He buys a packet of crisps. He buys a wee teddy bear for his daughter, and then like it starts going in slow motion, like happy music, and his like girlfriend and daughter watching him. And I was expecting at this point Tommy just to walk up and drop him, or anyone. Turns out no, he just gets arrested, and I was like, is Dre's maybe Dre's going to get just jail time for the St. Patrick kill? Maybe that's what's going to happen. He then has one final visit from his daughter and his mum. And his girlfriend, his mum's basically rubbing it in here like, yeah, I'm going to look after them, Demon Dre. And he's like, you got to get me out of here. So yeah, Dre, his worst nightmare has came true. He then manages to fight his way in to getting locked in the hole. He's in solitary confinement for a week, but even that couldn't save him. Because 2-Bit and Spanky end up killing him. And yeah, the end of Dre, essentially what this is, they fill up his cell with flammable fluids. They squirt him in it, and he's like, "You are crispy, motherfucker!" And he just throws the lighter in. Dre's begging for his life, like a little bitch. I mean, I'm not saying most people wouldn't here, but I mean, could he not have owned his death? Like, I do like the Dre character, but I just don't know how you're supposed to feel. So he's a cop killer. He's literally turned on everyone. I just can't feel sorry for him. I'm actually glad he's dead. He is a scumbag. He's like, I think you can be a criminal, but you know, you can be in it for the right things and all that sort of stuff. But this guy was in it for all the wrong things. And yeah, 2-Bit and Spanky killed Dre. So after what I think Dre was in this show for season 2 onwards. So Dre is dead. It's Andre Coleman, big massive death. I thought maybe he could have just did a life sentence for Ghost's death, murder. And maybe we could have seen him in one of the spin-offs, but nope, Dre is dead. They dedicate a full episode to him, like I said, and then the episode ends with 2-Bit essentially finding that Spanky made a deal. Then we cut the Spanky's getting interviewed by Rodriguez, and then we see Paz talking to Rodriguez. So yeah, Spanky officially rats. I don't really blame him. He's like, yeah, well, he's a real G, 2-Bit, but I'm a free man. So maybe Paz killed Rodriguez. Paz killed Ghost, and she's going to Rodriguez. I don't think it's Paz. I would be fucking shocked if it's Paz, to be honest. I think Tyreek is, or like I said at the time, someone we haven't seen in that montage at the end of episode 10. Anyway, guys, R.I.P. Andre. Great wee flashback episode. Maybe I'll take back what I said about it was weird seeing him get a full episode dedicated to himself, because I like the fact that pieced in the missing points of the last few episodes and all that good stuff. So anyway, guys, but I just hope the rest of the season doesn't do that. I think there's really no need for that. I hope episode 12 begins with like the aftermath of Ghost's death and like Dre going to jail and dying, and 2-Bit still being in jail and all that crazy stuff, and also Tommy, Tyreek's, Tasha's reactions to Ghost being dead, because he is dead, guys, officially. Jamie St. Patrick is no more. So until next time, 9 out of 10 for me. Best episode of the season. And hi, peace. He always wins. Welcome back, guys, to season 6, episode 12 of Power. And I wasn't really a fan of this episode. And maybe, that is solely down to Paz. Because, right, I said last episode, I didn't expect Dre to literally get a full episode to himself, but he did. And then I was thinking, what are they going to do for the rest of this show? Are we going to like get that for like a lot of characters, like in the last 5, or are we just simply going to go back to the normal format, dedicate an episode to Dre? And this episode dedicated a full one to Paz. I'm sorry, she just ain't a character that should have got a full episode. Half an episode. Yeah, if you want to wrap her up, fair enough. But honestly, man, this episode just went on and on. It just dragged in, like showing you Paz not wanting to kill him. Not now there was a few cool things in this episode, like we've seen Ghost and Dream flashbacks. We get the return of Paz and Angela's father. We see how it's affected them, and our son Junior as well. We see. I mean, it was all right, but to dedicate a full episode to Paz, I just didn't get it. And another thing I thought it ruined. It's like, it wasn't just Paz. Like we did see the return of Mac in this, and we seen Warner speaking to him. And essentially, what we're seeing is everything come down. Like there was a few good things, like I've talked about. We've seen the Democratic Party confront Warner and get him fired for getting involved with Ghost because of course he was attorney general, and it just shows you that crooked Democratic Party, isn't it? That crooked Democratic Party, man. Then what they have to do, man, absolutely disgusting. We're Donald Trump here on Fog Entertainment. But if you vote Democratic, then so be it. But what I like about this, you got Angela's body being exhumed to get the phone and the evidence, but of course, it's destroyed. The SIM card is destroyed. I'm not wait, how would the SIM card be destroyed? It's not like the body got cremated. The phone was just in the coffin. Like, how long has it been since Angela died? A couple of months. How would the SIM card inside the phone get destroyed? Can someone explain that? That makes no sense to me. I do not understand that for the slightest, but anyway, they can't use it. It's the text only went to people she was texting. We don't know who it is. Paz then agrees to wear a wire. There's numerous conversations where she confronts Tasha. You needs to die. She then pulls up at Tommy's house. You need to kill him. You need to kill Ghost. Tommy's like, no, I'm not doing that. You said you'd do anything for Angela at her funeral. She then tries to kill Ghost at Truth, but doesn't. Then she learns about it on the news. And then essentially what this episode ends with is her crying. A lot of crying here for Paz. Her father, he's finally found out that Angela's dead. Angela's dead. Breaking news. Jamie St. Patrick's dead. What? Holy moly, what is going on here? Absolutely insane stuff. They then have to go see a lawyer because Ghost actually left them a lot of money, but she refuses. Then she runs into Tasha, and again, it's like we're seeing Tasha's reaction here to Ghost dying. Like, not the raw reaction that I think we deserve. Like, considering Ghost is the main character and was the main character, and for me always will be of Power, I would have liked to have seen people's raw reaction to his death, but in this case, we're not seeing that. We're seeing like the second-hand reaction, and then Tasha tells Paz that Tommy was the one that killed Angela, and it's like, what? Like, even right now, obviously the episode ends with Paz going to Tommy's apartment and Tommy's not there, so I'm going to assume in the next 3 episodes we're going to see how all this works together, and we're going to see how Tommy has fled to I think it's Chicago or whatever, right? Obviously with like the ratting that's going on within his organisation. But let's just say that is right and that is correct. That's still a pretty big thing for Tasha just to reveal. Honestly, it seems like all shit's spiraling out of control here. But it was 58 minutes this episode, and it's just with Paz, and it's like she is nothing more and will always be Angela's sister. I think to give her a full episode's a waste, and Tommy's left, so hopefully in the next 3 episodes we go back to like the main characters, because Paz ain't the main character, man. And it's not like the episode was bad, it's just we're in the dying embers of this show. I feel like we seriously need to see something here. That's just my opinion. Anyway, guys, leave your thoughts down below. Big Stevie Cool signing out, and until next time, short review, but like I said, not much happening. Just Paz's step. Like a lot of shit happened in the Dre episode. So I'm going to give this episode, I'm going to give it a 5 out of 10. I think for like the final couple of episodes of the show, in the aftermath of Ghost's death, it was a severe letdown. Is a 5 too harsh? No, I just think this final season's been up and down. But I do have a feeling that the show's going to turn it around in these final 3 episodes after this. But anyway, guys, leave your thoughts down below. Till next time, Fog Entertainment signing out. We're back very soon with more content. Of course, we've got the spin-offs coming up as well. But until then, peace. It's time to see Tommy Egan's perspective of offence, guys. Welcome back to Par. Welcome back to another review. and it is the third last episode of the original series. We've got It's All Your Fault. We kick off this episode, Tommy getting rid of BG's body and the car, pays the guy off. Da, 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 da. Life is going great here. His mum then picks him up, she takes him home. He's talking about how things have went kind of crazy with him and Ghost recently, and you see that his mum, Kate, here is, yeah, she's always had that bit of relationship with Ghost, but I think towards the end of this episode, it's almost like, here, that's kind of come out of nowhere with the fact she like treats him like his proper son character. Then we cut to Lisa Marie and her aunt, who was the sister of Benny, but of course Benny's dead, so now Lisa Marie is being looked after by this woman. And then, yeah, what we see here is Vincent arrives at the door, and Vincent is worried because Benny's missing, and we're all kind of worried at this point because Benny's missing, but Benny is, of course, dead because Tommy killed him. But now it looks like the murder of Benny's being put on Vincent, so he's put two guys on the door to guard from Tommy, so to speak. So yeah, at this point it's not looking good. Lisa Marie's in listening to the recording that Proctor had of Tommy killing Ruiz, and also I think it was the Lobos kill as well. I don't know, man. It's just a lot of, the stuff that could incriminate Tommy Egan. Our aunt hears this, and then we flash to a scene where they go to Tyreek to confirm if it's Tommy's voice. Obviously he knows it's Tommy, he denies that, but our aunt calls Tyreek out in her shit. And of course, Tyreek then tells Tommy. And then Tommy finds out the address. And it's like, Jesus Christ. Like, how quickly do these guys find out about witnesses? It's incredible. I mean, in this sense, right, it makes sense that Tyreek would tell Tommy. Of course he's going to tell Tommy. It makes no sense for him not to tell Tommy. He has to tell Tommy. The only option is Tommy. Rodriguez then confronts the main guy, Tommy Egan, damn it. And yeah, I mean, you know what, right? Obviously Ghost died a few episodes ago, and part of me's really enjoyed like this gimmick of like certain characters getting a hell of a lot of focus on these episodes, but at the same time it's almost weird because I feel like it's just a weird way to end the show. Like, it'd be almost different if it was like going into the last season, but I thought with Ghost dying, it was early to kill him because you had 5 episodes to go, but it turns out that like all these episodes are simply based around like other people's events in the build up to Ghost's death and like a wee bit of aftermath afterwards. Now, the only thing I would say that excites me a bit for the spin-offs, it seems like these spin-offs might like I know one's a prequel of Kenan, but the other two, it looks like they're literally going to just take place straight after the events of this show ends. So that excites me. I don't really like spin-offs that take place like years after, and maybe like a lot of the aftermath that should have took place in this original show will take place in the start of some of the other spin-offs. But at the same time, it just seems, I don't know, it's a weird concept they've went for. It's definitely a Hail Mary, so to speak, to like focus on so many characters. Like, here, I thought Dre warranted an episode. I don't think Paz did. Tommy absolutely does, right? I've watched the next episode with Rashad Tate. I think because of how much focus he's had, I can almost accept that. But I almost think you could maybe fit him and Paz into the same episode, to be honest. But here, that's just Big Stevie Cool thinking out loud with some wishful thinking. Tommy then receives some like items back that belong to Lakesha, and he discovers the earring that Holly stole for Tasha, so he knows that was not Lakesha's. And guess what happens? He confronts Tasha, and she admits to killing Lakesha, and now Tommy is going to kill Tasha, but then he spares her for whatever reason. We don't really know whatever reason he spared her for here. Tommy then goes to talk to Ghost. We have seen this like shoot out, it feels like, a million times at this point, and at this point we have no idea who was shooting at them, but we do find out in the next episode, but I'll just save it for then. But like I said at the time, like in episode 10, it just felt like a really weird shootout. Tommy and Ghost are getting shot at, but we see Tommy's perspective. He runs into the building, drops a guy, and he's like, wait a minute, you're not Italian. It turns out it's this old black guy. So Tommy obviously thought it was Elisa Marie's Uncle Carlo, because Carlo is a big scary man. Absolutely a big scary man. Top man. I thought it would have been him, and Tommy thought it would have been him. But Tommy then goes to the house where Elisa Marie's being
kept. He kills two of Vincent's guys, and then he kidnaps Lisa Marie. And honestly, see, at this point, I thought Lisa Marie might have been a goner. She admits that the tape is on the laptop, so he takes the laptop. And he kidnaps her, takes her back to her place, and then Kate arrives, and she's freaking out that Tommy's kidnapped the kid. I mean, rightfully so. Lisa Marie, Vincent, and Uncle Carlo, they're in arguing. Carlo essentially then puts the blame on Vincent, saying, if anything happens to my granddaughter, I'm going to fucking kill you, so I want you to deliver the man that's kidnapped her. Tommy, Egan, then we see Kate bonding a little bit with Elisa Marie, and she kind of hears for Kate that Ghost is in fact James St. Patrick, which is quite good. And then we see at this point when Tommy returns home, it's actually when Paz confronted him in the apartment last episode, and now it makes sense why Tommy was acting so vigilant, because you actually had Lisa Marie and Kate hiding in the back room. So I did like that. Tommy and Lisa Marie are driving. You know, really good acting from this kid here. Normally kids like let themselves down in these sort of shows, but she did really good here. I really liked the scenes confronting Tommy about life and shit. It's like, was my daddy a bad man? He's like, yes, he was. Proctor was a dirty motherfucker. And then also she reveals that I did actually hear him let my mother die and all that crazy malarkey, man. Absolutely mental. We also see 2-Bit phone Tommy, which of course we've seen. He then drops off Elise Marie. So, I mean, Tommy does have a heart. I'm not denying that he doesn't. But honestly, I wouldn't have ruled it out him killing this kid. Like, if he had no other option, he would. I mean, I guess in certain situations, most people would. To be honest, Tommy then confronts Tyreek and he's like, I need to save your dad. Because he's kind of realised with the talking with Lisa Marie that Ghost ain't the guy who killed Lakeisha, and obviously he's found out for Tasha, so now he wants to save him from Dre. And he's like, I'm going to have to kill Dre. But Tyreek's like, nah, fuck it. Tommy, I ain't helping you save my dad's life. He deserves to die. He deserves to die. And then as Tommy's heading to truth, he gets confronted by Vincent and his goons. Like, and at this point, he's completely and utterly outnumbered, and he just kills them all. Like, I get it. Tommy's like one of the main characters. They can overbook him a bit, but he just literally wiped out like 10 members of the mob and then battered Vincent to a pulp, who actually had the gun on the back of Tommy's head. Quite incredible, to say the least. And then he finally gets in. He hears the gunshot. He gets into truth. And we see Ghosts. Like, Ghost is final moments. Tommy's there. Ghost is still alive. He's like, hey, bro, it's okay. It's okay. And then the killer ain't quite revealed, but Tommy went to shoot them and Ghost said, no, it's alright, Tommy, don't shoot them. So who is the killer? No idea who the killer is. I mean, was it Tyreek? Was it Tasha? Could it be? I mean, it's not Sax, right? It has to be someone who Tommy just wouldn't kill. Who could it be? Honestly. What? Tommy couldn't believe it, and he had like a face like thunder. I don't think it's Tyreek. It could be Tyreek. Will it be? I don't. You know what? I'm really intrigued because they are going to reveal it in the finale who it was, right? But who the hell is it going to be? Ghost then dies in Tommy's arms, and it was quite a sad scene, seeing Ghost die. Tommy then returns, and Kate like accusing Tommy of murdering Ghost, and essentially at this point it's all over. It's good night. Kate cuts ties. She's like, he was a real son to me. You weren't, Tommy. It's like, hold on, he wasn't even your son. Tommy then gets a new car. He phones 2-Bit and he's like, you're a good motherfucker, 2-Bit. Me and you are good. I'll see you in 20 years. But obviously he learned about Spanky. And what does he do? He kills Spanky. We get one final scene here. Spanky's like, hey man, it was either do that time or, you know, I thought it was you fucking snitch, homie. And then Spanky's like, well, where are you heading? He's like, but if I tell you I'm going to have to kill you, Spanky. He's like, California. Hell. And then just shoots Spanky. So Spanky's dead. He then pays a visit to Elisa Marie. And, you know, it looks like Tommy's going to leave here in his new car. And then he stands on the copy of the recording. And then as he's leaving, she then decides to give him the only other remaining copy, which is in the lock. And he's like, you're a cool kid. You had it on you this whole time. Smart motherfucker. He leaves. He drives in his car. He sees the bridge. He hears on the news, of course, that like Ghost is dead. And I believe like Tate's running. Was it Tate running? Can't remember what he heard on the radio, but that is it, guys. I really enjoyed this episode, just like the Dre one, because like I said, I just don't think Paz deserved an episode to herself, but Tommy and Dre, absolutely, of everyone left in this show, he deserved it, and I think the finale is going to be given to Tyreek and Tasha. I think that's who it's going to be based off, and we'll probably get Sachs as well wrapped up in there. And we'll have to wait and see, guys. But anyway, really good episode. I'm going to give it a 9 out of 10. Ending strong here with Pa. I mean, I think the Paz episode, she just didn't need it, man. Like an hour of Paz, really. Anyway, till next time, 9 out of 10. Peace.
It's time to spin that wheel of fortune, but for Par's penultimate episode, it's the reversal of fortune. Welcome back to Fog Entertainment. It is season 6, episode 14 of Par, as we edge close to the finale of this show. We've only got 2 more episodes to review, and we're going to have to start off with the penultimate one. And essentially, this one is based surrounding the campaign trail with Tate, Ghost, etc. It wraps it all up here, and you know what Paul reminds me of? It's like a more polished version of The Wire. I didn't mind The Wire, but I thought The Wire did a pretty good job of diving into like politics and the behind the scenes of cities and law enforcement and the criminal gang organisations, all that good stuff. I think Paul does like a New York version of The Wire, but I do prefer Paul. I mean, you've just got better actors. It's better actors. No, I think The Wire feels more real, while Par feels more like a TV show. But here, if you're watching a TV show, I want to feel a TV show. I don't want to, simply make things just pure 110% feel real. Like, I think, you look at the best TV shows, I think for me they feel like a TV show. I look at Breaking Bad, it definitely feels more like a TV show rather than like the authentic real life world that goes on. Now, some people prefer completely 100% of authenticity, but for me, I like some of that manufactured drama, and I think Potter definitely leans more towards that. But for this episode, we're focusing on Rashad Tate. He's drunk, we get introduced to his family, he wakes up. Essentially, his family, his brother, he's a cop. Tate used to be a cop. We've got his nephew, who he's not allowed to swear around, and you've got his sister-in-law. And essentially, we've got Tate at the start of this episode. It's rock bottom. He's fell off the campaign trail. Ghost essentially took his spot. He will not be campaigning for any sort of governorship, man. It's not happening. He sees the news report. He swears like, that motherfucker. He's like, hey, don't be swearing in front of the kid there. Do not be doing that. We're then introduced to these two father and son tag team hitmen here. And these are the old man, the old black man. That's the guy Tommy killed back in episode 10. But we didn't actually see it until episode 13. And again, as much as I've liked this whodunit of who shot Ghost, it's did we really need to we've just seen the same scenes repeated over the past 5 episodes, and here I like whodunits. I think whodunits, if done right, can be really, really well done. And I think this whodunit is really well done, but I think we can maybe ease off on seeing the same scenes 6 times in the past 5 episodes a wee bit. What do I think of this father and son combo? I mean, there's not really much I think about them. Tate hires them to kill Ghost, and then he backs out. He doesn't want them to do it because the Democratic Party's getting involved. Those damn Democrats. We can't have Ghost getting whacked now. There's too much heat, but they're like, fuck it. We drove all the way up here for Oklahoma, so we want paid. And Tate's then backed into a corner because they simply say, right, either we kill you for not paying us to do a job, or else we do the job, you pay us, and he's dead. So Tate essentially agrees to this. And he kind of turns to God for a bit in this episode, so it looks like he's all good. Then we see all the different scenarios that have happened. Obviously, a couple of episodes ago, we've seen Agent Rodriguez and Sachs go to him. Now we see his perspective of that conversation. And again, I like shows when they do this to a degree where you see somebody else's perception of this conversation or scene. But I think, to actually carry it out over a combined total of 5 episodes with a runtime therefore of about 5 hours, even probably a bit more than that because these are extended episodes towards the end. I don't know if it's a wee bit necessary, but they're following Ghost, these two, and then they get into a shout with Ghost and Tommy. The son of the group manages to escape, but of course the father dies. And then we see the scene where Tommy's like, you ain't fucking Italian. Because he's black. Of course he's not Italian. He is black. Then we see Tate, loads of different conversations. He's speaking with Dre. He's setting that side deal up. But yeah, again, we've seen that back in episode 11. Then he's speaking to Tasha. We haven't really seen this side of it, but we will see it in the finale to a degree.
And then the son of the father and son duo confronts Tate, but then Tate's older brother drops him, and he's like, right, something's fishy's going on here because we don't get any crime in this neighbourhood, so what the fuck have you brought to my front lawn? Tate. Things are falling apart for Tate, though, at this stage of the game. His brother's then giving him, a ride along to the police station so he can give a statement on this guy that's been killed. But as he's there giving his statement, what happens? I'll tell you what happens. Ghost is killed. Obviously, with Tate being at the police station, that rules him out of killing Ghost. So we now know we can now tick another name off the board about who killed Ghost. He then tries to get like a better view for himself as they pull up at Truth, the nightclub. But then as he gets there, he has to pull his hood down, and then he's interviewed on live TV, and he gives this like big speech. And now, obviously, with Ghost being dead, we don't get any sort of reveal about who done it, so we're probably gonna have to wait for the finale for that. But he gives a big speech, and then the Democratic Party appear, and essentially he puts all his cards on the table. He says, "You know what? I don't want Lieutenant Governor anymore. I want to be the governor. I'm not being your number two, old white woman. You wanted Ghost, now you want me, simply just to get the black vote? Well, fuck you. I want to be the governor, because the Democratic Party now needs me more than it needs you." Which she kind of laughs off, but then, like, her advisor guy, whatever, he's like, "You know what? Tate's got a point here, so we need him more than we need you. Fuck off, old white woman." So Tate essentially becomes governor of New York. That's how we spend the last 10 minutes of this interview. Here's all this good stuff. Of course, he did tell his brother about Andre Coleman, and he reveals to him that Andre Coleman's dead. But again, we found out Andre Coleman was dead in episode 11, so we're seeing, yes, again, different perceptions of how people have reacted to this news. He then meets with Simon Stern, and he's like, "Oh, Simon, you jobbed me out, man. You wanted to go with the old white woman." He's like, "Well, yes, Tate, I go with the winners. Fuck you, buddy." Tate's then crying a bit about that. He then throws like Ramona completely under the bus, saying that she had an affair with Ghost St. Patrick, or James St. Patrick, Ghost, whatever. Aye, him, the drug dealer. So yeah, she's basically will not be able to get a job. I kind of feel sorry for Ramona, because she's not like a bad person. Tate, I wouldn't say Tate's a bad person. He's just a politician. They're all scum of the earth. So therefore he is a bad person. But they would all do what they have to do to get to a higher level of power. In this episode, he starts it at the bottom of the barrel. At the end of it, he is the governor of New York. And I kind of felt sorry for him throughout the episode, especially when you see like his family. And essentially what this episode ends with, he's top of the world. He's looking out over New York in his apartment. And then he turns on the news to a news report of the killer of Jamie St. Patrick has been revealed. And he's like, holy shit. We don't get to see who it is, but we do know that the killer's been revealed. So tune in to the series finale to find out who the killer will be. And I don't know how long the finale is going to be. I'm looking forward to it. Who's the killer going to be? I honestly, at this point, I think the last few episodes have ruled quite a lot of people out. But I think it makes sense for it to be Tyreek. It doesn't really make much, or Tasha. We know it's not Tommy. We've seen that last episode. He's seen the killer. We know it's not going to be Sax, right? Because I just don't understand why Sax would do it. Like, yes, he's drunk and he was heading there, but I mean, he'd probably end up dropping the gun or something and shooting himself before he'd shoot Ghost. And I can't really think anyone else that would do it. And besides, we've got spin-offs, so I think the show's going to bear that in mind. But I think it's done a good job of dragging this out. But again, did Tate really need a full episode to himself? I think you could have combined this with Paz's episode. I think you really could have done that. But anyway, guys, I'm going to give this episode a 7 out of 10. With only one more episode to go for this tipsy-turvy final season of Power. Looking forward to how it wraps up. But until next time, peace.
The day of the series finale of Power has arrived. Welcome back, guys, to Fog Entertainment. It is time for exactly how we planned. It is the series finale of Power. It's quite incredible. We've got through this show. I mean, obviously, if you were watching it back to back without reviewing it, you could probably get through it in like 2 weeks or two or whatever. But for me, it's been a grind and a half, I'll let you know, because we've had to go through it, man. There's been a lot of episodes, there's been a lot of deaths, there's been a lot of bloodshed. But finally, we are here with the final episode of Power. Because it's a big rich town. No minute, and I'm gonna make it. How were they going to wrap this up? Well, I'm telling you how they're going to wrap this up. Let's begin, shall we? At the start of this episode, we've got Tasha, with our new boyfriend, so to speak. I can't name it. Quentin, I think this guy's name is. It's like, what significance is this guy going to play? Who knows? But I mean, this is the series finale, bear in mind, right? And it's like, we just had a lot more of what we've had in the previous episodes, like repeating the exact same scenes that we've already seen, but from different people's perspective. Tyreek, he's sitting there wearing his do-rag, trying to pretend to be a wee bit more gangster. And I've watched, obviously, I mean, I'm reviewing this episode, of course I've watched it. But like, I went in and went on Google and like went on Reddit and seen what people thought, and like people think like the rise of Tariq is what's like made this show go off the rails. I would disagree to a certain extent, but I can see why people came to that conclusion. I think this final season, like the writing's just been all over the place. I think they could have just done it in a much better way. Like Tommy just took such a back seat in this final season, I think, and like so much of the focus has been on like Tyreek and Tasha, and it's yeah, in this episode, you know, it's just playing on that the hatred that Tyreek is having for his father, and it's weird though. It's like we're seeing the events of like Ghost's last day take place across like 6 episodes, and of course with Tyreek here, he's like freaking out, and so is Tasha because you know Ghost. His master plan looks like it was going to be, well, Tariq's going to admit to his crimes. We're then going to have Tasha, you know, potentially go to jail. She could lose custody of Yaz, and it could be absolutely in the dust. But we also see Tariq here meet with Elisa Marie, and we then see a bit like but we've seen that back in episode 13. Then we've seen the conversation he has with Tommy and Dre, and it's like, I think we spent like the first like 40 minutes of this episode seeing scenes that we had already seen. Then we see Tasha going to Quentin's place. He agrees to take her to Truth. Now we're finally on the night of Ghost's murder. Tariq talking to Tommy about this, and I think as the more this episode went on, I think it was just a bit obvious that Tariq was the one that killed Ghost. Spoiler alert. I kind of always thought it, but I thought, if they're not revealing it, maybe there's going to be like someone else at hand. But no, that's not how it went, because Tyreek is what he's did. The master plan for him is that he has hid the gun at Truth in order to do this. But Quentin drops Tash off. She's going to go in and try and kill Ghost potentially. But of course, we know that's not the way it goes down. We also see Tyreek making a phone call to Vincent. So not only, you know, he gives up Tommy to Vincent here. Like, we can't just always sit and pretend that Tyreek is like this great kid that wouldn't, like, yeah. I honestly feel like Ghost has backed him in their corner. I'm not trying to deny that, right? I do think there is an element of that, but when Tasha figures out in her head that, oh shit, Tyreek said he's going to drop the gun off here, he realises this, or she realises this and heads up for Tyreek in Truth. Meanwhile, in Truth, we've got Tyreek. He's visited by Kaden, so Kaden makes another surprise return here. Good to see him in the series finale. I'm looking forward to these spin-offs, sequels and prequels of this show, because hopefully they can make up for this final. I think there's still a lot left on the table. I feel like this, again, you always run the risk with these like whodunit angles. I mean, I've never seen a show drag it out though. This feels very much like Lost, and here I never thought I'd be making a comparison between Lost and Par, but finally we have the final confrontation between Ghost and Tyreek. So it's not like he just walked up and shot him. We'll see this final scene where Tyreek whips out the gun. Ghost can't quite believe that Tyreek, his son, is actually pulling a gun on him. To be honest, I don't think many of us can really believe what's going on here at this point, but I guess someone has to pull the gun on him. And then, eventually he's like, you know what, you've crossed the line, Ghost. You've lied to me. You said you gave Breeze or Rolla, whoever the hell it was, another chance. Well, I gave you another chance and you still failed me. He's like, son, you pull that trigger, you're going to make a massive mistake. You're going to make a massive mistake. But then Tasha busts through the door, sees what's about to happen. I thought it would be a bit of funny acting here for Tasha's actress. Tyreek then shoots Ghost. He falls off the balcony. Tasha sees him, hits the deck. She's like, Tyreek, what the fuck are you doing? Tyreek's like, I had to kill him. Tasha then leaves. Tariq's like, I'll take care of the gun, And then this is when he looks down and you see Tommy with Tariq. With Ghost. And he looks up, he sees Tariq. So yeah, Tommy knows for sure it was Tariq that killed Ghost. Tariq is then like freaking out, he's crying. We hear Ghost's like last breath. Tommy did go to shoot Tariq. And then Ghost's like, nah, don't do it. So yeah, we've seen all these different angles of Ghost dying now. And then as Tariq's leaving the building, right? He spots Sax. Sax is like dropping his gun all over the place. He's clearly drunk. And then we see Tariq's perspective where he leaves the building, but he notices Sax with Agent Rodriguez. Then Tariq gets into character. He gets to the building. He starts freaking out. He's like, Dad, my dad's in there. My dad. So obviously he's dead. Tariq and Tasha then like reunite, so to speak, back at the apartment. So yeah, looks like things are going okay for them. And then Sax returns to his job because guess what? Mac has now took over the Eastern District, and Warner is fired. And I really rate it, Warner. I mean, he's all right. Like his meltdowns can kind of be funny, but we then have like the big meeting between the Ghost like lawyer, well not lawyer, but he's like the guy that hands out his estates and his money. And it turns out all the money's went to the kids, but Tariq will not be able to get any of it from the fund until he does 4 years of college, and he passes, which obviously pisses them off. Then outside, they get arrested. We've got Rodriguez questioning Tasha. We've got Sax questioning Tariq. It looks like Tariq's finally about to break. He's like crying. He's asking for water. But then he confronts Sax. He says, you were there that night. Ghost was killed. And he's like, so I'm going to say it was Dre and you're going to back me. And like Sax just fucking agrees to it. Right, yo, so what if Sax was there? Right, obviously Sax was there to kill Ghost. No one's denying that, right? No one is denying that. But surely Sax would have been like, yeah, but I was there with Rodriguez, you know, to arrest Ghost or fucking whatever. I heard a gunshot. Me and Rodriguez were there. Like if Tariq's giving this like threat out, like I'll reveal you were there. Sax is like, yeah, but he's a fucking federal agent, you know, officer, whatever. He's not even an officer, but you know what he is. He's like a district attorney sort of guy. So, I mean, realistically, he could have just said he was there with Rodriguez. But this makes... And then, yeah. So we're going to pin it on Dre now. The murder's on Dre. Sax is then confronted by Rodriguez, and he's like, yeah, you're fucked. Once everyone finds out the guy that killed Ghost is a guy who's supposed to be in federal, you know, custody by your marshals, it looks like it could be over. Then she finds out that Dre's dead. She then pays a visit to 2-Bit. And 2-Bit then tells Rodriguez, like, if you think a motherfucker like Dre killed Ghost, then you got another thing coming. So yeah, looks like 2-Bit's going to spend the rest of his life in jail. We see Tasha gets a job with Simon Stern, and he gets Tariq into school, and I'm like, right, with 10 minutes to go here, how is this series going to wrap up? So it looks like Tasha and Tariq have got away with everything. But then she decides this master plan of trying to pin the murder on Quentin. To me, this just felt rushed. It really did. He gets arrested, and then he's like, you fucking planted that, Tasha. Tell him I was with you that night. And then, like, the people quickly figure out, like Rodriguez, the next morning or whatever, that it was Tasha that, in fact, that killed Ghost. Obviously, it wasn't her, it was Tariq, but, like, Quentin basically tells the police everything they need to know about, like, Tasha's whereabouts, and she's the one that went to Truth that night. I dropped her off while I went and got a Red Bull, etc. And it's like, did she think Quentin was going to take the fall for her? Whatever this guy's name is, Q, Quentin, whatever. I mean, honestly, ridiculous, fucking ridiculous. So Tasha gets arrested. But then we get the ending montage. Pretty sad scene here between Tariq and Tasha. It's all came at crumbling down. She takes off her hair. I was like, what? That wasn't Tasha's real hair. Was that ignorance for me not knowing that? Tasha's in jail. She's crying. There's like a bit of a time skip, I believe. We see Tariq closes like dorm door, and it says class of 2024. And as I'm recording this, it is 27th of December 2023. So I'm not far away from that, 2024. And then that's it. Like, that's the final shot. And again, it's like, it's almost like the show sacrificed its own ending just to, you know, set up all these sequels and prequels. Like, it didn't feel like a definitive ending to a TV show. It did not feel like a series finale here, the way it ended. Then we get a flashback back to 96 with Ghost, Tommy, and Angela. Not really much here. I mean, is this going to set up the prequel with, like, Kanan's prequel? I'm not too sure. So,
we'll have to wait and see, guys. But that is Power wrapped up. That is your finale. Tyreek's the one that killed Ghost. I'm not that shocked about it. I'll give it a 7 out of 10. I feel like it tied up everything down, but it didn't feel like a series finale to me. It didn't tie up enough for me. And it's like, why did we get a Paz episode? Like, why? And in this, there's like zero mention of Tate. We don't even see Tate like become governor, or is that going to be in the spin-offs? Like, what are the spin-offs going to be about? Like, I know Power Book 4 is about Tommy, but I'm really intrigued about what the other one's going to be about. Is Tasha going to get it? Or is it going to solely focus on Tyreek? I mean, who's left for it to focus on? I don't know. That's what's going to make it entertaining to watch. But until next time, guys, that is it. Power is over. And I've got a feeling Power Book 2 and 4 and 3 are going to be starting very, very soon.